Chapter 1. The Ancient Temple in the Deep Mountains. In this world, I hope you could do better than I did. As the boss in the computer screen murmured his last breath, Yuan leaned back against his gaming chair, his bloodshot eyes slowly closing. The credits began to roll on the screen, accompanied by the completion CG. Finally, all achievements unlocked. After more than a month of sleepless struggles, the game Yuan, known for its intricate plot among domestic productions, had finally been fully completed by him. This a 2.5D pixel-style game, Yuan presented a narrative that was perhaps overly complex. Every choice players made during gameplay would affect the shifts in the storyline, avoiding the glitch of returning to the same narrative line after a few dialogues. Different selections could even alter character relationships within the game, leading to varied final bosses, with 25 distinct endings. Each playthrough offered players a fresh narrative experience. With current technology, perhaps only this 2.5D pixel style can accommodate such a vast storyline. After meticulously watching every scene, Yuan finally felt a sense of satisfaction as he powered down the computer. Suppressing his fatigue to wash up before climbing into bed, habitually recalling the game's plot. It's finally over. The female protagonists in this game are quite well crafted, and the storyline is engaging, though it's a pity about the final boss. All the endings for the ultimate boss are merely the result of poor writing. Moreover, after playing a few times and familiarizing myself with the game mechanics, the difficulty became rather simple. I hope Yuan 2, Western World, has a higher difficulty. So sleepy. I don't want to think about it anymore. I have to help at the old man's company tomorrow. After managing things for over a month, I'll probably be scolded to death tomorrow. As he muttered softly to himself, exhaustion enveloped Yuan, and he drifted into a deep slumber, boom, amidst the rumbling thunder and torrential rain. Yuan painfully opened his eyes in a state of chaos. Is it raining? Ugh, my head hurts. I think I have some painkillers at home. The excruciating headache made Yuan subconsciously attempt to rise and find a pill in the medicine cabinet. However, as his pupils finally focused, the dim environment startled him. Where am I? Where's my home? The once familiar ceiling was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a strange, abandoned Buddhist hall filled his vision. Old, decaying wooden beams and pillars. A stone Buddha seated on a lotus pedestal with one arm broken, and a flickering campfire swaying in the cold wind. Moreover, there sat a woman in black beside the campfire, her face concealed by a veil. Squinting, Yuan attempted to comprehend the situation he found himself in. After pondering for a while, he remained utterly perplexed, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings and confirming repeatedly that this body was not his own. The only conclusion Yuan could reach was that he seemed to have traversed dimensions. The source of his headache was not a remnant of memory fusion, but rather a physical swelling at the back of his head. The lack of memories from this journey rendered everything around him exceedingly strange. His gaze wandered around the dilapidated Buddhist hall. Rain fell in torrents from the old tiles, cascading like a curtain from the eaves. The sound of splattering rain created ripples in the puddles outside the temple, but beyond the glow of the campfire lay an abyss of darkness. Like many others, Yuan had often fantasized about such a journey. But it had always been a mere flight of fancy, that he had a clear understanding of himself. Without any external aid, he might not survive beyond 3 chapters in certain literary works. The eerie environment before him undeniably resembled those stories where he would not last long. The cold winter rain sent shivers down his spine. Utilizing the dim light of the campfire, Yuan's gaze drifted around the interior. The Buddhist hall was expansive, once flourishing with incense and reverence. The once majestic Buddha now appeared unsettling in the gloom. After surveying his surroundings, Yuan's attention ultimately fell upon the only living being in the temple apart from himself. The woman in black sat quietly beside the campfire, her eyes closed, a sword resting beside her. The flickering firelight illuminated her fair skin, the veil covering her face, and her long, black hair cascaded down her back. As the cold wind swept through, her black robe subtly outlined her graceful figure. The combination of a rainy night, a dilapidated mountain temple, and a beautiful woman made it difficult for Yuan not to entertain peculiar thoughts. In the midst of silence, Yuan slowly rose from the ground. Over the years spent helping his family and business, the old man had introduced him to many people and experiences, both good and ill. Despite the strange surroundings, Su Yuan was acutely aware that he needed to take action. His body seemed injured, and his attire was inadequate. At the very least, he needed to sit by the campfire. For the winter night's chill was threatening to freeze him. Su Yuan fixed his gaze on the woman and cautiously approached her, step by step. The woman in black appeared oblivious to his approach, remaining tranquil by the campfire, her eyes still closed in meditation. The veil could not obscure her poise, which radiated a serene beauty. As Su Yuan drew near, his pupils suddenly contracted, that on the ground beside the woman lay an enormous arm. Vividly detailed, he halted, his heart racing, only to feel a wave of relief wash over him. Though the arm appeared lifelike, it was not human. Its texture was that of stone. Casting a glance back at the massive Buddha statue he had previously noticed, he surmised that it must belong to it. Using the stone arm as a seat, Su Yuan focused on the woman's flawless profile obscured by the veil that in the biting cold wind. He remained silent for a brief moment, until the woman in black slowly opened her cold, ink-like eyes and turned her gaze towards Su Yuan. Suddenly, boom, a clap of thunder shattered the pitch-black sky, resonating throughout the dilapidated temple. The light flickered and vanished. And in that moment of eye contact with the woman, Su Yuan caught a glimpse of something outside the temple door. Corpses, illuminated briefly by the flash of lightning. Su Yuan saw that the ground outside the temple door was littered with mangled bodies, their congealed blood spreading and mingling with the rainwater. Su Yuan's still-dazed mind was instantly jolted awake, his heart racing uncontrollably, and his concealed hand began to tremble. His home was not in the Golden Triangle, and the sight of corpses strewn about was beyond his capacity to comprehend. Biting his tongue sharply, Su Yuan struggled to suppress his rising panic, attempting to analyze the situation rationally. The pain in his tongue helped him regain some composure, and he forced himself to breathe steadily while keeping his eyes on the woman in black. As the lightning faded, darkness engulfed the area outside the temple once more, leaving only the chilling memory of what he had just witnessed imprinted in his mind. Every corpse outside wielded weapons, clad in identical attire. Each met a different fate, yet their toes all pointed toward the ancient temple. This implied they hailed from a single origin and had attempted to breach the temple for some unknown purpose. The fleeting vision ignited a multitude of thoughts in Su Yuan's mind, and he glanced stiffly at the woman beside him, that he realized he was seated next to someone extraordinary in this temple. They were the only two living beings, and his visibly frail body indicated that the corpses outside must have been related to the woman. Outside, the dark sky roared with thunder. Cold winds swept through the broken temple door, and the woman in black sat beside him, while a scene of bloodshed lay hidden in the shadows. In that moment of silence, the woman spoke. "You have obstructed me." Her voice was as clear as ice, calm and indifferent. Su Yuan was taken aback that he had obstructed her. He soon noticed that the woman's gaze was not directed at him, but rather behind him. Behind him, a hint of confusion arose within him. He had observed earlier that while the Buddhist hall was spacious, from this angle, aside from the massive Buddha statue, there was nothing else behind him. Curiosity compelled Su Yuan to glance back, and with that single glance, a chill shot up his spine. He saw a pair of legs, calves that stood at the same height as his own. His gaze gradually rose, revealing that the enormous stone Buddha had somehow silently approached him from its pedestal. Its cracked and eerie visage lurked in the shadows of the roof, seemingly grinning down at him and the woman beside him. Su Yuan's mind momentarily malfunctioned. The scientific beliefs he had always held could not explain the phenomenon before him. The terror of the unknown erupted within him, overwhelming his senses. His breathing quickened uncontrollably as he found himself face to face with the bizarrely towering Buddha statue, its height reaching 7 or 8 meters, rendering him as stiff as a block of ice. After several seconds of shock, Su Yuan began to force his rigid body to shift aside. He needed to move quickly. His heart thudded violently, as though it would burst from his chest. The surreal scene had exceeded the limits of his understanding and acceptance. That moment, Su Yuan's peripheral vision caught sight of the woman in black. As the colossal Buddha drew near, the woman in black, her face veiled by a delicate gauze, remained seated in tranquility, showing no inclination to rise. She sat quietly, even neglecting the sword resting beside her. Her flawless visage unchanged, exuding an air of icy serenity as she gazed steadily at the statue. This composed demeanor gradually instilled a sense of reassurance in Su Yuan, crouched in the corner of the temple. Striving to quell his inner trepidation, he cautiously observed the singular figure of the Buddha and the woman. Thankfully, she appeared formidable. Su Yuan recalled the countless corpses scattered outside the temple. The very thing that had instilled fear in him now served as his anchor. He could scarcely envision facing the peculiar living Buddha alone in this secluded mountain temple. The woman and the Buddha lingered in silence for a moment, an oppressive chill gradually permeating the air, and Su Yuan seized the opportunity to retreat carefully to the temple's shadowy corner. Suddenly, the eerie, living Buddha stirred. Its immense form did not hinder its swiftness, moving with such speed that Su Yuan could scarcely perceive it that a colossal hand descended with a thunderous crash. Boom! The temple floor trembled violently, and the sole source of light, a flickering campfire, was extinguished as Su Yuan's vision was instantly engulfed in darkness. With the light snuffed out, sound became the sole protagonist, a cacophony of tremors and roars resonating around him. As he huddled in the corner, his heart raced, his clenched fists digging into his palms, oblivious to the pain. Then a resounding hum echoed through the temple, a brilliant flash of blue sword light streaking through the darkness, restoring an instant calm. Rumble, a clap of thunder illuminated the temple, and Su Yuan finally glimpsed the scene before him. The woman's black attire remained untouched by dust, her expression placid as she sheathed her sword, while the immense head of the living Buddha had vanished without a trace. Just as Su Yuan stood in stunned silence, thud, a shadowy mass crashed down before him, sending up a cloud of dust that made him frown and step back. It was the gigantic head of the living Buddha, its gentle eyes, now glimmering eerily, fixated on him. Instinctively, Su Yuan yearned to retreat beside the enigmatic woman. Such a strange entity was far too perilous. Following the thunder, everything returned to darkness. Su Yuan pondered his words silently, moving cautiously in the direction the woman had taken, contemplating the questions he wished to pose at that moment. The enormous Buddha head emitted a weak, gravelly whisper. Third young master, flee. Chapter 2. Third young master, flee? Su Yuan's footsteps faltered, his gaze drawn back to the Buddha's eyes, which were dimming in the darkness. Details he had previously overlooked surged to the forefront of his mind, and he suddenly grasped certain truths. Reality was not akin to anime or film. An enemy capable of striking would not wait for you to discover their presence. Yet this giant Buddha had approached silently, without launching an immediate assault, choosing to engage the woman only after he had retreated to the temple's edge. Outside, the rain continued to patter softly, the air within the temple so frigid it felt as though it could freeze. Third young master. Su Yuan glanced down at his frail body, releasing a long breath. The Buddha's address, his own physical state, and the events that had transpired led him to surmise something about the world he had traversed into. It was strikingly similar. The occurrences mirrored a segment from a 2.5D pixel-style game he had once played, Yuan. The colossal Buddha, the dilapidated temple, the robed young master, and the icy woman were all present. However, the transition from 2.5D pixel art to a first-person perspective had rendered the connection elusive for Su Yuan at first. Yet now, the Buddha's utterance of third young master had illuminated his understanding that he had become the third young master of a chancellor's family, the most unfortunate character in Yuan, who had met his demise in 25 different ways across 25 timelines. Yet upon this realization, Su Yuan's previously taut heartstrings loosened slightly, his gaze shifting forward. Time seemed to slow, raindrops cascading from the eaves splattered in silvery streaks against the darkness. His eyes, now accustomed to the gloom, discerned the graceful figure approaching him. The woman moved quietly, her footsteps light yet distinctly audible. The encroaching darkness of the temple deepened, and the cold wind howled through the rain-soaked night. Finally, Su Yuan met the luminous gaze of the black-clad woman. "Who are you?" A voice, smooth and tranquil as water, resonated through the darkness. Just from the sound, one could envision a refined gentleman. The third young master's appearance should be quite commendable, as these thoughts swirled in his mind. Su Yuan continued, "Ranching Mo?" Before his words could fully escape, a glimmer of icy light flickered in the depths of her eyes. Yet upon witnessing that chilling glint, Su Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had guessed correctly. He was indeed within the world of that game. The current scenario aligned with the narrative he was familiar with, and he quickly recalled that this imposing figure's intent was to capture him. Not to kill him, for she needed him to persuade her warmongering father. Regardless of how he might meet his end later, for the moment, his life was no longer in immediate peril, and the pressure on him lightened considerably. They exchanged glances for several seconds, the icy gleam in the woman's eyes gradually softening. She turned, her tone flat. "Follow me." Su Yuan realized she intended to flee. The corpses outside and the spiritual Buddha within the temple were all minions of his father. And although the woman had left no survivors in her wake, this location was evidently no longer safe. Yet he could not simply follow her away. The game Songyin allowed for various endings based on player choices. And several paths had seen the original character meet his demise while being abducted by this formidable woman. Though the details of those deaths were glossed over, they were indeed deaths. Thus, Su Yuan remained rooted in place. His gaze fixed on her silhouette in the darkness, his voice steady and unyielding. "Mr. Ran, are you aware of what you are doing?" Mr. Ran was the respectful address used by the protagonist of Sign when speaking to Ran Xingmo. Su Yuan's sudden inquiry seemed to catch the woman off guard. She halted, her gaze as sharp as a blade, sending a shiver down his spine. She remained silent, standing in the shadows, observing him. Being scrutinized by such an imposing figure was disconcerting. Su Yuan mentally reviewed the game's narrative, confirming that she could not kill him at this juncture. She reiterated, "Follow me." Su Yuan maintained his composure, enunciating each word carefully. "You will not kill me." Ran Xingmo casually summoned a thick, long wooden staff from the ground. Holding it firmly, she regarded Su Yuan in silence. Su Yuan took a deep breath and followed her. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he softly remarked, "Mr. Ran, capturing me serves no purpose." Ran Xingmo remained silent, one hand wielding her sword, the other grasping the wooden staff. As she quietly made her way toward the temple exit, Su Yuan endeavored to keep his tone even. "Someone like my father will not alter his decisions based on my fate." At last, Ran Xingmo spoke softly, her voice still as tranquil as before. "What are you trying to say?" Outside, the rain continued to fall, droplets cascading from the eaves, creating ripples in the puddles below. Upon hearing her finally respond, Su Yuan quickly replied, "Naturally, I am referring to your purpose in capturing me." As he spoke, a smile graced his lips. "Mr. Ran, your intention in capturing me is to save the 40,000 disciples of the Sword Sect." Before he could finish, time within the temple seemed to freeze as a chilling aura surged forth, and a tempest erupted around the woman, causing Su Yuan's sleeves to flutter violently. An invisible weight emanated from her shadowy silhouette, making Su Yuan feel as though he might kneel at any moment. That he staggered back 2 steps, gripping a nearby wooden pillar to steady himself. That I in the darkness, the cold, killing intent radiating from her made his hair stand on end. This sudden turn of events caught Su Yuan off guard. He couldn't fathom why Ran Xingmo reacted so vehemently to his words. That in a flash, he recalled the game's narrative and realized he may have misspoken. The Chancellor's downfall and the impending doom of the Tianyuan sword sect were matters he, as a player, was expected to know. However, for the inhabitants of this world, such information was still shrouded in secrecy. Known only to his scheming father and a select few trusted subordinates, at this moment, the sword sect's leader remained a revered national teacher of the Great Yan Dynasty, still an old friend of his father. The Chancellor, with whom he had collaborated for decades, the esteemed Prime Minister, intends to annihilate the sword sect, a revelation so shocking that even the sect's own leader might find it hard to believe. Although this original body is the 3rd legitimate son of the Chancellor, his life of debauchery, mastering the vices of drinking, gambling, and indulgence, renders it utterly implausible that he would be privy to such a confidential matter at this juncture. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. That it was all over at this moment. Ran Xingmo turned completely around, her eyes shimmering with a ghostly blue light in the darkness as she approached Su Yuan, drawing her sword. "How did you come to know?" Chapter 3. The bludgeon. The enchanting woman advanced slowly, exuding an icy aura that made Su Yuan feel as though he were trapped in an ice cellar. In this life-and-death moment, Su Yuan's thoughts were remarkably clear that he had already spoken, and regret was futile. Even if he wept, he could only force himself to continue the charade. Under the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Ran Xingma, Su Yuan gradually released his grip on the wooden pillar beside him, steadied himself, and gritted his teeth to meet her gaze. "Mr. Ran, you seem quite astonished." Ran Xingma to Su Yuan, enduring the pressure, managed a faint smile. "Indeed. How could my father let a worthless son like me in on such a grave secret?" He narrowed his elongated phoenix eyes slightly. "However, Mr. Ran, I am far more curious as to how a disciple of the sword sect came to know of such secrets." The air within the temple fell into a profound silence. The only individuals aware of this matter were the original body's father and a few of his most trusted confidants. Su Yuan's insinuation was unmistakable. Ran Xingma's gaze remained fixed on the noble youth before her, undeterred by the dimness of the stormy night, her words deliberate. "What do you mean by that?" As she spoke, her footsteps halted, and the sword in her hand dipped slightly. Su Yuan sensed the oppressive chill that had weighed heavily upon him suddenly ease, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The thrill of impending death allowed him to cast aside many reservations. He could not afford to falter now. "What do you mean?" He began to circle around Ran Xingma in the darkness, his gaze sweeping over her graceful form, his tone gradually intensifying. "In terms of public affairs, the Great Yan Dynasty has flourished for over 1,300 years, with the Tianyuan sword sect established alongside the dynasty. Each generation's leader has served as the national master, and the current leader is even the martial arts mentor to the crown prince. The sword sect's fortunes are intertwined with that of the Great Yan. When one thrives, the other flourishes, and when one suffers, the other bears the brunt. In private matters, my father shares a decades-long friendship with Mr. Ran's mentor, and as a disciple of the sword sect, I wonder what words could convince you that my father would dare to act against the sword sect. Is that not difficult to comprehend?" Listening to his words, Ran Xingma's grip on her sword tightened slightly. She felt that the young man before her had changed. Since awakening from her stupor, he had seemed transformed. The subtle aura allowed her to perceive that this seemingly calm, third young master's heart raced, revealing that his inner turmoil was far from the fade he presented. Yet, this did not diminish the invisible pressure he exerted upon her. When widely known rumors lost their reliability, an unease concerning the unknown began to swell within her. She could not ascertain how much Su Yuan truly knew or what cards he held, but as she regarded the imposing figure standing silently before her, Su Yuan's heart gradually settled. Suddenly, he pivoted on his heel and strode directly towards the dark-clad woman. Under Ran Xingma's watchful gaze, he positioned himself a meter away, looking down at her. "Mr. Ran, lower your sword." Ran Xingma regarded him with a detached gaze, sensing that his heartbeat had begun to steady in the next moment. She witnessed the young man smile, bending slightly to lift her fallen sword with 2 fingers, gradually raising it until it rested against his unguarded throat. With the blade at his throat, he locked eyes with her. "If you refuse to sheath it, then, Mr. Ran, why not kill me?" Well aware of the plot, Su Yuan was certain that this woman would not take the initiative to slay him. As his words fell, Ran Xingma tightened her grip on the hilt, and the blade at his throat emitted a low hum that a wave of murderous intent surged forth. In that fleeting moment, Su Yuan envisioned his head soaring through the air. Yet the next instant, the illusion vanished, and the woman remained poised with her sword, while his head remained intact. The brush with death widened Su Yuan's eyes. Having grown up in peaceful times, he had never encountered such a dire situation. The aura of death radiating from her made his legs weak. Even the mere release of her murderous intent indicated that she would not kill him at this moment. Su Yuan stared at her, articulating slowly, "Mr. Ran, an unfulfilled threat is merely a jest. Lower your sword. Let us converse. I can assist you." The cold wind howled, and the blade pressing against his throat felt chillingly real. That Su Yuan possessed no system, no elder to guide him. This third young master's body was but an ordinary one, that his extensive knowledge of the plot and characters in Songyun was his greatest asset, yet this very asset also served as a death warrant. In the narrative of Songyun, this chancellor's third son met a tragic end. With every timeline leading to his demise, that To survive, Su Yuan knew he must take proactive measures to gamble on certain outcomes. Ran Qingma's gaze lowered slightly, lost in thought, yet she indeed sheathed her sword. The blade suddenly danced, sending ripples of azure light through the darkness before it was sheathed with a resounding click. Quite impressive, Su Yuan instinctively touched his neck, still intact, with no gaping wounds or blood. Ran Qingma cast a curious glance at his action. Su Yuan smiled faintly at her, mentally preparing his words. Yet in the next moment, his smile froze. Ran Qingma sheathed her sword and silently picked up a thick wooden stick from the ground, holding it in her hand. Su Yuan's pupils constricted slightly, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to say something. Wait. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Su Yuan collapsed to the ground, unconscious once more. Chapter 4. Danger. My head hurts. My body is so cold. As the chill wind howled, Su Yuan awakened once more from the chaos. An excruciating headache overwhelming him, rendering him reluctant to open his eyes. His clothing was damp, and the bone-chilling wind whipped against his wet garments, steadily sapping away the scant warmth he possessed. In an instant, Su Yuan realized that his body had succumbed to hypothermia. Gradually, he pried his eyes open, memories of the moments preceding his fainting spell flooding back like a tidal wave. His transmigration. The giant Buddha and the black-clad woman's bludgeoning strike. Gaining a clearer understanding of his predicament, Su Yuan found it arduous to move his gaze, scrutinizing his surroundings. He appeared to be in a cave. Not particularly large, merely 4 or 5 meters deep. The sky outside had brightened, though the rain continued to fall in a gentle drizzle, however, devoid of the warmth of the bonfire from the temple. The cave felt quite cold. The black-clad woman sat at the cave entrance with her eyes closed in meditation, her sword resting beside her, along with a rather familiar wooden stick. Su Yuan, moistening his parched lips. He gradually maneuvered his frail body against the icy stone wall behind him. Merely executing this simple action left him breathless. His relatively affluent upbringing had afforded him ample opportunity to experience diverse lifestyles, including outdoor adventures. This prior experience informed him that he was gravely ill, hypothermia, high fever, and even some dehydration. That he gazed at the black-clad woman at the cave entrance, her silky black hair clinging to her cheeks, her clothing soaked, accentuating her graceful curves. Witnessing this scene, Su Yuan felt no allure. Instead, a rush of blood surged to his head, that he suddenly understood why Su Changtian, this third son in Tsang, met with bizarre deaths in several timelines while being kidnapped. As he recalled this plot, Su Yuan had pondered why, with such a formidable ally like Ran Qingma at his side, Su Changtian would meet such an absurd fate. His current experience provided a direct answer. This foolish woman had actually brought him, a fainted patient, through the winter rain to this place, then abandoned him without a second thought. For her, enduring this wintry rain was trivial, but for an ordinary person, it could be deadly. The cave was enveloped in silence, the soft patter of rain filtering in from outside. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan weakly uttered, Ran Qingma. His once melodious voice had become gravelly and hoarse. The woman at the entrance of the cave slowly opened her eyes. Casting a bland glance in his direction, Su Yuan gasped for breath, each word an effort. Do you intend to let me die here? With her face obscured by a black veil, her beautiful eyes blinked slightly before she shook her head. In matters concerning Su Yuan's life, their perspectives were strikingly aligned. Su Yuan endured the discomfort in his body and said, If you don't want me to freeze to death, then please help me start a fire. Ran Qingma stared at Su Yuan for a couple of seconds, her beautiful eyes blinking for quite a while before she replied earnestly, But the fire starter is gone. Su Yuan opened his mouth, then rephrased his inquiry. What about your qi? In this world, the existence of qi could almost be regarded as a universal source of energy. Although the game Yuan did not portray this, it was reasonable to assume that in a remarkable world where top-tier powers could reduce the vast capital city to ruins, igniting a fire would surely be a trivial matter for this formidable expert standing before him. Ran Qingma blinked a couple of times, then rose from the ground, slowly approaching Su Yuan. She extended a delicate jade-like hand before him. A flicker of confusion crossed Su Yuan's eyes. Soon after, he observed a cyclone quietly gathering in her hand, and in an instant, a chunk of ice, roughly 10 centimeters in diameter, formed in her grasp. Holding the ice, Ran Qingma seemed entirely unfazed by the cold. She blinked her eyes and offered it to Su Yuan, saying, "Ice, would this suffice?" Gazing at the large chunk of ice being presented, Su Yuan instinctively felt that this woman was jesting with him. However, upon seeing her serious expression, he suppressed the urge to burst into laughter and took a deep breath. "I am unwell. I need a campfire, hot water, and food." Hearing this, Ran Qingma scrutinized Su Yuan's face for a couple of seconds, seemingly assessing his condition. After 2 seconds, she silently walked to a pack resting in the corner of the cave, rummaged through it, and returned with a water pouch and a dry biscuit, presenting them to Su Yuan. That he glanced at the food and water in his hands, then at the woman before him, whose lips were slightly trembling from the cold. "What about fire? I need a source of heat and hot water right now, but the fire starter is gone." Su Yuan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He chuckled in frustration, a suffocating dizziness rising within him. The fatigue and dizziness brought on by illness incessantly urged him to succumb to sleep, yet he understood that if he fell asleep now, it would likely be for a lifetime. Gathering his thoughts and stabilizing his consciousness, Su Yuan licked his pale lips and said, "Could you assist me in healing?" The medical system in this realm was quite antiquated, yet due to the existence of qi, it was not significantly inferior to that of his previous life. However, in such a remote wilderness, reliance on it was clearly futile. Nonetheless, Su Yuan recalled a glitch plotline from Tseng involving healing through the transfer of qi. Upon hearing his request, Ran Qingma discarded the chunk of ice in her hand and decisively sat down before Su Yuan, disregarding any notions of gender propriety. She lifted his shirt and placed a slender jade finger on his lower abdomen. Feeling a chill seep into his body, Su Yuan's heart leaped with joy. Yet in the next moment, the icy sensation abruptly vanished as Ran Qingma withdrew her hand that I in the cave. They exchanged bewildered glances. And Su Yuan croaked, "What happened?" Ran Qingma blinked twice and replied softly, "You have no qi. You will die." Su Yuan glanced down at himself. "Why?" "You have no qi." Su Yuan.as the game's passing reference transformed into reality. The overlooked details naturally filled in the gaps. This mystical substance, known as qi, indeed had the power to heal. However, the essence of healing through qi transfer lay in utilizing another's qi to guide one's own internal qi, which would then flow through the open meridians that in the process. The qi would gradually mend any damages, consuming harmful substances along the way. Yet an ordinary person who had not begun their training would have their meridians forever blocked. Su Yuan's entry point was minuscule. Hence, Ran Qingma's qi could not enter, and forcing it would only result in a rupture. Quite literally, a rupture. Understanding the principle, silence fell within the cave, weakly leaning against the cold stone wall. Su Yuan discovered that his physical condition was unexpectedly dire, lacking even the strength to remove his damp clothing. Due to fever and hypothermia, his consciousness was beginning to blur. He remained conscious solely because of his will to survive. In his previous life, he had experienced hypothermia during an expedition in Iceland, but fortunately, he had been accompanied by a survival expert of the Yes caliber, barely managing to survive. And now, Su Yuan cast a glance at the woman beside him. Ran Qingma sat quietly next to Su Yuan, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, seemingly troubled by the dilemma of how to prevent her meal ticket from succumbing to illness. Under the care of a clueless ice chunk, Su Yuan did not believe he would awaken again after falling asleep, that he rummaged through his mind for methods of igniting a fire in the wilderness, only to dismiss each one that either he lacked the necessary tools or materials. And even the most basic method of friction-based fire starting was impossible to execute under such torrential rain, which rendered any suitable dry wood or kindling elusive to in the midst of this silence. Time slipped away, second by second. Su Yuan's vision began to darken, and his body uncontrollably tilted toward the ground. Just before his sight faded, the last image he saw was of the woman in black rising and exiting the cave. Where was she going? As this thought flickered through his mind, darkness enveloped him. Chapter 5. Awakening consciousness faded. Su Yuan felt as though he had entered an endless void, shrouded in boundless darkness and cold. His senses had vanished, and he was unaware of the passage of time. He did not know how long had passed, but loneliness and despair filled his being. Had he died? Su Yuan believed he must have perished. Under the care of that utterly ignorant ice chunk, there was no conceivable way for him to survive in a state of hypothermia and fever, regardless of how terrified he had been of death in life. When it finally approached, all that remained was a sense of relief that in that moment. Su Yuan even found death to be quite agreeable, that he sensed a warm liquid continuously flowing by his lips, some of which even trickled into his mouth. That was a liquid, somewhat metallic, yet sweet. That was delightful to drink. Like parched earth being nourished by a long-awaited rain, the urge to swallow and suckle overwhelmed all instincts. As he consumed the warm, sweet liquid, waves of warmth began to spread through his limbs, dispelling the chill. Wait, if he were dead, then why could he still drink? With this peculiar thought emerging, his lost senses gradually returned, and he clearly heard the sound of gulp, gulp, gulp as he swallowed. Slowly, he opened his eyes, but his unfocused pupils rendered the scene before him somewhat distorted. Accompanied by the gulp, gulp, gulp of swallowing, the image before Su Yuan gradually sharpened. He beheld a pair of faintly colored eyes. His muddled mind rendered him momentarily confused about the situation. Staring at the figure before him for 2 seconds, he instinctively tilted his head, as soon as he moved. A cold little hand pressed down on his head, preventing him from moving. It was ranching. Su Yuan opened his mouth to speak, only to realize that the spout of a water pouch was inserted into his mouth. With warm liquid continuously flowing down his throat, his consciousness slowly cleared. Su Yuan clenched his fists slightly and began to struggle, but the other party's strength was overwhelming. The sensation of being force-fed water was quite unpleasant, especially since the spout of the pouch was rather long, pouring a steady stream of liquid down his throat. Their gazes met. Su Yuan, while striving to swallow, blinked vigorously. Ranchima blinked back and nodded at him. Su Yuan. After several seconds of silence, Su Yuan's face gradually flushed, and the sound of water being poured became the only noise echoing in the cave. Once the liquid was exhausted, Ranchima stowed away the water pouch and quietly rose to leave. With her departure, the confinement vanished. The choking sensation allowed Su Yuan to breathe deeply. Feeling as though he had been reborn, he slowly sat up, eager to unleash a tirade of curses, but before he could utter a word, he was taken aback as he glanced down at his body. With the influx of liquid, his previously icy and painful body began to gradually warm up, heat radiating swiftly, visibly spreading from his stomach to his limbs. Dissipating the accumulated chill within it was an unprecedented experience, 100 times more effective than any remedy from his past life. What did you feed me? Su Yuan asked, his voice still hoarse but no longer as weak as before. As he spoke, he turned to follow Ranchingma's retreating figure, only to suddenly notice that the cave had grown considerably warmer, with a faint mist hanging in the air. Just as his curiosity stirred, his gaze fell upon a scene that almost caused him to choke. Since his arrival in this world, each awakening had pushed the limits of his psychological and physiological endurance. The cave's entrance was an oval shape with a radius of 2 meters. And at that moment, it was nearly blocked by an enormous head. It was a giant python. 2 fangs protruded from its mouth, and its half-closed snake eyes ominously gazed into the cave. Its scales glowed a fiery red, resembling flames, while a single horn atop its head emitted a faint golden light, and the massive wings on either side of its head gently undulated with each breath. Raindrops fell upon the giant python, or rather, the serpent demon, causing steam to rise from its scales. The mist enveloped the cave, transforming it into a realm of enchantment. What was this? Su Yuan struggled to rise to his feet, gradually retreating backwards. As he blinked his eyes open, he caught sight of a colossal python lying not far away, fixated on him. The worldview from his previous life rendered him momentarily unable to accept this reality. Shouldn't a transition to another world come with a beginner's village for adaptation? Was this imposing serpent truly something one would encounter in a starting area? While Su Yuan's mind was in turmoil, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure clad in black, already leaping onto the gigantic head of the serpent. Amidst the hazy rain, with the faint light filtering through the curtain of droplets, Su Yuan followed the movements of the dark silhouette and noticed a crystalline ice spear, as clear as water, protruding from the back of the python's head. A massive icicle that had pierced through the creature's vital point. pinning it to the ground. Ran Shima aimed the spout of a water pouch at the sharp horn atop the serpent's head and gently tapped its resilient scales with the scabbard of her sword. The python, resigned to its fate, closed its eyes, and droplets of golden liquid began to seep from its horn, flowing gradually into the pouch. Once the water pouch was filled, the aura emanating from the serpent noticeably diminished. Ran Shima leaped down from the serpent and handed the pouch to Su Yuan, who accepted it with a calm expression, still somewhat dazed. After passing the water pouch to Su Yuan, Ran Qingma scanned the cave, her eyes flickering as if recalling something, and silently turned to dash into the rain. Staring blankly at her departing figure, Su Yuan's rigid thoughts began to stir, observing the colossal python blocking the exit. He realized that in order to save him, this massive ice creature had nearly defeated the beast and dragged it back. The rain continued to fall softly, and the woman's silhouette vanished completely within the downpour. Approximately a minute later, Ran Qingmo returned from the rain, cradling a hefty bundle of damp firewood, causing droplets to splash upon the dry ground. Ignoring Su Yuan's astonished gaze, she placed the bundle down 2 meters away and silently arranged it into a campfire formation. Seemingly preparing to kindle a flame with the wet wood, that Su Yuan watched her actions with a smile, instinctively preparing to dissuade her. However, Ran Qingma had already darted to the side of the python, her gaze tranquil as she lightly tapped its head with her sword's scabbard. The python seemed startled, flinching as it regarded Ran Qingma, then opened its mouth to extend its long, slender tongue, and in an instant, a wave of heat surged through the cave. The bundle of soaked wood evaporated at a visible speed, and with a gentle touch of the serpent's tongue upon the firewood, a flicker of flame illuminated the icy stone walls of the cave. Su Yuan opened his mouth, silently swallowing the words he wished to express. Chapter 6. The attack. Watching the firelight flicker to life, Su Yuan sighed softly and chuckled. Regardless of how intricate the narrative of Tsung might be, it remained merely a game, unable to encapsulate every facet of a complete world that in this extraordinary realm. Many of his former understandings had become the subject of ridicule. Here, sickness did not necessarily require medication, nor did one always need a fire for warmth in the wilderness. That Su Yuan considered himself highly adaptable. However, faced with such a shift in the rules of reality, the habits formed over 20 years still influenced his thought processes. As his thoughts wandered, Su Yuan cast a glance at the python at the cave entrance. Since his awakening, the creature had remained there, seemingly watching him as if it recognized his face. Without deep contemplation, he deduced that this python was a species known as the flame spirit python, a rare elite fire attribute material creature with a degree of intelligence, capable of being tamed into a companion and later cultivated into a flame spirit flood dragon. In the game, subduing such a python was quite simple. One merely needed to overpower it, as it was known for its docility and fear of death. While Su Yuan had dismissed such lowly creatures as companions in the game, the flame spirit liquid it produced was indeed a valuable resource, useful even in the late stages for crafting various elixirs. Currently, he lacked the means to concoct potions, yet the flame spirit liquid was a treasure that could be used directly. Recalling the description of the liquid from the formula book, Su Yuan's eyes flickered momentarily. The Book of Changes speaks of extracting marrow, dispelling cold ailments, nourishing yin, and bolstering yang. The serpent's nature is inherently lustful, with a slight aphrodisiac effect. Suddenly, Su Yuan remembered that this liquid was also one of the ingredients for the illicit treasure known as Harmony Powder in the Dark World line. Casting a glance at the water pouch in his hand, he instinctively glanced toward the other figure in the cave. After completing her earlier tasks, Ran Qingma had silently seated herself on the opposite side of the cave, entering into a meditative state. Her cold aura palpable from a distance, that Su Yuan withdrew his gaze and quietly set the water pouch down. Indeed, while the flame spirit liquid was a remarkable substance, under the current circumstances, he needed to consume it sparingly. Otherwise, should that massive ice creature decide to strike him down, he would have nowhere to lament. As he pondered these disjointed thoughts, Su Yuan patted the damp fabric of his ornate robe and rose to seek the assistance of the python in drying his clothes. The fabric, once soaked, could dry rapidly without the need for a fire, proving far more convenient than any drying machine from his previous life. Su Yuan's soft footsteps did not attract Ran Qingma's attention. She remained quietly seated, lost in her thoughts, Approaching the flame's spirit python, he found himself surprisingly adept at adapting to the situation. Initially frightened, he now maintained a calm gaze that he and the serpent locked eyes. Su Yuan pointed at his clothing. The flame's spirit python merely lay there, watching him without moving. Taking a deep breath, he gestured toward Ran Qingma. The python's vertical pupils revealed a hint of human disdain before it opened its mouth wide. Extending its tongue, the tongue emerged. A wave of dry heat enveloped him, evaporating the moisture from his robe at an observable rate. Su Yuan was taken aback, realizing that these magical beasts could indeed wield a semblance of authority. The python's drying speed was impressive, but just as Su Yuan's robe was about to be completely dried, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The once docile and timid flame's spirit python suddenly flashed with a frenzied killing intent. Its tongue transforming into a blur, propelled by a wave of heat towards Su Yuan's head. Should this massive creature's attack connect, there would be no room for negotiation. His head would explode on impact. In that critical moment, a streak of blue sword light abruptly cleaved through the air, swallowing the encroaching heat with an unending chill that in the blink of an eye. The dark silhouette appeared before him at an imperceptible speed. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the slender, formidable tongue was severed, falling to the cold ground, its residual nerves causing it to writhe in a final twitch. The cave fell silent for a brief moment. Ah! A piercing cry of agony erupted as the massive body of the flame's spirit python thrashed violently, causing the cave to tremble. Blocking Su Yuan's path, Ran Qingma fixed her tranquil gaze upon the serpent, her hand resting lightly on the hilt of her sword, effortlessly swinging it. Without a sound, a horizontal slash cleaved through the cave, the gash in the wall revealing the gloomy rain outside. The previously writhing flame spirit python suddenly froze in place. Ran Qingma sheathed her sword and slowly turned to Su Yuan, stating, "Someone wishes to kill you. We must leave." There were no accusations, no questions. Her abrupt words merely stated a fact she had discerned. With her calm voice, the head of the flame's spirit python, now diagonally severed, slipped away silently. Su Yuan watched the scene unfold, biting his lip with determination. Without needing Ran Qingma's prompt, he had already realized that someone intended for him to perish in this desolate mountain. The flame's spirit python, possessing a notable intelligence and a nature inclined towards self-preservation, would never recklessly retaliate unless compelled by a deep-seated fear that a chilling thought gripped him. Had he ventured into the python's attack range while Ran Qingma was gathering firewood, he could have returned to find himself lifeless. In the narrative of Tsangyin, the third son of the Su family had met his demise 9 times along various paths, each death a unique misfortune, due to Ran Qingma's lack of knowledge and oversight. Dying from exposure was merely one of many possibilities. Drowning in a shallow stream while drinking, falling off a cliff, or being struck dead by a stick. The myriad unfortunate fates of the third son often became the subject of jest among players. Yet at this moment, Su Yuan found no humor in it. Upon reflection, these abstract deaths bore no difference from the backstabbing suicide he had experienced in his past life. That it was not mere coincidence. A third party had deliberately sought to eliminate him along this path of abduction. The rain continued to pour outside, the sky a foreboding shade of dark. Su Yuan exhaled deeply, raising his gaze to meet her calm eyes, his expression grave as he spoke earnestly. "Mr. Ran, we need to talk." Chapter 7. Cooperation. As his words hung in the air, Ran Qingma regarded the handsome and earnest face of the man before her, her expression revealing nothing of her current thoughts. But Su Yuan did not rush, quietly awaiting the response from the other party. No one wishes for death, and he was no exception. Although the third young master of this family wielded considerable power within the entirety of Dian, distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst in this current state of isolation and vulnerability. The only person Su Yuan could rely on was the very individual who had abducted him, Ran Qingma. While others sought to end his life, she merely sought to hold him for ransom. After the death of the flame's spirit python, blood gushed forth like molten lava, creating wisps of mist in the chill of the winter rain, isolating the desolation outside the cave in the silence. Ran Qingma's calm voice gradually broke through the stillness of the cave. "All right, speak." Su Yuan felt a slight sense of relief, that he was genuinely fearful that at this moment, she might strike him again. Choosing his words carefully, he gazed at her and softly said, "Mr. Ran, what I wish to convey is quite simple. For the sake of both our lives, it would be prudent for us to collaborate." Ran Qingma silently regarded him, awaiting his next words. Sensing her attentiveness, Su Yuan continued, "I recognize that, as a captive, my words may seem presumptuous. However, as you witnessed earlier, the inherently death-fearing flame spirit python attempted to attack me at the cost of its life, which undoubtedly suggests that someone is manipulating events from behind the scenes. Should I perish here, my father will not let you escape unscathed." Pausing for emphasis, Su Yuan articulated each word deliberately. "You too shall meet your end." The woman before him, always clad in black and possessing a demeanor as tranquil as water, was undeniably formidable. Yet in this world, strength was not her sole domain, and the capture of Su Chantian had marked the beginning of her demise. Within Tsung, Su Yuan had always appreciated the character of Ran Qingma. She could be considered a half-heroine, as she invariably met her end before any affection could blossom between her and the player, often dying without ever having unveiled her veil. Among the 25 endings of Tsung, Ran Qingma had but one official Easter egg where she escaped overseas, yet the conditions to achieve this required the player to cheat, raising their attributes to the maximum and forcibly defeating a boss that was otherwise insurmountable at that stage. That Su Yuan once found this Easter egg intriguing. The fate of a character could be altered by the choices made by the player, although the extent of this change was limited unless one resorted to cheating. However, he now found himself perceiving a certain kinship between her and his original self, both existing as tragic figures across 25 timelines, meeting demise each time. Ran Qingmo remained silent, her gaze betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. The death threat Su Yuan had voiced did not seem to sway her in the slightest, realizing that such a tactic might prove ineffective against a woman of her caliber. Su Yuan inhaled deeply and suddenly stated, "Mr. Ran, your capture of me pertains to the 40,000 disciples of the Sword Sect, correct?" Ran Qingma's eyes flickered momentarily, and the warmth of the cave's air seemed to cool slightly. Su Yuan, recognizing the shift, continued in a hushed tone, "You need not regard me with such suspicion. I will not pry into your sources of information, nor should you question how this worthless individual came by such knowledge. We are in the same boat now, and delving deeper serves no purpose." For a brief moment, a hint of softness appeared in Ran Qingma's eyes, that Su Yuan cast a glance at the massive python's corpse outside. Speaking softly, "While I still do not fully endorse your assessment that capturing me grants you leverage over my father, I believe that if you genuinely intend to threaten him, you cannot rely on a mere corpse." Ran Qingma fell silent for 2 seconds, and from beneath her veiled face came her crisp voice, "However, you lack energy." Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating her words before grasping their meaning, that in this extraordinary world, lacking energy equated to being an ordinary person. To someone of Ran Qingma's caliber, an ordinary individual was scarcely distinguishable from an ant. Her statement was not a critique of Su Yuan's audacity in proposing cooperation, but rather a simple declaration of fact. If a third party dared to act against Su Yuan in her presence, they would undoubtedly possess considerable power. Should she engage in combat, merely the residual force would suffice to end Su Yuan's life 100 times over. Presently, she was already tasked with protecting Su Yuan, rendering any collaboration unnecessary. That Su Yuan had no intentions of involving himself in battle. Instead, he quietly inquired, "Do you possess a map of the Wanqing mountain range?" Ran Qingma blinked, then turned and rummaged through her pack at the rear of the cave. She returned with a rolled sheepskin scroll, presenting it to Su Yuan, and he settled down cross-legged, unfurling the scroll by the flickering firelight to scrutinize the map. Upon seeing it, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. While there were some discrepancies in the details, the map largely aligned with that of the Wanqing mountain range from Tsangyuan. After a moment's pause, Su Yuan gestured for Ran Qingma to sit beside him, stating, "As long as you can ascertain our location, I can provide a hiding place." Slowly, Ran Qingma lifted the hem of her dark dress and settled beside Su Yuan. Though her gaze remained watchful, Su Yuan recognized the flaw in his wording. Though somewhat naive, Ran Qingma was certainly not foolish. Lowering his gaze to the map, Su Yuan pondered briefly before saying, I understand that my father's men are likely searching for me in the Wanqing mountain range. But you need not worry excessively. I cannot contact them, and before a practitioner of your caliber, all my actions are transparent. There is no need to fear that I will leave any markers. On the contrary, if you continue to lead me through the Wanqing mountain range, the likelihood of being discovered increases significantly. As he spoke, Su Yuan met her serene gaze, his voice still somewhat hoarse. You can conceal your energy, but I cannot. Like many extraordinary worlds, here practitioners could sense others through their energy. Ranchima contemplated for a long moment before finally nodding gently, stating earnestly, I will keep an eye on you. Su Yuan smiled slightly. As you wish. With that, he returned his focus to the unfolded map, softly remarking, when I was younger, my father brought my 2 brothers and me to the Wanqing mountain range, but he has a cave here rich in resources for cultivation, sufficient for us to live comfortably for an extended period. This was a fabrication. His estranged father had no knowledge of such a treasure, yet it did not impede his intention to place this burden upon her. After all, Ranchima would not confront him directly. Upon hearing this, Ranchima's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her voice cold. Does your father know? Su Yuan had anticipated this question, responding nonchalantly. Currently, my father is stationed in the imperial capital and cannot search for me personally. His subordinates would have no knowledge of that place. Moreover, even if they were aware of the cave, Mr. Ran, what do you think are the chances they would go there to find me? Ranchima fell silent. Su Yuan gently tapped the sheepskin scroll. All right. Please indicate our current location on the map, and then we should proceed swiftly. Upon hearing this, Ranchima nodded lightly, her beautiful eyes slightly averted. After staring at the map for a while, she hesitantly extended a slender finger to gently touch a point. Observing this, Su Yuan's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, that it was quite close. Before he could feel elated, he then noticed her delicate finger moving again, pointing to another location, then to a third and a fourth. Su Yuan fell silent. His expression caught between words. The firelight flickered, and in silent exchange, Ranchima averted her gaze, softly murmuring, I do not know. Chapter 8. Tianmen Mountain. Su Yuan felt rather foolish. Truly, he had somehow placed his hopes on an imbecile capable of freezing a hostage to death to discern their direction in the wilderness. After a brief silence, Su Yuan gently patted Ranchima's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, folded the map, and rose, murmuring, Please take me to the highest point nearby. Perhaps I can discern our location. Ranchima's eyes flickered. A hint of skepticism evident, Su Yuan understood her doubts and softly reassured her. Over the years, I have been idle, yet I have learned a few things. Oh! Su Yuan approached the cave entrance, gazing at the misty, rain-drenched forest landscape outside, and turned back to glance at the black-clad woman organizing her belongings, murmuring, It is still raining outside. Ranchima cast a glance at him, then at the water pouch strapped to his waist. Su Yuan sighed softly, observing her damp attire. I know that with the flame spirit liquid, ailments like wind chill are not a pressing concern, but do you not find wearing wet clothing uncomfortable? Ranchima blinked, feeling her attire, and nodded in agreement. That Su Yuan pondered briefly, casting a glance at the ice spear still embedded in the corpse of the flame spirit python amidst the rain. 1 minute later, a man and a woman stood suspended high above the ground, dozens of meters in the air. The man wore a luxurious brocade robe, holding a sheepskin scroll, while the woman, face concealed by a thin veil, exuded elegance, holding a crystal-made umbrella by his side. The rain had lessened, the wind remained, and the torrential downpour in the mountains had transformed into a gentle, persistent drizzle, standing on the transparent platform formed by the chi condensed by Ranchima. Beneath my feet lay a vast forest of towering trees extending for dozens of meters, an endless sea of greenery stretching into the horizon. The Wanqing mountain range loomed over the southwestern border of the Great Yan Dynasty, an unbroken chain spanning tens of thousands of miles. The thick white mist significantly obscured Su Yuan's vision. However, upon reaching this elevated ground, he realized he had no need to discern direction. In the distance, at the edge of the forest, a colossal shadow of a mountain towered above, blotting out the sun. Even from an unknown distance, its massive form was faintly visible through the misty rain. resembling a monstrous beast that spanned the heavens and the earth, dwarfing even the roof of the world from his previous life. As the map of the game transformed into reality, the awe before him was ineffable. Su Yuan squinted, fixated on the immense shadow. Is that Tianmen Mountain? Ran Qingmao, holding an umbrella, let her robe sleeves flutter gently in the wind. Indeed. Can we ascend it? Are you referring to the cave on top? Yes. The cave known as Yuan was a hidden map within the King Dao bloodline of the world. The triggering conditions were rather cliché to being pursued, fleeing into the Wanqing Mountains, climbing Tianmen Mountain, being forced to leap off the cliff. If one's fortune exceeded 80, one can enter the hidden cave after the leap. Fortune less than 80? Then one should brace for a free fall. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Yuan gently shook his head. According to the game's formula, he recalled that his original self, the third young master, had a fortune of merely 3. Even jumping off the cliff 100 times would not grant him entry, as if he had exhausted all his luck in this life. However, with the formidable Ran Qingmao by his side, once they reached the precipice, she could simply carry him down to search slowly. Ran Qingmao gazed at the towering Tianmen Mountain in silence for 2 seconds, then stated, "All right." With that, she dispelled the platform of condensed qi beneath their feet. Su Yuan. The sensation of free fall was far from pleasant. Yet, thankfully, this foolish woman, Ran Qingmao, understood that a fall from such a height would turn him, an ordinary person, into a mere splatter. Just before they landed, a subtle force enveloped Su Yuan, and the two descended into the woods, cradled in a princess carry. Exchanging a glance, Ran Qingmao set him down gently on the ground, holding the umbrella with one hand, and calmly said, "Let us proceed." Su Yuan steadied himself, brushing off his robe to mask his embarrassment, yet he frowned upon hearing her words. "Proceed?" "Yes." Ran Qingmao nodded, estimating the distance between Tianmen Mountain and their current position in his mind. He reiterated, "You mean we walk there?" Ran Qingmao tilted her head slightly. "What else? But don't you know how to fly?" Su Yuan questioned, a peculiar expression on his face. "Walking will take us at least a fortnight." Ran Qingmao remained silent for 2 seconds, scrutinizing Su Yuan before earnestly responding, "I cannot fly." But just now, Su Yuan pointed towards the sky. Ran Qingmao followed his gesture, glancing at the heavens, and explained, "That was my technique, ice cloud steps." Ice cloud steps? Su Yuan, unfamiliar with the techniques of this realm, instinctively inquired. Ran Qingmao showed no intent to answer, merely gazing at him. Realizing that such inquiries about techniques might be deemed private, Su Yuan shifted his question. "You can't fly with a sword?" After a brief contemplation, Ran Qingmao replied softly, "My technique does not encompass sword flight. It only includes ice cloud steps. Sword flight is part of the hanging sky sword technique." Upon hearing the name of the hanging sky sword technique, Su Yuan's mind swiftly recalled the introduction of this technique from the game's formula book. Yet he could not recall any mention of sword flight, likely due to the automatic filtering of information by the world. Nevertheless, after Ran Qingmao's explanation, Su Yuan grasped her meaning. There existed methods of traversing the skies, but due to differing techniques, the means of flight varied. Pausing for thought, Su Yuan asked, "Then why not simply use your ice cloud steps to take me there?" Ran Qingmao did not respond immediately, assessing Su Yuan's physique before shaking her head. "Your body is too weak. You would perish." "But I was fine just now." Su Yuan frowned. Earlier, when Ran Qingmao had carried him into the air to ascertain their location, he had felt no discomfort. The speed just now was very slow. Su Yuan fell silent, that he realized he had been somewhat presumptuous, overlooking a crucial matter. Ran Qingmao did not possess the extraordinary resilience of superhumans from his past life. The human body could only endure a limited amount of acceleration. Ran Qingmao's method of flight was clearly through the condensed qi-forming platforms to step upon, allowing for continuous leaps in the air. For someone like him, who had been drained by indulgence, even an unprotected acceleration of 4 to 5G could send him to his demise. Considering the imperceptible speed Ran Qingmao had demonstrated earlier, it must have commenced at a minimum of 30G acceleration. With this realization, Su Yuan cast a deep glance at the veiled woman before him. Though she occasionally appeared somewhat daft, in certain respects, she was remarkably reliable, Had she not considered this aspect, he might have perished the moment acceleration began. Momentarily, Su Yuan contemplated suggesting that Ran Qingma control her speed. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. While Ran Qingma could regulate speed, doing so would prolong their time in the air. The Wanqing mountain range was rife with magical beasts. Even the casual encounter with a Yinling python had revealed that all were minions of a mysterious force. Prolonged airtime would inevitably attract the attention of lurking beasts. Moreover, these creatures were not confined to the ground. Some aerial beasts possessed vision far superior to that of humans, walking on foot. With the cover of foliage and the perceptive prowess of Ran Qingma nearby, would not guarantee complete concealment, but at the very least, it would ensure they left no survivors. With a gentle sigh, Su Yuan surveyed the endless expanse of the forest around them. Walking seemed the only option. He would treat this as his first journey into an otherworldly realm. Chapter 9. The Frail Body as the rain began to thin. The tranquility of the mountain temple remained unchanged since Su Yuan and his companion departed. The bloodstained ground where the corpses lay now congealed. Suddenly, two figures descended from the sky, landing on the blood-stained clearing left by the bodies. A man and a woman, both clad in fitted attire, bore a striking resemblance to the dozens of uniformed corpses strewn across the ground. With a black base and red trim, their robes bore a menacing golden dragon embroidered on the back. The man, sporting stubble, carried a sword on his back, his playful eyes scanning the grim scene around him as he covered his nose and shook his head. How tragic. It seems the ones who kidnapped the third young master are no ordinary foes. The woman, her expression stern, had long hair cascading down to her waist, tied in a high ponytail that swayed behind her. With a slender waist and a bosom accentuated by her fitted attire, her gaze swept over the corpses on the ground. Can you discern who did this? Casually strolling among the bodies. The man shook his head nonchalantly, his voice tinged with intrigue. How could I tell? These are merely the results of ordinary sword chi slashes, without any sophisticated sword techniques employed. The woman's eyes slightly lowered as she surveyed the positions of the corpses. Whispering, they formed a formation. The man nodded. I see, yes. The cuts on these individuals are shallow, indicating they died almost instantaneously. In an instant. The woman frowned at his words, looking at the man. Can you replicate this? The man rubbed the back of his neck, glancing at her with a hint of amusement. So, you think so little of me? After a brief pause, he shook his head again, pointing to a corpse slumped against a dry well beside the temple's clearing. Grinning as he remarked, but you are correct. I indeed cannot do it, at least not with a death like Zhou Yuan's. As he spoke, the woman focused her gaze on the corpse. The body beside the dry well belonged to a middle-aged man with a beard. His bulging muscles were faintly visible beneath his clothing. Yet his arms were severed at the elbows, and the fatal injury was a fine cut across his throat. The circumstances of his death were evident that a sword chi had shot out from the temple's entrance. And as the formation's anchor, the middle-aged man attempted to block it with his hands, only for the sword chi to shatter his protective aura, severing his arms and precisely slicing his throat in one decisive motion. Not a shred of unnecessary force was wasted. I could kill him with a single sword strike, but I cannot achieve such precision against a martial arts master like Zhou Yuan. With that, the man pretended to grasp a sword, cheerfully mimicking the action of striking the corpse. If I were to strike, his head would simply fall off. With a slight sigh, the man glanced into the dark interior of the temple, his expression grave. Moreover, that spirit Buddha inside, without using source chi, I wouldn't be able to sever it with a single sword. As he spoke, a glimmer of seriousness crossed his eyes. That person may be stronger than I. The woman fell silent. The man languidly tousled his disheveled hair and sighed. Young master has proactively traveled from the imperial capital to Jingjiang City due to matters concerning third young master. Quite a number of people have already perished in the city. You should return and report to him. The assailants this time are likely to be grand masters. The woman fixed her gaze on the man and inquired, What about you? The man raised a hand to stroke his stubbled chin and grinned. Naturally. I shall continue the pursuit. Even if it is a grand master, they cannot run fast with third young master in tow. I will leave markers along the way for you. Remember to be swift in your return, for by the time you catch up, I might very well be a corpse. With that, he patted the woman's shoulder and, without waiting for a response, leaped away, vanishing from the blood-stained clearing before the Buddhist hall. The woman stood in silence for a long while, ultimately transforming into a fleeting shadow as she sped off in the opposite direction of the man's disappearance. 2 days later, the rain had ceased, and sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a golden hue. Sunbeams filtered through the treetops, filling the forest with the fragrance of blooming grass and fresh earth. Ha! Ho! Ha! Ha! Su Yuan, hands on his waist, leaned against a towering tree, laboriously uttering 2 words, "Rest, rest." The woman in black, walking ahead, glanced back at his pale, ashen face and silently halted her steps, sitting down on the ground to close her eyes and recuperate. Stealing a glance at her, Su Yuan plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. But he had never imagined that a body could become so feeble, nor did he think that this frail body would be his own. Even on level ground, after merely a few kilometers, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and his steady breathing turned erratic, a burning sensation gradually spreading across his chest. After walking for a while, any prolonged exertion would trigger a dull ache in his lower back. Over the past 3 days, Su Yuan often felt that had Ranqingma not captured the original body, it might have succumbed to death within a few years, lying in the woman's embrace. It was one thing to abstain from desire, but to neglect any form of exercise was utterly baffling. Moreover, the most troubling aspect was the overwhelming urge reminiscent of a nicotine craving, yet exponentially more intense, leading Su Yuan to surmise that the original third young master was undoubtedly indulging in drugs. The journey through time had not reset the body's afflictions to factory settings. Instead, they were passed down intact to Su Yuan. The unfortunate heir. The myriad ailments of this frail body rendered their progress through the Wanqing mountain forest akin to a tortoise's crawl. During their rest, Su Yuan's breathing gradually steadied as he gazed at the black-clad woman meditating opposite him. Sunlight streamed through the treetops, illuminating her fair skin with speckled rays. After a moment, Su Yuan suddenly spoke. "Mr. Ran, at our current pace, it may take us another month to reach Tianmen Mountain." "I am aware," Ranqingmo replied, her eyes still closed, her tone calm, that Su Yuan pondered for a moment before softly adding, "Given the length of time, we may be pursued at any moment." Ranqingmo remained silent, simply opening her eyes to regard him quietly. Su Yuan offered an awkward smile, that he understood that these difficulties stemmed from his own frail body. Yet every time they paused, it was only after he had pushed himself to his physical limits. Unfortunately, those limits were rather low. After a brief pause, Su Yuan hesitated slightly before suggesting softly, "So, could you perhaps capture a beast for me to ride?" After careful consideration, Su Yuan voiced this suggestion that it carried risks, albeit minimal. Should the beast prove troublesome, Ranqingmo possessed the strength to eliminate it before it could react. Ranqingmo contemplated for a moment, then nodded slightly, rising with her sword in hand. She stood still for 2 seconds before glancing in a particular direction, and in an instant, her figure vanished from sight. While Su Yuan remained momentarily stunned, a thunderous roar of a massive tiger echoed from 1,000 meters away. "Roar!" Then came a dull thud. "Ba! Roar! Ba! Ow! Woo-woo!" Chapter 10. Ailments. Moments later, Ranqingmo descended from the sky, clutching a colossal white tiger, which crashed heavily to the ground. The tiger, measuring 2 zhang in length, appeared as nothing more than a large cat in her grasp, pinned down by the nape of its neck and utterly immobilized. Ranqingmo released her grip, pointed at the prostrate white tiger, and approached Su Yuan, softly inquiring, "Is it acceptable?" Su Yuan remained silent, but he observed as the moment she released it. The tiger cautiously lifted its head, its piercing, slitted eyes fixated ominously on Ranqingmo's back, in the next instant. Su Yuan witnessed the tiger attempting to demonstrate the meaning of lack of freedom and the desire for death before Ranqingmo. The white tiger suddenly lunged with ferocity towards the slender figure of the woman, only to be met with the swift strike of Ranqingmo's sword hilt against its skull in that fleeting moment. Su Yuan caught a glimpse of the tiger's bewildered eyes as it soared through the air, seemingly on the verge of ascent. The massive creature's form transformed into a shadow, hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the roots of a towering tree several dozen meters away. Ran Qingma halted her steps towards Su Yuan, glanced back at the tiger with a hint of disappointment, murmuring softly, "It seems it is not yet ready," she whispered to Su Yuan. "Please wait a moment." And with that, she strode toward the rising cloud of dust. After a brief silence, a white shadow suddenly darted out from the swirling dust, but instead of pouncing at Ran Qingma, it rolled and scrambled away. Attempting to flee into the depths of the forest, the human woman is terrifying. "I must escape." With a swift step, Ran Qingma's figure vanished from her spot. Bang! A dull sound shattered the tranquil forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. Ran Qingma landed gracefully, surveying the large tiger that lay motionless, its head buried in the earth, and silently grasped its fur, dragging it back towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan watched this scene unfold, his eyes twitching. Coming to a halt, Ran Qingma nodded at Su Yuan. "It should be fine now. You may try to mount it." Su Yuan opened his mouth, casting a glance at the immobile white tiger. Its half-closed eyes were clearly feigning death, filled with a warning glare directed at Su Yuan. Beasts possess intelligence, albeit varying in degree. At this moment, the tiger comprehended that this formidable human woman intended to offer it as a steed to the man before her. Su Yuan hesitated, yet trusting in Ran Qingma's strength, he cautiously approached the prostrated tiger. As he drew near, the tiger's half-lidded eyes opened to fixate on him, its head lifting slightly, emitting a low, warning growl. "Roar. One may be slain, but not insulted." Bang! The woman beside them immediately responded with a strike of her sword hilt. "Ow!" The tiger instinctively lowered its head. Seeing this, Su Yuan seized the opportunity to grasp the tiger's fur and clamber onto its back. The tiger's coat was soft and smooth, providing a comforting sensation akin to petting a cat in a previous life. Su Yuan tentatively stroked the tiger's head a couple of times, only to discover several swollen lumps beneath his fingers. "Roar!" the tiger growled. Bang! Another lump formed. "Woo!" The tiger resignedly lowered its head. Ran Qingma slowly retracted her sword hilt and said softly, "Let us depart." As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at the white tiger. With just a look from Ran Qingma, Su Yuan felt the massive white tiger beneath him begin to sway. It did not rush to rise, but instead rubbed its head against the hem of Ran Qingma's black skirt. Su Yuan found this scene amusing, and as a smile began to form, a sudden sensation of tightness mixed with a slight itch spread through his chest. The smile faltered, and Su Yuan furrowed his brow. This itching sensation had plagued him several times over the past 2 days. That it was likely a consequence of the original body's drug dependency. If he could endure for just a quarter of an hour, the feeling would naturally dissipate. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Su Yuan prepared to suggest delaying their progress. But before he could utter a word, the itch within his chest suddenly intensified, transforming into a maddening craving in mere seconds. An overwhelming sensation of suffocation washed over him, causing Su Yuan's vision to darken. Instinctively, he clutched the soft fur of the white tiger beneath him to steady himself. Yet waves of dizziness surged over him, and his one straight posture began to bend. The grip he had on the fur gradually weakened, and his body uncontrollably toppled to the side. Ran Qingma immediately sensed Su Yuan's unusual state. Swiftly moving to support him before he could hit the ground, her delicate brows knitting together. "What is wrong?" Su Yuan's vision blurred, and as he opened his mouth to speak, a metallic taste surged from his throat. "Wah!" A mouthful of blood splattered onto the brown earth, and the discomfort compelled him to instinctively push away the supportive Ran Qingma. Kneeling on the ground, his consciousness blurred, and the pain combined with the suffocating craving drove him to dig his fingers deep into the soil. He suddenly realized that this symptom could not merely be the result of drug use. This body harbored issues that in Su Yuan's mind, memories related to the original self, Su Changtian, raced by at lightning speed. Yet despite his relentless contemplation, he remained utterly perplexed. The formula books, game plots, and associated novels bore no mention of the original self exhibiting such symptoms, let alone providing any explanation for their cause. Was it the world's automatic completion? A thought flickered through Su Yuan's mind. Even though Tsungyin encompasses millions of words, the two individuals still seemed minuscule within the vastness of an entire world, leaving the uncharted territories of the narrative susceptible to automatic fulfillment. But why would the world's completion manifest such symptoms in the original self? Su Yuan endeavored to discern clues within his foggy consciousness, but his awareness began to wane, the weight of his eyelids forcing him to close his eyes in anguish. In the haze of his consciousness, Su Yuan vaguely felt a cold sensation radiating from his lower abdomen that a familiar chill. Was this Ran Qinghua using qi? Unlike the previous instance when he felt a chilling touch during his loss of temperature. This time Su Yuan could distinctly perceive the icy aura brought forth by Ran Qinghua swiftly spreading from his wrist throughout his entire being. Amidst the enveloping darkness, the suffocating pain in his chest was washed away by waves of relentless cold, gradually dissolving until it vanished completely. Upon awakening once more, the world had shifted. The sun no longer gracing the sky, Su Yuan could see through the gaps between his fingers the bright moon accompanied by a myriad of stars beyond the treetops. He stared blankly at the night sky for an extended period, memories from before his unconsciousness flooding back like a tide. With a slight furrow of his brow, Su Yuan immediately sat up, his heart still racing as he gingerly touched his chest. The source of the pain that had previously lingered there had entirely disappeared. Awake! A woman's gentle voice drew Su Yuan's attention, turning his gaze. He immediately spotted the familiar figure of the woman in black, sitting beside a tree with her eyes closed in meditation. Recalling the cold sensation he felt while unconscious, Su Yuan nodded slightly and inquired, Mr. Ran, did you not say that ordinary people cannot use qi for healing? Ran Qinghua slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Su Yuan for a prolonged moment, her voice particularly clear in the stillness of the night. Ordinary people indeed cannot. But you possess qi while unconscious. Furthermore, quite a lot of it. Chapter 11, Anomalous Syndrome. Su Yuan turned his head slightly to look at the woman beside him. Anomalous syndrome? This somewhat familiar term, accompanied by Ran Qinghua's serene gaze reminiscent of their first encounter, sent shivers down his spine that he suddenly understood the source of the excruciating pain that had emanated from the depths of his very marrow before his unconsciousness. Absurd, helpless, and with a hint of realization. In the initial realm of the source, entering the realm through martial prowess allows for blood rebirth, yet the physical body remains unscathed. Entering the realm through qi solidifies the will and spirit, allowing for soul extraction. This world itself allows for soul possession. But who would have thought that such a cross-world traverse would also afflict him with an anomalous syndrome, aside from the howling of the cold wind? The vast snowfield remained eerily silent. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan softly spoke. Anomalous syndrome? Ran Qinghua met Su Yuan's gaze, nodding in affirmation. Yes. Su Yuan squinted slightly, offering an ambiguous chuckle as he asked, Mr. Ran, what do you mean by that? Ran Qinghua stared directly into Su Yuan's eyes and stated, You are not Su Changtian. Su Yuan. Her voice remained calm, as though she were merely stating an ordinary fact. The suspicions in his heart were validated, and Su Yuan exhaled deeply, lowering his gaze. Now, two paths lay before him, to affirm or to deny. If he chose denial, what pretext could he use to deceive her? If he acknowledged it, what would be the consequences? After a prolonged silence, Su Yuan slowly rose to his feet, and under Ran Qinghua's watchful gaze, he took a sip from the water pouch beside him, warming himself with the flame spirit liquid, then lifted his eyes to the towering mountain peak above. During his 4 days of unconsciousness, Ran Qinghua and that great white tiger had already brought him to the mountainside of Tianmen Mountain. With a rough plan forming in his mind, Su Yuan turned to Ran Qinghua and spoke softly. Is it important to you whether I am Su Changtian? What Ran Qinghua needed was merely a living Su Changtian, a third son to use as leverage against the Chancellor. But the specifics of how he remained alive were not particularly significant. This was undoubtedly something she had already considered. Otherwise, she would not have brought the unconscious him along the predetermined route to Tianmen Mountain. Ran Qinghua pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Not important. But why do you lack understanding of cultivation? As she spoke, a flicker of genuine confusion passed through her eyes. The stark contrast in Su Changtian's personality before and after his unconsciousness could indeed be explained. But if the man before her was undeniably a reincarnated soul, why did he appear as naive as an infant when it came to matters of cultivation? Su Yuan sat beside Ran Qinghua, His heartbeat steady, and raised a hand to point at his head, speaking calmly. Because I have lost many memories. Numerous things are fragmented, including that cave you mentioned. Naturally. What about matters pertaining to Su Chantian himself? These fragmented memories contain both my own and certain recollections of Su Chantian, which influence me. Then, how did you come to know about the sword sect? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan chose not to respond further, smiling as he shook his head. Mr. Ran, did we not agree to refrain from probing into each other's matters? At this, the glimmer in Ran Qingma's eyes, partially concealed by her veil, flickered for a moment before she ultimately nodded. Seizing this opportunity to lay his cards on the table, Su Yuan continued, though you may not heed my words, I must still caution you. That individual will not waver in their decision due to me or Su Chantian. As he spoke, he locked eyes with Ran Qingma, enunciating each word. If you truly wish to prevent the sword sect's downfall, there are better methods, and I can assist you. The sword sect's demise was a pivotal plot point in Songyuan, and by leveraging Ran Qingma, Su Yuan could seize numerous advantages. Ran Qingma's gaze remained unwavering, silently observing him. Noticing this, Su Yuan offered a slight smile and ceased his entreaties. My words will always hold validity. Should you change your mind, you may seek me at any time. Ran Qingma's rejection did not come as a surprise to Su Yuan. Though they were currently bound by a shared fate, their respective identities rendered it virtually impossible for her to trust him. The extent to which she would heed his suggestions, particularly regarding venturing to that concealed cave, was primarily due to her perception of his weakness, believing he posed no threat to her. Suddenly, Su Yuan's thoughts hit a snag. He recognized that a flaw had emerged in his logic. The premise for visiting the cave was predicated on his perceived weakness, which posed no threat to Ran Qingma. However, the sudden onset of the anomalous syndrome had rendered that premise null and void. In the initial realm of the source. Entering through Qi solidifies the will and spirit, allowing for soul extraction. A being at this level could be deemed unparalleled in the world. That if Su Yuan recalled correctly, Ran Qingma had not yet attained this realm at this juncture. The cave he mentioned as a potential sanctuary would surely be regarded by Ran Qingma as a remnant left behind by the mysterious soul before her. The formations and prohibitions within the cave of a powerful figure in the initial realm of the source could indeed pose a threat to her. In other words, in Ran Qingma's eyes, Su Yuan had transformed from a frail, pampered young master into a formidable, enigmatic spirit capable of threatening her. Su Yuan fixed his gaze upon the black-clad woman, who had once again closed her eyes in meditation. Had she not noticed this shift, or was she aware yet compelled to proceed? The former was preferable. If it were the latter, what reason could she have to do so? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Yuan was struck by a realization and slowly lowered his gaze to the water pouch in his hand, or rather, the flame spirit liquid contained within it. The foundation of their cooperation rested on the existence of a third-party force wishing for Su Chantian to perish at Ran Qingma's hands. Indeed, had the puppeteer behind the flame spirit python located them during his unconsciousness? Creaking sounds echoed as thunderous footsteps approached from a distance. Su Yuan immediately turned to look, his heart easing upon recognizing the approaching figure. It was the large white tiger that had given him a thorough beating before his unconsciousness. However, this great white tiger appeared significantly larger than the first time he encountered it 4 days prior, seemingly having undergone some form of transformation, likely due to consuming a considerable number of demon cores while following Ran Qingma. The tiger bounded toward her, dropping a snow wolf over 2 meters long from its mouth. The massive creature then nuzzled against the hem of Ran Qingma's black garments, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yuan before opting to lie down beside her. Ignoring its prey, Dada's silence enveloped the scene. The moonlit snow-covered mountains presented a harmonious and serene tableau of the black-clad woman and the colossal white tiger. Su Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the tiger's back, where a deep, jagged wound was starkly visible. Chapter 12. Pursuit in the Wanxing mountain range. At the fallen immortal lake, a bearded man stood by the water's edge, sword slung across his back, glancing at the opposite shore hundreds of meters away. Then at the heart of the lake, what was once a serene lake, rippling with gentle waves, is now occupied by a soaring ice pillar that pierces the heavens. The towering column, reaching heights of 100 fathoms, glistens like crystal, emanating an ancient chill that seems immutable, spreading endlessly beneath the cascading moonlight. The vast surface of the lake has been entirely frozen by its presence that a stubbled man smacked his lips, seemingly affected by the cold, rubbing his arms with a sigh. Fortunately, I wasn't alone in pursuing the third young master. Otherwise, by the time you returned to report, I would likely have been frozen within that massive ice block. The two were the same man and woman who had previously appeared outside the Buddhist hall. The woman, clad in a fitted black robe with red trim, her figure elegantly curvaceous, with a high ponytail that swayed gently, gazed at the enormous ice pillar on the lake's surface and spoke softly. "That is Ran Qingma of the Sword Sect." The stubbled man squinted, suddenly stepping forward, his form vanishing from sight, only to reappear atop the colossal ice column. The woman followed suit, and upon her arrival, she found the man crouching on the icy surface, gently caressing the crystal-like exterior. She surveyed the surroundings from her elevated position. The forest of towering trees surrounding the falling immortal lake had been devastated over a wide area, a testament to the ferocity of the earlier battle. After a brief pause, the woman inquired, "Have you discovered anything?" The man, still crouched, stroked his stubble, hesitating slightly before responding. "The other individual who fought Ran Qingma does not appear to be human." "A demon?" The woman furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment. There are not many shape-shifting demons in the Wanqing mountain range capable of contending with Ran Qingma. The stubbled man smiled faintly, tossing a palm-sized scale he had found to the woman, stating, "It is not one of those ancient fiends." The woman glanced at it, her brow knitting. "It belongs to a serpent. Can you identify what kind?" The stubbled man contemplated briefly before murmuring, "The residual energy resembles that of a Qixing scorpion. Judging by its methods and the lingering source energy, this Qixing scorpion has likely shed its skin to the 6th generation." After a pause, the man rose, a rare seriousness crossing his face. It was frozen by Ran Qingma using this ice pillar, revealing its true form to escape. Given the circumstances, it seems Ran Qingma did not intend to face it directly. The woman's frown deepened. "Are you implying that the third young master's predicament is the doing of Ran Qingma?" The man did not respond immediately, contemplating for a long while before shaking his head. "It is uncertain that at least during our time at Falling Immortal Lake, Ran Qingma seemed intent on protecting the third young master. We must inform the eldest young master and others that we have located the third young master." The woman's eyes flickered with doubt. "But we have been tracking along the way. The person who abducted the third young master did not take any detours." The man gestured dismissively, standing atop the towering ice pillar, his gaze fixed on the distant, imposing mountains that loomed like colossal beasts. "They are headed for Tianmen Mountain." The wound on the back of the white tiger was hideous and terrifying. Although it had scabbed over, the vivid crimson that had spread across its snowy fur remained strikingly apparent. Upon arriving in this world, Yuan, who had yet to experience cultivation, could not deduce much from the wound's shape and depth. However, the mere fact that the white tiger was injured was already sufficient information. During his unconsciousness, the two had managed to traverse from their previous location to Tianmen Mountain in just 4 days, undoubtedly thanks to the white tiger bearing him onward. Yet this white tiger, serving as his transport while he was unconscious, had sustained injuries due to external attacks while accompanied by Ran Qingma. The events that transpired during his 4-day slumber seemed to exceed his expectations. That his thoughts swirled in his mind. Yuan once again surveyed his surroundings. Flurries of snow danced in the chilling wind, revealing a bloodied beast bone beneath the heavy blanket of snow. This discovery caused Yuan's heart to sink. He glanced at the slender snow wolf lying nearby and sighed softly. The bloodied remains were likely the food the white tiger had caught and consumed, and given the size of the beast's bones, they must have lingered in this spot for at least a day. A full day, with pursuers behind them. What could have compelled Ran Qingma to pause for rest? Yuan looked at the black-clothed woman sitting cross-legged in the snow. The moonlight caressed her veil, her inky robe billowing in the wind, resembling a beautiful sculpture. Countless thoughts flashed through Yuan's mind as he took a deep breath. "You are injured." His voice was soft, dissipating swiftly with the mountain's frigid breeze. After a moment of silence, Ran Qingma, eyes closed in meditation, did not deny it. "Is it severe?" "Somewhat. The confirmation of his suspicion made Su Yuan rub his forehead, glancing back at the vast forest below. What about the other party? Her injuries are lighter than mine. Su Yuan fell silent. He considered the wound on the white tiger's back, realizing it must have been his fault for hindering her. The cold wind howled, the stars twinkling in the night sky. After a long while, Su Yuan spoke again, his tone earnest. Thank you. Ran Qingma did not respond, merely stating matter-of-factly, since you have awakened, ascend the mountain with it. I will wait for her here. As she spoke, she raised her hand, tossing Su Yuan a small object. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, looking down to find that Ran Qingma had thrown him a small ice crystal sword, as translucent as water. Su Yuan, taken aback, asked, "What is this?" Ran Qingma opened her eyes, glancing at the great white tiger beside her. If it shows any unusual behavior, crush it. A flicker of understanding crossed Su Yuan's eyes. Just moments ago, he had been pondering why the white tiger had been so compliant to Ran Qingma over the past 4 days. It turned out she had placed a spell upon it. After a brief silence, Su Yuan said nothing further, gripping the ice crystal sword tightly as he climbed onto the white tiger's back. Upon touching the scabbed wound on the white tiger's back, Su Yuan felt the massive creature tremble beneath him. Fortunately, aside from that, the white tiger did not exhibit any more pronounced reactions. Perched atop the white tiger, Su Yuan turned once more to the black-clad woman seated nearby, pausing momentarily before softly stating, "I will wait for you at the cliff's edge on Tianmen Mountain." After a moment of quiet, Ran Qingma's voice emerged, as serene as when they first met. "There is no need." Su Yuan met her gaze, repeating steadily, "I said, I will wait for you at the cliff's edge." Ran Qingma blinked, her true form appearing somewhat perplexed. She attempted to comprehend why this man was so adamant about waiting for her. Su Yuan offered no explanation. If Ran Qingma did not come, he would have no choice but to leap off the cliff. With his original form's meager luck, he would likely perish mid-fall against the jagged rocks. Unable to fathom his reasoning, Ran Qingma shook her head gently. "I have left a trace of energy on you. I can find you." Su Yuan casually countered, enunciating each word. "Caves can shield energy traces." Ran Qingma fell silent. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes, tilting her head back to gaze at the young master in a brocade robe riding the white tiger beneath the moonlight. Silence enveloped them as they exchanged glances. Eventually, she nodded slightly, her red lips barely parting beneath her veil. "Very well." Su Yuan smiled gently. Without uttering another word, he assumed a posture reminiscent of horseback riding from his previous life, shifting his weight slightly as he gripped the white tiger's fur tightly. In silence, the white tiger transformed into a white blur, dashing towards the mountain peak, leaving only the figure of the black-clothed woman, like ink, seated serenely upon the snowy expanse. Chapter 13. Tianmen the following noon. After a relentless day of travel on the white tiger, Su Yuan finally arrived at his destination. Releasing the white tiger, he stood alone atop the side peak, facing the precipice that plunged into an abyss of unfathomable depth. Taking a step forward, he cautiously peered over the edge of the precipice. That as far as the eye could see, a boundless chasm was enveloped in swirling clouds and mist. Suddenly, the mist atop the mountain began to roil, and a powerful gust of wind swept through, causing Su Yuan's ornate robe to flutter violently and his body to sway precariously. Recognizing the danger, Su Yuan slowly retreated into the sheltered interior of the cliff's summit. In the game Tsung, he would leap without hesitation into the abyss below, but reality dictated otherwise. Shifting his gaze, Su Yuan looked towards the main peak of Tianmen Mountain. From this vantage point, the distance seemed insurmountable. Beyond the towering cliffs of the main peak, ethereal mist swirled. From the ground upwards, the clouds parted, revealing a massive circular opening in the mountain, resembling a celestial gateway. Gazing at this colossal portal, Su Yuan felt a strange discomfort in his heart, a sensation that intensified as he continued to stare. What is this? Why does gazing at that gateway evoke such feelings? Sensing the oddity within his body, Su Yuan hurriedly averted his gaze, surprised as the description of Tianmen Mountain from the formula book flashed through his mind. With a subconscious lift of his gaze, Su Yuan looked again, his expression tinged with a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Is this the essence of sword intent? Could it be that the heavenly gate atop this mountain was truly pierced by a single sword? Suddenly, Yuan felt a pang of realization that his understanding of the world of Yuan was somewhat limited. Confined to the 2.5D pixelated representation of the game Tsang, he had no notion of just how formidable the top-tier powers in this realm could be. In Yuan's perception, this world bore a closer resemblance to the realm of Xinxia rather than traditional cultivation. There were sects, martial arts schools, and imperial courts. Was it possible that someone in this world could indeed wield a sword that could chill the 19 provinces? Yet, if such a being existed, wouldn't that make the Northern War God, who stood in opposition to his original father's authority, a mere joke? No matter how adept one was in warfare, they could never rival the casual might of an absolute powerhouse's sword strike. What authority did such a military god possess? The shock of someone piercing through hundreds of feet of mountain with a single sword flooded Yuan's mind with countless thoughts that in his days. The surrounding mist churned rapidly, by the time Yuan regained his senses. He noticed that his nose had become damp. Wiping it with his hand, the crimson stain made him realize that he had actually begun to bleed from the nose due to staring directly at that heavenly gate. He hastily turned away, no longer daring to look. And in that turn, he caught sight of the eastern sky gradually brightening with the pearly light of dawn. As the clouds dispersed, the sunrise atop the mountain was breathtaking. The vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains lay before him. The boundless forest tinted a deep crimson. Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Thanks to consuming the flame's spirit liquid, he did not feel hunger. But the soreness from standing too long was gradually surfacing within his body. What was happening? He had only been lost in thought for a brief moment, yet it seemed that time had leapt from noon to dawn. Was it the next day, or had more than a day passed? Events beyond his comprehension had unfolded, and Yuan sought to discern the cause. But he soon realized that now was not the time for such reflections. Given that so much time had elapsed, where were the colossal ice creatures? The white tiger had managed to reach the summit in merely half a day. Now, at least a day and a half had passed. Yet Ran Qingma had still not arrived. As he pondered, Yuan's heart sank further. The best-case scenario for this predicament was that Ran Qingma had deliberately drawn away any potential threats to ensure her safety. The worst, Ran Qingma's strength was unquestionable. Yet at this narrative juncture, there were still many who surpassed her. Yuan quickly stifled his thoughts, refusing to let his mind wander, but he was acutely aware of his current situation. If Ran Qingma were to perish on her journey, unless he could gamble his life with a fortune of 3 points to leap from this precipice and successfully enter that hidden cave, he would be left with no choice but to declare his own demise. Remaining by this precipice, regardless of whether the first to approach was an enemy intent on his death or one of his original father's subordinates, he was doomed. The emergence of the rejection syndrome had effectively sealed off many of Yuan's potential escape routes. His arrival in this world had not been a flawless soul transfer above its rules, but rather a resurrection through a body snatching beneath these rules. Although body snatching would initially induce a period of rejection syndrome, the rest was relatively perfect, yet all things have their yin and yang. With the existence of body snatching in this world for so long, it was only natural that some detection methods would arise. While these methods had nearly faded into obscurity, they still undeniably existed. Most critically, someone among his original father's subordinates would be capable of employing such detection methods. Although no one would suspect him without reason, he, Yuan, was not Su Changtian. It would likely take mere moments for those truly close to him to notice any anomalies. Once these anomalies were discovered, a series of detection protocols would ensue, and Yuan dared not contemplate the consequences. There were indeed methods to achieve a perfect fusion of body and spirit. But such means lay within the cave beneath this precipice. Should that colossal ice creature perish, Yuan would have no opportunity to retrieve them. Taking a deep breath, Yuan forced himself to halt his racing thoughts and, controlling his slightly aching body, settled onto the ground. There was no point in overthinking. All he could do now was wait patiently for the outcome. Yet scarcely had he sat down when he felt a subtle tremor beneath him. He immediately lowered his gaze, but all he could see were small stones quietly resting on the ground. Yuan didn't believe he was mistaken, keeping his eyes fixed on those tiny stones. Approximately 10 seconds later, the cluster of small stones indeed began to tremble once more. This time, The tremor was several times more intense than before, accompanied by a wave of sound that swept through the towering trees of the mountain. Another 10 seconds passed before a resounding boom echoed, the sensation of shaking becoming even more pronounced, as if the entire cliff were subtly swaying. Was it an earthquake? Or perhaps a flicker of uncertainty crossed Su Yuan's eyes as he lifted his gaze towards the path he had come from. In that moment, akin to an eternity, amidst the rising, radiant sun, he vaguely spotted a dark figure, which rapidly grew larger in his line of sight, a massive shadow blotting out the sun as it hurtled towards him. Finally, boom! The enormous shadow, like a celestial meteor, crashed heavily onto the ground about 10 meters in front of Su Yuan, the tremendous impact sending dust and debris swirling into the as the dust settled. A colossal serpent's head, towering over 10 meters, came into view before Su Yuan that golden dawn. Upon the fearsome serpent's head, a striking black silhouette stood, sword in hand, with 3,000 strands of hair cascading like a waterfall, dancing gently in the wind. Chapter 14. The Bet Ran Qingma had arrived. The veil that concealed her face was torn halfway, revealing glimpses of her flawless and exquisite visage beneath, subtly illuminated by the mountain's breeze. One glance felt like an eternity. Coming to his senses, Su Yuan slowly rose, his brow furrowing slightly. Aside from the faint glimmer in her eyes reminiscent of their first encounter, her physical state was visibly disheveled. Her sword-bearing right arm hung limply at her side, her black robe torn in large patches, and the fabric on her left arm was nearly entirely shredded, exposing her delicate skin, with several droplets of blood seeping from the wounds. Resembling tiny crimson serpents trailing down to her fingertips, continuously dripping, as Su Yuan cast a glance at the enormous serpent's head beneath her feet, which towered 3 to 4 stories high. Atop the massive serpent's head blossomed 7 lotus flowers, of which 6 had already unfurled. Vividly alive did I in an instant of contemplation. Su Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized the serpent before him. The 7-life serpent. The 7-life serpent could shed its skin and undergo rebirth 7 times, achieving true transformation into a human on the 7th. Its cultivation speed was indistinguishable from that of humans, a natural ruler among serpent demons. If it were indeed her, it would explain why that flamed spirit python had recklessly sought to kill him. But why would she die? Su Yuan gazed into the massive serpent's eyes, now clouded with the pallor of death, a sense of absurdity and defiance gradually spreading within him. The Ji Qingyue was the protagonist. After her 7th transformation into a human, she would journey to the Great Yan Dynasty and encounter the story's main character in Jingjiang City. Why? Why had Ran Qingma so easily slain her at this juncture? The gears of the familiar narrative had begun to subtly shift due to his presence. As Su Yuan remained lost in thought, the black-clad woman atop the serpent's head moved her sword hand. Sweeping it down, a flash of blood swept past Su Yuan in his stupor, and as he regained his senses, he beheld a deep gash appearing at the top of the serpent's head, from which a blood-red lotus was drawn forth into the This item emerged. A tremendous stench of blood filled the mountaintop. The serpent heart lotus. More accurately, the 6-turned serpent heart lotus, worth its weight in gold. One of the most precious alchemical materials in Yuan, capable of concocting the golden scale pill or the blood spirit transformation pill. The golden scale pill could aid in breaking through realms, while the blood spirit transformation pill was essential for unifying body and spirit, the very thing Su Yuan currently needed most to seamlessly meld his physical form and spirit without a trace of flaw. However, at that moment, Su Yuan found himself devoid of the capacity to contemplate these matters. During his time playing Yuan, he had developed a fondness for Ji Qingyue, the whimsical little girl, yet that affection had merely been for a fictional character. Now, compared to the death of a mere fictional character, he was far more concerned about the potential ripple effects of her demise on the trajectory of the entire narrative. The sprawling Wanqing mountain range marked the southwestern border of the Great Yan Dynasty, beyond which lay the treacherous realm known as the Ancient Abyss, where numerous demon clans had banded together to form a loose demon kingdom. Ji Qingyue hailed from there. Now, the esteemed princess of the Serpent Clan had been decapitated by Ran Qingma. Would the demon king of the demon kingdom, pressured by the Serpent Clan, take actions that diverged from the original narrative? Su Yuan was utterly uncertain. Yet he soon realized that he had no need to overthink, that he might not even live to see that moment. After extracting Ji Qingyue's serpent heart lotus, the black-clad woman atop the serpent's head immediately seemed to lose her strength, rolling down the massive curve of the serpent's head toward the ground. In the instant Su Yuan regained his senses, he swiftly stepped forward to catch the woman's fallen form, furrowing his brow as he gently called out, "Ran, Miss Ran." Grasping her shoulders, he gently shook her, attempting to rouse her, but her eyes remained tightly shut. After the fierce battle with Ji Qingyue, this black-clad woman had clearly reached the brink of exhaustion. Gradually, Su Yuan detected the faint breaths of the woman in his embrace becoming increasingly rapid. The delicate skin revealed beneath the tattered veil turned a shade of crimson, and the chest hidden beneath the black robe rose and fell with alarming swiftness, her body temperature visibly escalating. Observing the changes in Ran Qingma's condition, Su Yuan's mind raced through myriad thoughts. Yet ultimately, he exhaled a long breath that he recalled that the seven-live scorpion did not possess the lewd toxins that people often feared. Thus, Ran Qingma's current state must have stemmed from something else. Perhaps she was channeling energy to heal, or maybe it was a symptom of some toxin's onset. Regardless of which it was, Su Yuan could only watch helplessly. Having acquired only rudimentary first aid knowledge in his previous life, he knew he was ill-equipped to assist a being of this world. The sensation of passively awaiting another's decision regarding his fate was far from pleasant, that if Ran Qingma were to perish, or if during her healing process, Ji Qingyue's subordinates or the original S-father's men were to arrive, he would be left with no alternative but to face death. Yet, all he could do now was wait, as Su Yuan carefully positioned her against the sturdy trunk of a great tree atop the mountain. While he sat quietly beside her, standing guard as moments slipped by, the newly risen sun climbed higher, yet the flush on Ran Qingma's face showed no signs of fading. Time passed in silence until, amidst the desolate chill of the wind, Ran Qingma's faint voice drifted over. "Where is the cave you mentioned?" She had awakened, though her voice barely concealed her weakness. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan immediately turned to assess her condition and replied, "It lies beneath the hanging sky cliff." After a brief pause, he inquired, "How do you feel?" Upon hearing this response, Ran Qingmo remained silent, slowly closing her eyes once more. After a moment, she murmured, "People sent by Su Changtian's father are almost here." Su Yuan's pupils constricted sharply at her words. Though her voice was soft, it reverberated in his mind like a bombshell. "What did you say?" Ran Qingmo repeated, her tone devoid of emotion. "People sent by Su Changtian's father are almost here." His heartbeat quickened, and Su Yuan slowly rose to his feet. "How much longer?" Ran Qingmo replied softly, "Less than half a quarter of an hour." "Less than half a quarter?" Su Yuan felt a jolt of alarm. Inhaling deeply as he asked again, "How is your body faring now?" Leaning against the tree roots, Ran Qingmo opened her eyes and glanced at him, countering with a question. "You seem quite anxious. Why? I want to disclose your matters." Su Yuan scanned the misty surroundings of the mountaintop, forcing himself to steady his wavering thoughts, and replied in a deep voice, "Are you not aware that soul possession can be detected?" Ran Qingmo regarded Su Yuan with a puzzled expression, clearly understanding only that soul possession could lead to rejection symptoms. Unaware that there were means to detect it even after those symptoms had dissipated, Su Yuan refrained from explaining the world's intricacies to her, hastening his speech as he asked, "Can your body still fly?" Ran Qingmo fell silent, then shook her head. "I am gravely injured." Su Yuan rubbed his brow in frustration, questioning, "Then how can you sense that someone is approaching?" Ran Qingmo responded matter-of-factly, "The injuries to my flesh bear little impact on my soul." Su Yuan ceased speaking, his mind racing as he contemplated his next course of action. What should he do? Remain here, awaiting the arrival of the original S-father's subordinates, then begin to act. At this moment, those subordinates were unaware that Ran Qingmo had captured the original. They could easily shift the blame onto Ji Qingyue, claiming that Ran Qingmo had saved him, especially since Ji Qingyue was already beyond reproach. However, the problem lay in his inability to perform convincingly. The Tsang text merely hinted at Su Changtian being a debauched scion. Lacking any detailed portrayal of his habits, should he be discovered, his fate would be sealed. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind until, seemingly resigned, Su Yuan exhaled deeply, and he glanced at the black-clad woman leaning against the tree. Can you walk? Ran Qingmao looked at him, perplexed by his question. Can you walk? Su Yuan repeated, his tone flat. After a moment of silence, she shook her head. Su Yuan, in silence, bent down, grasped the serpent's heart lotus from the ground, and tucked it into his bosom, that he then passed his arms beneath her legs and around her back, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace despite her evident surprise. Ran Qingmao's body felt almost weightless, and even this already exhausted noble could carry her with ease. The air fell silent for a moment. Though grievously injured, it would still be effortless for her to slay an ordinary person. Yet, she made no attempt to struggle, merely gazing calmly at him. While Ran Qingmao stared at herself, Su Yuan avoided her gaze as he cradled her and approached the precipice of the hanging sky cliff. He softly inquired, Ran Qingmao, do you wish to die? Not comprehending his question, she shook her head, indicating her desire to live. Noticing her response, Su Yuan smiled gently. That's good. Remaining here, captured by Su Chang'an's father's subordinates, is merely a matter of dying sooner or later. As he spoke, Su Yuan reached the edge of the cliff, standing just a step away from the abyss. Ran Qingmao hesitated for a moment. Seemingly realizing Su Yuan's intentions, her voice tinged with confusion. You intend to jump down with me? Are you afraid? Su Yuan replied with a chuckle. Ran Qingmao cast a sidelong glance at the swirling mists of the abyss, her expression akin to that of one observing a fool. But this is the hanging sky cliff. Su Yuan met her gaze for a moment before laughing heartily. To leap and perish is surely preferable to being tortured to death by the people of the state minister's residence. Wouldn't you agree? Ran Qingmao pondered this seriously, then nodded in agreement. Oh, then you should jump. Su Yuan, unhurried, continued to observe her before grinning. Ran Qingmao, shall we make a wager? Ran Qingmao, perplexed by the man's dramatics, nodded with a bland expression. Speak. Su Yuan smiled. If we survive, you owe me a favor and must assist me with something. Ran Qingmao glanced once more at the abyss below. But we want to survive. I mean, in the event that we do survive. Su Yuan chuckled. Duh. After a moment of silence, Ran Qingmao finally uttered softly, Why must I owe you a favor if we survive? Su Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. The gravity of the situation had stripped him of many reservations. If we survive, it will surely be thanks to the cave's salvation that I believe that should suffice for a favor, don't you think? Ran Qingmao mulled over his words for a moment, finding his reasoning sound, and nodded. Very well. If we survive, I owe you a favor. Remember your words. With that, Su Yuan stepped forward without hesitation. The sheer veil covering the woman's face fluttered in the wind, and the world around them seemed to fall silent in that instant. They soared through the mists, their senses gradually fading as only the sound of rushing wind and the warmth of the woman's supple body remained. How long they drifted in the clouds. He glanced down at her, who had closed her eyes, awaiting death, that he recalled that her fortune seemed to be 93. Chapter 15. Su Chang'an and Tsang, entering the cave, required merely a leap from the hanging sky cliff. The screen would darken and then brighten, placing the individual within the cave. Yet, as this transformed into a visceral reality, the sensation of falling through the air felt as though it would never cease. The gusts of wind whistled past his ears, and an inexplicable drowsiness slowly enveloped Su Yuan's mind, swiftly morphing into an overwhelming fatigue that spread through his limbs. Time lost all meaning in this descent, and eventually, Su Yuan's eyelids grew heavy, his consciousness gradually detaching from his body. Amidst the endless fog, only the two of them remained entwined. At the summit of the hanging sky cliff, the cold wind howled desolately, after Su Yuan willingly leapt from the precipice. It took no more than a quarter of an hour for 4 or 5 figures to arrive at the expansive mountaintop. Following a brief silence, another series of whooshing sounds broke the stillness as a man and a woman landed one after the other atop the mountain. The stubbled man, sword on his back, scanned the surroundings and immediately broke into a grin, cheerfully waving at the others. You all arrived quite early. Where's the third young master? Silence enveloped the mountaintop, with no one responding to him. The stubbled man, unfazed, was accustomed to this behavior after working alongside them for so long. This group of insufferable types preferred to remain silent and feign expertise. At that moment, beside the precipice of Sioux, NTI, New York, a delicate man, leaning against the trunk of a tree with his arms crossed, suddenly cast a sidelong glance at him, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Yet his tone was neither warm nor cold. The third young master has been taken away by our NQNGM. The mists of Sioux, NTI, New York can obscure the probing of one's spirit. Upon hearing this, the man with stubble turned his gaze toward the speaker, a smirk gracing his lips as he stepped forward that I in the blink of an eye. He appeared beside the man, cheerfully exclaiming, "Ah, SZY. Your ability to conceal your presence has become quite refined. I almost didn't notice you were there." As he spoke, the stubbled man affectionately reached out as if to drape his arm around the other's shoulder. "It has been a while. I thought you were accompanying the second young master on his mission to the northern barbarians. That it's surprising to see you here for the third young master's predicament. Once this matter is resolved, I shall treat you to drinks at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion upon our return to Jiangji City." However, his words were left uncompleted. Buzz, a faint tremor in the air, emanated from SZY, forcefully repelling Zichu-Sichen's outstretched hand, his tone coldly reminding, "Zichu-Sichen, silence does not render you immune. The eldest young master has already descended into Sioux, NTI, New York. It would be wise for you to restrain yourself." Zichu-Sichen felt a tingling in his palm, gently shaking it off, choosing not to pursue any further familiarity. All right, we shall discuss this privately." With that, Zichu-Sichen adopted a more serious demeanor, directing his attention toward the colossal serpent's head that loomed at the summit. The eyes of the seven-lived serpent remained wide open, and after hours of stagnation, the aura of death that enveloped it nearly blanketed the entire mountaintop, that if a great demon were to perish without proper handling, it could corrupt the land and spawn malevolent entities. Yet, this aura posed no threat to those present. After watching for a while, a hint of melancholy crept into Zichu-Sichen's gaze. Just 2 days prior, he had traced the whereabouts of this enormous serpent through the remnants of battle. Now, upon encountering it again, only its head remained, that a great demon that had cultivated for millennia had simply met its end. Lost in thought, Zichu-Sichen casually inquired of SZY beside him. "ZY, who among you arrived first?" SZY, upon hearing this, silently glanced into the distance. Following his gaze, Zichu-Sichen spotted a kindly bald man resting against a large rock several meters away. Meditating with his eyes closed, if sensing their scrutiny, the bald man opened his eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. Understanding Zichu-Sichen's unspoken question, SZY spoke softly. "I and Ju-Xing made our way here together. After he was locked onto by our NQNGM spirit, we proactively transmitted a message to her." Zichu-Sichen's pupils constricted, his gaze darting toward the other side of the precipice. "What?" Ju-Xing the bald monk sent a message, and our NQNGM still managed to escape with the third young master? SZY nodded slowly, stating, "Indeed, you should understand the implications of this. Zichu-Sichen, that the national master and the prime minister—" "Stop, SZY. Hold your tongue." Zichu-Sichen quickly waved his hand, interrupting, "I have no idea what that means. Just consider this conversation as if it never happened. I know nothing of this matter, and we can discuss it over drinks another time. I must take my leave now." With that, Zichu-Sichen patted SZY on the shoulder and turned away, not allowing him a chance to respond. SZY cast a helpless glance at his peer, but chose to remain silent, continuing to lean against the tree in quiet contemplation. Zichu-Sichen ambled back to the side of the young woman in form-fitting attire. His expression growing increasingly grim, he was acutely aware of what SZY wished to convey to our NQNGM. Fully cognizant that their pursuers were from the Prime Minister's estate, had still chosen to flee, effectively confirming her role as the abductor of the third young master. However, our NQNGM had the backing of the Sword Sect, and was connected to the current national master with such occurrences. Could it signify an underlying rift between the national master and the Prime Minister? Presently, rumors circulated within the palace regarding the emperor's deteriorating health. If these two were to clash, Zichu-Sichen abruptly quelled his thoughts. Such matters were beyond the purview of a mere guest awaiting his stipend. It was best to patiently await the eldest young master's instructions. The loquacious Ichusichen fell into silence, and for a time, the mountaintop was enveloped in profound stillness. The 7 individuals present awaited the arrival of the eldest young master in quiet anticipation. Time trickled by, when suddenly, a gale swept through, and a figure clad in azure leaped silently from below the precipice, landing at the edge of the sheer cliff. The newcomer possessed sharp brows and bright eyes. Exuding an air of elegance, garbed in a dark, narrow-sleeved robe adorned with golden cloud embroidery at the cuffs, complemented by a crimson and white jade belt, his sleeves and dark hair billowing gently in the mountain breeze. Accompanying him was a slender woman dressed in shadowy attire, her face concealed beneath a black veil. Only her chilling gaze was visible, clad in form-fitting black garments that accentuated her curves, revealing 2 fair arms adorned with armors housing concealed blades. Glinting ominously in the sunlight that as the man arrived, the 7 atop the summit rose in unison. Ngg, clad in azure, paid no heed to those behind him, instead fixating intently on the misty sea below. After a moment, he appeared to shake his head in resignation, quietly murmuring, "The DMUN illusory mist array, our NQNGM truly possesses remarkable skills to be aware of such a confounding formation here." As he spoke, Ngg turned slowly to regard the individuals behind him, offering a gentle smile, his warm voice, bolstered by the source chi, resonating clearly in each person's ears. This array is constructed in conjunction with TNM in Mountain and cannot be forcefully breached. However, once a month has passed and the source chi is depleted, the formation will dissipate on its own. During this period, I would kindly ask each of you to remain on guard. Concluding his words, Ngg inclined his body in a respectful bow to those assembled. Seeing this, Zichu and the others remained silent, returning the gesture with a nod. Having completed this, Ngg cast a sidelong glance at the woman behind him, softly instructing, "Ying, you too shall wait here." The shadowy figure's cold eyes momentarily faltered, her voice slightly hoarse. "Where do you intend to go?" Ngg gently shook his head, opting for silence, that Ying appeared to realize something. Her pupils narrowing sharply. Yet before she could voice her concerns, a gust of wind had already lifted Ngg from the ground. Ascending with him was the enormous serpent's head towering above the mountaintop. Ngg stood suspended in the air, his long hair billowing behind him, his dark eyes gazing downwards as he spoke softly. Though Sichinian may be foolish and utter wastrel, it is not for outsiders to discipline him. I must temporarily depart for GUN. The journey is long, and I may not return within a month. Our NQNGM will be entrusted to you, and do not hold back. Find her and eliminate her directly. AS for Siching the Yin. Ng's tone shifted abruptly, his gaze turning icy, scanning each individual present with a penetrating look. With deliberate clarity, he enunciated, "I implore each of you to ensure Siching the Yin's safety. He has already departed Siching 3 years ago. Should anything happen to him now, both my father and I would be greatly saddened." The atmosphere atop Su-Entai, New York seemed to freeze at the words of the azure-clad man. After a prolonged silence, Xe's handsome visage regained its customary warmth and gentleness, and he bowed once more to those below, cheerfully declaring, "CHNGG expresses gratitude to all of you. Your efforts will be duly reported to my father." As his voice faded, the onlookers beheld the azure figure and the enormous serpent's head transform into streaks of light. Vanishing into the void. Chapter 16. True countenance. A drop of clear water slowly descended from the stalactites at the cave's apex. Drip, the water splashed into the pool, sending ripples across the surface. Each drop resonating distinctly in the silence. Uncertain how long he had been unconscious in this darkness, consciousness gradually returned like fresh water, flowing into a channel. Xun's eyes fluttered slightly before he eventually opened them. The lingering effects of his prolonged stupor rendered his vision somewhat unfocused in the dim environment. Amidst the stillness, a gentle female voice drifted from beside him. "You are awake." And Xun instinctively replied in a subdued tone. His vision sharpening as he discerned the speaker, our NQNGM sat beside him, her posture serene and composed. They were in close proximity, and through the fabric, he could faintly feel the warmth emanating from her delicate leg. Somewhat puzzled, he could not fathom why our NQNGM chose to sit so closely that his rigid thoughts began to stir. XUN gradually rose from the ground. That it was then that he realized the reason for her proximity. He was still holding her slender wrist tightly in his grasp, to the point where faint red marks had begun to appear on her fair arm. With memories of the past flooding back, XUN recalled that this was an obsession he had clung to before losing consciousness. Even in a state of unconsciousness, he had dared not release our NQNGM's hand. However, now that he had fully regained awareness, he gently relinquished his hold, rubbed his forehead, and softly explained, "I apologize. It was unavoidable." Ranqingma shook her head gently, her enchanting eyes gazing into Su Yuan's. "Thank you." Her gratitude was sincere and earnest. Su Yuan, taken aback by this unexpected expression of thanks, felt momentarily perplexed. However, after a fleeting moment of contemplation, he quickly came to terms with it. The formidable ice figure before him was oblivious to the fact that entering this cave required a sort of ethereal fortune. Perhaps, in her eyes, it was his act of clinging to her even in his unconscious state that enabled her safe passage into this hidden sanctuary. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan had no intention of clarifying anything. Let this delightful misunderstanding persist, he chuckled softly. With a faint smile, he raised his gaze to meet hers. Mr. Ran, however, as his eyes fell upon her, Su Yuan was suddenly taken aback. She was unmasked. The veil she had been wearing had quietly slipped away during the fall. This was Su Yuan's first glimpse of her unadorned visage. The descriptions of her beauty, when transformed into the first-person perspective and exhaustively articulated, now seemed woefully inadequate before her true appearance. That Su Yuan steadied his thoughts and chuckled softly. Shaking his head slightly, that it was no wonder that novels often depicted female protagonists as ethereal beings. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the sentiment. Regaining his composure, Su Yuan looked into her beautiful eyes and remarked softly, "Mr. Ran, the words thank you are perhaps the most valueless in this world." As he spoke, Su Yuan pushed himself off the ground, smiling at her. "We survived. Thus the wager is mine to claim. You now owe me a favor." Ranqingma tilted her head slightly, pausing for a moment before responding. "All right." After a brief silence, she inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" Hearing her question, Su Yuan smiled gently. "Keep it for now. There is nothing I require of you at this moment." With that, Su Yuan shifted his gaze to survey their surroundings. That it appeared to be a cave. Its walls adorned with white pearls emitting a faint glow, reminiscent of the fabled luminous pearls. Thanks to this illumination, Su Yuan could discern the cave's interior fairly well. That it was not particularly large, measured by the standards of his previous life. It was roughly 20 square meters. Within it lay a serene pool of water and a circular jade bed with a diameter of about 10 feet. This constituted the entirety of the space. Observing this, Su Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. The dimensions of the cave and the presence of the jade bed and pool were not unexpected. However, where had the large golden treasure chest gone? All the treasures of this cave were supposed to be contained within that chest. "Are you all right?" Ranqingma's melodious voice cut through his thoughts. Sensing the change in his breathing, that Su Yuan composed himself, steadying his breath, and replied casually, "It's nothing. I just realized there seems to be an issue with my memory." "Oh." Ranqingma fell silent. Returning to her meditative state, that Su Yuan approached the jade bed at the cave's far end. Once calm, he deduced that the disappearance of the treasure chest was likely the result of the world's automatic adjustments. That a gleaming golden chest would appear utterly out of place in such a mysterious cave. Given that this cave lured individuals based on fortune, the items from Tsungin placed here would certainly not vanish. Reaching the jade bed, Su Yuan lowered his gaze to examine it. The bed, entirely white like pure jade, emitted a soft glow. There were no blankets or coverings, but two rectangular pillows rested upon it, the only potential hiding places for treasures. Hesitating slightly, Su Yuan slowly extended his hand towards the pillow. It felt cool to the touch, as if made of icy crystal. Upon moving the pillow aside, he discovered an ancient black ring lying beneath it. At the sight of this object, Su Yuan instantly recognized what it was: a storage ring, also known as a void ring. That he had not expected to find such an item in this place, and he suddenly felt that the world's automatic adjustments had their benefits. unlike many other cultivation worlds where everyone possessed a storage ring. In this realm, the Void Ring was a supreme treasure. The fact that a formidable figure like Ran Qingma could only rely on a bag for storage was telling. The formula book had provided an explanation for this. It was a simple principle, since the Void Ring involved spatial power. If they were commonplace, it would imply that spatial power was also readily available. Encountering a Void Ring here was indeed a delightful surprise that Su Yuan grasped the ancient black ring in his palm and smiled broadly. However, that smile quickly faded. Despite its value, he could not utilize it. The Void Ring required source energy to activate, and he was merely an ordinary person at present. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan casually tossed the ring to Ran Qingma, who caught it and lowered her gaze. Having seen a similar item from her master, she recognized it immediately. Yet, despite holding such a prized possession, her eyes revealed no unusual emotion, only a hint of curiosity directed towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan met her gaze with a gentle smile, softly explaining, "Inside are healing herbs and some of my belongings from my previous life. I cannot retrieve them, so I must ask for your assistance." Chapter 17. A Trade Between Us and Song Yuan. Players seeking a Void Ring, apart from exerting great effort to gather rare materials for crafting, also knew of a location to acquire one, that the method was simple. Early on, while completing quests, players would pass through a map known as Tianyuan Mountain. They only needed to venture to the farthest point of this map, where they would encounter an elderly man with 3 blood-red question marks above his head amidst a bamboo grove. He would issue a quest, but to obtain the Void Ring, players must not engage him in conversation. Instead, they should draw their weapons and attack him immediately. After all, fortune favors the bold. Defeating this old man would guarantee a drop of a Void Ring. Accompanied by precious materials, as memories of the past flickered through his mind. Su Yuan shook his head with a faint smile, directing his gaze towards the woman in black. Though her master possessed a Void Ring, it was evident that Ran Qingma had not encountered one herself. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she fiddled with the ring for quite some time before finally extracting a few items from within. 3 vials of elixirs, 2 ancient tomes, and a red silk robe. Aside from these, there were several empty jade vials and boxes. Once she had finished, Ran Qingma looked up at Su Yuan, her eyes blinking in inquiry. "That's all." "I am aware," Su Yuan replied with a slight nod, glancing at the items laid out on the ground. Compared to the game, this storage ring contained a few empty jade vials and boxes, but otherwise, the contents were unchanged. 1 volume contained martial arts techniques. Another secret methods, a blood jade robe, and 3 vials of varying elixirs. The 9 returning elixir, a sacred healing potion. The blood spirit integration elixir, useful for soul integration. And the calamity elixir, essential for cultivating the blood origin heart descent technique. In the outside world, each of these would be considered top-tier treasures. Su Yuan's attention ultimately settled on the 3 vials of elixirs. Reality was not a game. Items bore no labels. Although Su Yuan knew what was in the 3-tier elixirs, he could not distinguish them. However, it mattered not, for he had an elder beside him for guidance. With this thought, Su Yuan turned to the woman beside him. "Mr. Ran, I have some gaps in my memory regarding these elixirs. Would you be so kind as to help me identify them?" Ran Qingma glanced at Su Yuan, her expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. She found his selective amnesia peculiar, though she could not pinpoint why. After a moment of contemplation, unable to reach a conclusion, she nodded in agreement. This vial contains the 9 returning elixir. This one is the blood spirit integration elixir, and this one, as she reached the last vial, her brows furrowed slightly, fixating intently on it for a long while, but ultimately she could not identify it. "This vial. I do not know." "Not knowing is fine," Su Yuan replied softly. It was understandable that Ran Qingma was unfamiliar with the calamity elixir, as it was specifically concocted for the cultivation of the blood origin heart descent technique, which had lain dormant here since its creation. In truth, apart from Su Yuan, who had once been a player, no one else in this world was aware of its existence. As he moved closer to pick up 2 of the vials, Su Yuan glanced at the remaining one, pausing before gently saying to Ran Qingma, "You should keep the 9 returning elixir for your healing." Ran Qingma immediately lifted her gaze, her serene eyes glimmering. She was aware of the value of the 9 returning elixir. Gently biting her lip, she suddenly asked Su Yuan, "Could I have a jade box?" "A jade box?" Su Yuan glanced at the jade vial and box. Smiling casually, "Just take it." "Oh!" Ranshima nodded slightly, taking a jade box in her hands and opening it. Right before Su Yuan, she raised a delicate jade hand and began to rummage through her bosom. After reorganizing her thoughts, Su Yuan gently inquired, "What are you doing?" Without a word, Ranshima silently retrieved the snake heart lotus from her bosom and placed it into the jade box. Su Yuan, witnessing this, felt somewhat surprised that he recalled that prior to his leap off the cliff, he had tucked this item into his own bosom. Most likely, while he was unconscious, this large ice lump had stealthily reclaimed her own spoils. A faint smile crossed his face. After sealing the box, Ranshima adjusted her collar, rose, and handed the jade box to Su Yuan, softly saying, I wish to exchange this with you." Gazing into her earnest eyes, Su Yuan remained silent for a moment, then smiled gently and accepted. "All right, I shall take it. Please help me place it into the shumi ring." "Oh!" Ranshima nodded, and with a thought, the jade box in her hand vanished without a trace. As the words faded, both of them found themselves at a loss for conversation. Ranshima felt no awkwardness. Casting a glance at Su Yuan, she immersed herself in the recovery of the 9 returning pills she had exchanged for, settling into a corner of the cave to heal her injuries. Meanwhile, Su Yuan leisurely picked up the blood jade, glazed robe, and 2 ancient tomes from the ground, taking a seat on the jade bed within the cave. This was his dwelling. It was only reasonable for him to rest on the bed while Ranshima lay upon the floor. Chapter 18. Cultivation method. This cave could be deemed a sanctuary. In the world line of Tsangyuan, where the protagonists faced dire situations, Su Yuan found himself in a similar predicament, pursued by enemies. Given that the plot had already progressed to its mid-phase, these pursuers could easily send the mid-stage protagonist fleeing in all directions, indicating they were formidable. Although they might not possess the ability to traverse the air like Ranshima, navigating the cliffs in search of a person was certainly within their capabilities. Yet, despite this, those pursuing him had never managed to locate the protagonist hiding in this cave. It seemed likely that there was something outside the cave or some formation obscuring their perception. Contemplating this, Su Yuan's gaze swept around the cave once more. Upon awakening, he had not noticed, but now he realized that there were no entrances or exits in this cave, that it resembled an empty groove embedded deep within the mountainside. The method by which he and Ranshima had been drawn inside must have involved triggering some sort of preset teleportation array. Analyzing his past memories alongside the existing information, he ultimately concluded that this cave was relatively safe, allowing him to relax completely. After traversing for so many days, he had finally found a genuine sense of temporary safety. With a sigh, Su Yuan mused that had it not been for the rudimentary nature of his crossing, he might have already been retrieved by his original father's subordinates to become a pampered heir. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it. He had never been one to shy away from problems. When faced with challenges, complaining was futile. Finding solutions was the simple principle he adhered to. Sitting at the head of the ice jade bed, Su Yuan utilized the faint glow of the luminous pearl embedded in the stone wall to begin perusing the tome titled Blood Yuan Heart Descent Technique. This was currently the only feasible method to address the rejection between his physical body and his consciousness. Although he had obtained a blood-spirit fusion pill, he could not ingest it directly. Medicine often carried risks. While beneficial for cultivators, it could pose a lethal threat to ordinary individuals. The blood-spirit fusion pill, crafted from various top-tier materials, contained a vast source of energy that an ordinary person like Su Yuan could not possibly assimilate. Consuming it directly would likely lead to a fatal explosion. Fortunately, he possessed this Blood Yuan Heart Descent technique, which was the key to stabilizing the discord between his body and consciousness, towards death to attain life, through the cultivation of body and soul. The description from the formula book. However, when the secret technique transformed into reality, Su Yuan realized that mastering it was not as simple as merely clicking a mouse to learn at once as in a game. For a time, the only sounds left in the narrow cave were the occasional rustling of turning pages. In the midst of this silence, Ranshima quietly focused on her healing, while Su Yuan diligently studied the cultivation method. Time gradually slipped away, and after an indeterminate duration, Su Yuan abruptly closed the book, exhaling deeply as he leaned against the bed's headboard, closing his eyes to ponder. This was his first genuine encounter with the cultivation techniques of this world. There was novelty and excitement, yet more than that, a sense of bewilderment. Although he could comprehend the individual Chinese characters, why did he find it incomprehensible when they were strung together? What were energy source points? What were the white sea meridians? What did it mean to draw energy into the body? What were the heart source and consciousness? Who am I? Where am I? What are these things? Why could other transmigrators practice once they obtained this technique? While I couldn't even decipher the characters, silence. Raising his hand to rub his temples vigorously, Su Yuan's thoughts became increasingly tangled. Clearly, the blood Yuan heart descent technique, one of the 3 crimson-level techniques in Sangye, was not something suited for novices. To put it metaphorically, it was akin to having learned Chinese characters and being told to attempt crafting a nuclear bomb. Upon thoroughly reading the text, Su Yuan's only takeaway was a rough understanding of the initiation process for the blood Yuan heart descent technique. To consume both the Calamity Descent pill and the Blood Spirit Fusion pill simultaneously. The first phase of the Calamity Descent pill would directly impact the meridians hidden within the human body. In contrast to cultivators, an ordinary person's meridians were blocked and unresponsive. Just as Ran Qingma had been unable to assist Su Yuan, a commoner, with her energy, the impact of the Calamity Descent pill would physically rupture the blocked meridians. Once the meridians were completely ruptured, the body would enter a state of near-death. In this extreme state, the consciousness would begin to dissipate. This moment, the second phase of the Calamity Descent pill's effects would rapidly accelerate the dispersion of consciousness. If this continued, death would be inevitable. However, the Blood Spirit Fusion pill's efficacy lay in refining the consciousness, allowing the dissipated essence to coalesce once more. The 2 opposing effects would merge, supplemented by the operation of the blood Yuan heart descent technique. Within the body, the consciousness would be repeatedly shattered and then reformed, and through this cycle, a perfect harmony between body and consciousness would ultimately be achieved. Moreover, in these repeated moments of near-death, the substantial effects of the Blood Spirit Fusion pill would also serve to mend the damages to both the body and consciousness. Practicing this technique, which sought life through death, could be described as a perilous endeavor. Should one moment of distraction occur during a near-death experience, failing to promptly activate the technique would lead to true demise. Nevertheless, the risks were counterbalanced by the rich rewards. Once initiated, not only would the body and soul become solidified, but all 127 meridians within the body would also become unobstructed. Chapter 19. Blood Yuan Heart Descent Technique. While Su Yuan may not have been well-versed in other cultivation knowledge, he possessed a fundamental understanding of meridians, as they were a significant aspect of Yuan. This system would directly influence the experience bar of players. The more unobstructed meridians a character possessed, the less experience required for each level up. In the game, a character with all 127 meridians fully open would require approximately 20 times less experience to level up compared to one with no open meridians. In numerical terms, if a fully unobstructed character needed 5 experience points to level from 1 to 2, a character with completely blocked meridians would require 100 points. Consequently, if a character's 127 meridians were naturally unobstructed, they would be granted a special title, Innate Body. However, it seemed that the developers of Yuan had catered to players who enjoyed a challenge. Even those who selected a congenital waste body at the start could accumulate source energy through cultivation, gradually unblocking these obstructed meridians to enhance their cultivation speed. Yet this progress would be exceedingly slow. The TO transition from having no open meridians to all 127 being unobstructed, a character would need to cultivate to the Qi reaches source initial realm, at which point the experience required for a congenital waste body would become comparable to that of an innate body. Remarkably, the Blood Yuan Heart Descent technique could bypass the various limitations of meridians and source energy, allowing all 127 meridians to be open from the very beginning of cultivation. More importantly, opening all 127 meridians was merely one of the effects of this Blood Yuan Heart Descent technique. The solidification of body and soul to the utmost degree. This description evoked in Su Yuan a recollection of another physique that was on par with the innate body, the innate soul body. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Yuan suddenly felt parched. He recalled from the lore that if a character possessed both the innate body and the innate soul body, their special title would transform into the innate Tao body. In the game, Su Yuan had never paid much attention to talent and physique, to as an adept. He had always sought self-imposed challenges, craving a way start, nearly maximal resource efficiency, and the thrill of defeating bosses with a sliver of health remaining. Of course, this was within the realm of gaming. In reality, the lower the difficulty, the better. Yet now, this cultivation method could grant him the opportunity to attain the innate Tao body postnatally. He chuckled softly. Should he now declare that the Blood Yuan heart descent technique indeed lives up to its reputation as one of the 3 crimson-level top-tier techniques in Songyuan? Su Yuan licked his lips, his dark pupils shimmering faintly in the dim light of the luminous pearl that in Songyuan. The innate Tao body was not as sinister as those seen in ancient cultivation tales. That it did not possess an affinity with the heavenly path, nor could it perceive and utilize the powers of rules. It was even incapable of performing the most basic of cultivation jumps. Essentially, this physique simply allowed for a slightly faster pace in the journey of cultivation. Well, perhaps quite a bit faster. However, that was more than sufficient. After a prolonged silence, Su Yuan gradually calmed down. Overwhelmed by the formidable nature of this cultivation technique, Tio lived by embracing death. The subsequent effects of mastering this blood origin heart descent technique were indeed enticing. Yet a moment's reflection revealed that the very phrase embracing death was not to be taken lightly. Every opportunity coexists with peril. How significant must the risks be to seize such a grand chance? The blood origin heart descent technique was quite explicit. To master it, one must maintain a state of consciousness through immense willpower while teetering on the brink of death. But can one truly remain lucid in such a dire state? Su Yuan's mind instantly drifted back to the moment he first arrived in this world, recalling the near-death sensation he experienced in that cave due to hypothermia. That condition, thoughts felt ensnared in a quagmire. The pervasive chill rendering even the simplest matters insurmountable, let alone the execution of a technique. Moreover, according to the records of the blood origin heart descent, this near-death phase would repeat countless times. This could barely be considered a gamble of 9 lives for one's survival, could it? Su Yuan's gaze lowered slightly, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Indeed, he was a person who relished thrills and adventures. But that did not imply an absence of fear of death. Following his abrupt transition to this realm, he had often found himself with no choices. Whether it was enduring fear to engage in conversation with Ran Qingma or leaping into the abyss with her. Those actions stemmed from necessity. That To abstain from choosing would mean certain death. Yet now, in a moment of safety, he was being asked to abandon the comforts of a peaceful existence to practice a technique fraught with the potential for death. A sentiment of hesitation began to unfurl within Su Yuan's heart. Wait. Amidst his indecision, his breath suddenly hitched. He became acutely aware that he still had no choice. The absence of remains meant his original father would not relent. Unless Su Yuan could survive until the day the protagonist eliminated his father, he would remain in peril. Even if he escaped this cave and momentarily fled with Ran Qingma, he doubted he could elude the pursuit of superhumans, capable of locking onto his aura with their consciousness. Furthermore, Su Yuan was uncertain of the narrative trajectory that the protagonist was currently following in this world. That in Songyuan, there were a total of 25 narrative lines. Should the antagonist's path diverge from that of his original father, he would face a lifetime of relentless pursuit. Even if the protagonist were on a collision course with his father, when reality unfolded, Su Yuan remained uncertain whether the story's fatal encounters would repeat. After all, the example of Ji Qingyue had just played out before his eyes, that a character so beautiful and pivotal in the narrative could be dispatched by this icy figure beside him with a mere word. Did the protagonist's halo of glory truly exist? Silence. That Su Yuan's clenched fists gradually relaxed as he stood before the woman huddled in a corner. She remained clad in tattered black garments. After a moment of quietude, her clear voice resonated through the cave. What is it? Su Yuan lowered his gaze. I would like to ask for your assistance. Ran Qingma slowly opened her eyes, regarding him. You wish to invoke that favor? Su Yuan's expression did not waver. I need you to teach me some fundamental knowledge regarding cultivation. I have just realized I have forgotten many things, such as absorbing qi into the body and the concepts of heart source and consciousness. In the dim environment, her ethereal eyes flickered with confusion. Ran Xingma could not comprehend why a nascent qi cultivator would forget such elementary principles, as they ought to have been ingrained in one's consciousness. Nevertheless, she did not refuse and earnestly replied, "For this, you need not invoke a favor. I can teach you." Su Yuan slowly seated himself opposite Ran Xingma and gently inquired, "Shall we begin now?" Ran Xingma closed her eyes in contemplation for a moment, seemingly attuning to her physical state. Upon reopening her eyes, she nodded slightly, "All right." After a pause, her serene gaze fell upon Su Yuan's ornate robe. "You should remove your garments." "Remove my clothes?" Su Yuan instinctively questioned, without a flicker of emotion. Ran Xingma calmly replied, "My injuries are severe, and my control over qi has diminished significantly that if you remain clothed, it may cause you harm." Upon hearing her words, devoid of any pretense, Su Yuan promptly shed his ornate robe. For the first time, as he removed his clothing under the faint glow of the luminous pearl embedded in the stone wall, he realized how emaciated his body had become, standing over 6 feet tall. He might weigh no more than 110 pounds. His ribs were starkly visible. Years of indulgence had hollowed out his physique that Su Yuan averted his gaze, maintaining a calm demeanor as he looked at Ran Xingma. "Should I remove my trousers as well?" Ran Xingma raised her eyes to meet his, her cool gaze simply observing him. All right, it appeared that was unnecessary that Su Yuan settled into a meditative position before Ran Xingma, just as he prepared to speak. "Lie down," she instructed softly. Su Yuan obediently adjusted his position, reclining before the woman. Ran Xingma raised a delicate finger, a faint blue light appearing at its tip. "My qi will enter your body." Su Yuan glanced sideways. "Is it safe?" He recalled Ran Xingma mentioning that if her qi entered him, it could rupture his narrow entrance. Ran Xingma had grown accustomed to the occasionally naive inquiries from this nascent qi cultivator. After a brief pause, she shook her head and clarified, "The qi only affects the surface. It will not penetrate your meridians." Su Yuan nodded, indicating for her to proceed, that I in the dim cave. The woman's slender fingers moved ever so slightly, and the blue light at her fingertip instantly dispersed into countless luminous points, resembling fireflies, gently landing upon Su Yuan's skin. The touch was somewhat chilly to Yan the next moment. These points vanished into his body as if swallowed by the earth. Instantly, Su Yuan perceived his body transformed into a transparent anatomical diagram. The myriad points of light coalesced, revealing clear meridians and acupoints before his eyes. Soon, he felt a creeping sensation of numbness as these lights entered him, accompanied by a series of tingling sensations. Her qi was cool and soothing. "Ah!" Ran Xingma cast a glance his way. Su Yuan fell silent. Ran Xingma diverted her gaze, speaking clearly, "I will first teach you to identify acupoints." "Acupoints?" "Acupoints are crucial nodes within the meridians," she elucidated. "Ohat understo Suzuan aknoet." The next part may be somewhat painful. As she spoke, Ran Xingma extended a slender finger, gently pressing it against Su Yuan's neck. Her fingertip felt cool, almost icy. "This is the Huiyuan acupoint." The moment her finger made contact, a sharp pain surged, piercing through the previous pleasant numbness. The pain on the right side of his neck caused Su Yuan's body to involuntarily shudder. Yet this discomfort was tolerable. Ran Xingma's finger did not falter, continuing to tap rhythmically on Su Yuan's reclining figure at 5-second intervals. With each tap, she would announce a corresponding acupoint, and a jolt of pain would resonate beneath her fingertip. Time passed quietly. After a quarter of an hour, hundreds of acupoints had been meticulously identified. Ran Xingma slowly withdrew her hand, gazing at Su Yuan as she spoke clearly. "Have you remembered all of these?" Su Yuan opened his eyes. Locking gazes with her for a moment, he opened his mouth. Huh. Surely she did not expect him to recall everything at once. Ran Xingmo remained silent, extending her finger once more, continuing to point. "This is the Huiyuan acupoint." The duration of the tutorial on identifying acupoints felt interminable, perhaps lasting an entire morning or afternoon. Once more, Ran Xingmo withdrew her hand, looking at the man lying before her. This time, "Have you remembered?" Su Yuan closed his eyes, carefully sensing the remnants of her qi within him, and nodded slightly. "I have retained a general understanding." "General?" About 70 to 80%. Dot. Ran Qingmo regarded him with an odd expression, her eyes filled with incomprehension. How perplexing. She could not fathom why this man appeared so slow-witted. Su Yuan discerned the meaning behind the gaze of the massive ice figure and opened his mouth to explain. In his previous life, regarded as a scholarly prodigy by others, he believed his speed in memorizing acupoints was already sufficiently rapid. However, ultimately, Su Yuan swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. In comparison to the other party, perhaps his past life as a scholar truly rendered him an ordinary individual. He recalled that at this particular narrative juncture, the woman in black before him appeared to be merely 17 years of age. Yet at that tender age, she had already cultivated her abilities to the realm of a grandmaster, mere steps away from reaching the chi source stage. The disparity between individuals was indeed more pronounced than that between man and beast. Ran Qingmo did not utter another word, silently raising her finger, stating, "Let us continue." Su Yuan nodded, refocusing his attention. Time passed once more. Inside the cave, the sky was obscured, rendering it impossible to discern how long had elapsed. Following yet another conclusion, Su Yuan felt as though his entire being was on the verge of transforming into the ethereal blue source chi that characterized Ran Qingmo that moment. She spoke again. "If we continue further, your body will sustain injury." Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes, hesitating briefly before nodding in agreement with Ran Qingmo's suggestion. Although her chi was gentle, it remained an external force. Prolonged immersion within him would ultimately impose a burden. At that very moment, he had begun to sense a hint of nausea and dizziness. Moreover, the extended concentration had left his body feeling an unprecedented fatigue. While human willpower was indeed paramount, physical capabilities could not be overlooked. No matter how robust one's resolve, the body would not yield. After concluding a day of lessons, Ran Qingmo did not rest, but continued to sit in meditation to recuperate. Su Yuan, on the other hand, climbed onto the solitary jade bed within the cave, his head touching the pillow as he succumbed to a deep slumber that in his dreams, the scenes of her teaching him to identify acupoints persisted. Ran Qingmo seemed not to require rest. Whenever Su Yuan was awake, she imparted the foundational knowledge of cultivation to him. When he rested, she silently meditated in a corner to heal. The cave lacked sustenance, yet the pool of water appeared to possess properties of some celestial treasure, providing Su Yuan with a day's worth of energy with just a single sip. Life here seemed devoid of the passage of time, with days slipping by one after another. In these timeless days, Su Yuan gradually grasped the esoteric and intricate knowledge of cultivation. Chapter 21. The 5-day countdown. Ran Qingmo could hardly be deemed a good teacher. Her methods of instruction mirrored her tranquil disposition, lacking fervor. However, her formidable prowess allowed her to provide Su Yuan, a neophyte in cultivation, with profound yet accessible guidance. From the most fundamental identification of acupoints and meridians to experiencing the hidden source chi of this world under Ran Qingmo's guidance, everything unfolded seamlessly. It was precisely this process of sensing source chi that enlightened Su Yuan to the role of the will soul. The more refined and powerful one's will soul, the greater the capacity to perceive the existing source chi within the world. Thanks to the presence of the spiritual pool and the soul-locking array within Ran Qingmo's perception, the source chi in this cave had nearly condensed into a liquid state. Yet, in Su Yuan's sensing, he could only discern a few faint chi orbs. The chasm between their will souls was suffocating. Of course, this also stemmed from Ran Qingmo's strength far surpassing Su Yuan's. The will soul could indeed be refined and strengthened with the enhancement of cultivation. The meridians determined a person's speed in absorbing and transforming the source chi of heaven and earth for their use, while the will soul determined the quantity one could sense. The two complemented each other in the cultivation process. If a person possessed unobstructed meridians but a disordered will soul, no matter how swiftly they could transform source chi, they could only absorb as much as they could sense, those few chi orbs. Conversely, the same applied to someone with only a naturally gifted soul body. Ran Qingmo gradually divulged the foundational knowledge of cultivation in this world. Su Yuan increasingly recognized the terrifying potential of the blood Yuan heartfall technique in his grasp. The ability to artificially create an innate Tao body through this technique. If presented to the outside world, it could undoubtedly incite a war, unaware of how many times he had awakened from the jade bed. Su Yuan was once again greeted by the dim stone ceiling of the cave. Rising, he turned his gaze to the stone wall by the bedside. There a row of neatly carved characters spelling Zheng stood out prominently. Deprived of sight of the sky and unable to distinguish day from night, Su Yuan could only estimate the passage of time by counting his instances of sleep. Upon this awakening, the stone wall by the bed bore 6 complete carvings of the character Zheng. He had been in solitude with the black-clad maiden in the cave for approximately a month. Through these days of diligent study, he had nearly completed the foundational knowledge pertaining to cultivation in this world. Su Yuan had fully mastered the ability to sense the source qi of heaven and earth with his will soul. Furthermore, 2 weeks prior, Ran Xingma had taught him a sword technique from the inner sect called Lotus Sword Technique, allowing Su Yuan to briefly experience the sensation of drawing qi into his body. Now, 2 weeks later, Su Yuan was entirely capable of cultivating independently without Ran Xingma's guidance. With this thought, Su Yuan instinctively cast a glance at her, sitting cross-legged in the corner. After observing her for 2 seconds, he chuckled softly and averted his gaze. Although he had grown accustomed to her unveiled visage, her flawless features still held the power to astonish on occasion. Regrettably, despite their extended time in this cave, the attitude of the ice giantess named Ran towards him had not undergone any significant change, though how the tales of fairy tales are indeed deceptive. Casting aside these disordered thoughts, Su Yuan settled his mind once more and opened the blood Yuan heartfall technique. The obscure terms that had once left him bewildered now appeared clear and comprehensible. The entirety of the technique had been thoroughly memorized over the past month. Yet each day, Su Yuan continued to read, perusing it repeatedly. This was a matter of his very life that I in the realm of techniques. Even a single word's error could result in fatal consequences during the circulation of source Q. No need to inquire. Experience speaks volumes. The operational pathway of the blood Yuan heartfall technique was infinitely more complex than the Lotus Sword technique that Ran Xingma had provided to avoid feeling lost when truly embarking on cultivation. Su Yuan had begun a week prior to guide the faint source qi within him, following the meridian pathways outlined in the blood Yuan heartfall technique. Initially, this attempt proceeded smoothly. The faint source qi flowed steadily along the prescribed route. Unfortunately, upon reaching 1/3 completion, Su Yuan's focus wavered, causing the guided source qi to deviate by half a step from the technique's description, leading him to inadvertently spiral into chaos. The sensation of losing control was anything but pleasant. A moment's lapse caused all the source qi within him to surge uncontrollably, rampaging through his fragile meridians. Had his accumulated source qi not been exceedingly weak, he could have easily envisioned the devastation wrought upon his meridians by the chaotic flow. Fortunately, with the formidable presence of Ran Xingma at his side, she swiftly intervened before his meridians were damaged, stabilizing his raging source qi. Even though it was a close call, Su Yuan became acutely aware of the difficulty inherent in cultivating the blood Yuan heartfall technique. It was worth noting that he had effortlessly mastered the medium difficulty Lotus Sword technique on his first attempt without any inclination towards chaos. Yet, he had only traversed 1/3 of the blood Yuan heartfall technique before spiraling into turmoil. However, this setback did not dishearten Su Yuan. Rather, it instilled within him a sense of excitement. He realized that even if he faltered in his cultivation, this ice giantess named Ran could stabilize his condition before he was harmed. In other words, he could attempt infinitely until he became thoroughly acquainted with the operational pathway of this technique. With this realization, Su Yuan proceeded accordingly. Ran Xingma recognized that Su Yuan was practicing a challenging technique. Yet perhaps due to her temperament, she refrained from probing too deeply. She merely continued to rescue him time and again from the brink of chaos. Once more, Su Yuan perused the blood Yuan heartfall technique. Setting it gently upon the jade bed as he rose and walked towards her in the corner, that moment, Ran Xingma's crisp voice preceded him, resonating from the corner, soft yet distinctly audible. She remarked, "The array outside is about to break." An array? Upon hearing Ran Xingma's sudden declaration, Su Yuan's steps faltered momentarily. Yet in the next instant, he comprehended the meaning behind her words that seemed consistent with his initial conjecture upon entering this cave. Indeed, there existed an array capable of shielding against external perception. However, this array was on the verge of collapse. This revelation caused Su Yuan's heart to sink, but he was still not entirely prepared to commence the cultivation of the blood Yuan heartfall technique. With Ranqing Ma's repeated interventions, he had indeed managed to perfect the circulation of source qi according to the meridian pathways of the blood Yuan heartfall technique while in a conscious state. Yet, executing it flawlessly on the brink of death would undoubtedly pose a geometrically greater challenge. Gathering his thoughts, Su Yuan spoke in a hushed tone. How much longer do you think it will take? Ranqing Ma closed her eyes for a moment to sense their surroundings before softly responding. About half a day. Su Yuan took a deep breath and quietly asked, "Will they be able to find this cave?" The cave was clearly situated within the mountain. "Perhaps they can." Ranqing Ma's melodious voice shattered Su Yuan's fleeting hopes. In that instant, Su Yuan's mind became a tumultuous whirlwind. The countdown to death had already begun, silently ticking away the 5 days remaining. He stood in silence for a long while. Amidst the stillness, she suddenly spoke. "You need not worry." Hearing her words, he slowly turned to look at her. Her clear, earnest eyes locked onto his. "I will lead you to safety." Gazing into her serious expression, Su Yuan remained silent for 2 seconds before offering her a faint smile. There was a hint of amusement, yet it was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness that if he agreed to her suggestion. He could already foresee the tragic fate that awaited this stunning woman in black 5 days hence. There were far too many formidable individuals in this world that if Ji Qingyue could be slain, then naturally, Ranqing Ma could also meet the same fate. Ultimately, Su Yuan did not respond to her, instead choosing to sit beside her. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly inquired softly, "Ran, could you bring me to the brink of death?" A flicker of confusion crossed Ranqing Ma's eyes. "What?" Su Yuan gently reiterated. "I ask if you can bring me to the brink of death." Chapter 22. The Final Preparations, Celestial Maiden. Please allow me to explain that Su Yuan had always preferred to approach tasks methodically, favoring foresight over hasty action. Thus, knowing the perilous odds of cultivating the blood origin heartfall technique, he placed even greater emphasis on preparations beforehand. As he delved deeper into training with Ranqing Ma, Su Yuan gradually delineated his preparatory steps into 5 distinct phases. The first step involved acquiring a foundational understanding of this world and having Ranqing Ma teach him a rudimentary technique for initial practice and familiarization. The second step entailed attempting to channel the source qi along the pathways of the blood origin heartfall technique while remaining conscious. The third step required adapting to the brink of death with Ranqing Ma's assistance while maintaining lucidity. The fourth step involved using her guidance to operate the technique's pathways in a near-death state. Finally, the fifth step would be the actual commencement of cultivation. After a month, Su Yuan had successfully completed the first 2 preparatory phases. Given another month, he was confident he could flawlessly execute his planned approach. However, with only 5 days remaining on the countdown to death, he found it insufficient to proceed through the remaining 3 steps at a measured pace. Faced with no retreat, Su Yuan's decision was made without hesitation. Time was no longer on his side. He had to take risks. The confined cave fell into a brief silence. Ranqing Ma observed the calm, yet serious expression on Su Yuan's face and slowly nodded. "It can be done." After a pause, her voice faltered slightly. "But why?" Su Yuan glanced up at the dim cave ceiling, remaining silent for a long while before saying, "To save both our lives." A flicker of confusion crossed Ranqing Ma's eyes. "But my injuries have healed." Her confidence stemmed from the belief that her recovery meant she could lead him to safety. Su Yuan turned his gaze, softly stating, "I know your injuries have healed, but have you ever encountered Su Chang'e?" Ranqing Ma's beautiful eyes shimmered momentarily before she shook her head. "He has always been in the imperial capital. I have never seen him." "Are you saying he has come?" Her master had mentioned that the long prince of the prime minister's residence was an even more prodigious talent than she. Like her, Su Chang'e had also broken through to the Grand Master realm at the age of 16. Yet, regrettably, he had not made further progress since then, remaining stagnant for over 14 years. With such a lengthy accumulation, Su Chang'e was undoubtedly formidable, but she felt she could still manage, at the very least, to escape the at-present. Su Yuan's meridians could barely endure her qi, and by channeling her qi into his meridians, she could temporarily shield him from the harmful effects of rapid movement. Thus, she could lead Su Yuan to safety amidst the onslaught of their adversaries. Furthermore, Thanks to the 9 heavenly Dan and a month spent cultivating here, her abilities had significantly advanced compared to a month prior. Yes, he is indeed here, Su Yuan replied with a hint of resignation, his voice softening. But do you realize what? Ranching Ma pressed. That 10 years ago, Su Chang'e had already reached the initial stage of qi. As his words echoed through the cave, a profound silence enveloped the space. Ranching Ma's serene gaze lowered slightly. Su Yuan observed her expression and, with a faint smile, remarked, "In truth, Miss Ran, attempting to leverage Su Chang'e's life as a threat against that individual could, in some respects, prove effective. He indeed places great importance on his family. Otherwise, he would not have sent Su Chang'e here." After a brief pause, Su Yuan fixed his gaze upon Ranching Ma's eyes. "Miss Ran, do you still have confidence in escaping? Even if it requires using my body as leverage for your escape." Ranching Ma remained silent, but Su Yuan slowly closed his eyes, succumbing to silence as well that a sense of despair permeated the cramped cave. The formidable opponent they faced was none other than Su Chang'e, the long prince of the Prime Minister's residence, who had once been an insurmountable challenge in the game Tsanyue. Under the wrath of that Prime Minister, Su Chang'e relentlessly pursued Ranching Ma, ultimately cornering her near the ruins of a mysterious village called Burial Village at the edge of the Great Yan. The battle unfolded swiftly. That I end the first exchange, her 3-foot black sword slipped from her grasp. In the second, Ranching Ma was sent flying, collapsing to the ground like a fragile wisp. 2 moves, and the fight was over. She had not a single opportunity to retaliate, let alone draw her sword, before being gravely injured at the hands of Su Chang'e. The disparity in their strengths was suffocatingly vast. The oppressive silence lingered in the cave for an indeterminate duration. Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes, declaring, "Miss Ran, let us commence." His voice was soft yet resolute, for only through cultivating that technique could he hope to survive. Ranching Ma's eyes flickered, her lips moving as if to speak before ultimately nodding gently. "Thank you." Su Yuan shook his head. "I have said before, there is no need for thanks. That word holds little value." Ranching Ma regarded him earnestly, remaining silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Then, I owe you a favor." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan smiled softly, replying, "Miss Ran, accumulating too many debts of gratitude often leads one to a point of no return. You have already aided me, and my willingness to take risks is for my own survival. So there is no need for your favor." Ranching Ma's eyes shimmered for a moment before she insisted, "No, I must owe you." In silence, they exchanged glances that Su Yuan exhaled softly. "As you wish. Time is of the essence. Can we begin now?" Ranching Ma nodded and slowly raised her delicate hand to grasp Su Yuan's wrist. The icy sensation from her touch immediately coursed through his skin that Su Yuan glanced down and calmly inquired, "What method do you intend to use?" Ranching Ma explained softly, "I will use my qi to create an icy barrier around you and later assist in healing you." Su Yuan pondered momentarily. Given the circumstances, with qi already within him, they could employ the technique of healing through qi manipulation. With his thoughts settled, Su Yuan slightly nodded, signaling for her to proceed. Without a word, an eerie chill suddenly filled the cramped cave. The frigid mist even freezing a thin layer of frost upon the surface of the spiritual spring within. Su Yuan felt a bone-chilling cold rapidly spreading from his wrist through his arm, enveloping his entire body as if descending into a realm of eternal ice. Amidst this pervasive cold, Su Yuan sensed his consciousness dimming at an alarming rate, the specter of death clinging to his heart like a parasite. Time passed slowly, and everything before him gradually succumbed to darkness. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yuan gradually awakened once more, staring at the dim cave ceiling, rendered speechless for a long while. He had thought that the fainting caused by hypothermia within the cave had constituted a near-death experience. But when true sensations of dying arrived, he realized that the previous state was nothing in comparison. After merely a few minutes, his consciousness had plunged into darkness that a slightly hoarse voice gently echoed within the silent cave. "How long have I been unconscious?" 2 hours, came Ranching Ma's gentle reply from beside him. Su Yuan placed his hand upon his brow and rubbed it vigorously. 2 hours. Approximately 5 days at the very least. He must reserve 2 days for the formal cultivation of the blood element heartfall technique. With 2 hours per session, this means he has roughly 20 opportunities left to adapt. Slowly rising into a seated position, Su Yuan gazed at her, uttering no more than a single word. Continue. If possible. Once I've healed, just wake me up directly. No need for rest. Ran Qingmo regarded his frail yet resolute expression, gently pressing her lips together as she silently grasped his wrist once more. Chapter 23. Su Changtian continue. We can begin again. Time is of the essence. Don't dawdle. I'm already awake. Continue. There was no sound, no conversation. Within this cramped cave, embedded deep within the mountains, only Su Yuan's understated reminders echoed each time he awoke from the brink of death. With each utterance, his voice grew weaker. Thanks to Ran Qingmo's timely awakening of Su Yuan from his unconscious state, the duration of his near-death experience had been reduced from 2 hours to less than half an hour. Transmitting skills for healing allowed him to utilize another's qi to mend his own body. Yet, the qi that entered his being was ultimately not his own. Each instance of such healing left behind residual qi within his meridians. In times of ample duration, this was advantageous that as he cultivated, he could gradually refine the residual qi left by others for his own use, thereby enhancing his cultivation. However, excessive instances of healing within a short span could lead to a qualitative change in the qi remaining from others, resulting in a nearly incurable hidden ailment. Ran Qingmo explained the pros and cons to Su Yuan, but he was indifferent. The reduction of his near-death time from 2 hours to half an hour was already more than sufficient for him. This was a fortuitous development, signifying he would have more opportunities to acclimate to the near-death state, preparing him further for the final cultivation of the blood element heartfall technique. Time slipped by quietly amidst the repeated brushes with death. 5 times, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, as consciousness cycled through the endless darkness of death, Su Yuan had lost count of how many times he had entered this state with her assistance. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Bathed in the faint glow of the luminous pearl embedded in the stone wall, he beheld the woman's pristine and flawless visage, as well as the thin layer of ice radiating a chilling aura from his own body. Ran. Mr. Ran. His voice trembled with frailty. Yet this indicated that, in this near-death state, Su Yuan had managed to steady his mind enough to speak. Ran Qingmo silently lifted her gaze, her serene eyes reflecting a complexity of emotions. Speak. Covered in icy crystals. Su Yuan endeavored to maintain a steady tone. How much longer until the external array disappears? Ran Qingmo closed her eyes to sense, and after a moment, she softly replied, Approximately 2 days remain. 2 days left. Su Yuan sighed softly. Time was still too tight. Even disregarding the hidden ailments of his body and risking his life, it had taken him nearly 3 days to complete the 3rd step. Though little time remained, urgency served no purpose. Preparations were essential, even if only for a single attempt. Moreover, Su Yuan believed that once the Prime Minister's eldest son noticed his cultivation, he would not dare to forcibly breach the barrier. Risking his younger brother's descent into madness at this juncture, all he could do was gamble. After a prolonged silence, Su Yuan finally stammered, In the coming day, I will begin to circulate my technique that if I fall into madness, then I will leave it to you. Ran Qingmo nodded silently. Observing her solemn gaze, Su Yuan offered a gentle smile. Mr. Ran, I will officially commence my cultivation in a day's time. Please remind me. Understood. The initial attempt to circulate qi in a near-death state proved far more challenging than Su Yuan had anticipated. This was not due to his consciousness failing to coalesce, but rather because the residual source qi left by Ran Qingmo within him was overwhelming. The countless instances of skill transmission for healing had reshaped his meridians to resemble hers. His innate aptitude was already subpar, with each meridian's degree of blockage akin to a narrow path. And now, this constricted pathway was further burdened by the icy blue source qi belonging to Ran Qingmo. This icy blue residue clung to the inner walls of every meridian within him. Under such conditions, guiding his own remaining source qi along the path of his technique became an arduous endeavor. Recognizing this, Su Yuan refrained from letting his emotions waver. He clung to his steadfast belief. When faced with a problem, one must resolve it, but if his meridians had grown narrower, then he must be all the more careful as he directed the source qi forward. If the time taken for his technique to circulate had lengthened, he would simply endure a bit longer in this near-death state, maintaining a conscious awareness. A day passed in a hurried blur. Awakening once more from unconsciousness, Su Yuan's first sight was still the silent figure at his side. Unlike before, he now lay on the only jade bed in the cave. Silently sitting up, Su Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the jade bed. On its immaculate surface lay 2 volumes of techniques stacked quietly together. Alongside 2 vials of precious medicinal pills required for cultivation, he gazed in silence, his thoughts tinged with nostalgia. After more than a month, he had finally reached the final step. I have not perused your technique. Perhaps due to Su Yuan's prolonged gaze, the large ice mass beside him suddenly interjected with an out-of-context remark. Turning to glance at her, Su Yuan smiled. I know. These 2 manuals bore no special distinction. Apart from the recorded content, they were merely ordinary sheets of paper, given Ranxingma's cultivation level, even from dozens of meters away. She could discern their contents with utmost clarity. But Su Yuan adjusted his posture. Sitting cross-legged upon the jade bed, he opened the 2 jade vials, and a mingling scent of blood and medicinal fragrance instantly filled the small cave. Balancing 2 pills in his palm, he observed the ancient and intricate patterns adorning them. Finally, Su Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Ranxingma, half joking. Mr. Ran, you should be hoping for my success. Otherwise, this cave will be our final resting place. Ranxingma stared at him in silence. She remained as reticent as when they first met. Su Yuan, finding the situation somewhat dull, shook his head and ceased further conversation, tilting his head back to swallow the 2 pills in one gulp. The pills dissolved instantly upon entry, transforming into 2 gentle streams of warmth that coursed through his body. It was not painful. On the contrary, the 2 warm currents spreading within him even felt somewhat pleasant. Yet, at the moment this thought crossed Su Yuan's mind, a sudden upheaval occurred. One of the warm currents erupted violently, transforming into a torrent of source qi that surged through Su Yuan's meridians. The unexpected, intense pain caused Su Yuan's entire body to involuntarily contort into a shrimp-like shape. The constricted and narrow meridians could not withstand such a massive influx of source qi. With each inch that the source qi traversed, Su Yuan's meridians would crack, the excruciating agony of their shattering threatening to overwhelm his senses. The pain was unbearable. This agony, penetrating to the very marrow, rendered breathing nearly impossible, and his vision began to blur. Fortunately, the countless brushes with death had allowed Su Yuan to maintain a semblance of mental clarity, preventing him from succumbing to unconsciousness under the weight of such torment. That a quarter of an hour passed, and the ferocity of the Ayu pill's efficacy completed a full circuit through Su Yuan's 127 meridians. Accompanied by the bone-deep pain, he could feel that each of his meridians was in a state of utter disintegration. His external body could no longer sustain a seated position, and he collapsed limply onto the jade bed. That a true sense of despair, belonging to death itself, began to creep into his heart. However, at that moment, the second warm current, belonging to the blood-spirit integration pill, also began to diffuse into the fractured meridians. This warm current was thick and comforting. With every inch it traversed, it brought a wave of tingling warmth. Realizing this shift, Su Yuan understood that the time had come. He immediately began to guide the potency of the blood-spirit integration pill to circulate according to the path of the blood element heartfall technique. As the medicinal energy of the blood-spirit integration pill flowed through, Su Yuan felt the fractures in his meridians slowly begin to mend. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The 2 distinct energies, one from the Ayu pill and the other from the blood-spirit integration pill, commenced an endless cycle through Su Yuan's meridians. The Ayu pill initiated destruction, while the blood-spirit integration pill followed, mending the damage. Pain and comfort intertwined in a maddening dance. The meridians fractured and then healed and then fractured, again and again, in an endless loop. Time and cultivation was timeless. As moments passed, Su Yuan realized that his consciousness did not blur amidst the ongoing near-death experiences and intense pain. Rather, it became increasingly clear and focused. After an indeterminate duration, Su Yuan even managed to allocate a portion of his mind to sense the qi drifting through the heavens and earth. Previously, he had only been able to perceive 3 or 4 faint chi clusters within the cave. Now, as the blood element heartfall technique continued its operation, their numbers steadily increased. The pallid visage gradually regained a rosy hue. The breath, as delicate as a wisp of smoke, began to steady, and everything was moving towards a semblance of calm. Beyond this tranquility, however, a series of peculiar images flowed into Su Yuan's mind like a gentle stream, reminiscent of watching a surrealist film. Fragmented and intricate, yet capable of coalescing into a cohesive narrative. Upon deeper reflection, Su Yuan quickly sensed something amiss. These were images, memories belonging to Su Chang, the essence of his soul seamlessly merged with his body. These lingering memories began to surface within Su Yuan's consciousness, revealing mundane moments of daily life, instances of bullying others due to family status, hunting excursions on horseback, and even the absurdity of Su Changtian indulging in debauchery at the drunken immortal pavilion. The images transitioned from obscurity to clarity, countless in number. However, to Su Yuan's surprise, there were few recollections concerning his father among Su Changtian's memories. Most often, he could only discern a silhouette that instilled a sense of dread within him. Dread, Su Yuan realized that as that silhouette flitted through his mind, he too felt an undercurrent of fear. He was being influenced by these memories. With this thought, Su Yuan hastily reined in his emotions, determined not to dwell on that minister. Yet in the next moment, those memories surged uncontrollably to the forefront of his mind, that in stark contrast to his lofty father. The figure that left the deepest impression in Su Changtian's recollections was his elder brother. As the memories flooded in, Su Yuan recognized that the fear this body harbored towards Su Chang'e was even greater than that towards their father. It was an almost visceral terror. Merely thinking of him made Su Yuan's body tremble slightly. To what extent must one be frightened to elicit such a reaction? Soon, Su Yuan found the answer within those vivid memories. Scenes of recollection materialized before him. Useless. You can't even manage such a simple task. If I catch you embarrassing the family again, I will beat you to death on father's behalf. You wretched fool, look at the disgraceful acts you've committed in the capital. Can't cultivate? Can't pass the imperial examination. Su Changtian. Have you even glanced at your second brother? The 4 young masters of the capital. Is it? Someone bring me a stick. Ha ha, Su Changtian. It has been but 3 days since we last met, and you dare to lay hands on the granddaughter of the Marquis of Wucheng. Fetch me the thickest whip. Su Yuan was rendered speechless as these scenes played out in his mind. Su Chang'e was 10 years older than Su Changtian, and their father, preoccupied with court affairs, had entrusted Su Chang'e with raising him. However, his elder brother's methods of education were rather crude and brutal. When he said to beat, he truly meant to beat, and it was a severe kind of beating at that. The memories belonging to Su Changtian continued to emerge, and Su Yuan could feel his emotions being swayed. He was unwilling to accept this. Yet at this moment, he had no choice but to silently endure. The memories flowed on, and just as the blood essence heartfall technique was nearing completion, Su Yuan's mind suddenly went blank. The lingering recollection seemed to vanish in an instant. Su Yuan pondered this oddity. A sword appeared in his consciousness, a sword that seemed to pierce through the very heavens of Tianmen Mountain. Yet, as swiftly as it appeared, it dissipated, vanishing from his awareness almost immediately. As the technique was completed, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The memories remained, but the emotions had dissipated. However, what was that sword that had last emerged in his mind? His gaze flickered as Su Yuan recalled the sword intent he had sensed while gazing at Tianmen from the precipice. At that moment, due to the urgency of the situation, he had not given it much thought, but now he found numerous discrepancies. The appearance of that sword in his mind should have stemmed from his earlier contemplation. But why? Tianmen Mountain had existed for at least 10,000 years, and countless individuals had gazed upon it. Why did the opportunity present itself to him? After much contemplation, the only distinction he could identify was that he did not belong to this world. Could it be that only a traverser's essence could perceive the remnants of that sword intent that had endured for millennia? This reasoning felt too abstract. Su Yuan found it incomprehensible and set it aside for the time being. At that moment, the voice of Ran Qingma gently reached his ears. The array outside has dissipated. They are coming. Su Yuan glanced at her, reached for the blood essence heartfall technique on the jade bed, and replied in a calm tone, Understood. As he spoke, he activated the technique, crimson source energy emanating from his fingertips and swirling around him. In the next moment, flames erupted, and the solitary volume of the blood essence heartfall technique was consumed, vanishing from the world. Similar to the ice cloud steps in Ranchima's technique, the blood essence heartfall technique encompassed various methods of application, with this flame being one of them. After disposing of incriminating items that might reveal his identity and donning a blood-red attire made of blood jade and glass, Su Yuan began systematically clearing the cave of all useful items. But he slipped the Sumi ring onto his index finger and stored both the jade bed and the spring of spirit water within it. Pausing briefly, Su Yuan glanced at the luminous pearl embedded in the stone wall and decided to include it in the ring as well. In an instant, the cave was enveloped in complete darkness. With nothing to do in the dark, Su Yuan settled down to meditate and began to experiment with his cultivation. He felt a surge of anticipation for the cultivation speed of his innate Tao body. As his essence dispersed, he immediately sensed the disparity. Unlike the few chi spheres he had previously detected, Su Yuan now found himself engulfed in a vast sea of chi. Unbeknownst to Su Yuan, beside him, Ranchima's ethereal eyes remained fixed on him in the darkness, her expression betraying a hint of hesitation. Time slipped by silently until, suddenly, hearing the voice, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at Ranchingma. I am Ranchingma. Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback by her introduction. Although he had always referred to her as Ms. Ran, he recalled having mentioned her name while in the Buddhist hall. He nodded slightly. I know. After speaking, he closed his eyes once more. After a brief pause of several seconds, Su Yuan opened his eyes again, and upon infusing source energy into his gaze, he discovered that the large, icy figure beside him was still staring at him intently. Momentarily stunned, Su Yuan quickly realized she was inquiring about his name. He instinctively opened his mouth to reveal his name. Yet just as the words were about to escape his lips, he hesitated. His eyes flickered for a moment before Su Yuan's gaze slowly dropped, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. I am Su Changtian. Chapter 24. Breaking the barriers. Su Yuan's emotions were somewhat complex. Regardless of his past, it seemed that from now on, he could only go by the name Su Changtian. Oh! A soft sound of disappointment echoed in the dark cave, as if she felt let down that he had not revealed his true name. After a few seconds of silence, she softly asked, So, will you be using Su Yuan's name from now on? Su Yuan's eyes flashed with a peculiar expression. After a moment of contemplation, he remembered that there was indeed a custom of having a courtesy name in Sangye, but the third young master had always met his demise soon after debuting, never revealing his true name. Learning that the original owner also went by Su Yuan surprised Su Yuan. Was it a coincidence? Or perhaps due to other factors? As his thoughts wandered and then swiftly coalesced, Su Yuan, who never wasted time on things he could not comprehend, finally spoke to the young woman beside him in a gentle tone. Ms. Ran, please wait a moment, Ran Xingmo. The large, icy figure suddenly interrupted him, her clear eyes unwavering and earnest. I am Ran Xingmo. There was a brief silence in the air as he and she exchanged silent glances in the dark. Slightly taken aback, Su Yuan nodded with a smile and resumed, Ran Xingmo. Once they arrive, do not speak. I will handle it. This time, the large, icy figure seemed satisfied and nodded. Understood. With that, both fell into silence. Su Yuan slowly closed his eyes, once again entering a state of meditation. As the spring of spirit water had been completely stored in the Sumi ring, the source energy within the cave had gradually begun to thin. However, due to the continued presence of the spirit locking array, the surrounding sense source energy still left Su Yuan somewhat astounded. The technique began to circulate through his meridians, with the sense source energy gradually being absorbed into his body. The previously narrow meridians that had resembled a winding path were now transformed into a spacious highway. The icy blue source energy that once lined the walls of his meridians having been thoroughly washed away by the potent medicinal energy. The source energy drifting through the heavens and earth entered his meridians at an almost unimpeded pace, rapidly commencing its transformation. In merely a quarter of an hour, Su Yuan discovered that the source energy he had transformed in that short time was already equivalent to the efforts of an entire week of arduous cultivation. His emotions were a mix of sentiment and helplessness. The endeavors of an ordinary person could not match the effortless achievements of geniuses. Fully immersed in his cultivation, Su Yuan could only vaguely sense the thinness of the primordial qi after having experienced the struggle of an ordinary person. It was only then that he could comprehend the terrifying advantages bestowed by this innate Tao body. However, he soon discovered that, for reasons unknown, the primordial qi surrounding him was dissipating at a visibly rapid pace. The existence of primordial qi resembles that of air, continuously flowing from regions of high pressure to those of low pressure, filling the voids left behind. Yet, even so, the primordial qi within the cave was swiftly dwindling. From dense to sparse, ultimately leaving behind only a few faint qi orbs within a radius of 2 feet around him. With his eyes closed and brows slightly furrowed, Su Yuan extended his consciousness to probe the surroundings. For an ordinary person, upon first embarking on cultivation, the consciousness could only perceive a meager primordial qi within less than a foot's radius. Beyond that, the flow and replenishment of primordial qi remained undetectable. However, the terrifying nature of the innate soul body manifested once again, as Su Yuan's sensing range was not only broader, but also enabled him to distinctly discern the direction of the primordial qi flow. As he probed with his consciousness, he sensed that the dissipating primordial qi in the cave was flowing towards a spot 1 meter to his side. Su Yuan ceased his cultivation and opened his eyes. Ran Qingma was sitting beside him, eyes closed in meditation. The primordial qi within the cave had all been seized by her, and he was utterly unable to compete with this colossal ice figure. With his eyes flickering slightly, Su Yuan gently shook his head and decided against further cultivation. Leaning against the stone wall to rest, he began to understand why Ran Qingma had achieved the status of a grandmaster at such a young age. She was perpetually engaged in cultivation, whether in the Buddhist hall upon their first meeting, or when waking from a state of coldness in the cave, or even during moments of rest while trekking through the Wanqing mountain range. Whenever she sat in meditation, she was cultivating that a diligent genius is the true genius. As Su Yuan pondered this, his thoughts suddenly stalled, and he recalled his elder brother from his memories. That fellow seemed to have seldom engaged in cultivation. Didn't he, in his childhood memories, he would always twist and turn to coax his elder brother, who was 10 years his senior, to play with him. Although Su Chang'e often wore a reluctant expression, he would still accompany him, sometimes for an entire day. That in those memories, he never saw Su Chang'e pause to meditate and cultivate. That as Su Yuan's thoughts wandered, the seemingly stoic Ran Qingma beside him quietly opened her eyes and spoke in a cold voice. "They're here." Su Yuan immediately regained his focus, his gaze sharpening. The next moment, boom! Debris flew as an external force blasted open a deep hole in the cave's sturdy stone wall, sunlight streaming in and instantly dispelling the darkness within. Amidst the sunlight, several figures could be faintly discerned. Perhaps wary of Ran Qingma's strength, they did not recklessly enter the confined cave. After a brief silence, a chilling and hoarse female voice echoed from outside the cave. "Mr. Ran, please come out." The voice reverberated throughout the cave. After a second of quiet, Ran Qingma silently picked up her sword, stood, and began to walk towards the entrance. That Su Yuan instinctively reached out to grasp her wrist. She turned back to look at him, and he gently shook his head at her. This moment, given his elder brother's prowess, he could indeed deliver a fatal blow to this colossal ice figure. Ran Qingma hesitated for 2 seconds, but obediently remained in her place. That Su Yuan slowly rose, brushed off the blood-red robe, and spoke. "Mr. Ran has not harmed me. Do not take action against her. Let her leave." Upon hearing Su Yuan's voice, the figures outside did not utter a word. Observing this, Su Yuan also walked towards the entrance of the cave. The blasted cave extended over 10 meters, with debris scattered everywhere, crunching beneath his boots. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Yuan squinted against the sunlight, channeling primordial qi into his eyes to adapt. He raised his hand to gently touch his neck. Gazing at the 4 figures hovering in the air outside, one was a scruffy man, another a muscular woman with a high ponytail, a bald monk, and the last was a masked woman clad in tight black attire. Revealing 2 fair arms, that Su Yuan's gaze locked onto the masked woman. That he remembered her. She was the one who had handed over the weapon when Su Chang'e was about to strike him. Her indifferent eyes swept over Su Yuan as she spoke softly. "Zhou Chun, Take the third young master away. Zhou Chen glanced at the third young master standing at the cave's entrance, shaking his head in resignation. While the blood-red robe looked rather striking, who would heed the words of this debauched third young master? Killing Ran Qingma was indeed the command from the eldest young master. With that thought, Zhou Chen swiftly darted towards Su Yuan, moving at a speed so fast that Su Yuan could barely perceive it. Yet halfway through his movement, Zhou Chen's form suddenly halted, frowning as he hovered in midair. To his astonishment, he saw strands of eerie blood-red primordial qi emerging from the third young master's hand, coiling around his own fair neck. In that instant, as Zhou Chen had moved, blood began to seep from the third young master's neck. Su Yuan gently stroked his neck, surveying the four figures once more, and pronounced each word with deliberation. I said, "Let Mr. Ran leave." Feeling the warmth of the blood seeping from his neck, Su Yuan realized that if he could maintain absolute rationality, he should seize this opportunity to eliminate the colossal ice figure, that if he did so, his identity would be firmly established, leaving no room for flaws. Yet, Su Yuan could not bring himself to do it. Perhaps in the future, he and she would find themselves at odds over certain matters, but it could not happen now. Whether as a saint or a sycophant, one should at least not repay kindness with malice. She had assisted him throughout, silently aiding him in many ways within the cave. Were it not for her, he would have perished merely from his inability to resolve the rejection syndrome. Ran Qingma stood within the cave, her sword in hand, gazing at the blood-red silhouette at the cave's entrance, her lips gently pressed together. Surrounded by swirling mist, below her lay the precipice of the abyss. The entrance of the cave fell into an eerie silence. Upon seeing the strands of blood-red primordial qi, the masked woman's indifferent gaze flickered with a hint of surprise before returning to its usual demeanor. "Third young master, we intend to rescue you. What is your meaning?" Su Yuan's gaze shifted slightly toward her as he replied softly. "To rescue me does not conflict with allowing Mr. Ran to leave." After this brief exchange, the entrance fell silent once more. For the four hovering figures outside, the emergence of primordial qi within the third young master was indeed unexpected, but to them, given their level of cultivation, it was not a significant concern. Subduing the third young master was a simple task, merely requiring a swift movement. However, the issue lay in the fact that no one knew what cultivation technique the third young master had practiced, nor whether the blood-red primordial qi coiling around his neck would go berserk upon his being incapacitated. Certainly, their strength allowed them to forcibly suppress it before it erupted. But what if? What if the situation deviated from their expectations, and something unfortunate befell the third young master? Who would bear that responsibility? The third young master dying at their hands would equate to a family funeral, and no one dared to shoulder that burden. The tense atmosphere persisted for an indeterminate duration until a sigh suddenly resonated from the top of the abyss. Soft yet distinctly audible to all present, as the sigh faded, a voice as warm as jade echoed, "Inger. If Mr. Ran wishes to leave, let her go, and bring Chong Tian up." Chapter 25. Inspection on the edge of the abyss. The wind howled fiercely, as the voice resonated. The previously tense atmosphere relaxed instantaneously. The eldest young master had actually returned from the ancient abyss. With his command, the gathered crowd saw no need to continue this charade with the third young master. The four figures hovering in the air instantly vanished, leaving only the woman named Inger standing her ground. After a moment of silence, Su Inger fixed her gaze on the blood-red silhouette at the cave's entrance and softly implored, "Third young master, please come with me. The eldest young master is waiting for you at the mountain's peak." Su Yuan did not hastily withdraw his hand from his neck, but continued to regard the hovering figure with keen interest. Softly calling out, "Mr. Ran, you may leave now." Upon hearing his voice, Ran Qingma stepped out of the cave, silently standing beside him, sword in hand. The sudden sunlight outside made it somewhat difficult for her eyes to adjust. Closing her eyes and then opening them again, beneath the radiant sun at the edge of the abyss, the swirling clouds danced with the wind, obscuring the vastness of the world, yet she could clearly see him standing beside her. Lowering her beautiful eyes slightly, she whispered, "I'm leaving." Take care." Su Yuan replied, his tone remarkably calm. "My previous words remain valid. If you change your mind, you can come find me in Jingjiang City." The implication of his words referred to the collaboration he had proposed to her in the Buddhist hall. Ranchima's lips parted slightly as she remained silent for several seconds, ultimately merely nodding gently, "All right." As her words fell, upon turning, the icy clouds formed invisibly beneath her, allowing her to tread lightly upon them. "Oh, by the way," the sudden voice from behind made her pause momentarily. That Su Yuan watched her graceful silhouette and softly stated, "My name is Su Yuan." Ranchima glanced back at the man behind her, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. That Su Yuan smiled, reiterating, "I said, my name is Su Yuan." I shall remember that." Clad in garments as dark as ink, she departed, swiftly transforming into a mere speck against the horizon after a few agile leaps. It was not until she vanished completely from sight that Su Yuan slowly lowered his hand from his neck. The favor Ranchima had bestowed upon him was now repaid, turning his gaze towards the figure suspended in midair. Su Yuan spoke in a calm tone, commanding, "Take me up." Before him, the clouds rolled forward incessantly, eventually parting to reveal a clear expanse, the azure sky coming into view to end a daze. Su Yuan found himself, once again, escorted by the masked figure to the precipice of the sky. As he was about to meet Su Chang'e, his heart remained surprisingly tranquil. After all, he had inherited the memories of his original self, coupled with the refinement of the blood Yuan heart descent technique. His identity as Su Changtian was now firmly established. After bringing Su Yuan up, the figure said nothing further, merely proceeding ahead. That as he observed the retreating silhouette, Su Yuan's dark pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinholes. Atop this mountain peak, he beheld a colossal head of the 7 lives serpent once more. The reason for stating once more was that, unlike Ji Qingyue's, the 7 lotus flowers adorning this serpent's head had all fully bloomed, and a massive dark green horn protruded from its crown. That Su Yuan stared for a prolonged moment before confirming the serpent's identity. Alas, yet another female protagonist had fallen victim to Su Chang'e's wrath. Judging by its characteristics, this serpent's head likely belonged to Ji Qingyue's elder sister, Ji Fenghua. The plot of Tsang had only just begun, and yet the princesses of the serpent demon clan within the ancient abyss had been entirely wiped out. The sisterly narrative once experienced in Tsang had been utterly obliterated. However, this fleeting thought of lament quickly dissipated as Su Yuan recognized the gravity of the situation. The direct demise of 2 pivotal female protagonists indicated that the butterfly effect he had incited had commenced, propelling the storyline of Tsang into chaos. The future had become increasingly unpredictable. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Su Yuan's gaze resumed its movement. Eventually, it naturally settled upon a strikingly handsome man, that's Su Chang'e. He sat serenely beneath the enormous serpent head of Ji Fenghua. Dressed in azure robes adorned with dark patterns and billowing sleeves, his skin glimmered with a subtle luster, and his deep-set eyes were as mysterious as a cold pool, while his long hair danced gently in the mountain breeze. Simply sitting there, he evoked a feeling of inadequacy in others. That it seemed that some individuals were inherently like the bright moon in the night sky, gentle yet not blinding, yet somehow illuminating one's own insignificance. Yet, none of this was of any consequence. What truly mattered was why such a man held a long, thick vine in his hand at this moment. Connecting the dots in his mind, an ominous premonition surged within Su Yuan, prompting him to exclaim in the voice of his original self, "Su Chang'e, I warn you." Crack! Before Su Yuan could finish, the man's eyes narrowed, and the vine in his hand lashed towards Su Yuan like a coiled serpent. Su Yuan thought, what kind of elder brother is this, at 20 years old, still resorting to violent education? Su Yuan hastily summoned his internal energy, channeling it into his eyes to discern the trajectory of the vine strike, that he managed to sidestep just in time. Crack! The vine struck the ground beside him, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the vine retracted, Su Yuan noticed a deep lash mark left on the earth. Turning back, he shouted, "Su Chang'e, are you serious?" Crack! Su Chang'e, with a calm expression, swung the vine for a second time, his voice soft and soothing. "If you believe it to be real, then it is indeed real." This time, the vine moved with even greater speed, and Su Yuan barely evaded it with all his might. Remarkably, the lash mark on the ground had shattered a small stone at the edge of the cliff. Witnessing this, Su Yuan felt genuinely irked and opened his mouth to retaliate. But Su Chang's third strike had already been unleashed. Su Yuan took a deep breath, extending his consciousness to probe outward. Crimson energy emanating from his hands, grasping the incoming vine mid-air. As the blood-red energy seeped forth, Su Chang's narrow eyes narrowed into slits, with the emergence of the crimson energy from Su Yuan's hands. A fiery blood-red flame ignited upon the vine. The flames raced up the vine, hurtling towards Su Chang'e at lightning speed. Yet Su Chang'e remained seated, calmly waiting for the blood-red flames to reach him, allowing the bizarre flames to dance in his grasp. Observing the flames, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Chang's deep-set eyes. With a casual pinch, the flames extinguished instantly. This technique is quite impressive. Su Yuan opened his mouth, intending to say something, but before he could utter a word, Su Chang'e rose and waved his sleeve towards him. In an instant, gusts of wind materialized from all directions, and Su Yuan's body was swept towards Su Chang'e like a leaf caught in a tempest. Uncontrollably floating until he hovered 2 meters away from him, Su Chang'e stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze steady upon Su Yuan. Su Yuan struggled to speak, but found himself unable to move even a finger under Su Chang'e's pressure. Silence prevailed as they locked eyes. After a while, Su Yuan averted his gaze, sensing that if he continued to stare, this elder brother would surely hang him up for a beating. As Su Yuan's thoughts wandered, Su Chang'e also shifted his gaze, addressing the figure beside him. Master Jueshing, I kindly ask you to examine Changtian's body. Upon hearing the name Jueshing, Su Yuan's scattered thoughts coalesced, his heart sinking. Master Jueshing was one of the few cultivators capable of detecting discrepancies between one's consciousness and physical form. Though it was termed a physical examination, Su Chang'e was evidently suspecting his identity. As Su Chang'e spoke, a kindly-faced bald monk approached Su Yuan, bowing slightly and placing his palms together in a gesture of respect. Third young master, I apologize for the intrusion. Raising his hand slightly, an inexplicable energy flowed through the air and invaded Su Yuan's body. This energy did not traverse the meridians, but instead followed a bizarre path within him. Although Su Yuan knew that Master Jueshing would likely not uncover anything, he still began to cultivate his energy to resist this invasion, adhering more closely to his original self's character. Yet, the result was futile. The peculiar energy continued to penetrate his being. A profound silence enveloped the mountaintop. As this strange energy infiltrated Su Yuan, Master Jueshing's expression grew, increasingly astonished. Meanwhile, Su Chang'e observed Master Jueshing's expression, his own demeanor darkening. After a moment, Master Jueshing took a step back, offering another apology to Su Yuan. Turning towards Su Chang'e, he appeared hesitant to speak. That Su Chang'e seemed to have prepared himself. Inhaling deeply, his voice calm, yet tinged with an underlying chill. Master Jueshing, if you have discovered anything about Changtian, do not hesitate to share. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Su Yuan, suspended in midair. Master Jueshing was momentarily taken aback by Su Chang'e's tone, quickly realizing that his expression had likely led the young master to misunderstand. He hastily replied, Young master. Third young master is physically unharmed, but upon hearing unharmed, something within Su Chang'e seemed to settle, his expression softening as he inquired, But what? Master Jueshing glanced at Su Yuan, still suspended in the air, deliberating his words before softly stating, It appears that third young master. After a prolonged pause, Master Jueshing hesitantly continued, It seems that third young master has become a congenital Tao body. At this revelation, the usually gentle and refined Su Chang'e finally displayed a hint of shock on his face. In the next moment, Su Yuan felt a sudden release of tension, his body plummeting downwards. However, before he could hit the ground, a gentle breeze caught him, cradling him. Following that, a torrent of verdant energy surged into his body like a raging river. The familiar sensation of invasion returned, and Su Yuan no longer wished to resist. It seemed that anyone he encountered could just as easily channel energy into him. Moments later, the green energy withdrew. Su Chang'e took a couple of steps back, scrutinizing Su Yuan intently from head to toe. That Su Yuan's body regained its freedom, and with a defiant tilt of his chin, he stared back at his elder brother. Adopting the tone of his original self, Su Chang'e, what are you looking at? I am now a congenital Tao body. Once I catch up to you, you are finished." In response, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Su Chang's lips, as if he wished to laugh but restrained himself. Ultimately, he flicked his sleeve, releasing a cold huff from his nostrils. "Huh, with a waist like you, just because you lucked into some opportunity, you think you can soar to the heavens? It's because of your reckless antics in Jingjiang City that our father has to go to such lengths to rescue you." Shadow, bring me my whip. Chapter 26. An unknown turn of events. The notion of an elder disciplining a younger counterpart was something Su Yuan had become quite accustomed to. Due to his inherent disposition and a natural proclivity for mischief, he had been subjected to beatings by his elder since his kindergarten days. Throughout his elementary and middle school years, he had a penchant for instigating trouble and engaging in brawls. During high school, his early romantic endeavors attracted the ire of his partner's family, and in university, he developed a profound passion for wilderness exploration. There were times when he vanished from campus for over a month. Each time he was caught by his elder, it resulted in a severe beating. Gradually, Su Yuan became accustomed to this cycle. If he couldn't confront his elder, could he not at least evade him? The world was vast. If he could not resist, surely he could run away. After all, his elder's mobility was not quite up to par to pursue him. Moreover, they were, after all, father and son. Once his elder's temper cooled, he could simply speak a few conciliatory words, admit his faults with a resolute attitude. And once his allowance was deposited, he could continue to indulge in his escapades. However, in the current world, Su Yuan found himself unable to escape. This so-called elder brother could literally hang him up and beat him. In a physical sense, he could hang him up and beat him. Lost in these thoughts, a piercing eagle's cry suddenly pierced Su Yuan's ears. Coming to his senses, he shook his head slightly, gazing at the unfamiliar room before him. After being beaten unconscious, he awoke to find himself in this chamber, that a faint incense wafted through the ancient and quaint room, with all the furnishings exuding an aura of antiquity. Peering out of the wooden window by his bedside, Su Yuan beheld an endless expanse of blue sky, and before him, an enormous eagle with a wingspan exceeding 10 zhang at this moment. 2 days had passed since his beating, and he now found himself aboard a flying machine, heading back to Jingjiang City. Unlike the steel behemoths of his previous life, this flying machine was a living creature, a massive dark eagle, with a wingspan surpassing 20 zhang, its broad back adorned with an opulent pavilion of intricately carved beams. This was Su Chang's aerial palace, but due to Su Yuan's insufficient strength, it had been temporarily lent to him, the younger brother to S for Su Chang himself. That elder brother, busy with affairs, had delivered a beating before departing. Taking off with the 2 massive heads of the pythons, that Su Yuan surmised that he was likely rushing back to the imperial capital to report to their father, to rescue him. Su Chang'e had already expended considerable time in the Wanqing Mountains. The timing was critical, and he needed to return to support their father. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, an odd expression began to surface in Su Yuan's eyes that he recalled the decapitated head of Ji Fenghua, who had fallen victim to Su Chang's hand. That Ji Fenghua, a strikingly beautiful green-haired woman, was quite large and imposing. Yet, rather than mourning the loss of yet another fictional spouse, Su Yuan found himself more intrigued by his elder brother's strength. Ji Fenghua, a mature 7-born scorpion who had blossomed with 7 blood lotuses decades prior, was undeniably formidable, far surpassing the second princess of the snake demon clan, Ji Qingyue. Yet, such a character had met her demise at Su Chang's hands. Su Yuan did not doubt Su Chang's prowess, but rather he recalled that in the myriad timelines of Yuan, Ji Fenghua had once clashed with Su Chang. In the later stages of that timeline, the foreign demon kingdom invaded the Great Yan Dynasty, crossing the Wanqing Mountains with an army of 100,000 outside Jingjiang City. Su Chang'e had engaged in a fierce battle with Ji Fenghua. In that encounter, unimpeded by outside interference, Su Chang'e had narrowly lost. Devoured by the grievously wounded Ji Fenghua, meeting his end, that a discerning observer would note that at that time, the disparity in strength between Su Chang'e and Ji Fenghua was negligible, perhaps a mere thought away from victory or defeat. Yet, the current reality was that Su Chang'e had directly ventured to Ji Fenghua's homeland and severed her head. Considering the environmental factors, Su Chang'e's near unscathed condition upon his return, and the presence of other demon clans lurking in the ancient abyss, It was evident that Su Chang's strength had become overwhelmingly powerful against Ji Fenghua. This stark contradiction to the narrative, this evident disparity in combat capabilities, unsettled Su Yuan in less than a decade. Without the aid of player enhancements, Ji Fenghua could not have become so strong so quickly. Moreover, Su Chang'e was undeniably a genius in his own right, that if Ji Fenghua could grow stronger, so too could Su Chang'e. Due to serendipitous events, the gap in their abilities might narrow, but it could never equalize in other words. Su Yuan's thoughts faltered momentarily, as an implausible notion surfaced in his mind, that it was not that Ji Fenghua had grown more powerful, but rather, that his elder brother had weakened? Why? Su Yuan could not fathom it in Sangye. Even players observing from a godlike perspective were unaware of many occurrences. For instance, he had no knowledge of how Ran Shimal learned of the Chancellor's intentions to obliterate the Tianyuan sword sect. After all, at this narrative juncture, only Su Yuan's father and a few trusted subordinates were privy to this information. During his playthrough of Tsang Yuan, Su Yuan initially speculated that there was a traitor among the Chancellor's ranks, as only a handful of individuals were aware of the situation. Yet, as he traversed through every possible ending in the game, it became evident that none of the Chancellor's loyal subordinates had ever been absolved of their sins. Each one had remained steadfastly loyal to the end. The game developers had created a pit and left it unfilled, under the pretext of allowing players to indulge in their own imaginations. Reflecting on this statement now, Su Yuan felt a surge of frustration. Yet, no matter how aggrieved he felt, it was of little consequence now. He could not even resort to sending a letter of complaint. With insufficient information and futile speculation, Su Yuan chose not to dwell further on the matter and instead shifted his gaze to the bedside. Before departing, Su Chang'e had casually tossed him a dozen vials of medicinal pills, claiming they were for his recovery, urging him to heal quickly to avoid his father rebuking him for being overly harsh. Unlike the 3 superior pills he had discovered in the cave, which were contained in single vials, each of these jade bottles held a dozen pills. Qinglin pills accelerated the recovery of one's spiritual consciousness, enhancing the perception of one's spiritual energy for a period. Guangling pills fortified the resilience of one's meridians, a divine remedy for strengthening one's foundation. Humu pills, when consumed, created a thin membrane within the walls of the meridians, allowing the user to practice their techniques uninterrupted for 12 hours without fearing damage to their meridians. Daihun pills, as the name suggests, could refine one's spiritual consciousness. Yes, for healing, these pills could easily be deemed miraculous for novice cultivators, encompassing nearly every issue one might encounter during cultivation. More importantly, these pills bore no side effects. In Tsang Yuan, the majority of pills aiding in cultivation produce some form of permanent debuff after consumption. For instance, spiritual consciousness weakening reduced MP, meridian damage, increased experience required for leveling, and some breakthrough pills even had irreversible effects on organs, reducing maximum life limits. The existence of side-effect-free pills could only imply one thing. The materials required for their creation were vastly more valuable than the pills themselves. In other words, they were crafted using rare, mid-to-late game materials to produce items needed in the early stages of character development. Silently staring at the dozen jade bottles for a long while, Su Yuan suddenly felt an impulse to press his face close and invite another beating from his elder brother. Although the beatings were indeed real, the treasures he provided were equally genuine. Chapter 27. Memories of the Imperial Capital. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden door of the room was rapped upon from the outside, prompting Su Yuan to glance back. What is it? Third young master. Your medicinal meal is prepared. A slightly hoarse female voice responded from beyond the door. Come. Creak. With a creak, the door swung open, and a slender woman clad in shadow guard attire entered, carrying a tray. She was the shadow attendant who had always been by Su Chang'e's side. Veiled and dressed in form-fitting black attire, with a red sash around her waist, her sleek ponytail swayed gently behind her. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing her, in his recollections, as a quintessential debauched antagonist, one who had even boasted of forced consumption of drugs in the company of multiple women. Su Chang'e had harbored thoughts toward this graceful shadow attendant, even going so far as to politely request her from Su Chang'e during their time in the imperial capital. The original persona viewed her as merely a higher-tier pet, a dog trained by their family, with little distinction between a high-ranking dog and a lowly one. The outcome of such a request was, Of course, a prompt and thorough beating from his elder brother. The memories flashing through his mind left Su Yuan utterly speechless that it was absurd. Frequenting brothels, seducing maidservants, abducting common women was one thing, but this second-generation scion had even set his sights on his own family's martial apparatus. The shadow attendant was an elite shadow guard cultivated by their family. Su Chang's request for her was akin to a prince demanding a warm bed from a female general returning from battle. While fully aware of the absurdity, the show must go on. After confirming that he had not been possessed, Su Chang'e had not inquired about anything and had simply left. Where did his mysterious technique originate? How had he obtained his innate Dao body? What had transpired during the journey with Ran Xingma, who had been treated as a bargaining chip, and why had he resorted to risking his life to let her go at the end? Su Chang'e had not questioned any of these matters, or perhaps he simply did not believe that this foolish younger brother, whom he had beaten since childhood, would divulge such information. Had Su Chang'e not sealed Su Yuan's mouth prior to their beatings? He might have even expected to hear some blasphemous words from this foolish sibling. Thus, he left the shadow that had been following him closely by Su Yuan's side, that Su Yuan surmised that this was both protection and surveillance. Every move he made would likely be relayed verbatim to Su Chang'e. His character could evolve gradually, but it must not be a sudden transformation. The coercive act of releasing Ran Xingma could be tenuously justified by the affection he had developed for her along the way. However, the conversation and expressions he shared with Ran Xingma at the cave entrance would undoubtedly be perceived clearly by Su Chang'e, who stood atop the mountain. Moreover, resorting to such absurd measures was not the first time the original self had acted in this manner. Contemplating this, Su Yuan's gaze unabashedly wandered over the lithe figure of the shadow, clad in form-fitting black attire. This time, Su Chang'e did not resort to extreme measures, although Su Yuan had been rendered unconscious. 2 days had allowed him to regain the ability to rise and walk. The shadow entered the room, silently bending down to place the tray of medicinal dishes on the wooden table at the center of the chamber. At that moment, Su Yuan suddenly chuckled lightly and spoke. In the end, Su Chang'e has indeed sent you to me. The shadow seemed not to hear his words, continuing methodically to arrange the medicinal dishes from the tray onto the table. Observing this, Su Yuan rose from the bed, a smile curving his lips, and slowly approached the shadow's graceful form from behind, raising his hand with the intention of slapping her bottom. His palm fell, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the silent room. Instantly, the atmosphere grew still. The shadow's eyes lowered slightly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, that Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Why did this woman, with such formidable skills, not evade him? Hadn't she always eluded his previous advances? After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Su Yuan maintained a smile, bracing himself to apply more force. Yet in the next instant, a haze clouded his vision. Clunk! A severed hand fell to the ground. The surface of the severed hand was neatly cut, its touch chilling, inducing a sensation of suffocation, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Buzz! Returning to reality, Su Yuan's hand remained gently pressed against the woman's rounded dairy re, while the shadow merely turned her head slightly to gaze at him with indifference. This atmosphere reminded him of the surreal feeling he experienced upon first encountering Ran Xingmo in an instant. Su Yuan comprehended that she intended to resolve his prying gaze with this drastic measure. Breathing somewhat rapidly, Su Yuan obediently gritted his teeth and took 2 steps back. What do you mean? The shadow remained silent, calmly withdrawing her gaze before turning and exiting the room, not forgetting to gently close the door behind her. Within the chamber, silence lingered for 2 seconds. Crash! Su Yuan kicked over the wooden table before him, the precious medicinal dishes spilling onto the floor. After catching his breath, Su Yuan feigned fury, roaring within the room as he began to wreak havoc. I will kill you! How dare you treat me this way? I will have my father slay you, you scoundrel! Once my powers are restored, I will cripple your meridians and throw you into a dungeon. On the ridge of the enormous mystic eagle's back, 2 figures lounged, enjoying the breeze. The scruffy Zhou Qin reclined against the eaves, his sword laid aside, as he swigged from a wine gourd. Sensing the commotion in the main chamber, Zhou Qin shivered slightly. This third young master dared to touch that woman's backside, that a grin tugged at his lips as he glanced at the figure beside him. CZU, and remarked with a hint of admiration, "Truly, the third young master possesses remarkable audacity." CZU, seated beside him in a lotus position, also perceived the happenings below, chuckling softly. In matters like these, the third young master's courage is indeed extraordinary. After all, he once abducted the granddaughter of the Marshal Duke back to the minister's residence. Such a thing occurred. Zhou Chun was somewhat astonished. I recall that lady was only recognized as kin a year prior. Wasn't she? That was the granddaughter of the Northern Army's divine general. How bold of the third young master. CZU shot Zhou Chun a sidelong glance. Or else, do you think the third young master came to Jingjiang City from the imperial capital a year ago for no reason? Zhou Chun stroked his stubble, his gaze flickering momentarily, before he suddenly lowered his voice and asked quietly, "So, did it succeed?" CZU's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. "Are you still interested in matters like this?" Zhou Chun, somewhat disinterested, pouted, "If you can't share, then never mind." CZU gazed into the distance, speaking softly. "It was close. At that time, I was in charge of the third young master's safety, but the eldest son of the Marshal Duke led a group into the minister's residence and rescued her." Zhou Chun shook his head, raising the gourd to drink. "That young lord, are you his match?" CZU shook his head. "No." Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow. "I recall he has quite a temper. How did the third young master escape unscathed?" CZU replied calmly. "At that time, the eldest son was in the residence, yet he was unaware that the young lady was the granddaughter of the Marshal Duke." Silence enveloped them as Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes. "Are you suggesting that the young princess was abducted by the third young master before she was even recognized as kin upon her arrival in the city?" "Such coincidence seems implausible." CZU shook his head. "It was not so coincidental. The third young master mentioned he was encouraged to do so. However, he could not recall who had urged him." Chapter 28. The enhancement of techniques do not remember? Zhou Chun, his alcohol-induced haze dissipating, murmured, "So, someone used memory interference against the third young master?" The minister and the Marshal Duke were staunch loyalists, historically at odds with the minister and court. This incident would only exacerbate their discord. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Chun abruptly turned to CZU, his expression peculiar and astonished. "Wait a moment, didn't you just say you were responsible for the third young master's safety back then?" "He can't remember, but you, a grandmaster, should also recall." The desolate wind swept through the air, rustling their robes. SIZU quietly met Zhou Chun's gaze for 2 seconds before gently shaking his head. "Indeed, I cannot remember either. A person from the origin stage? Unclear. It is said that the minister has already arranged for shadow guards to investigate for over a year. Yet there have been no findings." Zhou Chun remained silent for a long while, taking a hearty swig of the spicy liquor, exhaling deeply. What a tumultuous time. It's fortunate I was dispatched to Jingjiang City to protect the third young master. But do not forget the task assigned to us by the eldest son. CZU. Zhou Chun, upon hearing this, lazily ruffled his tousled hair, waving his hand nonchalantly. "Isn't it just teaching the third young master to cultivate?" "I know, rest assured." In the main chamber of the loft, Yuan was gasping heavily to AT this moment. Various precious furnishings had been thoroughly dismantled by him, save for the bed he awoke upon. After all, without it, he would have to sleep on the floor. Yet, the effort of dismantling a home had left him utterly exhausted, likely less robust than the family's pet husky in his previous life. This frail body had not undergone significant transformation despite acquiring the innate physique. It remained as perpetually weak as ever. Practicing breathing techniques to accumulate source energy was gradually improving his physical condition. But as Yuan was only just beginning his cultivation journey, the changes were not yet markedly evident. Standing still, he took a couple of deep breaths before retreating to the bed to sit cross-legged and regulate his breathing. The blood Yuan heartfall technique commenced, swiftly stabilizing Yuan's hurried breaths as he formally embarked on his training. Yuan discovered many intriguing aspects. For instance, a complete technique encompasses numerous sets of distinct meridian pathways, each suited for different situations. There would be one set for healing, another for cultivation, and yet another for combat, among various others. These sets of pathways complemented one another, yet were distinctly different. Furthermore, all practitioner strengths could essentially be divided into 2 phases. The first phase is the baseline phase, which in layman's terms refers to the practitioner's state when not actively employing a technique. During this phase, the practitioner relies solely on the tangible strength accumulated from past training. Much like the sword she wielded when Ran Xingma previously tamed the great white tiger, Su Yuan surmised that those relied entirely on her past cultivation, devoid of any enhancement from techniques. The second phase occurs when the practitioner's internal technique begins to operate. The activation of a technique significantly amplifies the practitioner's strength. The specific enhancement effect increases in accordance with the practitioner's efficiency in utilizing the technique. For instance, when he faced Su Chang's whips earlier, for the first 2 strikes, he merely needed to partially engage his technique to evade, while for the third strike, he had to exert his full effort to withstand it. Moreover, Su Yuan deduced that the different types of techniques would yield varying enhancement effects. The more powerful the technique, the greater the enhancement it provided. Since his arrival in this realm, Su Yuan had practiced 2 techniques in total. Allowing for comparison, point 1 was the Lotus Sword technique imparted to him by Ran Xingma, and the other was the Blood Yuan Heartfall technique of the Crimson grade he currently practiced. The enhancement effects of the 2 were entirely incomparable. With the enhancement of the Blood Yuan Heartfall technique, Su Yuan's endurance, reaction speed, and strength have subtly transcended the realm of ordinary individuals. Naturally, the benefits of the technique extend far beyond this. There are also supplementary martial arts moves involved. Much like Su Yuan's Blood Red Flames, akin to Ran Xingma's Ice Cloud Steps, the deeper he delves into his training, the more Su Yuan marvels at the cultivation system of this world. They ask for why cultivators cannot maintain their techniques in a constant state of operation to preserve their maximum combat strength against surprise attacks. There are 2 reasons. First, the meridians are inherently fragile. Aside from a few exceptional physiques, cultivators cannot sustain their techniques at full power for extended periods, as prolonged high-load operation can damage the meridians. Second, the meridian pathways during combat continuously deplete the internal source Q. To optimize his physical condition, Su Yuan retrieved 2 vials of elixirs from his Shumi ring, 1 vial of Qinglin pill, and 1 vial of Hamaiden. Consuming 1 of each with a tilt of his head, then closing his eyes to enter a state of cultivation. The dual medicinal powers spread throughout his body, and a thin film of refined medicinal essence appeared within the inner walls of his meridians. Concurrently, Su Yuan sensed a peculiar stimulation to his consciousness, rendering it clearer than before. The effects were unmistakable. These were indeed the early-stage divine medicines he had scarcely consumed in the game Sanya. Wasting no further time, he extended his consciousness and immediately felt the viscous source chi around him had already coalesced into a liquid state that a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Even in that cave with a pool of spiritual water, he had not encountered source chi of such density. The Xian Eagle Loft, serving as Su Chang's transport, was naturally adorned with various formations, including those beneficial for gathering spiritual essence. The gathering formation's effects include those of a locking formation. Yet their applications differ considerably. The locking formation is more concealed, preventing the source chi within a space from leaking, primarily used at locations like spiritual springs and spiritual eyes. In contrast, the gathering formation collects surrounding source chi, more commonly utilized in open terrains. Once established, the fluctuations of gathered source chi are easily perceptible to others' consciousness. However, observing the already liquefied source chi, it was evident that even with a gathering formation, such an effect was implausible in this room. Su Yuan pondered. He refrained from immediately commencing his cultivation and instead began to drift within the ocean of liquid source chi, searching for its origin. He surmised that his elder brother must have treasures hidden within this chamber. The innate talent of his soul body made itself evident. Amidst the subtle currents of source chi, Su Yuan eventually pinpointed the origin of the liquid source chi. Opening his eyes, he stepped slowly to the center of the chamber. After a moment of silence, he activated his technique, and blood-red flames erupted from his fist, followed by a powerful strike aimed at the ground. Bang! Wood splinters flew through the air as Su Yuan was propelled backward by a tremendous rebound force. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as he crashed heavily against the wooden wall. Dazed, Su Yuan found the technique he had been operating within himself disrupted by the force. When he struggled to rise and looked up again, he discovered a half-foot-wide white orb emerging from the fractured floorboards below. Chapter 29. The malice of the original body, the orb's material resembled jade or crystal, quietly resting within a recess beneath the shattered wooden floor. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yuan identified the orb's name from its properties and appearance. Recalling the extensive list of rare materials in Yuan, source crystal, that a substance akin to the spiritual stones of the cultivation world. Oh no, compared to spiritual stones, source crystals resemble the concentrated essence of spiritual eyes found in traditional cultivation realms. They are a superior treasure compared to the pool of spiritual liquid in Su Yuan's Shumi ring. However, the pressing question is why such a treasure would be found within Su Chang's aerial palace. The rarity of source crystals rivals that of the fabled numinous serpent heart lotus produced by the 7 life scorpions. Moreover, unlike the special effects of the serpent heart lotus, source crystals genuinely enhance cultivation speed, making them a true rarity in the market. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Yuan suddenly recalled the dark purple ring that Su Chang'e had worn on his left hand. The other party likely possessed a Shumi ring as well. Why would he leave such a treasure behind in the Xian Eagle loft? Rising in silence, Su Yuan resumed the technique that had been disrupted by the rebound force and approached the broken floorboard. Upon reaching the vicinity, he gazed at the source crystal for a while before bending down to grasp it. Yet, as he neared the source crystal, an invisible repulsive force akin to a magnet from his past life gently pushed his hand away. That Su Yuan frowned. He infused source chi into his Shumi ring while extending his consciousness, preparing to retrieve the crystal from a distance. However, the same repulsive force also repelled his consciousness. Su Yuan realized this must be the reason he had been flung back moments ago. But what was this repulsive force? A formation protecting the source crystal. A thought flickered through his mind, and his brows furrowed tighter. Su Yuan exerted all his strength to operate his technique, channeling all his source chi into his left hand. Resisting the invisible force, and pressed down again, his palm gradually descended. However, after merely 2 centimeters, he felt the source chi within him wane. Buzz! His left hand was rebuffed, the powerful force causing Su Yuan, who was half squatting on the ground, to stagger and sit back down. Su Yuan silently stared at the source crystal in the recess for several breaths before rising, brushing off his robes, and chuckling softly to himself as he returned to the bed. Su Chang'e was well aware of his innate soul body and could sense this object, yet he placed the treasure right under his nose. Moreover, the formation protecting the source crystal was so rudimentary that with his current innate body, he only needed to cultivate diligently for an opportunity to break the formation and seize the treasure. Was this elder brother indirectly gifting him a treasure during the journey on the Xian Eagle to Jingjiang City? Aside from the 2 or 3 hours of mandatory sleep each day, Su Yuan devoted all his remaining time to cultivation. The relentless operation of techniques was monotonous, yet the visible accumulation of source chi within him provided a gratifying feedback that dulled the sense of tedium. The various restrictions faced by novice cultivators were entirely absent due to the substantial advantages gained from his investments. The ancients were not mistaken. The reason one is not strong enough often lies in the fact that they simply have not invested enough. Consuming various precious elixirs and harnessing unique medicinal powers not only accelerated his cultivation speed, but also ensured that he could cultivate for extended periods without harming his meridians. Time became inconsequential in his pursuit of cultivation. The vast Dian Empire spanned extensive territories, often crossing thousands of miles within a single state. However, the Xian Eagle flew swiftly and required little rest. Within half a day, a magnificent city had already appeared on the horizon. As the Xian Eagle let out a long cry, Su Yuan, seated at the edge of the bed, slowly opened his eyes, casting a glance at his hands, his expression tinged with curiosity, while circulating his technique and inhaling the source chi. He felt as though something within him had been punctured, breaking with a crisp sound. That it was a peculiar sensation. After a brief contemplation, Su Yuan deduced that this might signify his breakthrough of a certain bottleneck. However, since Ran Qingma had only taught him the basics of cultivation, he could not ascertain his current level after surpassing that bottleneck. After all, the realm system of this world could not possibly be delineated solely by the numerical levels in Tsangyin, could it? Collecting his thoughts, he dismissed these concerns as trivial matters that could be resolved by simply asking someone else. There was no need to waste time pondering them himself. With that in mind, Su Yuan redirected his gaze toward the large hole in the floor. Now that he had broken through the bottleneck, it was indeed time to attempt retrieving the source crystal. With resolve, Su Yuan rose from the bed and approached the recess. Crouching down before the orb that resembled jade and crystal. Taking a deep breath, he activated his technique. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door was knocked upon, and a somewhat hoarse voice, belonging to Inger, came through. Third young master. Get lost, Su Yuan responded without a moment's thought. Ever since this Inger had directed killing intent toward him, he had maintained this attitude. Delivering medicinal meals? No thanks, go away. Delivering messages from Su Chang'e? Not interested. Go away. As Su Yuan gradually sifted through the memories of the original body, he fully comprehended the behavioral patterns of the original, that he was an exceedingly arrogant and proud young master, yet simultaneously deeply insecure. He could beat someone half to death in the street over a teasing remark from passers-by about being the third young master of the Xiangwa mansion, that I end the memories. Su Changtian sometimes wished to escape this cycle. But unfortunately, his character had long been warped under the shadows cast by his two elder brothers over the years. What he struggled to achieve with all his might was merely a trivial matter for his two brothers. Compared to his two dragon-like brothers, the original body was merely an ordinary person, perhaps even below average. The expectations, disappointments, and ridicule from others weighed heavily upon him. If it were only that, years of insecurity might have only resulted in a reclusive child. However, the original had tasted the intoxicating flavor of power brought by his father's position as Xiangwa at an early age, all because of a conflict at the academy when he was 10. At the academy, other children enjoyed making comparisons between him and his two brothers, and over the years, the original eventually found himself in a quarrel with those individuals. That day, after the morning class, he had engaged in physical conflict with the other children. Due to the sheer number of adversaries and their early training in martial arts, the 10-year-old original self found himself subjected to mockery while being pinned to the ground. With a head full of blows raining down upon him, crouched amidst the throng, he cradled his head, engulfed by a wave of pain that surged from all directions, drowning him in a sense of confusion and despair. After the beating, that group of children and youths boisterously proclaimed, "If you dare to speak up again, we will meet you again and beat you once more," before departing with laughter. Upon returning to the state minister's residence, the original self retreated into his chamber, and he was terrified that at the academy, those individuals would plunge him back into that abyss of despair. As dusk fell, he was stirred from a hazy slumber by a sudden knock from the old steward, who informed him that someone from the academy sought him outside. This revelation instantly dispelled all remnants of drowsiness. Panic and unease seized his entire being, rendering him utterly unwilling to step outside. However, the old steward persisted, and after patient persuasion, he tremulously approached the front door. Beneath the evening sun on the street, what the original self beheld was not the demons that had assaulted him by day, but rather a row of trembling quails kneeling on the ground. Those once fierce assailants, accompanied by their parents, knelt before the state minister's residence, their fearful and cowering demeanor akin to a flock of quails awaiting slaughter. In that moment, as the sun sank below the horizon of the imperial capital, the malice within Su Changtian began to sprout and spread. Crack! With this thought, Su Yuan had already crossed the immense barrier and grasped the source crystal nestled within the groove, a complexity flickering in his elongated eyes. Chapter 30. The great city creaked. Lost in contemplation, the door to his room was abruptly pushed open from the outside as Su Yuan, half squatting on the ground, immediately turned his gaze to meet the silent stare of Inger. Her tone was devoid of emotion. "Third young master, we have arrived at Jingjiang City." Inger still donned the slightly seductive attire of a shadow guard. Yet, her act of entering uninvited rendered Su Yuan speechless. A wordless exchange ensued. Oh no. After casting a glance at Su Yuan, she shifted her gaze to the source crystal held tightly in his palm. After silently observing for 2 seconds, she turned and left without a word. Click! The wooden door closed softly, and the chamber fell into a stillness as if Inger had never been there at all. Su Yuan watched the scene in silence for a long while, ultimately letting out a resigned chuckle. All strong individuals possess their own pride, a universal truth across any realm that if they disdain you, they will disdain you, and there is little you can do about it that in the eyes of these vassals and guest officials. He Su Yuan, Su Changtian, indeed was the third young master, but that was merely due to the standing of his esteemed father and elder brother. Without his father and elder brother, Su Yuan was nothing at all. Respect may be granted, but it is merely superficial. Should one not desire this superficial respect, it can be withheld entirely. Their sustenance relies on strength, not flattery. Had it been the original self, he might have succumbed to frustration and despair born from his own insecurities and sensitivities. Yet Su Yuan remained indifferent. The respect of others is earned through one's own efforts, that in a realm where extraordinary martial prowess prevails. Once Su Yuan's own strength rises, the attitudes of these guest officials and vassals would undoubtedly shift. Why be angered over matters of little consequence? However, Ing Er's gaze before her departure did confirm one thing for Su Yuan. This source crystal was indeed a test left for him by his elder brother. Should he acquire it before reaching Jingjiang City, it was his to keep. Should he fail to do so, Ing Er would surely whisk him away. Taking a deep breath, he stored the source crystal within his storage ring and rose once more to commence dismantling the room. Although unperturbed, the performance must still be executed. After dismantling the furnishings of this chamber, including the bed belonging to Su Chang'e, Su Yuan finally ceased his efforts. This time, he felt far less fatigued than before. His physical condition was evidently superior to that of the family dog from his previous life. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan approached the wooden window and pushed open the tightly shut panes. The chamber belonged to Su Chang'e. It was equipped with a formation designed to shield against soul perception, which required all doors and windows to be sealed to function cohesively. Evading air scrutiny, Su Yuan had refrained from opening the windows over the past few days. Upon doing so, the sight before him caused Su Yuan's dark pupils to contract sharply. The view was breathtakingly magnificent. The sky was a brilliant blue, stretching infinitely, while amidst the cries of eagles and the chirping of birds, dozens or even hundreds of flying demonic beasts soared through the air, shrieking that as his gaze descended, a grand city, comparable in scale to a first-tier metropolis from his past life, came into view. The scenery within the city was laid bare, with streets and buildings arranged in an intricate pattern, wide thoroughfares bustling with crowds, extending to the horizon. Su Yuan.is this truly Jingjiang City, which could be traversed in a few brief moments on a flat map within Songyuan. As they drew closer, the enormous dark eagle beneath him began to descend in altitude. Buzz! As the eagle soared over the towering city walls that reached a height of 20 zhang, Su Yuan's soul perception faintly sensed an indistinct fluctuation. It seemed they had passed through an invisible barrier. What is this? Su Yuan squinted, instinctively extending his soul perception. Yet, regrettably, the eagle's speed was too swift, and his current range of perception was exceedingly limited. By the time he reached out, the eagle had already soared past the majestic walls. With no choice but to retract his soul perception, he resolved to investigate the situation at the city walls another time. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Chen's voice unexpectedly echoed from the eaves of the loft. "Third young master, your talent truly is extraordinary. You can perceive the spirit examination formation upon entering the ranks." Su Yuan. Clearly, his earlier exploration of soul perception had drawn the attention of the individual above. Su Yuan inquired softly. Zhou Chen leapt from the loft, gracefully entering the room through the window, bowing with a cheerful demeanor. Zhou Chen, recognizing the scruffy appearance of the individual before him, Su Yuan identified him as one of those who had previously blasted open the cave at Xintian Cliff. He was likely another of Su Chang'e's guardians left behind to protect him. After a brief silence, Su Yuan gently asked, "What you mentioned earlier about the spirit examination formation, what exactly is it?" Zhou Chen smiled broadly and bowed again. "It is quite normal for third young master, as a newcomer to cultivation, to be unaware. Wild demonic beasts are difficult to tame, and entering the city directly could lead to rampages and injury. For a demonic beast to enter the city, it must pass through the court's Department of Exotic Beasts or undergo the rigorous 9-tier examination from various sections. Once all assessments are cleared, a special mark is infused into the beast's body, allowing it to enter the city." A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yuan's eyes. This world indeed possessed such protocols. After a moment's pause, Su Yuan suddenly cast a sidelong glance at the seemingly endless great city below. His tone laced with curiosity. Is this formation present throughout all of Jingjiang City? Zhou Chen nodded slightly, as if it were the most natural thing. Of course. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a vast formation existed in this world. A multitude of questions surged forth in his mind. How was such a colossal formation established? From where did the energy to maintain it originate? As his thoughts flickered, without answers to these questions, Su Yuan reined in his musings. After a brief pause, he looked at Zhou Chen and inquired, "Then, what happens if one attempts to enter the city forcefully without the mark?" Zhou Chen stroked his unkempt chin, then grinned meaningfully. "There are additional protective formations within the city." Su Yuan frowned. "Other formations?" Zhou Chen did not respond immediately, but instead gazed upward as if searching for something. After a moment, he suddenly grinned. "Third young master. Please wait a moment." With that, his figure vanished from Su Yuan's sight in an instant. As Su Yuan gazed outside, his eyes caught nothing. The guardians left by Su Chang'e were undeniably swift, mere seconds after Zhou Chen's disappearance. Su Yuan suddenly spotted a winged beast resembling a pterosaur plummeting rapidly from the sky. As Su Yuan narrowed his eyes to focus, Zhou Chen's voice floated lightly from behind him. "Third young master. See for yourself." Su Yuan. The speed at which these formidable individuals appeared and vanished was uncanny. Nodding slightly, Su Yuan fixated on the falling winged beast. As the pterosaur descended, it entered the vicinity of the spirit examination formation, and its innate sense of danger prompted it to flail its wings frantically. However, one of its wings had already been crippled by Zhou Chen, leaving it to continue its powerless descent. Upon reaching a certain height, a beam of white light converged in midair above the great city, shooting forth in an instant. In silence, the pterosaur was reduced to nothing but dust, leaving no trace behind. Su Yuan. Third young master. That is the fate awaiting a demonic beast attempting to breach the inner city without the mark. Zhou Chen's voice drifted through the air. Moreover, this formation not only wards off demonic beasts but can also defend against humans. Su Yuan remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Is this formation effective against you as well?" Zhou Chen grinned and shook his head. "Too slow. It cannot touch me, and its power is somewhat diminished." However, after a brief pause, Zhou Chen sighed and added, "Nonetheless, these two formations are merely standard defenses. Many formidable arrays within the city remain dormant. Once activated, even I would find it impossible to escape unscathed." Su Yuan fell silent. Taken aback by the extent of the world's complexities, Zhou Chen, with a jovial demeanor, patted Su Yuan's shoulder and remarked, "Third young master, it is quite normal that if the city lacked these formations, chaos would have long since ensued." Chapter 31. The beast industry amid their conversation. The Xian eagle had descended to a mere 200 meters above the ground. The impressive wingspan of the creature, measuring nearly 30 meters, immediately stirred a commotion among the pedestrians below. The low flight of such a colossal beast sent many fleeing in panic towards the safety of nearby buildings. "What on earth is that? Hurry, summon the city defense office. A beast is approaching." "Fear not, there is a pavilion on the eagle's back." "Is that a tame beast?" "A flying beast should land at the Exotic Beast Bureau's ranch. Disturbing the market with a tamed beast is a grave offense. Clear the way. My earth dragon tortoise is frightened. Clear the way." "Ah, no." Wow, mishaps always occur so abruptly, amidst the shouts and cries of children. A giant tortoise, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, suddenly panicked and crashed directly into the bustling marketplace. Dust and rubble filled the air as wails erupted instantaneously. The commotion below compelled Su Yuan to instinctively glance out the wooden window, observing silently for a couple of seconds before retracting his gaze and looking questioningly at Zhou Chen. He could not comprehend the reasoning behind deliberately gliding down to such a low altitude. Zhou Chen, understanding the inquiry within Su Yuan's glance, shrugged off the concern with a carefree smile, explaining, "Third young master, the Exotic Beast Bureau stipulates that civilian flying beasts must maintain a flight altitude of no less than 60 meters within the urban areas. Our Xian eagle is currently at least 70 meters above the ground, so the issue lies entirely with that earth dragon tortoise itself." Chuckling to himself, Zhou Chen continued, "The Xian eagle did not actively release its aura. which startled the tortoise into a state of panic. I suspect that batch of Earth Dragon tortoises likely bypassed the 9-tier assessment at the Exotic Beast Bureau, that if this were reported, someone would surely face repercussions. Upon hearing Zhou Qin's explanation, Su Yuan understood the situation and withdrew his gaze, choosing not to press further. With the Xian Eagle's gliding speed, the incident zone quickly vanished from sight. Fortunately, no further disturbances occurred as they continued their descent. Su Yuan's eyes roamed over the city's layout. The streets were interconnected, bustling with people in the marketplace, while most of the city's thoroughfares bore a resemblance to those of ancient times, albeit more spacious, allowing 3 or 4 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side in the central area. Yet, Su Yuan hardly paid attention to these streets. His focus was drawn to the massive official road directly below, which dwarfed any roadway he had encountered in his previous life. Instead of ordinary carriages, various exotic beasts galloped at breakneck speeds along it. From the vantage point of the Xian Eagle, he even glimpsed elevated and tunnel-like road designs in the distance. Su Yuan instinctively marveled at the architectural ingenuity of these roadways and the immense weight they must bear under the stampede of colossal beasts. However, this fleeting thought was quickly dismissed as he shook his head lightly. The material strength of the roads in his past life could not compare to that of this world. The sword that Ran Qingma had wielded earlier possessed a material strength that could have been utilized to construct skyscrapers in his previous life. Moreover, this world was enhanced by arrays of profound energy. With this realization, Su Yuan directed his attention earnestly towards the various colossal beasts racing along the massive thoroughfare, sifting through the memories of his original self, which yielded only vague recollections. After a moment, he turned to Zhou Qin and inquired, "Mr. Zhou, what exactly is the 9-tier assessment for exotic beasts you mentioned earlier?" That. Zhou Qin glanced at the official road below, carefully choosing his words. In simple terms, it is a set of regulations established for the sects and merchant guilds that sell exotic beasts. Su Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhou Qin, realizing that the third young master sought a more detailed explanation. Zhou Qin sighed resignedly. As a skilled practitioner, he was far from aloof. Rather, he enjoyed engaging in conversation. After a brief sigh, Zhou Qin elaborated on the 9-tier assessment for taming exotic beasts, and by the end, without needing Su Yuan to ask further questions, he divulged all pertinent information related to beast taming. Once Zhou Qin concluded, Su Yuan silently organized the newly acquired information in his mind. Exotic beasts. A scarcity of human resources supplemented by exotic beasts. Throughout history, the domestication of exotic beasts by humanity had never ceased. From the simplest methods of subjugation to gradually systematized training techniques, the lifespan, strength, endurance, and flight capabilities of these creatures made them ideal tools for humans. Thus, despite the numerous challenges, the practice of taming exotic beasts persisted, and these creatures gradually integrated into the lives of ordinary citizens, serving as transportation, labor, communication tools, and even specially trained war beasts for the battlefield. A completely derailed technological paradigm. With this in mind, Su Yuan gently shook his head. The characterization was not entirely accurate. Perhaps for a world imbued with qi, this approach to technology was indeed justified. Yet, regardless of how advanced the taming techniques became, just as obedient mechanical beasts in his past life could malfunction, so too could sentient exotic beasts pose similar risks. They could become agitated in the presence of natural enemies, display ferocity when hungry, or succumb to commands under the pressure of superior bloodlines from their kin, leading to a potential rampage. The Exotic Beast Bureau of the Great Yan Dynasty, drawing upon all experiences from the past, established the 9-tier assessment for civilian exotic beasts to ensure the utmost safety against potential rampages. Furthermore, Zhou Qin mentioned military exotic beasts, noting that while civilian beasts had their regulations, military beasts faced even stricter scrutiny with a total of 17 assessments. Having clarified all known information regarding exotic beasts, Su Yuan exhaled deeply and smiled. "I was unaware before. Hearing you speak today, I find these exotic beasts quite fascinating." Zhou Qin chuckled softly, replying, "If third young master is genuinely interested, you might consider visiting the Tianan Chamber of Commerce branch in Jingjiang City." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. The Tianan Chamber of Commerce was a colossal enterprise with branches spread throughout the Great Yan Dynasty, playing a role akin to a system marketplace in Songyuan, with a branch on nearly every map where one could procure any materials or pills, provided they had sufficient funds. The Tianan Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Chun grinned. Indeed. They have numerous rare exotic beasts. Now that you've acquired some cultivation, you could select a few to inspect. Select? Su Yuan noted an inconsistency in Zhou Chen's phrasing. Zhou Chen looked at Su Yuan with mild surprise and replied softly, "Third young master. You do not know." "Know what?" "The Tianan Chamber of Commerce is a property of the Prime Minister's residence." Suddenly, Su Yuan's mind went blank to that moment. He realized the true nature of his seemingly benevolent father. The Prime Minister, Chapter 32. The drunken immortal pavilion night fell. The full moon hung high, solitary yet luminous. The drunken immortal pavilion buzzed with activity. On the stage, a woman danced gracefully, while below, a throng of scantily clad beautiful women mingled among the hall. Laughter and merriment filling the air. Suddenly, bang! A loud crash from a wooden table caused the lively atmosphere to plunge into an eerie silence. Then, the crowd heard a voice. "Absurd, absurd!" That Su Chang'e ventured into the ancient abyss to slay a mere snake demon. Yet he is welcomed to the capital with national honors by His Highness. A scholar in a robe abruptly stood by the second-floor railing, slightly inebriated, as he shouted. The moment his words left his lips, the hall fell silent once more, with nearly everyone turning to him. His companion, alarmed, quickly tugged at his sleeve, exclaiming, "Ah, brotherly, you are drunk, spouting nonsense." With that, the companion awkwardly bowed to the crowd below, saying, My apologies. Mere drunken ramblings, please continue your revelry." The diners within the hall nodded in agreement, laughing and resuming their drinking and music. Meanwhile, the scholar, noticing the crowd's disinterest, waved his sleeve dismissively, shaking off his companion's grip, and proclaimed with great distress, "I am not drunk. His Majesty resides in the palace, long without news. Now, with the prince's departure from the city, it must be the Prime Minister's faction rallying support for his eldest son." As his words echoed, the once bustling drunken immortal pavilion fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop, and one dared to question him, and the attention of the crowd had intoxicated the Confucian scholar somewhat. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed loudly, "Our Great Yan Dynasty has endured for over 13 centuries. That Su Chenhe, who holds the position of Prime Minister, was once regarded as a paragon among us scholars. However, his wolfish ambitions are now glaringly evident. Setting aside his factionalism for the moment, there are even rumors that he has amassed a private army, while the high officials of the court are merely self-serving sycophants, concerned only with their own preservation. That Su Chenhe's son, Su Changtian, is even more despicable than a beast, brazenly abducting maidens and wantonly oppressing the common folk." The scholar vociferously lambasted the current prime minister, oblivious to the deepening scowls of his companions at the table, some of whom had discreetly distanced themselves from the fervent orator. Did I ask there anything wrong with denouncing the prime minister or the high officials? Certainly not did I ask that, not the very purpose of being a scholar. Who else should they criticize if not them? Every private gathering demands a round of scathing remarks. Without such denunciations, where is the joy to be found? Yet, must he do so in our private gathering? Who says no one dares to admonish the Prime Minister? Is it not the heads piled at the capital's marketplace that speak otherwise? Who were those martial men dispatched to the northern borders and southern domains to fend off the foreign demons and barbaric tribes? Once the scholar finished his tirade, he exhaled deeply, seemingly addicted to the act, and was poised to launch into the second half when a voice suddenly emerged from the corner of the hall. A scholar without merit, slandering the high officials of the court. Do you truly believe that there is no secret intelligence bureau in Jingjiang City? The young scholar, confronted with opposition, immediately retorted with righteous indignation. And what if the intelligence bureau comes? What I speak are the truths that others dare not voice. What of it? Shall I notify them to come and witness your boldness in speaking what others fear to utter? The young scholar was momentarily taken aback. Opening his mouth to refute, but cautiously glanced around, met with mocking and derisive gazes. Half sobered, his face twitched between shades of purple and red, and ultimately, he disregarded his dignity and sat down. Witnessing this scene, laughter erupted among the crowd, and the Zue Xian Lu once again filled with a vibrant atmosphere. On the top floor, Su Yuan silently observed the unfolding drama below, regardless of the era or the world. The experiences of the wealthy and powerful are invariably distinguishable from those of the common folk. The interior of Zhe Xianlu is designed as a hollow, lofty, well-like structure, with consumption levels ascending from floor to floor. The ground floor represents one tier, where nearly 200 patrons crowd together, indulging in music for mere visual pleasure. The second to fifth floors constitute another tier, offering a comparatively relaxed and quieter environment, suitable for gathering 2 or 3 friends and summoning a few courtesans to revel in merriment. The 6th to 9th floors feature private rooms, where more refined activities, such as music and flute playing, predominantly take place. The 10th to 15th floors are reserved for private suites, tailored for overnight guests. Each suite boasts a selection of courtesans with distinctive names. The 16th floor is a singular suite, once booked. The entire floor becomes your domain. You may summon any courtesan from Zhe Xianlu, and the maidens on the top floor are carefully selected by the matron, each one a paragon of beauty and figure. As a professional libertine, Su Yuan naturally returned to this familiar Zhe Xianlu upon his arrival in Jingjiang City, and he reserved the top floor. However, he had not anticipated witnessing such a captivating performance again. He was indifferent to the insults directed at him. They were aimed at Su Changtian, not at Su Yuan. What was noteworthy was the speed at which news circulated in the Yan Dynasty. Zhou Chen had informed him that his elder brother had arrived in the imperial capital that very morning, and by evening, this news had spread among the scholars and young nobles of Jingjiang City. Upon reflection, it made sense. A single province of the Yan Dynasty could span thousands of miles, and if news could not be disseminated swiftly, the empire would have long since fractured. As he pondered these matters, Su Yuan was suddenly tapped on the shoulder, and a drunken voice emerged from behind him. "Third young master, still standing here." It was Zhou Chen's bodyguard and mentor. Zhou Chen had naturally accompanied Su Yuan to Zhe Xianlu for indulgence. In such a refined establishment, this fellow was even more adept than the original owner. Upon reaching the top floor, he immediately embraced 2 maidens and entered a room that Su Yuan cast a leisurely glance at this scruffy expert. Chuckling softly, "Ah, done already so soon?" Zhou Chen, a hint of embarrassment crossed Zhou Chen's slightly intoxicated face as he cleared his throat. "Nay, do not misconstrue. I have no interest in women. It is merely a necessity for my cultivation. And swift action is to be expected." Pausing, he took a swig from the gourd in his hand and nonchalantly glanced at Su Yuan. "Third young master, why not indulge a bit while you're here?" As Su Yuan met his gaze calmly, chuckling lightly, "Zhou, sir, can you not perceive the state of my body?" After cultivating, he realized that his body had been severely depleted by past excesses, and if this continued, well, for now, abstinence is essential. If I encounter any issues in my cultivation, I shall seek your counsel, Zhou, sir. You may proceed as you wish. With that, Su Yuan cast a glance at the curvaceous maidens beside him, silently reciting a mantra of moderation, and turned to leave. Zhou Chen watched the third young master's retreating figure, leaned against the railing with a wine jug in hand, shook his head, and sought out 2 more maidens, one in each hand, as he walked into the room, muttering, "I once thought the third young master was a kindred spirit." Just as his words faded, Su Yuan's voice echoed from a distance. "Zhou, sir, I do not wish to share that sentiment with you." Zhou Chen was taken aback, then turned to grin at Su Yuan's silhouette. "Hey, it seems you truly are a kindred spirit after all." Chapter 33. A shift in the narrative. After traversing several compartments, Su Yuan arrived at the window overlooking the river on the top floor. Draped in a white mink cloak, he stood by the window of Zhe Xianlu, gazing down at the vibrant nightlife of the southwestern stronghold. Zhe Xianlu is the tallest structure in the northern part of the city, offering a view of a significant portion of Jingjiang City's bustling activities. The nightlife within the city is exceptionally lively. In this realm devoid of streetlights, the sides of the streets are adorned with small, intricately carved lanterns by the government. Looking down, Zhe Xianlu stands by the Jinhui River. The winter chill of the water town still carries a hint of dampness, with the common folk bustling about, calling out their wares, while flower boats gently drift on the Jinhui River. And the courtesans below, dressed in resplendent attire, continuously attract the gazes of passing men. Zhe Xianlu, along with the Xiaoshan Pavilion in the southern part of the city, rivals the government's established music houses. Possessing its unique allure, for the patrons of the latter often carry titles of distinction. Apart from their beauty, their attire is also meticulously curated to entice. Suppressing the restlessness within, Su Yuan took a deep breath and returned to the bed to sit in meditation. If his body is unfit, he must exercise self-discipline, abstaining from wine and lust. After spending over half a week cultivating at the Xianing Pavilion, Su Yuan's body had improved significantly from its previous debauchery. Yet some aspects required gradual nurturing. The original owner had indulged in drugs and promiscuity daily, and to make matters worse, he had resorted to inferior pills procured by his sycophants that Su Yuan was unsure of the potency of those drugs. But the side effects were indeed severe, leading to hidden ailments in his organs from daily abuse. Each time he recalled this, he couldn't help but think the original owner was rather foolish. It was no wonder he fell victim to the narrative-driven protagonist who humiliated him. If one wished to indulge in drugs, one could simply ask his elder brother. Even if it meant enduring a beating, he would not refuse. His organs had long been overworked, and were it not for the family's substantial resources and the supply of nourishing tonics, Su Yuan might have already found himself lying in a coffin awaiting burial. However, those sycophants had mostly met their demise. Since he had been kidnapped by that formidable ice block, Su Chang'e personally arrived in Jingjiang City, and nearly all the sycophants surrounding the original owner had been slaughtered. While one could not harm a biological brother, Su Chang'e showed no restraint in dealing with these incompetent sycophants that Su Yuan refrained from commenting on Su Chang'e's methods. After all, these individuals had deceived the original owner, stealing numerous antiques and artworks from home to sell at low prices, and it was likely that most had ended up in the hands of these sycophants. Nevertheless, Su Chang'e's actions had indeed posed a problem for him now. According to the narrative timeline, the protagonist should have already departed from the burial village at the border of the Yan Dynasty and was nearing Jingjiang City. However, he now wished to take some preliminary actions, but found himself devoid of any capable associates that, at the very least, he could not even locate the protagonist in the vast expanse of Jingjiang City. Those sycophants may have been inept, but certain matters could have been handled effectively by the various factions, provided he issued the commands. After all, regardless of how reckless the original owner was, the identity of the prime minister's son would always attract individuals seeking to curry favor. Not to mention, the original owner was quite generous. Some high-ranking members of gangs, sons of merchants, and even certain individuals from the City Defense Bureau were regarded as the original owner's close friends. Had these individuals not faced misfortune, finding someone in this sprawling Jingjiang city would have posed no issue whatsoever. However, they had all been mercilessly slaughtered by Su Chang'e. Moreover, with this precedent established, who would dare to risk being cut down by his brother in a bid to ingratiate themselves? Shall he send Inger or Zhou Chun to handle it? The two colossal Buddha statues. Su Yuan felt it prudent to wash up and retire early, for dreams encompass all. Moreover, ever since descending from the Xianing Pavilion, he had not laid eyes on Inger. She was likely lurking in some obscure corner, spying on him. Contemplation gleamed in his eyes as his fingers gently tapped the edge of the wooden window, followed by a long, drawn-out sigh. With no one suitable at hand, it appeared he would have to rely on the newly appointed guards in the manor, though he was uncertain whether these fresh recruits would heed the directives of the third young master. After dispatching the tasks for the ensuing fortnight, Su Yuan summoned individuals to set up a spirit-locking array, thereafter secluding himself on the top floor of the drunken immortal tower. Whenever he encountered difficulties in his cultivation, he would consult the increasingly gaunt Master Zhou, who was ensnared by the allure of wine and women. Zhou Qin's loquacious nature proved far more beneficial than that of the taciturn ice giant, allowing Su Yuan to resolve numerous issues with relative ease. Under the guidance of a distinguished teacher and supplemented by various elixirs, he progressed into the 9th grade in a mere month. Much like his previous breakthrough, there was a resounding pop as the bottleneck within him shattered without resistance. Sensing the surge of source qi pulsating within, Su Yuan opened his eyes in satisfaction, chuckling softly. This innate Tao body breakthrough is indeed as effortless as eating and drinking. Ordinary individuals of decent talent typically require around a year to ascend to the 9th grade, yet he had accomplished this feat in less than a month. Lowering his gaze to his clenched fist, the once faint crimson source qi now enveloped his entire hand. Transforming his fist into an open palm, he observed the enchanting crimson source, qi, shape-shifting at his whim. The surge of energy brought a smile to Su Yuan's lips. Is this the sensation of power? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he shook his head in disbelief. How juvenile. Reigning in his scattered thoughts, he extended his consciousness to retrieve the source crystal from the heart of the spirit-locking array. Then sat in meditation, purging the liquid source qi within the room before exhaling deeply. Having immersed himself in cultivation, more than half a month had passed since he tasked the guards with gathering information. It was time to inquire about their progress. In addition to seeking intelligence on the plot's protagonist, he had also instructed them to investigate whether any newly trained courtesans had recently emerged in the brothels of Jingjiang City. With this in mind, Su Yuan called out to the outside, summoned Shui Yong. A quarter of an hour later, knock, 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 the room on the top floor of the drunken immortal tower was rapped upon. Enter. Upon receiving permission, a young man clad in black entered. His handsome visage marred by an air of sternness, but he surveyed the room, his gaze settling upon the long-haired man leisurely sipping tea at the table. The man's inky locks cascaded to the floor. He paid no heed to the newcomer. Engrossed in his own tea rituals, the young man, observing the third young master's demeanor, concealed a fleeting smirk in his eyes. Rumor had it that the third young master enjoyed mimicking the first young master's style. And indeed, the imitation proved accurate, albeit a mere caricature. Stepping forward, he inclined his body slightly, clasping his fists in salute, and spoke in a monotone. Third young master, we have located the individual you previously instructed us to investigate. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow at this. Taking a sip of fragrant tea, his voice measured and unhurried. Which one? Previously, the guards of the Su household had suffered casualties at the hands of Su Chang'e, leading to a reshuffle. The current guards were drawn from the fourth young lady, Su Yuan's father's adopted daughter, tasked with ensuring his basic safety during outings. Although he had the formidable protection of Zhou Chun and Inger, he could not rely on them for every little matter. Hence the need for competent guards to handle the more troublesome nuisances. Su Yuan had specifically employed these individuals to seek out the whereabouts of the protagonist and a certain courtesan. The young man in black replied softly, "It is the courtesan you were looking for, not the plot's protagonist." Su Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment, yet finding this woman was still a source of satisfaction, but he chuckled lightly. "Is she at the Xiaoxiang Pavilion in the southern part of the city?" The young man shook his head. "No. She is here at the Drunken Immortal Tower. Tomorrow marks her debut." Su Yuan's fingers tightened around the porcelain cup, his expression growing grave. The familiar narrative had taken an unexpected turn in Sangyin. The original body met its demise in the Wanqing Mountains through various paths, many of which were averted by Su Chang'e's intervention. Upon returning to Jingjiang City, several of the original body's potential fates involved this courtesan he now spoke of. The reason was quite simple: jealousy over the protagonist. The escalating strife culminated in an encounter where the player-controlled protagonist dealt the final blow. Yet, in Songyun, this woman was supposed to appear at the Xiaoxiang Pavilion in the south. Now she had inexplicably relocated to the Drunken Immortal Tower in the north. Su Yuan had not visited the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, the original body's frequent haunt, for an entire month. Yet this woman had followed him here, as if specifically orchestrated to incite conflict between him and the protagonist. Of course, Su Yuan understood that it could not be so straightforward, that it was likely that the courtesan had her sights set on him, much like Ji Qingyue. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Finishing his tea, Su Yuan regarded the young man with contemplation and suddenly inquired, "When did she arrive?" "More than half a month ago," Shui Yong replied flatly. "More than half a month?" Su Zhuanzhuke sopti. A flicker of anger began to rise within him. Shui Yong and the guards seemed to have disregarded the tasks he had entrusted to them. He had been secluded in the Drunken Immortal Tower, and these guards stood sentinel at crucial entrances leading to the top floor. Shui Yong and his comrades were within the Drunken Immortal Tower. Even a casual inquiry with the brothel's matron, given his identity as a significant patron, would have yielded information. Finding someone for Su Yuan, a farce. Had he not specifically inquired today, he would have likely had to wait until tomorrow to witness the woman's official debut before receiving any news. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes at Shui Yong, speaking softly. "Shui Yong, I distinctly remember instructing you to commence investigations on this woman 2 fortnights ago. She entered the drunken immortal tower half a month ago. And you only now bring me this information as her debut approaches? The young man in black glanced at Su Yuan, silently bowing his head. I am incompetent. Please punish me, young master. Nevertheless, his tone remained indifferent, and he met Su Yuan's gaze without flinching. Shui Yong appeared entirely unperturbed by Su Yuan's admonishment. The third young master was known as a mere figurehead, a son of the prime minister with little authority over the guards, who were well aware of the fourth young lady's disdain for him. His duty was to protect the third young master, not to cater to his whims. Disobedience would merely result in a beating. Such was the nature of their relationship. A heavy silence descended upon the room. Su Yuan sat cross-legged on the mat, his gaze lowered as he toyed with the exquisite porcelain cup, remaining speechless for an extended period. His personal experience granted him insight into why the original body was so sensitive and prone to impotent rage. His status was undeniably high, yet it was merely a fade. The compliance of those beneath him depended solely on their whims. The most crucial aspect was that he had no leverage over them. Would he report them? Would he complain about their failure to assist him in finding a woman? Certainly, one could resort to a fit of rage, and while his subordinates would not dare retaliate. Such actions would only result in self-inflicted pain. The disparity in cultivation levels did not consider one's status. After contemplating for a moment, Su Yuan sighed and suddenly laughed. Shui Yong, 22 years of age. Peak 6th grade iron body on the verge of entering 5th grade. It seems my younger sister holds you in high regard. Indeed, with a talent like yours, you have every right to be proud. Shui Yong's eyes narrowed slightly, surprised that the third young master was aware of his cultivation level. Under Shui Yong's watchful gaze, the third young master slowly rose, his voice soft as he spoke. However, since you wish to impose a punishment, so be it. Su Yuan's cultivation method quietly activated as he stepped closer to Shui Yong with hands clasped behind his back. The enchanting crimson source chi began to spread across his palm. He was uncertain whether his newly acquired 9th grade cultivation could breach the defenses of Shui Yong, who had reached the peak of 6th grade iron body, but the latter likely still regarded him as an ordinary person and would probably not activate any defensive techniques. A sudden strike might inflict injury that he needed to assert his authority. Otherwise, these subordinates, who only listened when it suited them, would be a greater hindrance in the future. That as he approached, Shui Yong maintained an indifferent expression, his gaze fixed on the third young master, eager to witness his frustration. Su Yuan offered him a faint smile, and his palm, infused with the crimson source chi, suddenly shot forth from behind. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Su Yuan's hand had barely extended halfway when Zhou Chun, clutching a wine gourd, suddenly appeared beside Shui Yong like a specter. His appearance remained as jarring as ever. Su Yuan. Zhou Chun shook his head at him. Then, casually, he lightly patted the right arm that was saluting Shui Yong. The air fell silent for a moment, and Su Yuan distinctly observed Shui Yong's gaze shift from disdain to astonishment and finally to horror. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the Zue Xian Lu. The immense force slammed Shui Yong to the ground, leaving his entire right arm grotesquely twisted and deformed. Zhou Chun, having executed this act, maintained a smile, casting a glance at the bloodied source energy in Su Yuan's hand, and with a grin, he offered a respectful bow. Congratulations, third young master, on stepping into the 9th rank. He then glanced at the moaning Shui Yong, sprawled on the ground like a dying dog, and leisurely shook his head. How dare a mere guard show disrespect to the third young master? TSK, are all of 4th Mrs. subordinates so impudent? After saying this, Zhou Chun turned to Su Yuan, his eyes curving as he casually inquired. Third young master, shall we leave him incapacitated, or shall we simply end his life? Chapter 34. The rules. Zhou Chun's cheerful demeanor was nonchalant, as if he had merely asked, Third young master, what shall we dine on tonight? It seemed to him that taking a life was as effortless as that. Su Yuan lowered his gaze to the fallen Shui Yong, lightly furrowing his brow. Having traversed through time, the experiences he shared with Ran Qingma had elevated his capacity for acceptance to a remarkably high threshold, yet the sight before him still stirred a hint of discomfort. This was the first time he had witnessed someone in such a wretched state before him. Just moments ago, Shui Yong had exuded calm arrogance. In the next instant, his visage contorted in agony. Eyes shrinking in terror, I end his fear. Shui Yong stifled his cries, striving to avoid disturbing the two men beside him. However, the twisted pallor of his face, coupled with his arm that had been grotesquely bent at several angles, remained painfully evident. Su Yuan collected his thoughts and looked at Zhou Chen across from him, chuckling softly. Mr. Zhou, you actually chose to intervene on my behalf? Zhou Chen's earlier shake of the head had been quite clear. Su Yuan's nascent ninth-rank cultivation was evidently insufficient to breach the defenses of Shui Yong, who had attained the pinnacle of sixth-rank iron body. Engaging him would have been a source of humiliation. Yet, Zhou Chen had chosen to assist him, which took Su Yuan by surprise. Much like the shadow lurking in the darkness, Zhou Chen could have easily opted to remain a mere observer. His misfortune here would not impact Zhou Chen in any way. Zhou Chen raised his wine gourd and took a sip, grinning as he remarked, "Well, third young master, since you have entertained me at the Zui Xian Lu for so long, I felt compelled to take some action." "Oh, is that so?" Su Yuan replied with a non-committal smile. This indeed constituted a reason. The Zui Xian Lu, being the premier establishment in Jingjiang City, commanded a daily expenditure of 100 taels of silver for a private room. Beverages and ladies were additional costs. After staying here for 2 weeks, Su Yuan had already spent at least 3,000 taels that I end this world. While the technological development was skewed, productivity was not inferior to that of Su Yuan's previous life. In some aspects, it even exceeded it. However, an ordinary family of 3 might struggle to earn a mere dozen taels in a year. The basic monthly stipend for a prominent figure like Zhou Chen would likely only amount to a few thousand taels. "Third young master, what shall we do with this man? Leave him incapacitated or kill him?" Zhou Chen chuckled again, posing the question once more. Seeing this, Su Yuan chose not to delve deeper, casting a glance at the prostrate Shui Yong. In his previous life, he had encountered older employees who, due to his youth, would pay lip service while undermining him behind his back. However, Su Yuan merely retaliated by imposing minor inconveniences or deducting wages. And while this bred animosity, it ultimately resulted in the individual struggling within their industry. His previous mindset led Su Yuan to believe that Shui Yong had already received sufficient punishment. Yet, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, Su Yuan hesitated, chuckling softly as he turned to leave the room. Damn it, Zhou Chen was testing him. It seemed that being dragged back by Ran Qingmo had left too many doubts regarding the abilities he had acquired. Given the original owner's sensitive and violent disposition, there was no way Shui Yong could be allowed to live. That a single incident might not have significant repercussions, but the accumulation of small grievances could lead to larger consequences. Pushing open the door, Su Yuan paused and glanced back. "Mr. Zhou, I do not wish to see this man again." With that, he stepped out of the room. Zhou Chen grinned broadly, his joy surpassing that of moments prior. In stark contrast to his mirth, Shui Yong's eyes brimmed with terror. He did not want to die. He could not allow himself to perish here because of that useless third young master. He was a genius, having reached the pinnacle of sixth-rank iron body at the mere age of 22. If he successfully completed this protection task and received the cultivation resources allocated by the state minister's residence, he could undoubtedly break through to the 5th rank. Fourth Miss valued him highly, and given his youth, if he advanced further in cultivation, there was even a slim chance of winning her favor. As Su Yuan's words fell, Shui Yong, suppressing the pain in his arm, quickly stammered, No, Zhou Gongfeng, you cannot kill me. Even if I disrespected third young master according to the rules, losing a hand is already the harshest punishment. Zhou Gongfeng, I realize my mistake. If you kill me, you too will face repercussions according to the regulations set by the state minister. Listening to Shui Yong's desperate plea, Zhou Chen's smile faded as he nodded in agreement. You are correct. Without rules, there can be no order. The state minister's residence, as a massive interest group, could not possibly be without regulations that if any powerful figure could kill subordinates at will, this interest group would have long since crumbled. Shui Yong was a genius. There was no justification for the senseless killing of a pinnacle 6th-rank talent. Although Zhou Chen would not face the death penalty or imprisonment, he would undoubtedly lose a year's worth of cultivation resources and salary. Seeing Zhou Qin's response, Shui Yong breathed a sigh of relief, forcing a smile. Yet the next moment, Zhou Qin suddenly grinned at him, cheerfully stating, "But it is third young master who wishes to kill you. What does that have to do with me?" Shui Yong's smile faltered. Zhou Qin examined Shui Yong's wretched state, slowly crouching in front of him, gently shaking his head. "Shui Yong, just how much do you look down on third young master? I remember fourth miss saying you were quite clever. How is it that you fail to grasp such a simple truth?" Shui Yong was taken aback. Indeed, it was third young master who intended to kill him, not Zhou Qin. Did third young master face consequences for his actions? Yes, and they were substantial. According to the rules, third young master would have his monthly stipend confiscated for 10 years and would be subjected to corporal punishment and confinement. But confinement? Who would dare? If locked away, this second-generation heir would certainly challenge the wall with his mortal body to see which was harder. Monthly stipend. How could someone with a monthly income of 100 taels indulge in lavish festivities at the Zhe Xian Lu every day? Shui Yong abruptly turned his gaze towards the tightly shut wooden door, only to find it impenetrable that IT was over. The soundproofing of the Zhe Xian Lu was quite effective. Instinctively, he channeled his energy, attempting to send a plea for mercy to third young master. Third. Smack. Zhou Qin, seemingly bored, delivered a swift slap to Shui Yong's forehead. Watching Shui Yong's body slump, Zhou Qin stood up and summoned the other guards, casually explaining the situation that had transpired, before departing under the astonished and fearful gazes of the guards. After exiting the room, Zhou Qin made his way to the railing beside the deep well structure of the Zhe Xian Lu. Su Yuan stood there, gazing downward. Zhou Qin joined him at the railing, resting his arms upon it as he casually remarked, "Third young master, the matter is resolved, though there may be some trouble from fourth miss, as she seems to hold Shui Yong in high regard." Su Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Qin, his voice tinged with amusement. "Hold him in high regard? What of it? If it weren't for my mother insisting on taking that wretched girl as a goddaughter, she would likely be selling her charms in some brothel by now. Just a wild seed." Chapter 35. Su Xinyao. Zhou Qin did not respond to Su Yuan's words that he understood well what should and should not be said. It was best to keep his mouth shut regarding the affairs of the state minister's residence. For a moment, both men fell into silence. Su Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the young ladies gracefully dancing on the stage in the main hall, his mind pondering the identity of his fourth sister. He was certainly acquainted with fourth miss of the state minister's residence, Su Xinyao, one of the protagonists in the tale. However, until now, Su Yuan's impression of Su Xinyao had remained largely shaped by his previous life, without any deliberate exploration of the original owner's memories. Indeed, when he referred to Su Xinyao as a wretched girl just now, it was purely out of his own desire to insult her. Devoid of ulterior motives, driven solely by emotion, that he harbored a dislike for this leading lady. Yet, prompted by Zhou Qin's reminder, Su Yuan began to sift through his memories for information about his fourth sister. Most recollections were rather fragmented and hazy, but he could piece together the dynamics of their relationship. Currently, the rapport between him and his fourth sister could be described as extremely poor. Su Yuan was not at all surprised by this, given the original owner's character. A good relationship would have been the anomaly. However, it was worth noting that their bond had been relatively decent during their childhood. According to his memories, he had even harbored a secret affection for his foster sister back then, a rather innocent affection. To be honest, because Su Xinyao had always been gentle and kind. Meanwhile, the brilliance of their elder brothers had cast a long shadow over the mediocre Su Changtian, who had grown increasingly reclusive over the years. However, during his childhood, the presence and comfort provided by his two elder brothers made the protagonist's inherent introversion less pronounced. Yet, as Su Chang'e and Su Chang'an reached the age of maturity and ventured out into the world, this introversion became increasingly evident. Fortunately, his sister Su Xinyao remained by his side, willingly accompanying him in his solitude. Tio put it poetically, she was the gentlest beam of light in his heart. Yet this once tender light gradually transformed into a harsh spotlight as they grew older, blinding the protagonist. Most crucially, after 2 years, this light departed. Upon discovering Su Xinyao's interest and talent in formations, their father inquired whether she wished to pursue this path of study. The protagonist pleaded with her not to leave. Yet she did so regardless. The still youthful protagonist perceived this as a betrayal. The subsequent events unfolded as Su Yuan had recalled earlier. The protagonist became a quintessential recluse, that be why the time Su Xinyao returned after her studies. Su Chantian had undergone a complete transformation. Witnessing her once reticent third brother descend into moral decay, the inherently kind-hearted Su Xinyao sought to dissuade him. But who was Su Chantian? A formidable individual, impervious to the admonitions of a mere sister. The result of her attempts at persuasion often led to her reporting the matter, and upon Su Chang's return home, the protagonist would face severe punishment. The now twisted protagonist attributed all these grievances to Su Xinyao that he began to attack her lineage, berating her as an illegitimate child, and even resorted to violence against her. First, Su Xinyao's kindness kept her from abandoning her third brother. But she ultimately could not withstand his increasingly distorted character. That as his actions in the capital grew more outrageous and unrestrained, the rift between the siblings deepened. Within less than a decade, their relationship deteriorated to the point where they exchanged not a single word. As the memories faded, Su Yuan's eyes glimmered with a hint of regret, which quickly transformed into amusement. Su Xinyao, a seemingly perfect leading lady. Yet, during his previous experiences in Tseng, Su Yuan had never held a fondness for the esteemed fourth miss of the Su family. Now, with the memories of the protagonist, he found himself experiencing a shift in perspective, transforming from indifference to outright disdain. Indeed, disdain that as a leading lady in Tsengyin, Su Xinyao was undoubtedly competent. Since their unexpected acquaintance early on, she had provided substantial material assistance to the narrative's protagonist. Initially, Su Yuan found her quite likable. After all, who does not appreciate a wealthy benefactor? Su Xinyao's character arc in Tseng offered numerous potential romantic pathways. Acquaintance leading to adventure, culminating in love. A relationship marked by love and conflict, ultimately resulting in romance. Or heroic rescues leading to love. From the perspective of the narrative's protagonist, Su Xinyao appeared truly flawless, besides her wealth. She was gentle, kind-hearted, and perceptive, even possessing the ability to aid the protagonist in the realm of formations. However, the issue lay in Su Yuan's unique position. He not only inhabited the role of the protagonist, but also possessed a godlike perspective on the characters within Yuan. As Su Xinyao's true identity gradually unfolded, Su Yuan found himself indifferent to her character, that in the later stages of various timelines within Yuan. The Su family's downfall was precipitated by the protagonist's interference, leading many, driven by self-interest or survival instinct, to betray their patriarch. Among these betrayers was the noble fourth miss, Su Xinyao, whose treachery even played a pivotal role in certain timelines. That Su Yuan had always believed that every individual operated under their own logic of behavior. Due to human imperfection, this logic could harbor contradictions and double standards, yet actions must always stem from one's own standpoint. That Su Xinyao, however, completely deviated from her own situation, believing the protagonist to be on the side of righteousness and attributing her adoptive father's actions to the suffering of the populace. She chose to forsake her family for the sake of a greater good. What a noble, righteous, and filial act that as he pondered this, Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, though he soon shook his head slightly. In the grand scheme of the Yan Dynasty, Su Yuan had yet to explore other regions, remaining unaware of their specifics. However, in Tsengyin, the tides of unrest had long been surging. The northern tribes, the ancient abysses of the southwest, and numerous sects within the Yan Dynasty were all brewing discontent. That Su Xinyao, as the fourth miss of the Su family, was well aware of these undercurrents, yet she sought to devise a method to mediate and resolve these tensions without resorting to violence. She pondered and acted upon this ambition. In numerous timelines, she strived for this goal, but alas, her efforts invariably culminated in farce. For the father she had revered for nearly 20 years was the very first to instigate war. It was akin to a collapse of faith. She began to struggle, to grapple with her choices, and ultimately, she chose betrayal. Betrayal. Su Yuan exhaled deeply, a flicker of resignation crossing his gaze. Indeed, no matter how appealing her appearance might have been in his memories, he could not find it in himself to harbor affection for this woman. Anyone could betray her unworthy father, but not Su Xinyao. The fourth miss at it was he who had provided her with a home in her most helpless moments. It was he who had lifted her from hunger, granting her the finest education and material wealth, offering her nothing but the best. The debt of nurturing far outweighed that of mere birth. He was not her biological father, nor her biological mother, Yet her elder brothers treated her as if she were their own, and yet, due to her absurd kindness, she chose to betray them at the most unexpected moment. Chapter 36. Often some possess a heart so vast it can encompass the world, while others are so narrow-minded they can only contain themselves. That Su Yuan had never considered himself the former, nor did he see himself as the latter. His heart was of a moderate size, capable of embracing those important to him. He was merely an ordinary person, that he could feel compassion and indignation for the plight of others, even extending a helping hand. But when it came to those close to him, his resolve would remain unyielding. If one were to disregard the godlike perspective that foretold impending chaos, Su Yuan could understand Su Xinyao's actions. Her words were not mere rhetoric. She had consistently strived to embody them. Yet, Su Yuan believed she could have been more perfect. Had she chosen to end her own life decisively after the demise of her father and brothers, the indifference and disdain he had accumulated towards her character throughout the narrative would have dissipated entirely. But she did not. While grappling with guilt, she continued to live a harmonious life alongside the protagonist he controlled. Because of this, he felt disdain. Third young master. Third young master. Third young master. The voice beside him gradually brought Su Yuan back to his senses. He turned his gaze to see Zhou Chun smiling at him. "You don't seem well. Were you thinking about what just happened?" The once volatile third young master, whose countenance darkened due to the death of an offender, elicited some thoughtfulness. "What just happened?" Su Yuan glanced at him, just in time to see several guards carrying a stretcher draped in white cloth emerging from the earlier guest room, casting furtive glances in his direction as they passed. It appeared Shui Yong had perished. Although he had not issued a lethal command, the outcome was anticipated. The first time ordering a killing had indeed left him somewhat unsettled. Nonetheless, Su Yuan merely shook his head nonchalantly. "I suppose so. Your mention of that wretched person reminded me of some past events." With that, he offered no further explanation, redirecting his attention to the young lady dancing on the main stage. During his moment of distraction, the performers had changed. The stage now featured a pair of striking twin sisters. Their features remarkably similar, perhaps due to the artistic design of Tsangyin. The ancient attire of this world bore a nostalgic charm reminiscent of his past life. Both sisters donned pink bustiers and split skirts, their slender waists and graceful legs complemented by flowing sleeves, captivating all who beheld them. Noticing Su Yuan's gaze, Zhou Chun suddenly chuckled. "Third young master, have you recovered your health?" Su Yuan did not deny it. Given the severity of his previous ailments, he had expected a lengthy period of recuperation, yet he had recovered in less than a month. This could be attributed to the Blood Yuan heart's demise, or perhaps to his current constitution. Zhou Chun grinned widely, leaning in closer with his gourd of wine and lowering his voice. "Third young master, the Zai and Zihua sisters are quite talented that I've been watching them dance every day. The elder sister's waist, the younger sister's legs, tut-tut. Though they may be a bit pricey, they're absolutely worth it. Why not? Third young master, summon them here?" Su Yuan stared at Zhou Chun, feeling somewhat exasperated. While their camaraderie was familiar, this master was surprisingly down to earth. The top floor of the drunken immortal pavilion, once booked, came with an array of charming and beautiful attendants that it was indeed possible to request the courtesans from below to join them. However, summoning those courtesans would incur additional charges. Moreover, akin to the portrayals found within conventional novels, these courtesans residing on the 9th to 11th floors possess a certain degree of autonomy in their choices, and the drunken immortal pavilion would prioritize their wishes. However, due to Su Yuan's identity, their desires seem somewhat inconsequential. While ordinary young masters and heirs might behave similarly, most would refrain from such choices to avoid tarnishing their reputations. But does Su Yuan, the illustrious Su Chantian, even need to worry about his reputation? Not only the courtesans, but even those refined companions dwelling on the 12th floor, or even that alluring matron herself, would find their presence at his beck and call, with the matter reduced to mere monetary compensation that a bit of pilfering of antiquities or artworks from home would suffice. And if all else fails, he could always rely on the pile of manuscripts left behind by his father from his calligraphy practice. The manuscripts of a chancellor are regarded as a precious commodity within the calligraphy community, coveted by those wealthy merchants and officials who seek to cultivate elegance, With a faint smile, Su Yuan lightly scoffed. Mr. Zhou, I have already expressed my disinterest in becoming your kindred spirit. Zhou Chen appeared somewhat disheartened, smacking his lips and muttering, if not as kindred spirits, can I resort to backdoor dealings? Su Yuan. Observing the slight twitch at the corner of Su Yuan's eye, Zhou Chen cleared his throat, his gaze becoming somewhat playful, and chuckled, ahem, let's not dwell on that. However, third young master, do you intend to shun the fairer sex entirely and embrace a life of asceticism? Asceticism? Su Yuan murmured softly, then lowered his gaze to his palm, refraining from answering. Instead, he gently inquired, Mr. Zhou, may I ask about your cultivation talents? Ah! Zhou Chen seemed taken aback by Su Yuan's sudden question. After a brief pause, he replied, I have 127 meridians, of which I was born with 96 unblocked. And my spiritual strength is also of commendable quality. As he spoke, he rubbed his stubble, grinning broadly. I suppose one could call me a prodigy. In that case, Mr. Zhou, you indeed qualify as a genius. It's not too shabby. Zhou Chun waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Yet Su Yuan did not share in the laughter. After offering a quiet compliment, he suddenly fixed his gaze upon Zhou Chen's smiling face and asked, if you consider yourself a genius, then do you currently find any progress in your cultivation? Zhou Chun. They exchanged a glance, silence enveloping them. If Zhou Chen had truly encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation and was unable to advance, Su Yuan's words would amount to blatant mockery. As expected, Su Yuan's inquiry caused Zhou Chen's smile to gradually stiffen and then vanish entirely. That it was evident that Zhou Chen's cultivation was indeed stymied by a bottleneck, a source of long-standing frustration. The previously languid glimmer in Zhou Chen's eyes turned somewhat intimidating due to the jibe from the third young master. Su Yuan's gaze grew progressively colder as he held Zhou Chen's stare. After a protracted moment, Su Yuan remarked, Zhou Chen, you needn't regard me with such disdain that you have reached this juncture. It is clear that you are not inherently a listless individual. Yet, your current indulgence suggests otherwise, making it evident that you are grappling with your own stagnation. For the first time, Su Yuan addressed Zhou Chen by name. As he spoke, Su Yuan's narrow eyes narrowed slightly. I spent over 2 months with Ranching Ma, and she was perpetually engaged in her cultivation. Zhou Chen, I am quite curious. Su Yuan's eyes glinted with a hint of sardonic curiosity. If you were able to cultivate without encountering bottlenecks like Ranching Ma, would you still indulge as you do now? Upon finishing his statement, Zhou Chen grasped Su Yuan's implication and fell silent. The lively clamor below contrasted starkly with the serene stillness above. Su Yuan fixated on Zhou Chen's eyes, articulating each word deliberately. Zhou Chen, answer me. Zhou Chen's gaze flickered for a moment before he lowered his eyes and slightly bowed, clasping his fists. Third young master, I have overstepped. Chapter 37. A lesson. Though Su Yuan had seemingly forged a camaraderie with Zhou Chen over the past few days, with the latter responding to his inquiries regarding cultivation, Su Yuan was acutely aware that Zhou Chen inherently looked down upon him. This disdain was evident in countless subtle cues. Zhou Chen referred to him as third young master, yet as a bodyguard. He would enter his chamber without knocking. When they conversed, the scent of alcohol on Zhou Chen's breath was never concealed, and on one occasion, out of sheer curiosity regarding the structure of the Shumi ring, Zhou Chen audaciously requested to borrow it for study. His claim of mere research was undoubtedly just that, as he would not dare to misappropriate it. After all, Su Chang'e was aware of Su Yuan's possession of the Shumi ring. Should Zhou Chen attempt to claim it for himself, he would be signing his own death warrant. However, the Shumi ring contained all manner of private treasures that Tio even asked to borrow. It was akin to knowing your spouse was alone at home, bathing, and yet requesting the house key. Su Yuan declined and appropriately reprimanded him. Yet Zhou Chen later brazenly jested about it once more. Such incidents were countless. When Zhou Chen unexpectedly intervened to resolve the issue with Shui Yong, Su Yuan initially believed the man had changed. After all, the expenses incurred over the past month and his own arduous cultivation might have altered Zhou Chen's perception of him. Yet subsequently, Zhou Chen remained unchanged, approaching him with the same drunken joviality to discuss women and request his assistance in summoning a few courtesans. Su Yuan found himself at his wit's end, that he once again deeply understood the plight of his original self and why he had become so sensitive and irritable. Yuan had intended to endure, as he had in his previous life, striving to achieve results, gradually establishing his own authority, and then slowly correcting the behavior of his subordinates. However, upon reflection, he realized that his identity and cultivation physique rendered it unnecessary to extend excessive courtesy to Zhou Chun, a formidable master. Thus, Yuan began to unleash his frustrations under the guise of arduous cultivation. The condescension in Zhou Chun's words seemed to imply that he believed this young scion could not persevere, that he was merely putting on an act. Yuan, in turn, ridiculed Zhou Chun's hypocrisy. The original self had abandoned cultivation due to blocked meridians and a nearly wasted soul, while Zhou Chun had succumbed to indulgence upon hitting a bottleneck. What distinction was there between the two? What right did he have to mock? With my current physique, I am willing to recommence my cultivation. Is there any issue with that? Yuan's intentions were clear. First, to thoroughly reprimand Zhou Chun. Second, to find a rationale for his own dedicated cultivation. And third, to gradually alter others' ingrained perceptions of him, slowly establishing a sense of authority in the eyes of these vassals and guests. The difference between subordinates who merely pay lip service and those who genuinely dedicate themselves is monumental. In his previous life, the insincerity of project employees might have led to delays or even failures. But in this life, insincerity among these guests and vassals could well result in loss of life. That said, Zhou Chun's reaction genuinely surprised Yuan, that he had anticipated that the master would storm off in a huff due to the loss of face. Yet he unexpectedly lowered his head in acknowledgement of his fault. However, upon further reflection, it became clear that what compelled Zhou Chun to bow was not Yuan's words, but rather his identity and the boundless potential of his innate Tao body. Yuan cast a deep gaze at the bowing Zhou Chun. Recognizing the shift in circumstances, Zhou Chun immediately understood the need to lower his stance. This was commendable. Yet, Yuan remained silent, quietly observing this master. Zhou Chun maintained his bowing posture, his expression one of utter defeat. The sudden realization struck him. The former third young master had no future to SA cultivation waste. The previous third young master was merely someone to be dismissed. However, the current third young master, due to fortuitous encounters, had transformed into an innate Tao body. Yet, Zhou Chun continued to treat him with the same attitude he had previously held, should the third young master truly undergo a transformation. With the innate Tao body's qualifications paired with the resources of the Prime Minister's residence, it was entirely plausible that he could become the second Su Chang'e, and perhaps even at a faster pace. Having already broken through to the 9th grade in just over half a month, in a few years, should his cultivation progress, with the third young master's vengeful nature, Zhou Chun felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Habits, indeed, could be fatal. The silence at the top persisted, with Yuan quietly observing Zhou Chun, who remained bowed. Noting Zhou Chun's refusal to speak, Yuan's impatience grew. He was intelligent, but not particularly astute, since he had recognized the current situation. After allowing him a grace period of over half a month, did Zhou Chun expect to gloss over everything with a mere apology? Zhou Chun, perceptive enough to sense the change in Yuan's gaze, felt his expression shift momentarily. Gritting his teeth, he stated, "Third young master, you have just entered the 9th grade, and I have yet to express my sentiments. This is a small token I have prepared for you." With that, he reached into his bosom and produced a small jade vial. Yuan's disappointment was palpable. He had no desire for material gifts. He saw Zhou Chun himself to the very least. He desired a few promises of assistance. In that fleeting moment, Yuan recognized his own greed. Gained the respect of a Grand Master merely through entering the 9th grade was no small feat. Even his elder brother had not achieved such a level of admiration. With his thoughts now focused, Yuan redirected his attention to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun's face contorted in anguish as he closed his eyes and extended his hand forward, presenting the jade vial to Yuan. This item is called the Xiaoyuan San. Xiaoyuan San? Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the jade vial. Noticing the fine blue-gray crystalline powder scattered at the bottom, in this realm, not all medicinal substances exist in the form of pills. They can be liquid, solid, powdered, or even gaseous. That a faint recollection surfaced in his mind, reminding him of the substance's purpose, that it was indeed a remarkable item, a premier body-tempering elixir that could be used simply by adding it to a bathing tub, suitable for any rank. Even he, at the threshold of the 9th rank, could utilize it to warm his veins and lay the groundwork for transitioning into the 6th rank's iron body, aiding the cultivation of grandmasters. If this Yuan sand were to be sold, its market value would easily surpass 10,000 taels. For Zhou Chun, this must have been a significant sacrifice that a smile crept onto Su Yuan's lips as he took the vial from Zhou Chun's grasp. Delicately toying with it in his palm, that moment, Zhou Chun also lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed on the jade vial with a palpable sense of reluctance and anguish. Suddenly, Su Yuan turned to look at him. Their gazes locking. Zhou Chun forced a smile, his demeanor brightening as he said, "Third young master, with your 9th rank cultivation, you need only add a bit of this during your bath." Ah! Before he could finish, Su Yuan casually tossed the jade vial back. Zhou Chun hastily caught the precious vial, his expression one of surprise, instinctively believing that the 3rd young master lacked discernment, that Su Yuan merely shot him a glance. Turning to leaving behind a remark. It is not easy to break through the bottleneck of entering the realm with martial prowess. Perhaps Zhou Sir should keep this Yuan sand for his own use. Zhou Chun fell silent, his eyes flashing for a moment before he suddenly broke into a smile, clasping his fists in gratitude. Zhou, thank you, 3rd young master. Su Yuan did not reply, his steps steady as he descended the stairs. After a brief pause, Zhou Chun quickly followed, recognizing that sometimes a thicker skin could be beneficial. Walking beside Su Yuan, Zhou Chun resumed his previous demeanor, though the scent of alcohol had dissipated from his words. With a cheerful tone, he asked, "3rd young master, are you heading to cultivate? I find myself with nothing to do lately and could assist you in your training." "Assist in cultivation?" Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by the term, Zhou Chun smiled as he explained, "This is a trait of my martial arts. I can refine the surrounding source qi with my intent and gather it around you, allowing you to simply refine it continuously. Is there truly such a method?" Su Yuan regarded Zhou Chun thoughtfully. "Of course." Zhou Chun, unabashed, pressed on. "Does 3rd young master require it?" "Not for the time being." Then 3rd young master. I'm going downstairs, naturally to find the brothel keeper." Zhou Chun. Su Yuan paused, casting a bemused glance at Zhou Chun, as if it were a matter of course. "Tomorrow, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is hosting a courtesan's coming out ceremony." Zhou Chun felt rather foolish for having assumed that the 3rd young master, a notorious libertine, would shun women for the sake of intense training. Yet perhaps this was indeed the essence of the 3rd young master. Slightly bowing, Zhou Chun inquired softly, "3rd young master, do you require my company?" Standing at the staircase's edge, Su Yuan turned back with a smile. "Did you not wish to have the sisters Zai and Zihua?" Su Yuan was always generous toward those with capability. He lacked for nothing. Zhou Chun's eyelids twitched. Su Yuan clapped him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Let us go. I have already informed the brothel keeper to await us downstairs." Zhou Chun fell silent for a moment, then chuckled. "Then I shall thank you in advance, 3rd young master." With that, he trailed behind Su Yuan. Descending, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was permeated with a subtle fragrance, laced with a hint of intoxication, likely emanating from alchemical concoctions that a careful examination would reveal a faint aphrodisiac effect. As they walked through the throngs of enchanting courtesans, they occasionally encountered well-dressed young masters bidding farewell to the courtesans within private rooms. Some of the less worldly courtesans, upon seeing Su Yuan descend from the top floor, would approach him for casual banter, a flirtation veiled in subtlety. The 3rd young master, after all, was renowned for his generosity. Among the sisters, it was rumored that if one served him well, the 3rd young master might lavishly spend 100 taels in a single gesture. The courtesans who could secure a private room at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion were undoubtedly of superior beauty and figure, and Su Yuan was more than willing to engage in playful banter with these women. After all, indulging in earthly pleasures was the nature of this vibrant locale, and there was no need for pretense. Upon reaching the back hall of the ground floor, Su Yuan found himself adorned with the lingering scent of cosmetics. Outside the back hall of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion were several large private estates, where the brothel keeper and the top courtesans resided. These head courtesans wielded considerable autonomy, not only excelling in beauty, but also in poetry, song, and dance. The poetry and song gatherings held at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion were often presided over by these courtesans to gain entry into their realm. One needed not only wealth, but also charm and talent. They chose their patrons rather than the other way around. Though an age-old marketing tactic, it was precisely what appealed to these cultured young masters. The area behind the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was expansive, more akin to a garden than mere private estates. Each head courtesan's residence was built to the standards of hosting a poetry or song gathering, with pavilions, flowing waters, and an air of opulence. It was only fitting that such extravagance would attract the wealth of young masters. However, compared to the lavish residences of the head courtesans, the brothel keeper's quarters appeared somewhat modest, merely a standard small villa. Arriving at the brothel keeper's estate, Yuan pushed the door open without knocking, deeming it unnecessary. The courtyard featured a small pond, a babbling stream, stone benches, and tables, a picturesque scene filled with the scent of flowers and the sound of birds. As if sensing the noise at the entrance, a melodious voice rang out from within. "Oh my, third young master has arrived so early. I am not yet properly groomed." The tone carried a hint of the beguiling charm typical of such establishments. As she spoke, a voluptuous woman emerged from the interior, her hair adorned with golden pins, clad in a simple beige gown that accentuated her alluring figure. Yuan recalled that this brothel keeper was named Yuan. A formidable woman, the original owner of his body, had been unable to withstand 3 of her moves. Once Yuan stepped outside, her warm gaze swept over Yuan before lingering on Zhou Chen behind him, her lips curling into a smile. "Third young master, you summoned the 9th girl. Is there something you require? If it involves both of you, I fear my health." Hearing this, Zhou Chen's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Yuan, however, interrupted her. 2 matters. Unperturbed by the interruption, Yuan gracefully moved closer, her captivating form approaching them as she nodded and smiled. "Speak, I am all ears." "First, send Zai and Zihua to the top floor." "Oh dear. That depends on the wishes of my daughters," Yuan began, but upon glancing at Yuan, she swiftly amended, "Since it is what third young master requires, I shall disregard protocol. Please wait a moment. I shall arrange it immediately. But may I inquire about the second matter?" Yuan shook his head with a smile, turning to sit on a stone bench in the courtyard, tapping the stone table lightly as he squinted and grinned. "The second matter is to send the newly arrived courtesan to my room." Yuan's eyes flickered for a moment as she settled gracefully opposite Yuan, gathering her skirts and sitting down with a playful laugh. "Third young master, tomorrow evening there will be a poetry gathering at the bamboo garden. My daughter will naturally be present." "Why the rush? A poetry gathering?" Yuan murmured. "Indeed. At that time, my other daughters will also be there to lend support. You shall display your talents, and my daughters will undoubtedly be enamored. There is no need to rush." Yuan subtly attempted to decline. Yuan listened attentively, tapping the table again with a smile. "How much silver?" "Just name the figure." A hint of resignation flashed in Yuan's eyes as she hurriedly replied. "Third young master, it is not merely a matter of silver. The invitation for my daughter's coming-out ceremony has already been sent, and she is a pure courtesan, so her own wishes must be considered." Yuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the enchanting woman before him, and remained silent for a moment. "So, it seems there's no room for negotiation?" Yuan maintained her smile, lightly gliding to Yuan's side, one arm draping over his, gently caressing his thigh. "Third young master, do not be upset. How about this? Regardless of the outcome of tomorrow's poetry gathering, I shall ensure that you meet my daughter. Would that suffice?" Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Yuan's ample bosom, quietly withdrawing his hand. Yuan straightened up, her eyes twinkling as she regarded Yuan, who was deep in thought, attending the poetry gathering. He recalled the timeless verses from his past life. It seemed a reasonable proposition. This persona could be donned convincingly. However, as the thought crossed his mind, Yuan gently shook his head. He was now Su Changtian. Would he be adept in poetry? He knew not, Could it be that a person incapable of composing even a simple verse could effortlessly produce timeless verses? Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan extracted a stack of silver notes amounting to 10,000 taels from his sumi ring and placed them emphatically on the stone table. Yunyang's pupils constricted slightly. Astonished not only by the sheer sum of 10,000 taels, but also by the exquisite ring that adorned Su Yuan's finger. Ignoring the astonishment reflected in Yunyang's eyes, Su Yuan fixed his gaze upon her and stated, "This is the final time I ask. Will you deliver or not?" The price of 10,000 taels for the fallen petals of the courtesan was already exorbitant, almost ludicrous. The combined cost of the sisters Ziyi and Zihua for a single night barely reached 40 taels. And a solo visit might only fetch just over 15, that the 100 taels demanded for a night at the top of the Zuixian Lu was typically shared among a group. With only someone as extravagant as Su Yuan likely to stay there long term, the notion of spending tens of thousands of taels just for the fallen petals of a courtesan seemed confined to the pages of illustrated novels. Yunyang cast a glance at the stack of silver notes, her lips pursing in a somewhat pitiful manner as she replied, "Third young master, alas, the invitations have already been dispatched. Could you not wait a while longer?" Given the third young master's usual impatience, it was likely he could raise the offer. Possessing the sumi ring suggested he was capable of doing so. After a moment of silence, Su Yuan withdrew the 10,000 taels and instead placed 3 1,000 tael notes on the table. As he turned to leave, he called out to Zhou Chun, "Mr. Zhou, accompany me to the bamboo garden." "Ah, certainly," Zhou Chun responded, his expression one of amusement as he cast a sidelong glance at Yunyang before quietly trailing behind Su Yuan. The third young master could have easily resorted to coercion, yet she dared to refuse 10,000 taels. How amusing. Yunyang observed the 3 1,000 tael notes on the stone table, rising to address Su Yuan's departing figure with a smile, saying, "Oh dear, since the third young master is so fond of my daughter, 10,000 it shall be." The babbling brook flowed gently, and the courtyard lay in serene silence, that Su Yuan walked leisurely, no longer paying her any heed, that he had already made his offer, that if she chose to forgo the 10,000, then so be it. 3,000 taels was already the market price embedded in his memory, had she possessed poetic talent. It might have been even lower. Upon reaching the doorway, Yunyang's previously cheerful tone diminished slightly as she called out lightly, "Third young master. One must always adhere to the rules. Coercive dealings are not appropriate." At these words, Su Yuan cast a glance back at Yunyang, chuckling softly as he shut the courtyard door. With the gate closed, silence enveloped the space, broken only by the faintest sound. Sitting on a stone bench, Yunyang's gaze flickered momentarily before she took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, that a surge of energy coursed through her, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from her spot. Just as her figure disappeared, bang, a muffled sound detonated within the narrow alley of the courtyard. As the dust settled, Su Yuan regarded the stunning woman who had suddenly appeared before him, only to be swiftly seized by Zhou Chun and slammed against the stone wall. After a few moments, Su Yuan sighed and remarked with a smile, "Yunyang, what kind of performance is this?" Chapter 39. The possible existence that Su Yuan had long speculated whether this woman, Yunyang, possessed any cultivation. It seemed implausible for a mere woman to uphold the grandeur of the Zuixian Lu now. Seeing her true prowess, the reason for the original self's inability to withstand even 3 moves became clear. Most likely, Yunyang had utilized a dual cultivation technique. Lacking martial ethics, Yunyang, being choked, could not respond to Su Yuan's inquiries. Observing her pale face for a few seconds, Su Yuan subtly raised his hand in a gesture. Zhou, the Grand Master, graciously released her, casting a lingering gaze upon Yunyang before stepping back to stand quietly behind Su Yuan. Unlike other aloof masters, Zhou Chun had ascended from the lowest ranks. While he could act as a Grand Master, he was equally adept at playing the subordinate role. The tranquil alley, lined with azure bricks and green tiles, was now marked by the small dent created by Yunyang's delicate frame against the flawless courtyard wall. Once released, Yunyang slumped down weakly, her pale visage rendering her somewhat pitiable. Su Yuan, taken aback, glanced sideways at Zhou Chun, questioning the severity of his grip. Zhou Chun shook his head helplessly, indicating that Yunyang had merely intended to make a sudden entrance to deter the third young master. Without any aggressive intent, that Su Yuan comprehended, looking back at Yuan with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Truly, she was a woman who had survived the tumultuous tides of the brothel, capable of acting her part so convincingly. Yuan, what is the purpose of this? Yuan lowered her gaze for a moment, pursed her lips, and when she raised her eyes again, they glimmered with a touch of grievance. Third young master. If this Zhe Xianlu were my own establishment, your desires would be my command. However, this is the protocol set by Mr. Qin, and I can only abide by it. Mr. Qin? Su Yuan murmured. Although Su Changtian was notorious for his tyranny, he was relatively reasonable in the realm of brothels. Jealousy and rivalry were commonplace, yet they had never escalated into significant chaos. Thus, this was Su Yuan's first encounter with the name Mr. Qin, presumably the mastermind behind Zhe Xianlu. Su Yuan attempted to identify a character from the narrative of Song Yuan that might correlate with Mr. Qin, but yielded no results. The title sounded vaguely familiar, but it likely did not belong to Song Yuan. Regardless, to sustain an establishment as grand as Zhe Xianlu, Mr. Qin must possess considerable influence. After all, Su Yuan remembered that a Zhe Xianlu existed in the imperial capital as well. Pausing for a moment, Su Yuan turned his gaze towards Zhou Chen, his eyes questioning. Zhou Chen hesitated briefly before relaying a thought into Su Yuan's ear. Understanding the nature of Mr. Qin, Su Yuan's expression shifted slightly that if Mr. Qin was indeed as Zhou Chen described, why had he never encountered him in the narrative? Yuan, unable to hear their silent exchange, observed their expressions and, after a moment of contemplation, continued softly, Third young master. The new girl I mentioned was personally sent by Mr. Qin, who also conveyed the relevant details. You wouldn't want to see me suffer a loss, would you? At this, Su Yuan's attention was piqued, and he raised an eyebrow. The woman had been sent by Mr. Qin. After a brief contemplation, Su Yuan inquired, Yuan, are you certain that Jin Xian was sent by Mr. Qin? Yuan's eyes flickered with confusion, yet she replied earnestly, I would never deceive the third young master. Jin Xian was indeed brought here by Mr. Qin himself half a month ago. Su Yuan's thoughts raced that if what Yuan asserted was true, then this revelation was indeed intriguing that I end the narrative of Song Yuan, when Su Yuan orchestrated various timelines where the protagonist eliminated the original self. He encountered no insurmountable foes. The strongest adversary was merely Shui Yong, a pinnacle-level guardian. Now, with the plot manifesting into reality, the stakes had escalated significantly. After dispatching a boss of Shui Yong's caliber, the original self was promptly slain by the protagonist under Su Yuan's manipulation. At the time, Su Yuan had paid little mind to it. After all, it was a well-known trope for mindless antagonist signs to send their underlings to their doom, and that pinnacle guardian was indeed a formidable opponent. However, upon reflection, both Zhou Chun and Ying Er, two Grand Masters, had been present. Could the protagonist truly take the original self's life at this time? With Yuan, a master, being dispatched in an instant by Zhou Chun, did the protagonist possess the strength to eliminate Su Changtian? A single glance from Zhou Chun could easily extinguish him, if one were to believe it. Undoubtedly, Su Yuan's innate Dao body might have caused a butterfly effect, strengthening Su Chang's retinue. Yet, following the incident involving Ran Qingma's kidnapping, Su Chang'e would likely have retained at least one Grand Master for protection, wouldn't he? Yet, none appeared in the narrative. It seemed that the Grand Master who was supposed to safeguard the original self had been preoccupied with some other matter. Contemplating this, Su Yuan's expression turned peculiar, as an absurd notion began to take root in his mind. Could it be that this narrative was simply a bug? After all, even the most meticulously crafted fictional worlds are prone to logical inconsistencies, especially when the gameplay must cater to the player's experience. Once this thought emerged, Su Yuan felt a sudden chill. Since his arrival in this world, he had grown accustomed to the narrative's adjustments. If this were indeed the case, then the enigmatic Mr. Qin's appearance could be fully comprehended. The protagonist's assassination of the third young master had a narrative flaw, prompting the world to automatically rectify it. Rendering everything plausible that in this context, Mr. Qin became the figure introduced by the world to amend this narrative bug. Following this line of reasoning, if the premise held, to which faction did Mr. Qin belong in the realm of Song Yuan? The Marquis of Wucheng. Though the relationship between this Marquis and the Xianghua mansion was fraught with tension, he had always acted with integrity, unlikely to target the third young master. The prince's party? His father held the position of prime minister, ranking among the three dukes, serving as the prince's mentor, and with the emperor's health in decline, the Xianghua faction had consistently supported the prince at this juncture. The Xianghua mansion and the loyalist faction aligned with the prince still enjoyed a honeymoon period. The local sects, if they were involved, why would Ran Xingma, the sole disciple of the sword sect's leader, risk everything to abduct him? The intricate web of power relations and science swiftly flickered through Su Yuan's mind, yet ultimately yielded nothing of substance. The factions with motives lacked the requisite strength, while those possessing strength were bereft of motive. Those that encompassed both strength and motive, such as the ancient abyss, found their influence unable to extend into Jingjiang City. Resuming his customary habit, he chose not to dwell on this perplexity. He could always seek out Mr. Qin later for further insights, allowing him to speculate once more after acquiring additional information. Just as Su Yuan was about to set this matter aside, he felt a sudden twitch at the corner of his eye, followed by a heavy sensation in his heart that a thread of thought gradually climbed into his consciousness, that if this world could generate a Mr. Qin to rectify the narrative's flaws, then why could it not directly conjure a hidden faction lurking in the shadows? This fleeting thought came quickly and vanished just as fast. The notion of world completion was steeped in mystery. Without sufficient evidence, conjectures could only serve as references, not truths to be taken seriously. Verification required a cautious, step-by-step approach to at present. Su Yuan could only ascertain one thing. Regardless of which faction Mr. Qin belonged to, it was highly probable that he was targeting Su Yuan, the third son. The heroine who was supposed to grace Xiaoxiang Pavilion had inexplicably been brought to Zui Xianlu by him. If that were mere coincidence, it would be far too coincidental. Regaining his focus, Su Yuan turned his gaze back to the moon girl before him and chuckled softly. Since it is Mr. Qin himself who has chosen the premier courtesan, it would be remiss of me to miss this opportunity. The smile on the moon girl's face faltered, having anticipated that the third son would abandon his silence. She was taken aback by his words. She quickly interjected, "Third son, if Mr. Qin were to take offense." Su Yuan raised a hand to interrupt, meeting her gaze and scrutinizing the nuances of her expression. Before smiling, "Offense? If Mr. Qin wishes to take offense, let him come find me. I am quite curious about this Mr. Qin, who is said to be on par with my elder brother." With that, Su Yuan burst into laughter and turned to leave, with Zhou Chen silently following. The moon girl opened her mouth to further protest, but ultimately swallowed her words, and the garden path fell into a profound silence. As she watched Su Yuan and his companion forcefully enter the bamboo courtyard where Jin Xian resided. And the door closed behind them, the moon girl sighed softly, rising slowly to retreat to her own courtyard. The bamboo courtyard lived up to its name. Upon entering, one was greeted by a serene courtyard enveloped in bamboo trees. The verdant bamboo leaves fluttered in the wind, scattering gently, while a tranquil pool reflected the rippling azure waters. The air was imbued with a faint earthy fragrance as Su Yuan surveyed his surroundings. He noticed no sign of life. Behind the courtyard lay a hall, and beyond that a chamber. Having embraced his role as a dandy, Su Yuan had no intention of notifying the young lady Jin Xian of his arrival. He led Zhou Chun directly toward the innermost chamber. As they traversed the stone path, Su Yuan casually inquired, "Mr. Zhou, did you mention that Mr. Qin was capable of standing alongside Su Chang'e over a decade ago?" This piece of information had directly prompted Su Yuan's speculation that Mr. Qin was a product of the world's completion. Su Chang'e was known for his audacity, having confronted the snake demon princess alone, that if Mr. Qin could be compared to him, there was no reason he should not appear within the narrative. Zhou Chen cast a glance at Su Yuan's back, unperturbed by the third son's casual reference to his elder brother, and nodded slightly. Indeed, the young master was renowned in the capital during his youth. Many have emerged claiming to be his equals. "Ah!" Su Yuan furrowed his brow, asking, "Mr. Zhou, are you suggesting that this Mr. Qin is merely a fade? If that is the case, why mention him at all?" Zhou Chen followed Su Yuan closely, responding, "Third son, you are astute. Mr. Qin indeed differs from those who merely seek fame by riding on the coattails of the young master." "In what way does he differ?" Su Yuan inquired softly. Zhou Chen pondered his words carefully. During the time when the young master traveled the world, he and Mr. Qin shared some experiences and traveled together for an extended period. "Is that so?" Su Yuan murmured, recalling that although his elder brother was generally affable, he possessed an inherent pride that Mr. Qin's ability to travel alongside him suggested he was indeed remarkable. After a brief pause, Su Yuan pressed on. Is that all? Zhou Qin shook his head. Are you aware that the Tianyuan sword sect issues invitations every 7 years, summoning young disciples from various sects to participate in a grand assembly in Tianyuan City? Su Yuan contemplated briefly before nodding. I am aware. He not only knew of it, but was also cognizant of the underlying motives. The Tianyuan assembly, ostensibly aimed at invigorating the younger generation, served primarily as an opportunity for sect leaders and elders to convene and discuss various matters concerning the sections led by the preeminent Tianyuan sword sect. It was essentially a collective meeting of local warlords. However, despite these ulterior motives, the Tianyuan sword sect always offered a golden treasure as a reward for the first place, ensuring that every assembly was a grand spectacle. After a moment's pause, Su Yuan inquired, are you suggesting that Su Chang'e attended the Tianyuan assembly during his travels? Indeed, Mr. Qin's destination at that time was the Tianyuan assembly in Tianyuan City alongside the young master. So, they competed against each other? He is quite formidable. Zhou Qin nodded slightly. Very formidable. He is one of the few who survived under the young master's sword. Su Yuan survived? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan began to chuckle softly. The son of the prime minister of the Dian Empire participating in a competition meant for local warlords and directly targeting the disciples of those sections. Su Yuan could roughly surmise what transpired at that Tianyuan assembly 13 years ago, and he began to grasp the extent of Mr. Qin's capabilities. With a light chuckle, he remarked, I believe I have a clearer understanding of what sort of person this Mr. Qin is, huh? With that, having gathered sufficient information, Su Yuan chose to remain silent. The bamboo courtyard was indeed expansive. As they ventured deeper, passing through the main hall and 2 stone archways, Su Yuan beheld a bamboo grove intertwined with winding paths. The two advanced along the path, rounding a corner, and at the end of the road, the bamboo grove opened up into a circular clearing where sunlight cascaded like a waterfall upon a solitary, ancient bamboo house, standing quietly amidst the surrounding bamboo. Ethereal melodies of ancient music, tinged with a sense of melancholy, wafted from within. Reaching Su Yuan's ears, he paused to listen intently for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Chun beside him, and said, Mr. Zhou, there are 2 lovely ladies awaiting you on the upper floor. Will you not go and see? He certainly did not wish to be subjected to Zhou Chen's rugged presence lurking at the door. Observing him through his spiritual essence, upon hearing this, Zhou Chen absent-mindedly stroked his stubble, momentarily taken aback, then cleared his throat and clasped his hands. Ahem, then, I wish the 3rd son great fortune in martial endeavors. Su Yuan. They exchanged a knowing glance before both burst into laughter. After their laughter subsided, accompanied by the music emanating from the bamboo house, Zhou Chen turned to leave, while Su Yuan stepped forward. The bamboo grove rustled gently in the breeze as he entered the bamboo house, following the music up to the 2nd floor, where he halted before a chamber. Soon, the melody concluded, and a melodious female voice called from within, 3rd son. Since you have arrived, why must you stand at the door? As her words echoed, the charming music resumed within. Su Yuan shook his head, no longer lingering, and pushed the door open, lifting the curtain of the inner chamber. He stepped into the young lady's boudoir with a gentle rustle. Inside, a woman sat gracefully behind an ancient zither, her beautiful eyes cast down, delicate fingers dancing over the strings, producing a stream of enchanting notes. Clad in a flowing crimson silk gown with a plunging neckline that revealed a generous expanse of flawless skin, her visage resembled a lotus flower, with brows like willows and eyes more captivating than peach blossoms. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her ebony hair was elegantly styled into an exquisite updo, a jade hairpin reflecting soft light in the sunlight. Upon beholding the woman's countenance, Su Yuan could comprehend why the original owner, a seasoned connoisseur of beauty, had been so infatuated with her, ultimately becoming her devoted admirer. Such allure was innate, suppressing the flickers of desire that arose within him. Su Yuan composed himself and sat down on the cushion opposite the woman. As he settled in, a delicate maid promptly poured him a cup of fragrant tea before retreating gracefully that a subtle scent of sandalwood permeated the room, with sunlight filtering through the window, casting playful shadows. Sipping tea, listening to music, and admiring beauty. Such was the bliss of mortal existence that in the tranquil ambience, Yuan succumbed to a serene reverie, closing his eyes, uncertain of the passage of time or the number of melodies that it played. Jinxian slowly lifted her aquamarine eyes to regard the young man who sat across from her, a smile gracing her lips. "Third son, it seems you have some knowledge of music." As her voice reached him, Yuan gradually opened his eyes, momentarily dazed. Regaining his composure, he chuckled softly. Shaking his head, he then pointed at the young lady's striking red gown and remarked, "I am no connoisseur of music. Rather, I prefer the most natural of human voices. Miss Jinxian, you must know why I sought you out, do you not?" As he spoke, Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the soft, grand bed obscured by the crimson curtains within the chamber. In Chapter 41, The Alluring Bone and Enchanting Soul, Zhou Chun hummed a little tune, not bothering to turn around, and leisurely made his way towards the top floor of the drunken immortal pavilion. Upon exiting the bamboo courtyard, he turned his head and caught sight of a delicate-featured man leaning against the azure-tiled brick wall with his arms crossed. That it was Ciziu. Zhou Chun, upon seeing him, was not taken aback. Instead, he greeted him with a cheerful inquiry. "Oh, what brings you out?" Much like Ing Er, Ciziu had been lurking in the shadows for days, never making an appearance, leading Yuan to believe that only Zhou Chun and Ing Er were responsible for his protection. Ciziu glanced at Zhou Chun, a smile playing on his lips. "I noticed your unusual behavior and thought to inquire, are you planning to follow the third young master around?" Zhou Chun had been observing the third young master's recent conduct, particularly that earlier reprimand directed at him. There were indeed some tactics at play, yet they were merely rudimentary methods of controlling others. While the third young master's transformation was surprising, such tactics would be commonplace among the scions of other noble families. Ciziu believed that the third young master's change had sufficiently restrained his old friend, but it was rather excessive for him to be as obedient as he was now. Zhou Chun chuckled, patting Ciziu on the shoulder, indicating they should converse while walking. "I never claimed I would follow the third young master indefinitely. Assisting him with these matters is merely a way to atone for past misdeeds. And besides, there is no tangible loss for me. It also preserves the third young master's dignity. Why not?" Pausing briefly, Zhou Chun gestured towards the top floor of the drunken immortal pavilion and grinned. "Moreover, making the third young master happy does yield its rewards." Ciziu understood that Zhou Chun referred to the two sisters, his eyes filled with disdain. Observing this, Zhou Chun swiftly draped an arm around Ciziu's shoulders and chuckled. "You people place too much weight on face. Losing it can affect your cultivation mindset." Ciziu, with a broader perspective, considered that the third young master was now a gifted individual. Should he truly repent, given Zhou Chun's current performance, he could very well become the first confidant that if he did not repent, there would still be plenty of pleasures in daily life. The alley was quiet, their dialogue confined to a half-zhong radius around them. Ciziu, shaking his head helplessly, muttered, "Materialistic." Zhou Chun took no offense, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, I am rather materialistic. Unlike you noble scions, I am quite impoverished." Ciziu shot Zhou Chun a glance, hesitated as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. With a sigh, he suddenly asked, "By the way, what is your opinion on the third young master's transformation?" Zhou Chun, upon hearing this, immediately turned his gaze to Ciziu. Their eyes met for several moments. "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Chun's tone lost its playful lilt. "Before the eldest young master departed, he instructed us to keep an eye on the third young master," Ciziu replied. "You practice chi refinement. You should understand better than I that the technique of possession leaves no memories." Ciziu fell silent for a moment, his eyes narrowing. "Indeed, there are no memories, but Zhou Chun, do you believe the previous third young master would have executed that reprimand?" Zhou Chun shook his head with a smile, retorting, "Ciziu, do you think anyone would have paid attention to the previous third young master if he had attempted such a reprimand?" Ciziu fell silent once more. Zhou Chun let out a long sigh, patting Ciziu's back. "Do not overthink it. Let us report the facts as they are. The specific judgment should be left to the eldest young master and the prime minister. Understood. By the way, would you care to join me at the top floor for some amusement? What? There are twin sisters there. Get lost. The elegant bamboo pavilion was tranquil, isolating all external sounds at times. Su Yuan felt that being transported to another world was a wonderful experience. At the very least, the identity he inhabited in this new realm was advantageous, allowing him to witness up close the beauty of these ethereal female protagonists and even to indulge in their charms. A rogue, indeed. Without uttering much to the enchanting female lead, Su Yuan quietly observed the changes in Su Jinxian's expression, that he attempted to infer the trajectory of the storyline based on her forthcoming actions. In the vast source of tales, there were certain paths where Su Jinxian had already encountered the protagonist and had even begun to develop feelings for him during their interactions. The silence in the chamber persisted. Su Jinxian lightly pursed her crimson lips, remaining speechless for a time. Noticing her stillness, Su Yuan lifted his teacup for a sip, fixing his gaze on her alluring peach blossom eyes. Why do you remain motionless? Finally, Su Jinxian slowly spoke. Please do not make things difficult for a mere girl. It seems Miss Jinxian requires a touch of assistance from me, Su Yuan remarked, rising to stride towards her. The original persona would not have been so forward. It wasn't out of compassion, but rather due to a surfeit of indulgence that had led him to relish the flirtation with such beauties. The more ample the foreplay, the sweeter the final outcome. Perhaps this was one reason the original persona fell into Su Jinxian's manipulative trap. Becoming her devoted admirer, Su Yuan had no intention of granting Su Jinxian any leeway. Her approach was part of Mr. Qin's task, and she had undoubtedly prepared herself for the loss of virtue. However, should Su Jinxian truly develop feelings for the protagonist at this moment, that would be a different matter altogether. As he approached under the gaze of Su Jinxian's eyes, Su Yuan leaned down, his hand reaching for the low-cut red robe she wore. Neither too fast nor too slow, but just enough for her to react. Su Jinxian, seemingly devoid of bones, slightly leaned back to evade him, deftly drawing a jade hairpin from her hair and holding it against her neck. Her lips pressed together. Third young master, please do not act this way. With 3,000 strands of silk cascading down, the alluring woman's eyes held a hint of appropriately balanced defiance as she spoke. Observing her expression, Su Yuan inexplicably felt a twinge of compassion. Yet the next moment, as he beheld her brandishing the hairpin against her neck, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Su Jinxian, upon seeing this, bit her lip and pressed the hairpin forcefully against her skin. In an instant, the hairpin pierced her fair skin, and droplets of blood flowed along her collarbone into the abyss. Su Yuan's smile faltered, and he took a slow step back, raising his hand in a gesture of peace. Jinxian, I was merely jesting. Why did you take it seriously? Su Jinxian remained silent, her gaze fixed on Su Yuan. He smiled and retreated another 2 steps. Only then did Su Jinxian gradually lower the hairpin, her chest rising and falling slightly as if she had exhaled a breath of relief. Third young master. Such jokes should be minimized. Whoosh! A stream of blood-colored source energy erupted from Su Yuan's fingertips, shooting through the air towards her wrist, which held the hairpin. A startled cry escaped Su Jinxian's lips. She had no means to resist, and the hairpin slipped from her grasp. However, upon witnessing this, Su Yuan did not advance, but rather cautiously stepped back. He realized he had fallen into a trap. The innate soul body was resilient and sensitive, and coupled with the formidable rejection power of the blood source hard descent technique. As soon as the technique began to operate, Su Yuan instantly recognized that every movement of this woman was stirring his emotions. Chapter 42. The Arrogance Beyond Comprehension Question. Would Su Yuan intervene to stop the enchanting courtesan from taking her own life? 3-2-1. The answer is no. A man with fully functioning senses, witnessing such a breathtaking beauty perish before him would undoubtedly evoke a sense of regret, yet he would not intervene. Before entering this bamboo courtyard, he had already been made aware of Su Jinxian's identity and had thus prepared himself mentally that if this courtesan, who had approached him with ulterior motives, wished to end her life, he would likely just watch with a smile. Observing her performance, her pitiable demeanor, her stubborn helplessness, and the way she would ultimately ensnare herself in her own act. Having encountered death countless times, Su Yuan did not believe that, given a choice, Su Jinxian would choose to end her life so decisively. Yet the current reality rendered Su Yuan's expectations a mere jest that he found himself unable to move as he gazed upon her. Had it not been for his prior mental preparedness before entering the bamboo courtyard, he might have simply followed her lead from the moment she mentioned melody. Yet, despite being cognizant of his intentions, Su Yuan was still swayed by the emotions that surged within him as he acted. Compassion, anxiety, and ultimately, he intervened. This was abnormal, yet at that moment, Su Yuan could not discern it. Only when the blood source hard descent technique began to operate did he suddenly realize his unusual state. His emotions were being stirred by that woman. Upon careful reflection, Su Yuan was jolted by a revelation. His soul surface had become enmeshed with some ethereal particles. The emergence of these particles did not evoke any discomfort. They were sparsely scattered across the surface of his consciousness, as if melding seamlessly into it. Under the conscious act of perception, Su Yuan discerned that these drifting particles were indeed in motion. They were desperately burrowing into his consciousness. However, this invasive movement did not elicit any sense of unease in Su Yuan. On the contrary, the aura emitted by these ethereal particles even bestowed upon him a hint of comfort. Regrettably, even though Su Yuan was utterly unguarded, the innate resilience of his soul body prevented these intangible particles from penetrating for the time being. Before him, Su Jinxian was evidently as unrefined as she was in the original narrative. Otherwise, Zhou Chen would not have wished him well before departing. Yet events unfolded nonetheless that I end this realm, aside from the cultivation of source energy. There existed such an enigmatic means of attack. Realizing this, Su Yuan instinctively sought assistance that one-on-one combat. Out of the question that he had his bodyguard. Yet just as he opened his mouth to speak, Su Yuan suddenly found himself unable to utter a word. Su Yuan felt those particle-like entities adhering to the surface of his consciousness begin to rise and fall in a rhythmic pattern. As these entities oscillated, he sensed his control over his body gradually slipping away. His sight, hearing, and all his senses remained intact, yet he found himself unable to speak or move, rendered to a state of stillness that Su Jinxian lowered her gaze, gently biting her lip, her enchanting eyes glimmering with a beguiling light as she tenderly pressed her swollen wrist. Her voice laced with a hint of grievance. "Third young master, what is this?" The moment her words escaped her lips, the agitation of those particles intensified dramatically. Did I end the next instant? Su Yuan's body moved uncontrollably. He managed a slight smile and raised his hand to interrupt. "Ah, Jinxian." As he spoke, Su Yuan approached her. "I truly did not wish to treat you as I did earlier. It is not that I fear you may take drastic measures. I hope you will not hold it against me." Su Jinxian remained silent for a moment, slowly lifting her gaze to meet Su Yuan's. The sunlight filtered through the window, casting a half-shadow, half-illuminated glow upon Su Jinxian's captivating face that the intertwining of their gazes. Su Yuan vaguely discerned a flicker of peach blossom hues in her eyes. Amidst this dazed reverie, countless drifting particles continued to cascade upon the surface of Su Yuan's consciousness. Her voice bore a note of soft entreaty. "Third young master, your status is exalted. How could Jinxian dare to blame you? I only ask that you do not coerce me into actions I do not wish to undertake." Coerce? As their dialogue unfolded, Su Yuan found himself seated once more upon the mat, chuckling lightly. "That depends entirely on your performance. Should you pique my interest, I would not mind indulging in your company for a while." "Heh, this tea is too weak. Bring me some wine." The nature of their conversation gradually shifted from Su Yuan's earlier demands to a more playful exchange between a young master and a courtesan. They drank, listened to music, discussed melodies, and shared tales of the marketplace. The uncanny scene of his body acting independently instilled a tinge of unease within Su Yuan. Yet this fleeting panic was swiftly supplanted by his habitual composure in the face of adversity. The current situation was starkly evident. This Su Jinxian was merely stalling for time. She required ample moments to allow those ethereal, enigmatic particles to infiltrate his consciousness, for the consequences of such an intrusion. Su Yuan recalled the original character's frenzied demeanor within the storyline. Tiske, a divine being. Was it? This method of consciousness manipulation was exceedingly peculiar, and lacking experience, Su Yuan found himself at a loss for countermeasures. As time trickled by, he felt the surface of his consciousness becoming increasingly densely populated with those bizarre, drifting particles. Yet, due to the inherent tenacity of his soul body, these entities had yet to penetrate his consciousness. A sense of helplessness began to swell within him. The disarray of thoughts and the awareness of those drifting particles gradually led his mind into chaos. Since his arrival in this world, Su Yuan believed he had exercised sufficient caution. Yet reality delivered a resounding slap to his face that he was not cautious. Rather, he was exceedingly arrogant. Even knowing that Su Jinxian posed a potential threat, he still chose to confront her alone. The rationale behind this decision, aside from the presence of Inger for protection, stemmed largely from the godlike perspective he once held, which made him believe he could manage this enchanting woman. Such foolishness and arrogance beyond comprehension. Regret proved futile. Forcibly reining in his thoughts, Su Yuan began a meticulous search through his memories for any applicable knowledge. As of now, Inger had yet to intervene. Clearly unaware of the peril he faced, that it was imperative for him to save himself. As his thoughts meandered, he recalled the Blood Yuan Heartfall technique. This technique was intricate and profound, primarily detailing the utilization of source energy. With only rudimentary insights into consciousness and the gathering of source energy, though the efficiency of such perception and energy gathering far surpassed ordinary methods, it was of no aid in the present predicament. A blend of helplessness and despair enveloped him. The Blood Yuan Heartfall technique could cultivate both the innate body and the innate soul, yet the latter merely served to expedite the former's training. In his earlier practice, this seemed reasonable, as he believed the cultivation of source energy dictated all. However, this world appeared to harbor a power system beyond mere source energy cultivation. Viewed from this perspective, the blood-colored technique seemed excessively specialized. Technique? Su Yuan's thoughts momentarily faltered. He suddenly recalled the nameless secret art that accompanied the Blood Yuan Heartfall technique. During the days spent in the cave dwelling, he could not fathom how many times he had perused these two tomes together. However, due to the finite nature of human focus, he had devoted all his energy to the cultivation of source energy. Leaving this tome behind, that it was akin to a person lost in darkness discovering a glimmer of light. Su Yuan's spirit surged, and he began to recollect the contents of that nameless technique. As memories began to resurface, he realized that this was indeed a method for cultivating consciousness. Moreover, it was an offensive type. The method of attack could be succinctly described in 2 words: devour. In addition to the conventional refinement of consciousness, it allowed the practitioner to bolster themselves by consuming the consciousness of others. Regular cultivators would likely refrain from such actions, as they would risk madness due to the repulsion between consciousnesses. Yet the innate soul body was untroubled by this. It perfectly aligned with the innate soul body's characteristic of consciousness refinement. Upon realizing this, Su Yuan felt a slight relaxation within him. Without hesitation, he plunged into studying the logic and methods of this technique. Time lost its meaning as he immersed himself in this pursuit. Eventually, he directed his consciousness back to the external world. The stars had shifted. The sunlight had vanished, and the full moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow through the bamboo grove into the room, while his body continued to converse with Su Jinxian. The tension that had pervaded their earlier interactions had dissipated, replaced by a light-hearted atmosphere filled with laughter and flirtation. The fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air, and Su Jinxian's self-directed dialogue gradually approached its conclusion. A slight blush from the wine enhanced her allure, and with a smile playing on her lips, she glanced at the moonlight outside and delicately remarked, "Third young master, it is getting late." Hearing this, Su Yuan chuckled, grasping her delicate wrist. "Indeed, it is late, Jinxian. A moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold." Su Jinxian's expression stiffened ever so slightly, yet she allowed him to hold her, her tone softening. "Third young master, earlier did you not promise not to coerce me?" His body fell silent for a moment. Then he exhaled softly. "Very well. I shall abide by your wishes tonight and refrain from touching you. But you must allow me to stay here." But Su Jinxian seemed inclined to protest further. Su Yuan frowned at her hesitation. With a resigned nod, she acquiesced. "All right, then Jinxian shall trust in your character, but we must sleep clothed." Very well, Jin Xian. I shall heed your words. Listening to their exchange, Su Yuan felt a twinge of restraint. This woman, so adept at orchestrating her own narrative, would indeed make a fine playwright. However, this dialogue revealed to Su Yuan that his current state was far too precarious to withstand scrutiny, and it was highly probable that he could not stray too far from Su Jinxian. Otherwise, she would not permit him to remain. With that settled, Su Jinxian summoned a maid to bring a basin for their ablutions. The flickering light within the bamboo grove extinguished, leaving only the moonlight to gently illuminate the room. As they drew back the bed curtains, both donned in their garments, they sank into the soft mattress. Su Yuan inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the woman beside him, his vision fading into darkness. Yet, after a few breaths, his body stirred, turning to gently embrace the delicate figure beside him. After a moment of silence, her voice trembled slightly. "Teach third, young master." Su Yuan replied softly, "Sleep." Just a gentle nuzzle, was it? Yet this woman's thoughts were astute, ensuring the performance was complete. His mind flickered. Su Yuan focused inward. The nameless technique began to operate quietly in the stillness of the darkness. Chapter 43, Devoured. As his mind delved deeper, the state of Su Yuan's consciousness resurfaced vividly within his thoughts. The ethereal particles have permeated every corner of the surface of the consciousness, densely packed and layered upon one another, undulating like the waves of golden wheat during the autumn harvest. The secret technique associated with the blood Yuan heart descent is rather straightforward in its approach to combat. Although much has been said, it can ultimately be distilled into two fundamental principles: severing and devouring. The refined consciousness can be shaped into a blade to cleave through the enemy's detected consciousness, subsequently utilizing a special secret method to consume and refine it. The former is quite challenging. Unless one possesses exceptional innate talent, it is improbable to master it instantly. However, in the current situation, Su Yuan does not require the former. These floating particles, perhaps for the sake of concealment, have effectively crushed themselves to deliver themselves to Su Yuan's lips. What he needs to do now is to practice on these floating particles. Su Yuan cautiously controlled his consciousness, attempting to operate the secret technique. The innate soul body possesses a sensitive and precise mastery over the consciousness, and as he began to operate, several floating particles silently vanished among the waves of wheat, carefully enveloped by Su Yuan as they began to be refined and absorbed along the designated path of the secret technique. While absorbing, Su Yuan attentively observed the dynamics of the floating particles on the surface of the consciousness. The number of particles seemed not to draw the attention of the woman beside him, as the rhythmic motion of the consciousness remained unchanged. Upon completion of the absorption, these floating particles transformed into a trace of imperceptible pure consciousness, enhancing the defense of Su Yuan's consciousness. After repeating this several times, Su Yuan became increasingly proficient with the secret technique. Estimating the speed at which these floating particles could grind his consciousness, he concluded that if he were to open himself up and devour these particles, Su Jinxian would be powerless against his refined, innate soul body. Yet, Su Yuan chose not to act recklessly, as he remained uncertain of Su Jinxuan's upper limits. While she may currently be unable to counter him, Su Yuan could not ascertain whether she possessed any means of mutual destruction. The sheer multitude of these particles clinging to the surface of his consciousness was unfathomable. If Su Jinxian had the ability to control these entities to self-destruct. Regaining his composure, Su Yuan recalled the lessons learned from past hubris and chose to exercise caution. With each surreptitious attempt, Su Yuan continually tested Su Jinxuan's perceptive abilities. Several, dozens, hundreds, and finally, upon absorbing over 1,000 floating particles, the multitude clinging to his consciousness exhibited a change. After roughly gauging the limit, he refrained from further greed. Each time, he selected an average of 700 to 800 fortunate particles for absorption. As time flowed in this cyclical manner, it seemed Su Jinxian could not stray too far from him. For several consecutive days, she had used the floating particles to control his body within her chamber. Whether for the call of nature or personal hygiene, Su Jinxian had not ventured more than 10 meters away. As time passed, and Su Yuan's consumption of these floating particles accumulated, Su Jinxuan's complexion gradually shifted from a charming rosy hue to a pallid hue. One dawn, As Su Yuan prepared to select a few hundred fortunate particles for breakfast, he heard Su Jinxuan's melancholic voice gently drift from his side. Third young master, what did you do to Jin Xian last night? Chapter 44. Confrontation. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback but remained unperturbed. His body was merely immobilized. He had not severed his sensory connection to it. He could see Su Jinxuan's increasingly pale visage, indicating that she had indeed sensed something amiss. However, during each selection of fortunate particles for consumption, the floating particles on the surface of the consciousness displayed no abnormal signs, that Su Yuan had a vague feeling that although Su Jinxian was aware of the irregularity, she had yet to discern the cause, that it was akin to a horror film where the last person suddenly vanishes, leaving the others oblivious to the reason. Yet, with only the two of them in the room, Su Jinxian must surely realize that her gradual weakness stemmed from Su Yuan's actions. However, Su Jinxian had no retreat. Outside, guards were undoubtedly watching over him, the third young master. Now that the veil had been lifted, she had no choice but to press on. Either she would forcefully penetrate his innate soul body to gain complete control, or face a fate worse than death upon capture. Su Jinxuan's decision to engage him in conversation was somewhat unexpected for Su Yuan. He sensed that the particles clinging to his consciousness suddenly ceased their rhythmic motion, and control of his body returned to him. Within the confines of the bed curtains, Su Yuan slowly shifted his body. The bed was small, making movement somewhat challenging. Sharing the same bed, he found himself gazing closely at the enchanting beauty beside him. Her peach blossom-like visage, eyes infused with allure, evoked memories of a valley blanketed in roses. As he looked upon the captivating woman lying beside him, Su Yuan narrowed his elongated eyes, opened his mouth, only to close it again, that he sensed an abrupt movement from the spore-like particles clinging to the surface of his consciousness. A warning for him not to speak carelessly. With a light chuckle, Su Yuan reconsidered his words, arching his eyes as he softly replied, Jin Xian, since I promised to respect your wishes, I have naturally refrained from any transgressions over the past few days. You truly have wronged me. Their gazes locked for 2 seconds, and lying on the bed, Su Jinxian delicately touched his chest with a slender finger, her voice tinged with sorrow. Third young master, then why does Jin Xian feel so weak and listless every day upon waking? Listless? Su Yuan murmured, nodding slightly. Why is your complexion so pale, Jin Xian? Perhaps you are indeed unwell. However, if it truly is fatigue, how about I offer you a massage? With that, Su Yuan smiled as he extended his hand towards her. A soft, crisp sound echoed as Su Jinxian swatted his hand away, pouting. Waking up and already trying to take advantage of me. Third young master, you truly are mischievous. Su Yuan smiled faintly, unperturbed, retracting his hand and jesting. Hee. If Jin Xian is truly feeling weak, I happen to have a remedy called the dispersing Yuan powder. If Zhou Chun were spying, he should have sensed something amiss by now. However, after several seconds of silence, Zhou Chun did not reveal himself, likely behaving himself and not using the consciousness to surveil Su Yuan. How obedient. With a hint of helplessness, Su Yuan then grasped her delicate hand and continued. If you are willing to bathe with me, I could share the dispersing Yuan powder with you. Su Jinxuan's eyes flickered momentarily before she replied with a gentle laugh. Jinxuan's body is currently frail and cannot withstand the antics of third young master. I hope you will show some mercy. Then let us postpone it for another day. A peal of delicate laughter escaped Su Jinxian as she slowly sat up from the bed, casually gathering her flowing hair while inadvertently mentioning, Third young master, you must have noticed that I have been unwell lately, and with my trusted physician absent from Jingjiang City, might you allow me to temporarily leave to seek medical assistance? Su Yuan chuckled at her words. To abandon the situation now? Such a stroke of fortune was not to be had. Just as a smile graced his face, the countless inconspicuous spore particles suddenly stirred at eye in stark contrast to their previous attempts to penetrate Su Yuan's consciousness. These thousands of spore particles began to withdraw the consciousness from his surface. This scene left Su Yuan feeling a surge of uncertainty. The woman's technique, after all, also seemed to feed upon others. However, the keen perception of his innate soul body allowed Su Yuan to quickly discern the distinction. These clinging spore particles, after absorbing a certain amount of his consciousness, did not consume and refine themselves to grow stronger, but rather disintegrated completely. There exists a repulsion among the consciousness of individuals, and this is no mere saying that to forcefully devour could yield such consequences. This was Su Jinshuan's warning, a near-suicidal tactic. Allow her to leave or face mutual destruction. Su Yuan subtly gauged the slight damage to his consciousness, a thoughtful expression crossing his face, before he chuckled softly. We have been inseparable these past few days. Would you truly be willing to leave? Jinxian, if you drift too far away, would this tactic still hold any weight? Pausing for a moment, Su Yuan continued without waiting for Su Jinshuan's reply. It would be better if I accompanied you on your journey. He wanted to see if Su Jinxian had any other means. If this was all she had, he could act without restraint. That it should be noted that the fragments of consciousness contained within the disintegrated spore particles would not vanish into thin air, but would drift for a while before gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. Moreover, once the number of spore particles simultaneously absorbing increased, the resulting disturbances would be significant. That Su Yuan was uncertain whether Zhou Chen would spy on him, but he knew that the woman, Inger, would undoubtedly do so. Once the disturbance occurred, she would arrive in an instant. That Su Yuan's words provoked a simultaneous absorption from tens of thousands of spores. Witnessing this scene, Su Yuan's smile widened further. Fine, this tactic still works. Suddenly grinning widely, Su Yuan activated the Blood Yuan Heart Descent and its accompanying secret technique simultaneously. Slowly rising, he abruptly reached out to grasp Su Jinshuan's neck. Yet, just as before, halfway through his motion, his body seized up, losing control. Once more in a silent gaze, Su Jinxian turned and positioned herself atop Su Yuan, her fingers tracing circles on his chest as she squinted her eyes, playfully laughing. Young Master San, do you truly wish to accompany me? As she spoke, the floating spores began to sway rhythmically like waves of wheat, while Su Yuan indulged himself with reckless abandon. The clandestine acts of the past few days had rendered him quite familiar with the process of devouring and refining through the secret arts. Suddenly, countless holes appeared on the surface of his consciousness, resembling numerous gaping mouths, voraciously consuming the spore-like particles that clung to him. Thousands upon thousands of them. At that moment, the densely packed spores transformed into a veritable hell on earth. In that instant of upheaval, Su Jinshuan's enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. She attempted to connect with the spores that had been swallowed into Su Yuan's consciousness, that if she could disperse these particles, she would gain complete control over his mind. Yet, these spores vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Realizing this, Su Jinshuan's face paled, her sharp canine biting down on her lip. She understood the gravity of the events that had transpired over the past few days. The current situation had far exceeded her control. The rumored waste of a third young master contradicted all the information she had gathered. What was promised as a lack of cultivation turned out to reveal him at the 9th rank. What was said to be a congenital useless soul now proved he not only possessed a congenital soul body, but had also mastered a bizarre and extraordinary soul technique. However, lamenting her circumstances was of no avail. With an unwavering smile, Su Jinshuan's delicate hand began to glide over Su Yuan's clothing, her eyes shimmering seductively. If young master truly wishes to go, it is not entirely impossible, as the consciousness suffered further damage. One's awareness became increasingly muddled, as long as she could weaken Su Changtian's consciousness to a certain extent. The peculiar technique he employed would inevitably come to a halt, rendering him unconscious. Yet, the cost of this endeavor was exceedingly steep. But at this juncture, she could afford no more hesitation. That if she could avoid alerting Su Changtian's guards, she might still have a slim chance of escape. With her thoughts settling, the dense spores began to withdraw in batches from Su Yuan's consciousness. As one batch of spores disintegrated, another took its place, wave after wave, relentless and unyielding. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, engrossed in devouring and refining, suddenly felt waves of dizziness wash over him. He steadied his mind, fully aware that this was Su Jinshuan's counterattack. However, after countless near-death experiences endured while practicing the Blood Yuan Heartfall technique, he had become adept at maintaining his composure even in the face of imminent danger. Once he adjusted slightly, Su Yuan became aware of the happenings on the surface of his consciousness. Observing that most of the floating particles remained inertly attached to him, a peculiar thought surfaced in his mind. What did this mean? He had prepared himself for a life-and-death struggle, Yet Su Jinxian was still contemplating how to resolve matters without alerting Inger. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Su Yuan instantly grasped Su Jinxuan's intentions. This woman still harbored thoughts of fleeing, but Su Yuan realized he had somewhat overestimated Su Jinxuan's awareness. Her warnings were merely that, warnings. She never intended to fight him to the death. Should Su Jinxian alert Inger, she would be facing certain death, thus opting to control her strength and induce his unconsciousness through the extraction of his consciousness. Only in this way could she hope to escape alive. Regrettably, this woman was too arrogant that, or perhaps, it was not arrogance, but rather a misjudgment stemming from a disparity in information. After all, apart from Ran Qingma, no one else knew the extent of his past near-death experiences. With this thought, Su Yuan's mind relaxed slightly. Had Su Jinxian truly gone all out from the beginning, had Inger failed to arrive in time, he might genuinely have faced mortal peril for the current situation. He chuckled softly. Despite this, the speed at which the spores absorbed was evidently surpassing Su Yuan's capacity to consume. After all, Su Yuan needed time to refine what he had ingested, while the spores merely required reckless suction before bursting. Time passed, second by second. The couple within the drapery lay entwined like newlyweds that Su Jinxian rested against the chest of the man below her beautiful eyes half closed, and her pallor difficult to conceal. Within just a quarter of an hour, her depletion had surpassed the cumulative toll of the past few days. However, Su Jinxian gazed at the man beneath her, who remained blissfully asleep, her lips pursed. Thankfully, Su Chantian was finally on the verge of unconsciousness. She could distinctly sense his rate of absorption slowing drastically. Just a little more, just a fraction more. Once he fell completely unconscious, she would have the opportunity to slip away. The spores continued to shatter in waves. Yet what left Su Jinxian in despair was that despite a significant portion of his consciousness being extracted, the man beneath her had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness. And his devouring had not ceased. That a minute passed, then two, and finally, the man's rate of absorption came to a standstill. This development caused Su Jinxuan's beautiful eyes to brighten slightly. She immediately commanded the spore particles to halt, preparing to ascertain if he had truly fallen unconscious. Yet at that moment, she suddenly noticed the man below her had opened his eyes. Su Jinxian. They were in such close proximity, his elongated gaze, glinting with a cold light, bore into her that Su Jinxuan's breath hitched, that a ripple of panic spread through her like a droplet disturbing a still pond. Why? Why was this man still conscious? A problem had arisen. Yet no one was there to provide her with answers. The woman before him was visibly weakened, and Su Yuan ceased feigning disorientation as the secret technique began to operate at full capacity once more. No! Don't! Su Jinxuan's originally alluring voice now tinged with a hint of frantic pleading, instinctively trying to rise that Su Yuan seized her wrist firmly. Let go of me! Su Yuan did indeed release his grip, as the ephemeral spores clinging to the surface of his consciousness began to exert control over his body again. However, as he let go, Su Jinxian, now sitting upright, remained still, merely staring blankly at him. Where could she run to now? With Su Chantian still conscious and powerful guards outside, how could she possibly escape? Where could she flee? Heaven had closed its doors, and the earth offered no refuge. Despair engulfed her. Time continued to tick away. With his body once more under control, Su Yuan disregarded the outside world and devoted himself to the act of devouring and refining. He continued. He noticed that the ephemeral spores surrounding his consciousness began to fall away gradually. First a few hundred, then thousands, until ultimately they fell away in their tens of thousands, within the span of a tea's brewing. His consciousness surface was devoid of any foreign entities. With control over his body restored, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The woman beside him lay with her eyes closed, her chest pressed against his. Her cheeks flushed with an unhealthy hue, blood at the corners of her mouth, alluring as a demon. Su Jinxian had succumbed to unconsciousness. Had he truly drained her completely? After a moment's reflection, Su Yuan's expression remained calm as he gently pushed Su Jinxian aside. Inger, come forth. No one responded. Su Yuan took a deep breath and shouted, Come out. Did you not see that this woman has controlled me for 5 whole days? The window opened silently, and Inger appeared soundlessly within Su Jinxuan's chamber. Still clad in her black, form-fitting attire, she stood at the foot of the bed, her gaze sweeping over the unconscious Su Jinxian beside Su Yuan. After a moment of silence, her voice was flat and hoarse. Third young master. She possesses no cultivation. Su Yuan inhaled deeply, preparing to take this opportunity to scold Inger. But before he could speak, a soft, feminine voice suddenly emerged from beside him. It is the consciousness. Su Yuan turned his head to see a delicate-featured man had inexplicably appeared just a meter away. Now closing his eyes as if sensing something that he instinctively frowned, the image in his memory of this man was one who had appeared alongside Inger within the chamber. Yet, prior to his speaking, Su Yuan had not noticed his presence at all, as though the man's arrival had been a matter of course to rewrite another's perception. Su Yuan's gaze fixed intently on the M, and Ziyu slowly opened his eyes, bowing to Su Yuan, and said, "Ziyu, at your service, third young master." Su Yuan nodded. Ziyu then glanced at Inger. Third young master was indeed attacked. Traces of consciousness remain here. Upon hearing this, Inger's eyes flickered momentarily before she hesitantly replied, "I have examined this woman. She is not one who practices the soul path." Ziyu nodded. "Indeed. This woman is merely an ordinary person." The exchange between the two caused Su Yuan's brow to furrow gradually to an ordinary person. Had it not been for his congenital soul body, he would have already been brainwashed into becoming Su Jinxuan's obedient dog. Was this truly what one would call an ordinary person? As these words fell, a brief silence enveloped the chamber. Knock, knock, knock. In the stillness, the door was gently rapped upon, and Zhou Qin's languid voice drifted in from the entrance. "Oh dear. With neither the essence of intention nor the source qi, it must be a matter of innate talent. There's no need for speculation." As he spoke, he pushed open the door of the adjoining room. Zhou Qin stood at the threshold, a faintly unconscious woman in his grasp. Upon entering the chamber, he casually tossed her onto the floor. Su Yuan's gaze swept over, recognizing the woman as the madam of the drunken immortal pavilion. Yuan. Seemingly aware of Su Yuan's scrutiny, Zhou Qin grinned and bowed slightly. "Third young master, I assumed you would certainly want me to fetch this woman for you afterward, so I took the liberty of bringing her in advance. I hope you can forgive my tardiness." With these words, Su Yuan pondered momentarily, realizing that Zhou Qin was already preparing to act against that Mr. Qin, and he nodded slightly. "You are thoughtful. Indeed, third young master is wise." Su Yuan cleared his throat and quietly inquired, "Ahem. What do you mean by innate talent?" Zhou Qin pondered briefly, his expression growing serious as he replied, "Third young master, do you recall the sixth transformation, 7 lives python that you and Ran Qingma jointly vanquished?" Su Yuan's eyelids twitched. I remember. The 7 transformations of the python shedding are indicative of its innate talent." After a pause, Zhou Qin glanced at the unconscious woman on the bed and continued in a hushed tone. "This innate talent, when applied to a human, follows the same principle. It is unrelated to cultivation, akin to your innate Tao body, which allows your essence to separate from your body before reaching any rank." Chapter 46. Let us return to the manner. I see. Su Yuan gradually comprehended, yet his emotions were somewhat complex. From the information he possessed, Su Jinxian was merely an exceedingly beautiful courtesan without any cultivation. However, the reality was that Su Jinxian possessed a unique constitution, albeit still devoid of any cultivation. This did not contradict the original plot, yet the original narrative made no mention of it either. After a moment's silence, Su Yuan turned his gaze towards the unconscious Su Jinxian, softly asking. Then, Zhou Qin replied quietly, Su Yuan deliberated for a moment, adding in a leisurely manner, "By means of certain subtle particles adhering to the surface of the essence, one can manipulate a person's body. And should these particles penetrate the essence, the individual would be subjected to brainwashing." Zhou Qin pondered for 2 seconds, casting a glance at Su Jinxian, and asked quietly, "Third young master, can she still influence your emotions unconsciously?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Qin exchanged a peculiar glance with Ziyu, both wearing expressions of intrigue. Inger remained standing silently, her gaze cast down. The recent peril faced by Su Yuan seemed to weigh heavily upon her. Su Yuan regained his composure, sighed, and after a moment's silence, suddenly addressed Ing Er. Ing Er awakened Su Jinxian. After a brief silence, perhaps due to the feeling of having failed in her protective duty, Ing Er did not refuse Su Yuan's command this time. She slowly approached the bed, retrieving a small vial from her waist pouch. Opening it, and bending over to place it at Su Jinxuan's nose, that Su Yuan slightly turned his gaze, catching sight of Ing Er's curvaceous figure as she leaned down. A faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, Sizu, noticing this smile, realized something was about to occur, and her eyelids fluttered. Then, smack, a sharp sound echoed, and the air grew unbearably still that Sizu felt a slight ache in her head. It was indeed third young master himself. Having learned his lesson last time, he was still bold enough to touch this woman. Ing Er remained frozen in her previous position, seemingly unaffected by the earlier incident. Su Yuan stole a glance, silently retracting his now slightly swollen and trembling hand behind him that he endured the pain, his expression calm as he side-eyed Sizu, their gazes locking. Sizu stifled the urge to laugh, averting her gaze. After a brief moment, Su Jinxian slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing the scene before her, she instinctively shrank into the corner of the bed, biting her lip and remaining silent. Noticing her awakening, Ing Er withdrew the small vial and quietly returned to her original position. Standing with her gaze lowered, Su Yuan glanced at her. The swelling and pain in his hand had subsided. Ing Er had merely delivered a lesson. With a light chuckle, Su Yuan turned to Su Jinxian on the bed, with Ing Er and Sizu standing behind him, and spoke leisurely. Jinxian, I have already arranged for a physician for you. Come, let us return to the manor. Saying this, Su Yuan extended his hand towards her, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness, slowly reaching out to the woman cowering in the corner of the bed. Chapter 47. A missed opportunity outside the drunken immortal pavilion. The throng surged, a constant flow of patrons. Though night had yet to fall, the twilight hour was bustling with activity at the entrance of the pavilion. A horse-drawn carriage on the roadside continually captivated the attention of passers-by. The steed was pitch black, adorned with a single horn, flames flickering between its hooves, while the carriage itself was resplendent and extravagant. Emblazoned with a large character for Su, encircled by a sinuous black dragon, vividly depicted, particularly the dragon's piercing eyes. Amidst a throng of guards, a dashing young man clad in brocade emerged from the drunken immortal pavilion, leading a graceful woman in a wide-brimmed hat into the carriage. The appearance of the two gentlemen drew the attention of numerous passers-by, who began to murmur among themselves, amidst the crowd gathered by the roadside. Two distinguished young men gazed intently at the carriage. One was clad in a sleek black outfit, his countenance resolute and handsome. The other donned an opulent white robe, still holding an elegantly folded fan against the chill of the winter breeze. The man in black, observing the poised Su Changtian in the distance, turned to his companion in white and inquired with curiosity, Li brother, why do these pedestrians speak so much about that young gentleman? Li Mukin glanced at the carriage, gently waving his fan as he replied with a smile, Qin brother, you are new to this place and may not be aware. That individual is Su Changtian, the third young master of the Su family. Qin Mo murmured softly, the Su family. Which Su family? Li Mukin chuckled, shaking his head. Why, the most prominent one, of course. Qin Mo paused for a moment, then whispered, the Prime Minister's residence? He was indeed familiar with the Su family and the Prime Minister's residence. But he wondered whether this Su family was related to the gentle Su miss he had encountered during his travels. Her identity seemed shrouded in mystery. Let us move on. In the silence, Li Mukin affectionately patted Qin Mo's shoulder, revealing an understanding smile shared among men. If Qin brother wishes to make an acquaintance, I could introduce you when the opportunity arises. However, since you saved me during this trading venture, let us first indulge in a drink tonight. Qin Mo nodded slightly, offering a faint smile. The notion of an introduction from Li Mukin appeared to be merely a pretext if Li Mukin truly had a close relationship with the third young master of the Su family. He would not merely stand by, but would have already approached Su Changtian for a conversation. Although Li Mukin hailed from a family of wealthy merchants, the gap between their families and the Su family was vast. Nevertheless, Qin Mo, being considerate, refrained from exposing Li Mukin's intentions as they walked. He instinctively touched the area over his heart. Observing Qin Mo's subtle gesture, Li Mukin assumed he was concerned about expenses and cheerfully remarked, "Tonight, I shall treat you, my brother, to a feast." "Ah, that is not the case," Qin Mo replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "I have come to the drunken immortal pavilion in search of someone." "Searching for someone?" Li Mukin paused for a moment, then smiled slightly. "Is it a lady who has captured your heart?" His tone shifted to one of hesitation. "But the ladies at the drunken immortal pavilion," Qin Mo softly interjected. "I am looking for Miss Jinxian." "Miss Jinxian?" Li Mukin's expression shifted to one of realization. But then it took on a peculiar quality, as if he were pondering something. Qin Mo clarified, "I had a wager with Miss Jinxian." Li Mukin's expression became even more peculiar. "A wager?" Qin Mo produced a demon core from his robe and smiled gently. "If I can retrieve a demon core from the Wind Crow Forest within half a month, she will play a piece for me alone." Upon seeing the demon core, Li Mukin's pupils narrowed slightly. Born into a family of merchants, he had handled numerous demon cores. With just one glance, he discerned that this core contained a demon power of approximately 7th grade quality. In the current tumultuous situation, with demons running rampant and the various departments of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau unable to maintain order, local sects and families were only concerned with their own affairs, often resulting in bloodshed whenever a demon appeared present. While Qin Mo exuded a long-lasting aura, he was merely an 8th grade martial artist, and it was no simple feat for an 8th grade martial artist to contend with a 7th grade demon. Such talent was indeed worthy of forming a connection. However, as Li Mukin recalled matters concerning Jinxian, he shook his head slightly, carefully choosing his words, and said softly, "Qin brother, you may not be able to see Miss Jinxian today. No, perhaps you may not see her at all in the future." Ultimately, Li Mukin opted for honesty. Qin Mo's gaze momentarily froze, and he furrowed his brow. "Li brother, what do you mean by that?" Li Mukin glanced at the black dragon carriage and spoke cryptically, "Because of Su Changtian." Hearing this, a sense of unease washed over Qin Mo, and he asked softly, "Miss Jinxian holds a special status at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. If she does not wish to entertain, can she refuse?" Li Mukin looked around and leaned in closer to whisper, "Indeed. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion does not compel its courtesans to sell themselves," but he sighed lightly. "Yet, Qin brother, that Su Changtian is the 3rd son of the Prime Minister's residence. Just days ago, he forcibly canceled the date set for Miss Jinxian's debut, which was arranged through invitations." Qin Mo, through various circumstances, he had learned some information regarding the powers behind the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, but it was evident that they would not risk their standing with the Prime Minister's residence for the sake of a mere woman. Li Mukin hesitated slightly, pointing to the several guards running alongside the recently departed black carriage. "Qin brother, look at those guards by the carriage." Qin Mo focused his gaze. "What of them? Each one is at least 7th grade or higher, with a few even at 6th grade. 6th grade and above." A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Qin Mo's eyes. The eldest of those guards appeared to be no more than 30 years old, and it was remarkable that such young 6th grade cultivators were merely ordinary guards. Li Mukin grinned, his smile tinged with a bittersweet undertone. "I surmise these individuals are merely the surface-level protectors, undoubtedly. There are high-ranking experts stationed in the shadows. 5th grade soul condensation realm." Qin Mo's brows furrowed, recalling the prowess of the guardians in Li Mukin's family. Instinctively, he peered intently. Yet apart from those ordinary guards, he could only see a rugged man driving the carriage. The man had a genial expression, with a long sword strapped to his back, casually holding the reins. Before Qin Mo could voice his confusion, the next moment, the rugged man's gaze swept over to him. The warm and smiling gaze sent a shiver down Qin Mo's spine. It dawned on him that the rugged man had overheard his conversation with Li Mukin. However, the man showed no inclination to act. Instead, he smiled at Qin Mo with a mischievous glint, gesturing towards the carriage behind him. Taken aback by this gesture, Qin Mo's pupils constricted slightly. The memory of the cloaked woman being led by Su Changtian's carriage surfaced in his mind. Was that Miss Jinxian? Qin Mo's fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, the rugged man merely chuckled and turned away, seemingly indifferent to Qin Mo, as though toying with him was akin to casually amusing oneself with an insignificant insect. After retracting his gaze, Zhou Chen pulled the reins and the magnificent black stallion began to stride forward, the carriage slowly making its way ahead, as if hearing laughter from outside. A gentle voice emanated from within. "Mr. Zhou, what brings you to laughter?" Zhou Chen shrugged casually. "Oh, nothing much. That I overheard two individuals discussing Miss Su and the third young master. They must be admirers of hers, and I found it amusing. So, I decided to tease them a bit." "Is that so? Miss Jin Xian is indeed quite popular," Su Yuan remarked nonchalantly before softly instructing, "Mr. Zhou, if you have some spare time, please send someone to fetch me some recent reports." Chapter 48. The chaotic situation due to the existence of long-distance communication methods. The timeliness of reports in this world is remarkably strong. Each locality compiles a summary of significant events that transpired within the day before nightfall, which is then selected and compiled overnight by the morning news department of the Hanlin Academy. By dawn the following day, this compiled news is dispatched back to the various counties. Local government offices post these reports at designated times, and they are printed and sold in bookstores throughout the city, serving as an alternative morning news source and the primary means for the populace to stay informed about national affairs. The thickness of a report is somewhat greater than that of paper newspapers from the past, but the layout is similar, featuring main and subheadings, followed by narrative text, and even illustrations in some cases. As Su Yuan meticulously read through the report, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Aside from a few casualties in northern provinces due to the annual winter cold wave, the rest of the Great Yan Dynasty could be summed up in 4 words: peace and prosperity. This was not entirely inconsistent with the background he was familiar with regarding Songyuan, but it was certainly unrelated. After a prolonged silence, Su Yuan drew back the curtain of the carriage and glanced at the bustling marketplace outside. The common folk were bustling about, vendors weaving through the crowd, calling out their wares, while young gentlemen and ladies strolled amidst laughter and banter, their joyous voices mingling with the faint glow of lanterns being lit as dusk fell. Witnessing this thriving scene firsthand was indeed impressive. Resuming his perusal, Su Yuan soon found the information he sought at that moment. The northern regions of the Great Yan Dynasty were embroiled in conflict. Yet, it was only in the final portion of the report that a few lines were dedicated to this matter. The 9th princess leads troops northward, achieving a great victory at the foot of Hanbei City, slaying over 10,000 enemies. Such a casually conveyed statement was quickly brushed aside that Su Yuan set down the report, his gaze tinged with confusion. He did not recall any such war occurring in Songyuan, but judging by the sparse description, it seemed to be of considerable scale that he had a vague recollection of Hanbei City, having accompanied Su Chang'e there once during his childhood. It was a colossal military city in the northern borders of the Great Yan, boasting towering walls that soared 100 feet high, exuding a formidable aura. Peering down, one could see a vast expanse of snow and mist, resembling a desolate Great Wall. Surrounding it were numerous satellite military garrisons, forming a strategic network in support of the main city of Hanbei that Su Yuan vaguely recalled that Su Chang'e had once said to him when he was still quite young. Hanbei City serves as the gateway to the northern provinces that if it falls, the vast plains behind it shall have no defenses to hold, and the barbarian tribes may disperse like locusts, causing immeasurable harm, though we must never lose this stronghold. And yet, a decade later, this crucial city found itself besieged by those very barbarians. Su Yuan lifted his hand to massage his brow, gathering his thoughts and refraining from further contemplation. Instead, he spoke directly. "Mr. Zhou, are you aware of the current state of the war in the north?" Zhou Chun, who was driving the carriage, responded with a hint of curiosity, pausing to ponder before shaking his head. "Not quite. I have never ventured to the northern borders. Did you glean information from the reports regarding the conflicts between our Great Yan and those barbarians?" Su Yuan nodded slightly. "Indeed, I had little understanding before, but now that I find myself concerned, I thought to inquire. You are truly a person of great patriotism." Zhou Chen clasped his hands in salute towards the rear, then smiled. "I am afraid I lack specific details. But if you are genuinely interested, once we return to the manor, I can have the steward prepare an internal report from the minister's office. It is far more detailed than the official documents." "Internal reports?" Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Zhou Chun replied nonchalantly. The official reports are curated by the Bureau of Imperial Affairs, and many details are omitted. Su Yuan understood immediately and chose not to press further. It seemed that Zhou Chun was reminded of something by this topic, for he suddenly sighed deeply, taking a hearty swig from his wine gourd, and muttered, "Those fellows at the Bureau of Imperial Affairs only report good news and conceal the bad. Did they not grasp the chaos unfolding outside?" At these words, Su Yuan's brow furrowed instantly. How chaotic could it be? The prosperity within Jingjiang City was undeniable, yet it seemed that the outside world was in turmoil. If that were the case, it would indeed align with the narrative. After a moment's reflection, Su Yuan asked, "Mr. Zhou, what do you mean by chaos?" Zhou Chen glanced back at the small window of the carriage with a hint of surprise. Was it not common knowledge that the world was beset by beastly incursions and banditry? Why would the third young master be unaware? However, after a moment's thought, Zhou Chen realized the situation and offered a wry smile. The third young master had either been in the imperial capital or within the vast confines of Jingjiang, rarely venturing beyond the city, and thus remained oblivious to the outside world. Zhou Chen chose his words carefully, speaking softly. "Third young master, you have been sheltered within the city and may not know that in recent years, natural disasters and human calamities have been relentless." As he spoke, Zhou Chen sighed, his tone tinged with complexity. "I was previously dispatched from the imperial capital to Jingjiang City, and along the way, I encountered countless attacks from beasts. Many villages overhead were nothing but ruins and scattered bones." Su Yuan's heart sank. "Attacks from beasts?" Zhou Chen clarified. "Not the tamed beasts that cause harm, but those feral creatures that roam the wilds." "I understand. But what of the Bureau of Celestial Monitoring? Is it not within their purview to safeguard against beastly threats to the common folk?" Zhou Chen remained silent. After a lengthy pause, observing Zhou Chen's reticence, Su Yuan took the initiative to say, "If you have something to share, please do so without reservation." Zhou Chen, seeing the encouragement, no longer held back and chuckled. "It is simply that the court is out of funds." His laughter carried a note of barely concealed sarcasm. Because of a lack of funds, there were no personnel in the Bureau of Celestial Monitoring, which rendered them unable to manage the situation. And as for why there were no funds, the carriage fell into a brief silence. Before Zhou Chen's voice broke through, "Mr. Zhou, could you enlighten me on the underlying reasons? Is it due to corruption among the officials?" Zhou Chen, hearing this, felt liberated from restraint and spoke softly. "That is but one aspect. What are the others?" Su Yuan inquired. Zhou Chen did not respond, but instead asked, "Do you know how many sects have holdings within Jingjiang City?" Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he shook his head. "I do not." Zhou Chen continued to sip his wine while elaborating. "The drunken, immortal pavilion, the Xiaoxiang pavilion, the beast-weaving market in the east of the city, the vast farmlands beyond the city. All these are properties of various sections." He continued in a somber tone. "To sustain those idle disciples of the sects requires more funds than the annual military expenses." Zhou Chen's voice was calm, yet carried a weighty undertone. "But these sects do not pay taxes. They follow the practice of tribute, and the amount they contribute is determined solely by themselves." Su Yuan felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Beginning to comprehend the implications, the drunken immortal pavilion belonged to that Mr. Qin. The fact that Su Chang'e would go to such lengths against Mr. Qin during the Tianyuan conference indicated that he was likely affiliated with a local sect. At least on the surface, the drunken immortal pavilion, as a den of extravagance, must have earned an unfathomable profit in a single night. And this was merely a fraction of the myriad properties held by the sects. Yet not a single coin reached the treasury. The gentry of ancient times had never been so outrageous. Regardless of how things were implemented, at least on paper, they benefited from tax reductions. Here, however, the sects simply did not pay at all. Noticing Su Yuan's prolonged silence, Zhou Chen gestured towards the heavens. "Third young master, the minister has repeatedly petitioned the crown prince to address this issue. Yet each time he has been rebuffed with the argument that ancestral customs should not be easily altered, that I suspect that Mr. Qin targeted you largely because of this matter." As the conversation reached its conclusion, both Su Yuan and Zhou Chen fell into silence. Zhou Chen continued to drink while focusing on the reins, while Su Yuan turned his attention to the interior of the carriage. The reasons behind Mr. Qin's actions against him remained unclear, but he had begun to piece together why his father would take a stand against the sections. The carriage was opulently adorned, featuring a soft couch akin to jade, plush silk cushions, and a specially designed tea tray, with a faint fragrance wafting throughout the space. That Su Yuan's gaze settled upon a stunningly graceful woman kneeling before the tea tray, pouring tea with an air of delicate poise. Her eyes were cast downwards, exuding an aura of fragility that evoked sympathy. That Su Yuan's fingers subtly activated the soundproofing array set within the carriage and cast a sidelong glance at her. "Did you hear what was said earlier?" Su Jinxian slowly lifted her gaze. "Young master, you spoke without reservation, so naturally, I heard." Her tone retained a hint of alluring charm, but lacked the earlier seductive undertones. She had become considerably more subdued, yet not entirely compliant. Considering this, Su Yuan regarded her with a knowing look. Su Jinxian had changed into a new outfit. Her silken gown of azure and white accentuated her curves, the sheer fabric hinting at her porcelain skin. The translucent white stockings clung perfectly to her long, graceful legs. This woman was astutely aware of how to wield her femininity to her advantage. Since boarding the carriage, she had continually sought to entice him in subtle ways. Even now, she seemed intent on regaining the upper hand. Had she approached him with such tactics from the outset, Su Yuan might have succumbed to temptation and lost everything. Alas, she had chosen to employ those peculiar spore particles to exert control over him. Now that her charmed spirit body had been revealed, Zhou Chen had also cautioned him that the deeper their physical contact, the more susceptible he would be to her influence. Experimenting with such a perilous situation was best avoided. Yet, this world possessed such captivating silks. Regaining his composure, Su Yuan casually inquired, "Jinxian, I heard from Yuan that you were brought here personally by Mr. Qin, that I am quite curious about how you came to know him. Would you be willing to share?" Though framed as a question, his tone left no room for dissent. Keeping Su Jinxian around was a strategy to confuse Mr. Qin, misguiding him into believing that his plans had succeeded. Once the carriage entered the Jingjiang Su residence, she would be handed over to Inger for interrogation. Inger, hailing from the minister's office, was one of the infamous shadow guards, known for their expertise in coercive interrogation. However, this would not hinder Su Yuan from gathering information beforehand. Su Jinxuan's beautiful eyes flickered, and after a moment, she gently replied, "Over a decade ago, my family fell into decline, and during a time of peril, Mr. Qin rescued me and has raised me ever since." A tale of hardship, adoption, and yet there was the rare allure of the charmed spirit body. Such a cliché narrative immediately sparked numerous thoughts in Su Yuan's mind. After a moment's contemplation, he feigned a sigh. "I apologize for bringing up such a painful memory for you, Jinxian." Su Jinxian lowered her gaze, letting out a soft sigh. "Thank you for your compassion, young master. I was but a child then, and that incident has long since passed." Su Yuan shook his head, casually asking, "Do you still recall the identity of your adversaries? If they are still alive, I could assist you in avenging this blood feud." "You are most kind, young master, but I am afraid. Is it unnecessary? My vendetta has already been avenged." "All of it?" "Ah!" Su Yuan gazed into Su Jinxuan's eyes, a deliberate expression of realization gracing his features as he chuckled softly. "So it turns out that Mr. Qin has discreetly silenced all your enemies, hasn't he?" Su Jinxian paused for a moment upon hearing this, her initial surprise quickly morphing into a flicker of indignation that replaced the softness in her gaze. "Third, young master, please refrain from making baseless assumptions." Su Yuan's amusement deepened at her reaction. He found her response quite satisfactory. He was unaware of the specifics of her situation, nor could he ascertain whether Su Jinxian was fabricating a tale, yet this did not deter him from weaving his own narrative that if he failed, it would merely cost him a few minutes of conversation, but if he succeeded, even if he could not persuade Su Jinxian, planting a seed of doubt in her mind would be a significant victory. After a brief pause, Su Yuan pressed on, "Jinxian, all you need to do is confirm or deny. Mr. Qin has ensured that you do not encounter any of your enemies alive, correct?" The carriage fell into silence for a moment, and Su Yuan felt a twinge of surprise. Could it be that his offhand conjecture was indeed grounded in truth? Su Jinxian fixed her gaze upon him, biting her lip delicately with a hint of defiance. I am well aware that I am but a captive in your presence. Yet I implore you not to tarnish Mr. Qin's character. Your refusal to answer directly suggests that I am indeed correct. Su Yuan reclined against the soft couch, propping his head on one hand with feigned interest. Continuing to provoke, I surmise that Mr. Qin has nurtured you thus far because your parents perished during that escape, did they not? He deliberately emphasized the word escape, adding weight to his insinuation. Have you not considered how fortuitous it is that following your parents' demise, you, possessing the alluring soul enchanting body, happened to cross paths with Mr. Qin, who came to your aid? You are undoubtedly aware of how tempting such a unique constitution is, one that can manipulate the hearts and minds of others invisibly. Who could resist the allure if they were forewarned? Especially for someone as significant as Mr. Qin, eliminating your entire family would merely require a few words, and what he gained in return. I was almost ensnared by your charms myself. Su Jinxuan's delicate hand, poised to pour tea, trembled slightly, her anger now evident in her eyes. Not everyone in this world shares your temperament. Third young master, Mr. Qin has always regarded me as a sister. He has come to alleviate my burdens. Su Zhuanfeigen in Gozan, chuckling lightly as he responded. You claim he regards you as a sister? He laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Very well. I shall spread the word that you have been captured and are destined for execution. Do you suppose Mr. Qin will choose to vanish into obscurity, or will he come to my estate to rescue his dear sister? After a prolonged silence, Su Jinxian inhaled deeply, her delicate attire rising and falling with each breath. Choosing not to respond, she continued to pour tea silently. Su Yuan discerned her inner turmoil. She appeared to be using the act of pouring tea to calm herself, but he chose not to interrupt her. Observing her graceful movements as she adeptly handled the tea set, boiling the kettle, placing the tea, warming the cups, the sight of the enchanting woman preparing tea was a feast for the eyes. Once she had finished, Su Jinxian slowly rose and presented a cup of tea to Su Yuan that he accepted it casually, fixing his gaze upon her eyes, and pulled her down beside him, tilting his head to inquire. I am quite curious about something. Might you enlighten me? By now. Su Jinxian had regained her composure, her allure undiminished. Upon hearing his question, she smiled sweetly at Su Yuan. Whatever you ask, I shall answer truthfully. Su Yuan gently embraced her seemingly delicate form, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the tea as he softly inquired. Mr. Qin has been renowned for over a decade. His strength must be unfathomable by now. Why has he not imparted to you the methods of cultivation? Su Jinxian covered her mouth in a light laugh, her words blurring the line between truth and fiction. I have no penchant for violence, hence I have not pursued cultivation. Su Yuan, without a moment's hesitation, asked, If you dislike violence, why then do you practice the secret arts of the soul enchanting body? That, I am uncertain. Those abilities seem to come naturally to me. Naturally, you say? Su Yuan chuckled. His own innate constitution required rigorous training to manifest, yet you claim mastery of the soul enchanting body without guidance. Not to mention, without practicing the secret arts, you cannot even achieve the most basic internal vision. Lacking internal vision, how could you manipulate the spirit and soul, let alone those myriad spores? Sitting upright, Su Yuan grasped Su Jinxuan's fair chin, drawing her closer. Jinxian, it is permissible to deceive me, but it is unacceptable to deceive yourself. Mr. Qin has provided you solely with the secrets of the soul enchanting body, has he not? Su Jinxian met his gaze. Yet Su Yuan could glean nothing from her eyes that he sought. The moment of confusion had passed, and she began to regain her composure, but Su Yuan gently shook his head, releasing her before posing his final question. One last inquiry, and I hope you will answer truthfully. Please, third young master, ask away. Su Jinxian smoothed her dress that Su Yuan casually asked. Do you know someone named Qin Mo? Qin Montak? Upon hearing the name, Su Jinxuan's expression remained unchanged. Yet a flicker of something unusual danced in her enchanting eyes as she hesitated to respond. Su Yuan did not rush her, but as moments passed, he too felt a wave of astonishment. Her deliberation was excessive that a person typically recognizes another in an instant. If she were merely weighing her words, she would not take so long. Such fundamental acting skills should not elude Su Jinxian. Thus, her reaction suggested she was contemplating revealing something about Qin Mo if that were indeed the case. It would be quite intriguing. They had encountered one another, and she seemed entirely willing to divulge information about Qin Mo. With just these 2 points, Su Yuan could narrow down the narrative paths of the protagonist in this realm to 5 or fewer. After a prolonged silence, Su Jinxian finally spoke softly. Third young master. How did you come to know that I am acquainted with young Master Qin? Our acquaintance was but a month ago, and at that time, you and I had yet to meet, I believe. Her voice was gentle, and her gaze lingered on Su Yuan's eyes, as if seeking understanding. She was puzzled as to how, given that she had encountered Qin Mo prior to Su Yuan's rescue, he could possess this information. Su Yuan detected the subtle probing in her words, but opted to remain silent, revealing nothing. Even though he harbored knowledge about the situation, it was best to refrain from discussing specific details unless absolutely necessary. Speaking out might be gratifying in the moment, but explaining oneself later could prove cumbersome. Just as he preferred not to compose poetry or prose, he could spin tales freely for an outsider like Su Jinxian, who was unaware of the intricacies of the situation and would merely assume that the third young master was merely keeping his talents hidden. Rumors of him being a superficial wastrel would likely transform into tales of him being a cunning strategist with a clandestine information network. Should such a reputation spread, the moniker of 2 dragons, 1 phoenix, and a mouse could easily become 2 dragons, 1 phoenix, and a hidden Kuan, or even a hidden Lin, bestowing him with a more favorable reputation. However, outsiders were oblivious to the fact that Su Changtian, Su Chang'e, and their father were all too aware of his true nature as a wastrel. While personality can shift due to various factors such as constitution, strength, and status, information cannot simply be conjured from thin air. Though identity might not be doubted, an explanation must be provided. After a moment's pause, Su Yuan said quietly, "You need not inquire further about how I know, Su Jinxian. You need only respond to my questions." After a brief silence, Su Jinxian inclined her head respectfully. "You are right, third young master. I have overstepped." Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, I am curious about the nature of your relationship with Qin Mo." Upon hearing this, Su Jinxian giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Is your inquiry prompted by jealousy over young Master Qin?" Su Yuan shook his head, chuckling lightly. "Perhaps, for I am indeed rather intrigued by the allure of the soul enchanting body. At present, I am already yours, third young master." Su Jinxian exhaled softly, leaning gently against his shoulder. "If you desire it, you need only take me." Su Yuan's heart silently scoffed. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder, continuing to question. "So tell me, Jinxian, what is the nature of your relationship with Qin Mo?" Su Yuan aimed to clarify the protagonist's trajectory, preparing for any necessary countermeasures. Moreover, he had no immediate intention of eliminating the protagonist. After all, some narrative paths had protagonists who were far more villainous than the antagonists, and collaborating with them could be a possibility if their goals align. Su Jinxian pondered for a moment before replying with a playful smile. "What would I gain by divulging such information to you?" "Benefits." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze to meet her autumn-like eyes. With a gentle smile, he lightly brushed his fingers across the delicate visage of the woman before him, speaking softly. "There are indeed benefits. Once we arrive at the manor, and I hand you over to Inger, I shall speak a few kind words on your behalf to ensure she treats you with a modicum of tenderness." His voice was soft, akin to the flirtations shared between lovers. Yet the smile on Su Jinxian's face faltered slightly. A flicker of hope lingered within her. Su Changtian had brought her back to the manor to confine her as a prized possession. She understood all too well the allure her body held for these men. Reluctant though she was, if Su Changtian could not restrain himself from touching her, and if the ancient texts provided by Mr. Qin were to be believed, she might still possess a glimmer of opportunity to turn her fate around. However, Su Changtian's current words rendered that hope a mere jest. Inger, evidently referring to the masked woman she had first seen upon awakening, was unmistakably one of the shadow guards from the Prime Minister's manor. If she were to be handed over to her fate, the thought sent a flicker of panic through Su Jinxian's eyes. After a lengthy pause, she bit her lip gently and said, "Then, perhaps it would be best for Jinxian to forego any benefits. However, if Jin Xian speaks the truth, might the third young master grant me a swift resolution? For her earlier hesitation to choose mutual destruction had resulted in her charm being sealed away by the formidable individuals surrounding Su Chantian, leaving her unable to sever her own fate. Su Yuan stroked his chin, a playful smile gracing his lips. That depends on your performance, Jin Xian, that we are perhaps half an hour from the manor, that if you can present something that stirs my interest. Your proposal may be worth considering. Su Jinxian took a deep breath. Very well. I shall speak. That my relationship with Mr. Qin is not particularly complicated. We traveled together for some time, and upon parting, we made a wager. A wager? Duelaborache. When we parted, I mentioned that if he could procure the demon core of the deer spirit within Fingyao Forest within a month, I would perform a peace solely for him. Su Yuan nodded slightly, chuckling. If that is all the information you possess, it hardly qualifies as a reason for me to grant you a swift resolution. A hint of confusion crossed Su Jinchuan's face, but she quickly steeled herself. I approached Qin Mo because Mr. Qin suggested that his background might be rather extraordinary. This revelation caused Su Yuan's gaze to sharpen. Here we go again, a shift in the narrative that in his previous life. He had always believed that the encounter between the protagonist and Su Jinxian was a serendipitous event, only to find that it had been meticulously orchestrated by others. Yet, although their meeting was planned, the lines of love should still hold truth. After all, the affinity system within the game does not deceive. Collecting his thoughts, Su Yuan urged, continue. Su Jinxian cast a glance at him, sighed and spoke softly. Mr. Qin mentioned that Qin Mo might be associated with a place called Zong Village. Zong Village? Su Yuan murmured, his certainty about Mr. Qin's complexity deepening. That Su Jinxian shook her head. Mr. Qin did not elaborate further. I only know that Qin Mo may hail from Zong Village. Su Yuan was all too familiar with Zong Village, recalling the names of its inhabitants vividly. The butcher who sharpened his knives in the dead of night, the glamorous woman who delighted in teasing others, the blind man who was not entirely blind, and the perpetually jovial village chief. Zong Village was a novice-s village within the narrative of Sanyue. Nestled deep within the mountains at the edge of the Great Yan, it was a place both serene and perilous. It was serene due to the kindness of the elder generation towards the protagonist, treating them as if they were their own kin. That it was perilous because those seemingly ordinary elders were, in fact, formidable figures enjoying their retirement there. Each had once been notorious bandits or fearsome demons, that a dilapidated village brimming with powerful figures. Then, that village was ruthlessly exterminated by his own father, the prime minister who led a group to wipe it clean. Only one young boy, who had inadvertently entered the mountains to hunt, survived. Indeed, that boy was the protagonist of the tale. This was the fundamental reason Su Yuan had long sought out the protagonist. The blood feud was undeniable. The protagonist had no room for leniency towards the prime minister's manor. Once the protagonist had fully matured, regardless of his father's justifications for the massacre, he would show no mercy. However, with the clues provided by Su Jinxian, Su Yuan had narrowed the possible paths of the protagonist to 3, and he could roughly ascertain what kind of advantage the protagonist possessed. The first path was the righteous, passionate route. The protagonist, embodying the spirit of righteousness, would grow stronger the more grievously injured he became. The second path involved an old man accompanying him. The advantage here was simple: fully artificial intelligence control, with a potential power surge under special conditions. The third path was the sinister route of cultivating the yin-yang harmony technique. The advantage here consisted of 3 doses of harmony powder, which could ignore level restrictions. Reflecting on this, Su Yuan felt a weight settle in his heart. The first and third paths posed little concern. Should he locate Zhou Chun, he could easily dispatch them. Yet, according to Murphy's Law, he had an unsettling feeling that the protagonist likely followed the second path, as that route was the most challenging to contend with, without the constraints of the game's special conditions. The protagonist could retaliate with devastating force if pushed to the brink. Among those Su Yuan knew, only his elder brother stood a chance of defeating the protagonist. Even the formidable Ran, the large ice boulder, would struggle. Within the carriage, the air was fragrant. Typically, a quiet environment would soothe the mind, yet in moments where one's life lay in another's hands, that silence became a torment. Observing Su Yuan's taciturn profile, Su Jinxian inhaled deeply. Her fists clenched. They opened, clenching, releasing. After several repetitions, a hint of dejection flickered in her gaze as she slowly exhaled, softly calling, "Young master." The answer was already known deep within, yet one cannot help but harbor a sliver of unrealistic hope. Su Yuan's gaze swept over her. The previous serenity had vanished, replaced by a glimmer of unease in her eyes, but he felt a twinge of surprise that it seemed that her claim of Mr. Qin considering her a younger sister was likely true. Had she been a meticulously trained assassin, she would hardly exhibit such a demeanor that a young maiden, unwed, displaying such composure in the face of death was indeed remarkable. "You seem quite afraid," he inquired. Su Jinxian bit her lip. "The reputation of the shadow guards of the Prime Minister's manor precedes them. I am naturally aware. If you are afraid, why then did you dare to seek me out?" She fell silent, that Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with amusement, devoid of any pity. "One final question, that if you are willing to answer, I may refrain from handing you over to Ing or once we enter the manor. Of course, if you choose not to respond, I am certain Ing will extract this information from you." "Su Jinxian, what is Mr. Qin's purpose in wanting you to control me?" Su Jinxuan's fingers clutched the fabric of her garment. Turning pale as she hesitated for a long time before shaking her head, I do not know." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan gently tousled her silky hair, speaking softly. "I regret to inform you, Jinxian, that the answer I seek is not this. You previously stated your intention to alleviate Mr. Qin's burdens, yet now you claim ignorance. You have already divulged so much." How foolish that Su Yuan chuckled inwardly. Yet this was precisely as it should be, that if every individual maintained their composure in the face of life and death, the world would be rife with ruthless beings. Su Jinxian was taken away by Ing. However, considering the information she provided, Su Yuan genuinely spoke a few kind words on her behalf before Ing. She would not endure physical torture. Instead, Ing would bind her hands and feet, seal her hearing, and toss her into a dark room filled with soft bedding. Watching Su Jinxian leave with a hint of gratitude in her eyes, Su Yuan felt a smile creeping upon him. Modern interrogation techniques may lack the direct pain of ancient physical punishments, yet they are forms of psychological torture that don't ask. Just know it from personal experience. Due to reckless behavior, Su Yuan had once participated in a professional experience session with friends. Lying on a soft bed, his limbs swathed in specialized cotton wraps, while staff placed earmuffs and blindfolds upon him. The sensation was indescribable. The Su residence sprawled across the vast expanse of Jingjiang City, occupying over 1,000 acres, with a grand wetland lake nestled within. Pavilions and towers stretched endlessly before the eye. The lakeside was breezy, and as he watched Ing and Su Jinxuan's graceful figures recede into the distance, Su Yuan turned to Zhou Chun, who was drinking nearby, and suddenly said, "Mr. Zhou, could you assist me with a task?" "As you command." "Third young master." Zhou Chun set down his wine jug, that Su Yuan's gaze lingered on Su Jinxuan's departing silhouette. "Please investigate the circumstances surrounding the annihilation of Su Jinxuan's family." Zhou Chun's gaze bore a hint of surprise as he remarked, "Are you referring to?" Su Yuan elucidated. Su Jinxian stated that she was rescued by Mr. Qin while fleeing from disaster. "Her entire family has perished, that I suspect there may be hidden truths behind this." "In that case," Zhou Chun murmured, seemingly grasping Su Yuan's implication. Though he harbored some skepticism, he displayed no inclination to dismiss the matter. The recent actions of the third young master had increasingly warranted Zhou Chun's attention. He clasped his fists and inquired, "Pray tell, from whence does Miss Su hail?" Su Yuan's eyes flickered momentarily before he replied, "From the city of Jin in Jiangnan." In his previous life, when Su Yuan guided the protagonist into Jiangnan's Jin city for the first time, the latter would often remark, "After more than a decade, this Jin city has indeed transformed beyond recognition." Zhou Chun immediately clasped his fists, saying, "Very well, rest assured, third young master, that I shall promptly notify the Black Scale Guard in Jiangnan." With that, Zhou Chun prepared to turn and depart. "Wait," Su Yuan called, causing Zhou Chun to halt. Unhurriedly, Su Yuan retrieved a stack of 5,000 tael silver notes from his shumi ring and, using his source energy, handed them to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun's eyes brightened, yet he still held the wine jug and murmured, "Third young master, what is this?" Su Yuan chuckled lightly. Mr. Zhou has safeguarded me with great diligence. This is but a token of my appreciation for your efforts. Chapter 52. Breakthrough in his previous life. Su Yuan had encountered many opulent mansions nestled within wetland parks. Yet he had never seen a wetland park constructed within a mansion, which seemed to validate the anecdote about needing to drive just to find a restroom. As he wandered through the garden, Su Yuan observed numerous servants and maidens bustling about. Consistent with the original's memories, some of the maidens in the Jingjiang Su residence possessed enough charm to not shy away from this notorious young master. As he passed, several maidens even seemed to subtly express a desire to draw closer. For them, regardless of how events would ultimately unfold, being associated with the third young master of the state minister's residence represented their sole opportunity for elevation in life. After traversing the garden, he entered the reception hall of the Su residence. The expansive hall appeared quite serene, illuminated by the glow of the Ming-patterned lanterns adorning the walls that I recalled. This space was mostly tranquil, only bustling during rare occasions when significant officials from Jingjiang paid visits, at which times the steward would personally receive them. Matters of receiving gifts were typically entrusted to the lower-ranking officials, let alone the steward himself. Upon entering the hall, Su Yuan did not rush into the inner chambers. Instead, he first retrieved a pair of thousand-tael silver notes concealed behind a painting on the hall's wall. Not much, only 2 notes. This vast Su residence was filled with treasures, hidden away by the original. His indulgent father would not concern himself with the original's reckless antics, but his 2 elder brothers, Su Chang'e and Su Chang'an, certainly would. Occasionally, even his 4th sister would intervene. Unable to contend with these 3 bandits, the original knew that if discovered, all the painstakingly gathered silver would be seized. Over time, he wisely learned to break it down into smaller amounts. This time, Su Yuan had deliberately circled the garden outside the residence, reclaiming the funds he had failed to collect previously. After deducting the 5,000 taels gifted to Zhou Chun, he still had nearly 20,000 taels remaining that, if his memory served him correctly, the original had hidden tens of thousands of taels in the residence back in the imperial capital. Of course, there had been instances where servants pilfered money while cleaning, but after one was caught and publicly punished, even those aware of the funds seldom dared to touch them in this extraordinary realm. Human life, especially that of commoners, held little value. With the money gathered, the next step was to focus on cultivation. The Su residence boasted a dedicated training room, housing a spiritual spring, with a locking array that prevented the source energy from leaking. The training room was divided into inner and outer courtyards. The outer courtyard had relatively sparse source energy, accessible for the guards during their leisure time. In contrast, the inner courtyard was rich in source energy, requiring payment in silver or contributions from the state minister's residence for access. Naturally, Su Yuan was not bound by such regulations. Under the respectful guidance of the doorkeeper, he directly entered the innermost chamber where the spiritual spring was located. Once the doorkeeper left, Su Yuan took out the source crystal given to him by Su Chang'e, consumed some medicine, and closed his eyes to commence his cultivation technique, drawing in source energy. Zhou Chun arrived the following day. After arranging the inquiries Su Yuan had requested, he hurried to the room where Su Yuan was cultivating. That he had mentioned that his technique could assist Su Yuan's training, and he had not forgotten this. Time elapsed unnoticed as Su Yuan engaged in his practice. He soon discovered that Zhou Chen's technique provided remarkable assistance to his cultivation, with the essence of source energy directed into the acupoints and meridians by his spiritual will. Even the pinnacle technique, Blood Yuan Hard Descent, required several cycles to convert the natural energy into his own source energy. However, with Zhou Chen refining the energy alongside him, Su Yuan found that his technique only needed to circulate once or twice to achieve complete refinement, freeing his mind from the need to focus on controlling the energy. The speed of his cultivation surged nearly tenfold, leaving Su Yuan in a daze before he adapted and felt overwhelming joy. It must be noted that the reason the innate Tao body was esteemed as such lay in its absence of bottlenecks before reaching the Grandmaster realm that at this pace, his strength would grow rapidly. Cultivate, cultivate, and cultivate again. With the aid of top-tier elixirs, source crystals, the locking array, and Zhou Chen's refining assistance, the cultivation speed of the innate Tao body could only be described as soaring at an astounding rate. Time slipped away in the dimly lit chamber, silence enveloping the space. The young master in his brocade robe remained serene, eyes closed in meditation, while Zhou Chun, the rugged man beside him, began to show signs of perspiration on his forehead. Zhou Chun gazed at Su Yuan, who was engrossed in his cultivation, feeling a mix of exasperation and admiration. Several times he attempted to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words for an entire 10 days. The third young master had not stirred from his spot. When hunger struck, he would merely draw a cup of spiritual spring water from his shumi ring, and when the potency of his elixirs waned, he would promptly pull out several small jade vials and consume a few pills that a grandmaster. Zhou Chun could easily discern the nature of the elixirs contained within those vials that he felt a twinge of frustration. The raw materials for crafting those elixirs could have been used to produce potent spiritual medicines to enhance his own cultivation, yet now they were being utilized to assist lower-tier cultivators. More importantly, Zhou Chun realized he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. The third young master's absorption speed was astonishingly swift, refining source energy externally and internally within the acupoints and meridians represented entirely different challenges, with the latter being exponentially more difficult. Yet, Zhou Chun was, after all, a grandmaster. The third young master, merely an early-stage body refiner, should not be capable of such rapid absorption, even with the aid of elixirs and source crystals. It appeared that this third young master was not only equipped with the innate Tao body, but also practiced an unparalleled technique of the current age. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Chun steeled his focus and dedicated himself to aiding Su Yuan's cultivation. Perhaps, indeed, the third young master was worthy of his investment. That I in the tranquil training room. Source energy flowed silently, the cultivation techniques cycling through again and again. Su Yuan, like a voracious sponge, eagerly absorbed the pure source energy around him. Time lost all meaning within the confines of the small training room until he suddenly heard a soft pop resonating within his body. As before, Su Yuan sensed something within him had inexplicably shattered. Had he broken through again? Feeling the fluctuations of source energy within him, Su Yuan gradually ceased his cultivation, lifting his gaze towards Zhou Chun. Before he could utter a word, Zhou Chun smiled and exclaimed, "Congratulations, young master, on breaking through to the 8th tier of meridian refinement." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly within the quiet training chamber upon hearing this. Su Yuan confirmed that he had indeed achieved a breakthrough to the 8th tier. Lacking any significant obstacles, there was little joy to be found in the accomplishment. Nevertheless, growing stronger was undoubtedly a positive outcome. After a brief pause, Su Yuan nodded slightly, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Zhou. No need for concern. I am merely a bit fatigued," Zhou Chun replied, shaking his head with a smile, though his complexion appeared somewhat pale. Of course, this was a facade. Assisting someone at the 9th tier would not cause him, a grandmaster, to suffer any internal energy loss. He was simply weary. However, considering the circumstances, it was evident that after this experience, the third young master would likely require his assistance for future cultivation. Such exhausting work warranted some form of compensation. Su Yuan noticed Zhou Chun's subtle demeanor and understood, though he did not dwell on it. If a subordinate were truly devoid of desires, that would indeed be a cause for concern. Additionally, assisting others in refining source energy would undoubtedly come with numerous restrictions. Zhou Chun's technique was already a rare exception. Yet aside from silver, he was currently unable to offer Zhou Chun what he truly sought. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan slightly cupped his hands and declared, "I shall report this matter truthfully to my father and express my gratitude to Mr. Zhou for your assistance." Chapter 53. The Path of Cultivation. Has merely a decade truly passed? After being absorbed in his practice, Su Yuan was surprised to learn that only a little over 10 days had elapsed. He had ascended from the unranked to the 8th tier of meridian refinement in less than 2 months. Even though Su Yuan had anticipated this to some extent, he could not help but marvel at the swiftness of his cultivation. Exiting the chamber that housed the spiritual spring, he made his way along the corridor of the inner courtyard, opting not to continue his training, due to the fact that Su Chang'e had left him with only a few elixirs, which he had nearly consumed. The absence of those potions that provided protection for his meridians and nurtured his soul meant that prolonged cultivation could potentially harm his foundation. He made his way out, Su Yuan observed a considerable number of individuals engaged in cultivation at the Wushuan Academy, including guardians and instructors. Those permitted to practice in the inner courtyard were predominantly at the 7th to 6th rank, with only a handful of prodigies reaching the 8th rank. There were both men and women, as cultivation was determined by aptitude rather than gender. The men were all muscular and robust, while the women, despite their subtly feminine curves, possessed tangible muscle beneath their garments. Indeed, it was not just fitness but sheer muscle and impressive physique. Among them, a few striking women even surpassed Zhou Chun in size. As Su Yuan's gaze swept across the scene, an involuntary flutter of his eyelids occurred upon a coincidental glance. Zhou Chun, noticing Su Yuan's gaze, chuckled lightly with an air of peculiarity. Young master, these individuals all tread the path of martial apprentices, akin to ordinary mortals practicing martial arts. Hence their physiques are generally quite formidable. The novel term martial apprentices piqued Su Yuan's curiosity, prompting him to inquire softly, "What exactly is a martial apprentice?" Following the incident with Su Jinxian, Su Yuan realized that his understanding of the extraordinary powers in this realm was woefully inadequate, and he sought to acquire relevant information. Zhou Chen chuckled. "Of course, our current cultivation levels of 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks are named after the 3 realms of martial apprentices established by the Tiangong Pavilion back in the day: body refinement, meridian tempering, and bone training." "Wait a moment," Su Yuan interjected suddenly. Having never heard this name before, even during his time in Sanyuan, he softly asked, "Is the Tiangong Pavilion a sect?" Zhou Chun, unfazed, casually explained, "Yes, though it has been destroyed for over 10 millennia. Nowadays, most cultivation realms are based on their classifications." Classifications of the cultivation realms? Su Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. Zhou Chen took a sip of wine. Naturally, otherwise, how could the realms of cultivation today have come into being? Qi Dao, Martial Dao, Soul Dao, Formation Dao. Many were delineated by the Tiangong Pavilion. However, considering that millennia have passed, the method of martial apprentices has become entirely outdated. It persists solely out of habit, as no one can unify the classifications. Hence the names have endured. Su Yuan's gaze flickered for a moment, instinctively yearning to ask for more information, yet ultimately he restrained himself. Matters involving cultivation paths were intricate, and it would be more prudent to consult ancient texts in the library later. Nodding slightly, he composed himself, casting a glance at the martial apprentices. "Mr. Zhou, please continue discussing their circumstances." Zhou Chen smiled mildly. "Certainly. Those who pursue the path of martial apprentices will only receive the cultivation techniques from the State Lord's mansion once they reach the pinnacle of the 7th rank in bone training." As he spoke, Zhou Chen appeared somewhat contemplative, gently shaking his head. "Young master, do not be misled by their current robust appearances. Once they advance to the 6th rank of iron body, refining their bones and flesh, they will naturally return to normal." Su Yuan listened intently, a hint of confusion prompting him to ask, "Mr. Zhou, are you suggesting they currently lack cultivation techniques? But if they have no techniques, how do they channel qi into their bodies?" Zhou Chen glanced at Su Yuan, remaining silent for a moment. "Without techniques, they can only rely on the martial apprentices' body-refining methods to gradually strengthen their physique." Su Yuan's mind stirred. "Can this body-refining method also channel qi into the body?" Zhou Chen nodded, sighing. "This body-refining method is indeed outdated, but it can still facilitate the channeling of qi into the body, albeit without the use of intent and soul, leaving one susceptible to chronic afflictions." "Chronic afflictions?" Su Yuan murmured, his thoughts racing as he grasped the crux of the matter, letting out a faint sigh. They did not lack choices. Rather, they had none. Zhou Chen shook his head, chuckling softly. "Young master, for individuals like us, there is no alternative to cultivation aside from this. We are immensely grateful for the martial apprentices' methods. After all, cultivation techniques are exceedingly distant from ordinary people." Su Yuan remained silent for a long while, then suddenly turned his attention to those practicing martial arts in the courtyard, softly asking, "Mr. Zhou, could you elaborate?" Zhou Chen also glanced at the burly figures, took a swig from the wine flask at his waist, and with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes began to recount to Su Yuan some tales from the past, The persistence of the martial apprentice's archaic cultivation method ultimately boils down to 5 words. Laws must not be lightly transmitted. Nearly all cultivation manuals are monopolized by sects and noble families. Yet there are countless individuals desiring to change their destinies through cultivation. The number of those who perish in pursuit of this ambition is incalculable, with many meeting their demise over a mere scrap of incomplete techniques. Zhou Chen had witnessed numerous people fighting for a fragment of a technique, ending up with no burial place when he wandered the streets before he ever engaged in cultivation. For ordinary individuals, aside from a rare stroke of fortune, the only avenues to acquire techniques and engage in cultivation were through military service or becoming servants of noble families for rewards that do not even mention sex. Their methods of recruiting disciples are even less reliable. Every few years, various sects indeed open their doors for a few select days to recruit disciples, but those accepted must possess at least superior aptitude. Those with moderate talent are sent away. The reason is simple. Most sects have existed for millennia, and the initial batch of disciples has long since formed the noble family subordinate to the sects, which continuously send their talented offspring to the sects for training. A sect can only support a limited number of disciples, and a backgroundless individual squeezing in would merely encroach upon the cultivation resources meant for the offspring of noble families, with equal cultivation aptitude. Why should they choose an ordinary person without connections? Under such circumstances, the Tianan Chamber of Commerce gradually established a martial hall named Tianan several decades ago. Initially, there were countless martial halls across the land. But after several decades, only a few remained. This was because the Tianan Martial Hall taught genuine martial arts, specifically the martial apprentice's methods, despite having the protection of the Grand Minister of Yuan. The immense Tianan Chamber of Commerce faced near obliteration on multiple occasions. However, as time passed, noble families and sects, along with their subordinate families, ultimately reached a compromise. They too began to establish corresponding martial halls in the streets. But regrettably, the scale of these later establishments could not compare to the Tianan Martial Hall of the State Lord's Mansion. Regardless of the motives behind the struggles of the elite, the outcome was that ordinary people finally gained a pathway to cultivation. Even though the martial apprentice's cultivation was fraught with challenges and could potentially harm one's foundation, it represented the sole opportunity for those entirely devoid of cultivation paths. Zhou Chen was one among them, with the silver he painstakingly gathered through cunning and deceit in the streets. He became one of the first to enter the Tianan Martial Hall. However, the reality of the Martial Hall was vastly different from his expectations. The 100 taels of silver earned at the risk of his life exchanged only for a body-refining fist technique, a reasonably tidy single room, and thousands of fellow students residing outside the city. There were no one-on-one instructors, no imagined medicinal baths, not even a proper aptitude assessment. This left him feeling deceived. However, he gradually realized that his expenditure was worthwhile, at least for those with talent. Although the Tianan Martial Hall was still in its infancy, its internal structure was already quite refined. Various assessments, leaderboards, and competitions were abundant that, in short, the capable remained, while the incapable departed. Of course, one could also choose not to leave. As long as they continued to pay, they could stay. Resources for cultivation were distributed according to rankings, with those ranking higher receiving more resources. Everyone in the Martial Hall scrambled fiercely for that sliver of opportunity for advancement. Countless were eliminated, and many lost their lives. And Zhou Chen was one who clawed his way up step by step in such an environment, ultimately becoming a third-rank Grandmaster. Chapter 54. The State Lord seeks Yu Zhou Chen's experiences were exceedingly rare, and the hardships faced by these martial apprentices at the grassroots level were quite lamentable. However, Su Yuan's focus at this moment was primarily on the Tianan Martial Hall. With the presence of figures like Inger, akin to death warriors, Su Yuan had previously realized that his chief father possessed a personal military training system. Yet, the training of the Black Scale Guards was conducted privately. Much like noble families training their servants, in contrast, the establishment of the Tianan Martial Hall was overt, directly recruiting disciples from all corners. For ordinary individuals, it was a pathway to cultivation, but for the State Lord's Mansion, it also served as a public recruitment strategy. Contemplating this, Su Yuan reined in his thoughts, recognizing that further reflection was futile. It would be wiser to wait until he gained sufficient strength to directly inquire with that old man. Upon exiting the Wushuan Academy, Su Yuan promptly headed to the library with Zhou Chen. Without the nurturing effects of elixirs, his meridians and spirit required care. Yet time was of the essence, that Su Yuan intended to utilize this time to peruse some texts. Although this place was not the state lord's mansion of the imperial capital, as the residence of the current prime minister, the library contained many exceedingly rare and unique secrets that as for how Su Yuan knew this. The several tens of thousands of silver taels in his Su Mi ring were earned precisely this way. How could he be unaware? The Wushuan Academy was located in the southwestern corner of the servants' residence, while the library was situated at the northernmost end of the main residence, within the Yangziuan. The vastness of the mansion is not always a boon. However, due to Zhou Qin's remarkable gift of gab, the journey was far from tedious, that he shared a plethora of his personal experiences, sprinkled with intriguing gossip and insider information from the state minister's residence. For instance, a certain secret technique had surfaced in a particular locale, prompting a swarm of martial disciples to rush and vie for it, resulting in numerous casualties, only for it to ultimately be claimed by the scions of prominent families. Additionally, in the imperial capital, there were several courtesans whose prices soared to exorbitant heights, demanding hundreds of taels of silver merely to spend a night in the company of a gentleman, engaging in music and conversation. Furthermore, while the entry fee to the Tian'an Martial Arts Academy is exorbitantly high, the establishment operates at a significant loss each year, necessitating substantial financial support from the Tian'an Chamber of Commerce. Given his status, Zhou Qin spoke of these matters without any reservations. Their idle chatter enriched Su Yuan's knowledge considerably. Upon reaching the entrance of the library pavilion, the two guards on duty recognized Su Yuan and, after a courteous greeting, allowed them passage. The library pavilion was a charming four-story building, surrounded by quaint bridges, pavilions, and gently flowing streams, exuding an air of timeless elegance that as they stepped inside, a modest room came into view, furnished with an ancient wooden table behind which sat an elderly man with white hair, engrossed in a book. Su Yuan recalled that this man had not been present during his previous clandestine visits to pilfer books. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Qin, who appeared unfazed, Su Yuan surmised that the old man was likely a guardian of the library. The two of them walked past, yet the elder did not lift his gaze from the pages. Witnessing this, Su Yuan felt a flicker of respect. They proceeded into the library, not lingering on the first floor, and ascended the wooden stairs to the top level. As they walked, Su Yuan, feeling a tinge of curiosity, inquired, "Mr. Zhou, was that elder formidable?" Zhou Qin merely raised his eyes slightly, dismissively replying, "Just a soul condensation realm practitioner, a 5th grade who has one foot in the grave, nothing noteworthy." Su Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this revelation. The elder's demeanor had led him to expect a master akin to a wandering monk, only to find he could not perceive Zhou Qin's cultivation level. At this moment, Zhou Qin chuckled lightly, saying, "Young master, there is nothing particularly rare about the library here in Jingjiang that it is somewhat excessive to station a 5th grade guardian here. However, there is indeed a formidable individual residing in the library of the imperial capital. You may have encountered them before." Su Yuan pondered for a moment, then recalled, "Is it the maid who organizes the books?" In his past escapades of book theft in the imperial capital, he often encountered a young maid dusting the tomes with a ladder. She was a strikingly youthful woman, incongruous with the library's weighty atmosphere, and every time they met, she regarded him with a gentle gaze, reminiscent of how one would view a younger relative, leaving a lasting impression. "It seems you truly have met her," Zhou Qin confirmed with a nod. Speaking softly, "Do not be misled by her youth. She is merely a few years my junior. She was once the lady's maid." At this point, Zhou Qin realized he had misspoken and promptly fell silent. The library was enveloped in an instant of silence. After several seconds of continued quiet, Zhou Qin finally spoke again in a gentle tone. In any case, she later took up residence in the library of the estate. Su Yuan refrained from further conversation, understanding the reason behind Zhou Qin's earlier silence. His memories of his mother were scarce, nearly non-existent, and whatever he did recall was but a faint echo from his distant childhood. The absence of a mother had contributed significantly to the original owner's withdrawal and subsequent malice. However, based on Zhou Qin's mention of the establishment of the Tian'an Martial Arts Academy, Su Yuan could vaguely infer that his mother's passing might be connected to its founding. The two remained silent as they ascended to the 4th floor. Zhou climbed out the window to the rooftop to indulge in some solitary drinking, while Su Yuan quietly perused the various books on the top floor. Time drifted slowly, approaching midday. Third young master. A slightly hoarse female voice broke the stillness of the top floor of the library. The unexpected sound startled Su Yuan, causing his hand to tremble slightly as he held a book. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a shadowy figure clad in tight black garments. Furrowing his brow, Su Yuan asked, "Is there something you need?" "Yes. Speak. The state minister is looking for you." Su Yuan. The succinct response startled him, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that his father could not have journeyed all the way to Jingjiang City. The summons must pertain to a message. "Let us go." Without further ado, Su Yuan placed the book back on the shelf and proceeded downstairs, the shadowy figure following closely behind. As they descended, Su Yuan suddenly recalled something and inquired, "By the way, has Su Jinxian said anything?" He had entrusted the matter to the figure 10 days prior and assumed that the woman would have divulged all pertinent information by now. The figure replied, "She mentioned a few things, but not much." Su Yuan was taken aback. Su Jinxian only said a few things? This surprised him. Although Su Jinxian was typically astute, she tended to lose her wits under pressure. She was, after all, a rather clever young lady. Yet it was unexpected that she had remained unyielding even after spending over 10 days under the figure's watch. The figure nodded. "Yes, she only mentioned a few things. I inquired once when I went out a week ago. She shared some information, and I just returned today, preparing to ask her again." "Su Zhuang?" The figure. "You used the methods I suggested?" "Yes." A brief silence ensued. 10 days had passed, and Su Yuan could not help but imagine the state of mind of that cunning woman. A shiver ran down his spine. Clearing his throat, he decided not to pry further into Su Jinxuan's affairs and instead asked, "You mentioned you went out? For what purpose?" "To investigate Qin Weijio." The figure replied that Su Yuan halted in his tracks, turning to look back. "Is that Qin Weijio, the one known as Mr. Qin? Any progress?" The figure lowered her gaze, fixating on her toes and remaining silent. Su Yuan stood in silence for a moment before exhaling softly and continuing on his way. Had it been Zhou Chun, he would have likely divulged the details directly to it. Seemed the figure still required some training. Chapter 55. A conversation. The figure led Su Yuan to a location in the northwest of the estate, a compound heavily guarded, but Su Yuan was quite familiar with this area, for within the expansive Jingjiang Su residence. This was the only section where he, as the master, lacked access privileges. This was likely due to his penchant for borrowing items from his own home to sell elsewhere, but Su Yuan surmised that somewhere within this area lay a vault-like chamber. Hence the heightened security against him, the third young master. Yet he recalled having entered this area on occasion, as his father and Su Chang'e would sometimes summon him via a phone, which was situated underground in this very section. However, the term phone was a misnomer. What could a father and son possibly discuss? In a fit of urgency, they could at least hurl insults at one another. Yet conversing with the state minister was devoid of substance. Their dialogues were almost formulaic. "Father, you summoned me." "Yes." A pause ensues. "How have you been?" "Not bad." "Mm. And then silence would reign again. Should one party inquire about something, the other would respond, and once answered, silence would ensue until both sides were left in an awkward lull, at which point the connection from the imperial capital would suddenly drop. Summoning him was not always indicative of a matter of importance. For his father, it was often simply a desire to hear his voice. The underground space was vast and silent. In the expansive room floated a crystalline orb. However, should one extend their consciousness, they would perceive the myriad of intricate formations etched beneath the orb. This was the real-time communication device of this world. Su Yuan stood silently before the crystalline orb, having been there for 2 minutes. After a brief exchange of inquiries, they had been standing in silence for nearly 30 seconds. Naturally, the awkwardness had returned. After a prolonged pause, Su Yuan finally broke the silence. I have reached the 8th grade." After 2 seconds of silence, the orb flickered with light. Subsequently, a steady male voice emerged, calm and devoid of emotional fluctuation. However, realizing that his tone had been too flat, the speaker paused and added, "Very good." Perhaps influenced by memories, Su Yuan involuntarily chuckled softly upon hearing this, quickly stifling his amusement. Yet, it seemed this light laughter had indeed transmitted through. As the orb flickered once more, and the voice returned. I heard from Chang'e that your physique is quite commendable now. Su Yuan felt a sense of relief at this inquiry, responding, it's average, just slightly better than his. Merely a congenital Tao body. Su Yuan's father. After a moment of silence, Su Yuan could hear a soft exhale from the other END. It seemed as though his father wished to laugh, but restrained himself. The voice that arrived once more remained calm, imbued with a hint of admonition. It is indeed a fortunate thing that you can cultivate. Strive to enhance your strength promptly. Should Chang'e's elixirs run out, feel free to seek the steward of the estate. Like Su Chang'e, this father did not inquire about the origins of Su Yuan's physique, but Su Yinhai's journey from a humble commoner to a figure of significant power in the Great Yan was undoubtedly filled with countless opportunities. As the child matures, if he wishes to speak, he shall be supported. If not, so be it. Upon hearing these words, Su Yuan's eyes brightened, but after a moment's contemplation, he replied, Ahem. Father, my rapid progress in cultivation is, in fact, partly due to Mr. Zhou's influence. His techniques greatly assist my training. He had not forgotten his promise to Zhou Chun. Though it was but a single utterance, to Zhou Chun, it might symbolize a vial of potion capable of enhancing one's cultivation. Such matters ought not to be overlooked. After a brief silence, the voice returned. Zhou Chun, his technique indeed has such effects. Indeed, Su Yuan responded. Quite impressive. The praise lingered in the air, though it was unclear whether it was directed at Zhou Chun or at Su Yuan, who had elicited Zhou Chun's willing assistance. After a pause, the voice continued. I shall make arrangements concerning Zhou Chun. With that, the familiar silence returned, though this time it lasted less than 10 seconds that Su Yuan hesitated slightly, then ventured. Father, what is the background of Qin Weijiu? Upon hearing this inquiry, the voice on the other end responded with mild suspicion. Are you interested? As he spoke of this matter, the usually stoic tone was tinged with a hint of amusement. Ciziyu and Ing Er had meticulously compiled and reported their recent observations to Su Yinhai. He was quite pleased with their handling of the situation regarding the charmed soul demon body. Compared to his son's modest cultivation, the fact that he was willing to apply his intellect towards the right path was what truly brought him satisfaction. Su Yuan naturally replied, Certainly, if it were not for the innate soul body and the natural refinement of the mind, I would have likely been under the control of that seductive fox spirit by now. Hence, this matter warrants concern. The notoriety of Qin Weijiu extended even to Zong village, indicating that his origins were anything but simple. If he could not uncover this minor detail, surely the elders would have their ways. After a moment of silence, the voice suddenly declared, Very well, Chang'e, you should discuss Qin Weijiu with your younger brother. Su Yuan. Thus, it became clear why the old man had initially smiled. It turned out Su Chang'e had been eavesdropping all along. Such lack of decorum did I in the capital, at the residence of the Prime Minister. The room was filled with the fragrant aroma of Tianyuan sandalwood, wafting delicately through the open windows and permeating every corner of the chamber. The atmosphere was serene, that a sphere of crystal, several times smaller than that found beneath the Jingjiang estate, floated quietly in midair. The An elder and a youth knelt before a tea tray intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, savoring their conversation. The two bore striking similarities, with the younger one possessing handsome features. Clad in a flowing azure robe, while the elder, with graying temples, donned a black, dragon-patterned robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, particularly from his penetrating gaze which sent shivers down one's spine. Yet at this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes rarely bore a semblance of gentle amusement, that Su Chang'e glanced helplessly at his father before softly addressing his younger brother, who boasted greater talent. Qin Weijiu is quite an extraordinary individual. Over a decade ago, I traveled with him in Jiangnan, and upon our first meeting, I am aware of this matter. The crystal sphere unexpectedly interrupted, that Su Chang'e continued in a calm tone. At the Tianyuan conference 13 years ago, I am also aware of this matter. The floating crystal interrupted once more, that Su Chang'e subtly cast a glance at his father, noting his unperturbed expression, and restrained himself. Sigh. Qin Weijiu is a member of a sect, hailing from a family with a 1,000-year lineage. Alas, the crystal sighed. Su Chang's fists clenched slightly. The crystal spoke earnestly. Su Chang'e, could you not simply get to the point? Su Chang'e refrained from continuing, instead softly calling out the other's name. Su Chang'e. Close your mouth. Huh? Did I say something incorrect? Is not this information common knowledge? In due time, I must travel to Yuan City. Su Chang'e suddenly declared. Su Yuan was taken aback, then promptly muted himself. Yuan City lay a mere 40 miles in a straight line from Jingjiang Estate. Su Chang'e, seeing Su Yuan fall silent, snorted coldly, then began to narrate the details about Qin Weijiu to his younger brother in a measured tone, covering the vast majority of the individual's life experiences and emphasizing several crucial points. After listening intently, Su Yuan felt a pang of emotion. Clearly, while he had been engrossed in his own cultivation, his elder brother had expended considerable effort to uncover the details surrounding Qin Weijiu. After a prolonged silence, Su Yuan suddenly asked in a gentle tone, "Father, are you familiar with a place called Zong Village?" "Naturally, I am aware of Zong Village." Su Yinhai, who had remained silently smiling until now, finally spoke softly. "But how did you come to know of this place, Changtian?" Meanwhile, Su Chang'e remained silent, frowning as he contemplated the information regarding Qin Weijiu. That Su Yuan, entirely unburdened, casually replied, "That seductive fox spirit mentioned it." Upon his words, the enormous spherical crystal fell momentarily silent. That I end the study of the Prime Minister's residence. Su Yinhai and Su Chang'e exchanged a knowing glance. The mention of the charmed soul demon body was tantamount to what Qin Weijiu had revealed. However, few knew of Zong Village's existence, indicating a need for careful deliberation regarding the potential dangers posed by this individual. Yet this contemplation did not linger long, as Su Yinhai's voice remained calm and steady, revealing no hint of unease. "How did she convey this to you?" Su Yuan cleared his throat lightly, speaking with conviction. "I learned she has an acquaintance. Is it that fellow named Qin Mo?" Su Yinhai directly named the protagonist of the narrative. This caught Su Yuan off guard, but he quickly adapted. Most likely, Ing Er and the others had reported his recent activities. After a moment of silence, Su Yuan did not respond to the powerful prime minister, but instead retorted, "Father, are you surveilling me?" Detecting the dissatisfaction in his son's tone, the crystal emitted a light laugh, tinged with amusement. "They voluntarily report to me. I cannot be blamed." After a brief pause, Su Yuan realized and expressed his discontent. "If you did not issue orders, how could they report to you?" This one statement from his father effectively implicated Ing Er, Si Yu, and Zhou Chun that if he possessed the capability to command them, they would naturally serve as Su Changtian's retainers, thereby refraining from reporting to the prime minister. Yet if he lacked this ability, then matters would remain unchanged. How vexing it was to engage in such cryptic exchanges with one's own family. At this moment, Su Chang interjected. "It was I who issued the orders. Changtian, do you seem to have a significant objection?" Su Yuan fell silent. His father might not chastise him, but Su Chang'e certainly would, especially now that he had returned to Jingjiang Estate. His father had already promised him cultivation resources, rendering it unnecessary to endure a beating from Su Chang'e. After a few seconds of silence, Su Yuan, somewhat irritated, muttered, "Fine, I will speak. Previously, a man named Fan Wensheng had mentioned Su Jinxian to me, describing her as a celestial beauty, yet it seems she had an acquaintance named Qin Mo in the Jiulong River region. After I returned to Jingjiang Estate, I arranged for someone to seek them out, only for Su Jinxian to come to me instead." Su Yuan deftly shifted the blame onto a deceased individual, one carefully selected from memory, according to the timeline of events. The protagonist had been traveling with Su Jinxian during that period, and Fan Wensheng was a powerful local figure in Jiulong River, one of the original protagonist's sycophants, yet he had been slain by Su Chang'e in a fit of rage over 2 months ago. Sometimes, the deceased proved more useful than the living, as they were the most suitable for bearing blame. Upon hearing this, Su Chang'e rubbed his forehead in exasperation. It seemed yet another bout of jealousy had arisen. However, in an instant, a thoughtful glimmer flickered in his eyes. The fact that Fan Wensheng had mentioned the existence of the charmed soul demon body months prior indicated that had it not been for the National Master's disciple abducting the third brother, he likely would have acted sooner. Alas, he had acted too early, Otherwise, he might have uncovered some valuable information. That Su Yinhai nodded slightly, tapping the tea tray gently with his fingers. So, is Qin Mo connected to Zhong village? Yes. Previously, when Su Jinxian attempted to control me, after being captured, I employed certain methods to extract information about Qin Mo from her. Su Yuan replied candidly. She mentioned that Qin Weijio suspected Qin Mo might be associated with a place called Zhong village and specifically instructed her to keep an eye on him. Once Su Yuan's words fell, the suspended crystal sphere in the underground space fell into a temporary silence. Inside the study of the Prime Minister's residence, Su Yinhai's fingers paused briefly on the tea tray, momentarily severing the communication with Jingjiang, and turned his gaze toward his eldest son across the table. Changgu, what are your thoughts on this matter? Su Changgu offered a slightly helpless smile. At least my third brother's petty jealousy has finally found a proper outlet this time. It was a remark tinged with a hint of consolation. Upon hearing this, a fleeting smile crossed Su Yinhai's deep-set eyes, though it was quickly concealed. Noticing this, Su Changgu also moderated his expression, adopting a more serious tone as he said, Father, according to the intelligence relayed by Inger, Qin Mo's low cultivation is not a significant threat for the time being. However, Qin Weijio may present a more complex situation. Few people in the world are aware of the existence of the burial village, let alone able to ascertain Qin Mo's origins merely through observation. It is likely that Qin Weijio possesses considerable knowledge regarding the burial village. What remains unclear is whether he is aware of the specific location of the burial village, or if he knows that it has been destroyed. However, considering his willingness to use the rare soul demon body as bait to control Chang Tian, it is evident that his ambitions are far from trivial. As he spoke, a glint of cold murderous intent flashed in Su Chang's eyes. It is truly regrettable that I did not slay him with a single sword strike during the Tian Yuan conference. Now, should we wish to act against him, I fear that the three of them alone will not suffice. We must allocate additional manpower. Su Yinhai did not respond immediately, lowering his gaze in contemplation for a few moments. Su Changgu awaited his father's reply in silence. Eventually, Su Yinhai slowly raised his gaze, his voice gently resonating in the quiet study. Indeed, it is insufficient. Changgu, you must personally journey to the Jingjiang residence. Upon hearing this, Su Changgu furrowed his brow immediately. His earlier mention of traveling to Jiuyuan City had merely been a feint to intimidate his third brother. How could he easily depart, given the turbulent situation in the imperial capital? Now, his father was genuinely instructing him to go to Jingjiang. After a moment of silence, Su Changgu asked, Father, but what of the situation in the imperial capital? Su Yinhai gently shook his head. It matters not. Your earlier slaying of that 7-life python has significantly calmed matters on Gu Yuan's side. The critical issue now lies with the northern conflict. While Wu Yuan has already moved northward, the previous chaos of the battlefield will require some time to resolve, and this period should suffice for you to travel back and forth to the imperial capital. Su Yinhai regarded his eldest son, his profound eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss, and his tone grew slightly more earnest. It is best to resolve matters on Chang Tian's side promptly. Su Changgu fell silent upon hearing this. He certainly understood his father's words. Many factors had reached a critical point, and all unstable elements must be addressed in advance. Qin Weijio was far too inscrutable, familiar with the burial village, willing to use the soul demon body, and seeking to control Chang Tian. Had it not been for Chang Tian's innate Dao body, he might have already fallen under the control of that soul demon body. If not for a fortunate coincidence leading to Chang Tian's discovery, such a person concealed in the shadows would indeed send chills down one's spine. Chapter 57. Importance. The study was enveloped in tranquility. Save for the softly burning sandalwood incense, Su Changgu pondered deeply. He shook his head slightly. Although this was yet again for a woman, it seemed that Chang Tian had finally afforded him some peace of mind. The originally hidden enemy had unexpectedly transformed into an overt adversary due to his third brother's actions. Without alarming the snake in the grass, if he were to quietly make his way to the Jingjiang residence now, he might catch the other party off guard. With this thought, Su Changgu nodded slightly. Very well, I shall depart for the Jingjiang residence at once. Su Yinhai ceased further conversation and slowly rose, moving toward the study's window, gazing outward along the window ledge. The imperial capital of the Yin was built atop Qilong Mountain. Yet after a millennium of construction and renovations, the massive mountain had transformed into an imposing megacity. The streets and houses extended from the foot of the mountain to the imperial city at its peak, with 3 towering walls: the outer city, inner city, and imperial city, dividing the vast imperial capital. The prime minister's residence was situated adjacent to the royal city atop the mountain, offering a commanding view over the seemingly endless array of residences within the capital. After a moment of quiet observation, Su Yinhai finally spoke. "Changgu, if circumstances prove insurmountable, you may bring Chang Tian back to the capital for further deliberation. Do not force matters." Upon hearing this admonition, Su Changgu responded with a slight smile, assuring, "Rest easy, father. Just as I was able to severely injure Qin Weijio with a single sword strike back then, I can certainly do so now. Though Qin Weijio may have encountered certain opportunities in recent years, that would not impede his actions. Perhaps he has grown stronger, but what does that have to do with my ability to slay him?" This confidence belonged to Su Changgu, a figure unparalleled among his contemporaries. Su Yinhai turned to gaze deeply at his eldest son, without a smile. "Changgu, this world is vast." Changgu is well aware. Su Yinhai let out a dissatisfied huff, yet did not offer any further admonitions, simply stating in a calm manner, "If you happen to encounter that lad named Qin Mo on your journey, remember to personally deal with him." Su Changgu slightly raised his gaze, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. This Qin Mo, nearing his youth, had only just attained the 8th rank of pulse refinement. Why would his father specifically instruct him regarding such a useless individual? Locking eyes for a moment, Su Yinhai gently explained. Qin Mo was likely raised among that troublesome group. There are several sources of origin within the burial village, and for someone of his age and cultivation, it is rather abnormal. He may have practiced some secret technique that allows for gradual accumulation of power, which could pose certain complications as he matures. Pausing, Su Yinhai's gaze took on a significant depth. Moreover, he may possess a secret treasure from the burial village. Secret treasure? Su Changgu raised an eyebrow. The soul-nourishing ring. Su Yinhai uttered these 3 words, explaining, "When the burial village was destroyed, I scoured the surrounding mountains and forests, but could not find this item. Perhaps it lies in Qin Mo's possession." The soul-nourishing ring? Su Changji's eyes filled with confusion, as his father had never mentioned this object before. However, Su Yinhai did not intend to keep it a mystery from his eldest son, directly elucidating. "This ring can harbor spirits and nourish souls. If the ancient texts are accurate, it should contain the consciousness of a sage." A sage? Su Changji's brow furrowed even tighter. When it came to the words age, Su Yinhai's tone was surprisingly light, even laced with a hint of disdain. "You need not worry too much, Changgu. Even sages cannot withstand the ravages of time, and this is merely a remnant of a soul. Furthermore, to be called a sage, lingering in that soul-nourishing ring and struggling to survive, he is but a cowardly wild dog. You may pursue him with all your strength. Killing him will be as easy as pie. Now, go!" With that, Su Yinhai turned his back to Su Changgu. Seeing this, stood, bowed respectfully, and turned to exit the study. As he pulled open the door, preparing to slip away. "By the way," Su Changgu halted mid-step, swiftly turning to look back. "Before you leave, remember to fetch some elixirs from the residence." Su Yinhai's tone remained flat. Su Changgu was momentarily taken aback, before bowing with a light smile, replying, "Yes, father." The vast underground chamber was empty, save for the communication crystal sphere emanating a pure white light. Su Yuan had been standing here alone for several minutes. This device lacked any notification for calls, rendering him oblivious as to whether the other party had hung up. However, as the other side remained silent, Su Yuan found solace in the peace, gently probing the intricate communication array beneath the crystal sphere with his consciousness that he had always harbored a strong desire for exploration regarding new phenomena. He wished to understand how this array achieved long-distance communication. Yet after fiddling for a while, he found himself perplexed by the intricate patterns that he could not fathom the operational logic. once his curiosity waned, and he had no further inclination to delve deeper. He retracted his consciousness back into his mind, that do not inquire how communication is realized. The answer lies in source energy and array techniques. Yet speaking of arrays, some information he had previously come across in the archives resurfaced in his mind. The arrays in this world are not solely employed for attack. They assist in cultivation and have permeated various aspects of daily life for the common folk. The court even established specialized institutions to research civilian arrays. Streetlights illuminating night markets, soundproof arrays inscribed within homes, fire arrays gathering warmth for heating during winter, and even high-end carriages equipped with specialized shock-absorbing devices. With these inventions, no matter how violently the carriage rocked, it would remain as stable as ever, sturdier than a bed. Third young master. The tranquil chamber was suddenly interrupted by a gentle call from behind, startling Su Yuan. He turned to see Yinger approaching, accompanied by a little old man whose hair had turned half white. That he was the steward from the Jingjiang residence. Although his cultivation was not high, barely reaching the 9th rank, he wielded considerable power within the Jingjiang residence due to his adept management skills, a model of a managerial talent. Su Yuan took a deep breath and addressed Yinger. Next time you appear, remember to announce your presence, that don't sneak up like a ghost. Oh! Shadow lowered her gaze and nodded, seemingly unaware of whether the words had registered. Yet she spoke in a calm manner. The communication with the Prime Minister's side has been severed. Do you have anything further to convey to him? Indeed, moments later, the other side fell silent and disconnected the call. Su Yuan remained silent, turning directly towards the ground as his objectives had been achieved, but he had successfully drawn the protagonist and the hidden figure, Qin Wei Jiu, into the line of sight of this boss's father. Given the latter's disposition, it was certain to garner attention. Thus, the ensuing matters were no longer his concern. Just as he turned, the slightly graying steward hastened to follow, his tone imbued with a fawning humility. Third young master. Third young master. Su Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the half-gray steward. Although his capabilities were modest, his influence was significant, a quintessential example of low position but substantial authority that in his memory. This little old man had always been astutely aware of his place. Stallard, what is it that you seek from me? The steward's tone remained ingratiating. Third young master, as per your prior instructions, all the internal references for this term have been delivered to your chambers. Is that so? I appreciate the update, Su Yuan replied with a nod. However, the old man seemed unwilling to cease his chatter, leaning in conspiratorially to produce a scroll from his sleeve. Third young master, this is a confidential report that arrived from Jin City in Zhengnan the day before yesterday. I implore you to review it. Su Yuan glanced at the rolled-up report before him, feeling a twinge of surprise, not only at the efficiency of this matter, but also at the fact that it was not Zhou Chun who had delivered this intelligence, but rather the steward himself. This task had been entrusted to Zhou Chun, and given his current idle state, he would likely have seized the opportunity to curry favor. Yet, the reality was that this report had not come from Zhou Chun. The implication was clear. Procedural boundaries had been breached, as Zhou Chun lacked the authority to intervene with the Highland Way, let alone the intelligence apparatus of the Prime Minister's office. This revelation rendered the situation rather intriguing. The intelligence network of the Prime Minister's office was extensive. The Highland Way, from which Shadow hailed, was merely one component. The Tiana Chamber of Commerce, along with various establishments such as brothels, taverns, and pawn shops, also played a role in intelligence gathering. Commands from above would filter down to collect information, sifting through the useless to retain the valuable, ultimately transmitting the consolidated data back in coded form, all of which was now being handled by a mere steward. His authority surpassed Su Yuan's initial expectations. Yet, Su Yuan quickly reconciled himself to this unexpected revelation. The influence of the comics and anime he had perused in his previous life had left a deep imprint, leading him to instinctively associate power with personal strength in a world of the extraordinary. However, the reality was that cultivation talent and administrative ability did not necessarily correlate. We're a group of muscle-bound laymen entrusted with managing an enterprise. Even the most substantial fortunes could easily be squandered. This hierarchical structure proved quite stable for the elite. The stewards managing various family enterprises resembled palace eunuchs of his former life, lacking in cultivation. They were forced to rely on their masters, with little possibility for independence or self-sufficiency, that as he reached for the scroll, Su Yuan prepared to unfurl it, only to discover a thin layer of source energy fluctuations upon its surface, accompanied by simplistic array patterns in motion. Upon careful examination of the patterns, his expression shifted to one of intrigue. This was a cipher lock? The steward, seeing Su Yuan take the report, immediately resumed his obsequious demeanor. Third young master. Should this report be opened directly or through brute force, it will automatically disintegrate. Only through special means can it be accessed. Su Yuan shot him a glance. Can you decipher it? The application of formations in such a manner was quite fascinating. Stewardly rubbed his hands together, chuckling. You jest, third young master. How could this old man possibly decipher the cryptic patterns of the Highland Way? Moreover, I am merely a conduit for this report. As he spoke, he glanced at Shadow, who followed closely behind. That it appeared that such reports were merely handled and categorized by these mortal stewards, with access rights to review them. This was likely a precaution against these stewards being ensorcelled and leaking critical information. Su Yuan casually tossed the report back to Shadow, instructing, unlock it. Shadow accepted it silently, disregarding Su Yuan's probing gaze, and proceeded to unravel the array patterns before returning it to him. Su Yuan retrieved the report, his source energy scrutinizing the contents, his eyes flickering with a blood-red glow as he perused the information while casually inquiring of the steward. Are the medicinal pills of the estate available for your procurement? His own supply had dwindled, and lacking the small green vial, he had no recourse but to request from the Prime Minister's estate. Indeed, the financial resources and medicinal pills within the estate are under this old man's purview, Stewardly replied, his eyes darting nervously. However, young master, the storeroom contains only the estate's supplies, and I dare not act without authorization. Do not be anxious, Su Yuan reassured him with a sidelong glance, recognizing that the steward was apprehensive about him, seeking to extract benefits from him. He continued softly, soon my father's orders will arrive. Please check the storeroom for any medicinal pills I might require. Upon hearing this, Stewardly smiled awkwardly, unable to refute. Very well, young master. What is it you require? Su Yuan casually listed several types of medicinal pills he presently needed. The steward's face darkened significantly. These items were such that even a fourth-tier practitioner within the estate would scarcely acquire a handful in a year, yet the third young master was requesting them by the bottle. Resolving in his mind, he deemed it most favorable should the Prime Minister indeed issue orders. Otherwise, he would need to keep a distance from the third young master in the near future. With this thought, Stewardly maintained his humble tone. This old man will fetch them for you. Do you have any other instructions? As they spoke, the trio emerged from the basement into the expansive azure sky above. Su Yuan squinted at the guard stationed outside the secret chamber and, after a moment's contemplation, softly inquired. I previously dispatched someone to locate an individual named Qin Mo. Are you aware of this matter? Upon hearing this, Steward Li's eyes twitched. The very matter had led to the demise of the iron-bodied prodigy, Shui Yong. How could he, as a steward, be unaware? After a brief silence, he cautiously replied, I am aware. Is there any progress? There is. His response was affirmative, albeit lacking in conviction. Understanding the implications, Su Yuan sighed softly. Have you made your move? He recalled that the original directive had merely been to monitor and track. Stewardly explained gently. The individual was quite vigilant. Upon sensing he was being followed, he attempted to flee, and our men had no choice but to take action. And the result of your intervention was his escape? Indeed. Stewardly observed Su Yuan's expression closely, yet Su Yuan displayed little emotion, his tone remaining even. Please recount the details of the incident. Stewardly considered his words carefully before responding in a subdued voice. After receiving your instructions, this old man immediately set about arranging matters. During your seclusion, we located the individual in the eastern part of the city, but he proved to be exceedingly elusive. The guards we sent were no match for him. By the time additional guards from the estate arrived, he had already vanished. And there has been no further news since? Su Yuan's voice was calm and measured. There was one instance, Stewardly pressed on, bracing himself. Speak freely. We pursued him to Changhong Valley, located over 20 li west of the city, but he possesses formidable strength. Despite leading a team of 2 7th-tier cultivators, they were still unable to subdue him. Did you suffer total casualties? One managed to escape? Su Yuan fell silent for a moment, regarding Steward Li with a puzzled expression. Why was there no reinforcement dispatched at the 6th tier? I recall there are several peak 6th-tier guards among my retinue, and the estate should have 5th-tier cultivators as well. At this inquiry, Steward Li's cheeks twitched as he offered a quiet explanation. Third young master, while I oversee the distribution of all monthly salaries within the Jingjiang estate, I lack the authority to directly command guards above the bone refinement stage. Your personal guards, by regulation, cannot stray too far from you. Moreover, who could have foreseen that this scoundrel would excel beyond his tier? As he spoke, Steward Li paused, clearing his throat. Rest assured, young master, there is but one exit from Changhong Valley. That I have reported this matter to the main estate, and upon approval, we have dispatched 3 iron-bodied cultivators to await him at the valley's entrance. Listening to Steward Li's confident assertions, Su Yuan felt a headache brewing. Wait? Wait for what? For the protagonist to emerge from the Changhong Valley dungeon and slaughter them all? Su Yuan found himself at a loss. Yet he could not entirely condemn these subordinates as mindless fools. After all, they lacked the omniscient perspective he once possessed. Insufficient information, rigid regulations, and common assumptions had led them to arrive at their current conclusions. The gap between the 8th and 7th tiers was something Su Yuan did not yet comprehend fully. But he had a general understanding of the disparity between the 9th and 8th tiers. Setting aside physical enhancements, a 9th-tier cultivator's source energy reserves were merely 1/3 of an 8th tier's, and the speed of their techniques was halved. Given such a gap, it was hardly surprising that 2 7th-tier cultivators, along with a host of 8th-tier guards, could be completely vanquished. It was evident that Qin Mo truly embodied the qualities of a protagonist. However, Qin Mo's journey to the Changhong Valley allowed him to ascertain the path his adversary had taken, the path of the old man. The Murphy's Law had not deceived him. With a faint sigh, he acknowledged that the protagonist's reason for venturing to Changhong Valley was straightforward: guidance from the old man. Within the depths of Changhong Valley lay a hidden realm, and within that realm resided a spiritual herb capable of aiding the old man in restoring his soul power. Naturally, in addition to assisting the old man who accompanied him, adhering to the principle that the protagonist would not return empty-handed from the dungeon, Qin Mo's own strength would also see a significant enhancement after battling monsters and consuming potions within that secret realm. According to the storyline of Zhang Yuan, this newfound prowess would be just sufficient to confront the guards of the Su family obstructing his path. Through relentless combat and employing various strategies, he ultimately arrived before the original body waiting at the valley's entrance. Indeed, Changhong Valley was one of the burial sites for the original body that in the old man's storyline of Zhang Yuan. The original body awaited the protagonist at the mouth of Changhong Valley alongside Su Jinxian and his subordinates. Intending to kill Qin Mo in her presence to shatter her hopes, only to be met with a counterattack, as these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Yuan spoke up decisively. Have those guards return. Ah! Manager Li responded. Somewhat taken aback that Su Yuan shot him a sidelong glance, reiterating, I said, have them return. Though puzzled, Manager Li quickly lowered his head and replied, yes, third young master. Su Yuan snorted coldly and pointed towards the courtyard entrance ahead. Understanding this as an order to implement his instructions, Manager Li clasped his hands in respect, stating, third young master, I shall attend to this matter immediately and take my leave for now. After a brief bow, he turned and left in haste. Watching the figure disappear around the corner, Su Yuan walked forward with downcast eyes, feeling somewhat troubled. The Qin Mo on the old man's path resembled a hedgehog. And now there was the unknown Qin Wei Jiu lurking in the shadows. Even with 3 grandmasters like Inger by his side, attempting to ambush and kill him did not seem realistic and could even lead to a counterattack. Unless a large, dark mass unexpectedly surfaced in Su Yuan's mind. Unless Ran Qingma were to come find him at this juncture. After all, during their parting, he had mentioned that if she wished to save the sword sect, her only recourse was to come to Jingjiang Mansion to seek him out. Utilizing a favor to enlist her assistance would likely enable them to directly confront the Changhong Valley. Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought. Relying on Ranchima to find him was no more feasible than hoping that his father, in the imperial capital, would show more respect towards Qin Mo. After all, that old man had once been a venerated sage that in this world. Transcending the ordinary is the path to sanctity. Silently traversing from the northwest courtyard to the adjacent wetland lake, the cold winter breeze brushed against Su Yuan's face as he walked ahead. Perusing a confidential report, with Inger trailing closely behind. Suddenly, a smile crept across Su Yuan's lips. Upon finishing the report, his mood had significantly improved. The circumstances regarding Su Jinxian aligned closely with his conjectures. Moreover, he discovered that the phenomenon of incompetent teammates was not unique to his side. Mr. Qin's subordinates also boasted a fair share of self-serving allies. With a thought, he stored the report within his shumi ring and inquired, "Inger, did you manage to meet that vixen?" Inger replied softly, "Not yet, but I have inquired with the maid responsible for her care." "What is the situation?" "It seems she is experiencing some mental distress, even after removing her restraints. She merely huddles in the corner of the bed, refusing to speak." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this news, Su Yuan felt little surprised that it was as expected that a person confined in a dark room for merely 3 days could be driven to madness. How much more so when trapped with limbs ensnared in soft bedding. Unable to move, the oppressive stillness of solitude could easily provoke insanity. Pausing momentarily, Su Yuan gently remarked, "The duration of this punishment should not be excessively prolonged. It could drive a person to the brink of madness." Inga nodded slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of fluctuation. "Indeed, I just inquired with the maid responsible for feeding her the spirit spring. She mentioned that during this period of torment, the enchantress' demonic body suffers immensely. Her form twisting and writhing upon the bed until exhaustion finally claims her." After a pause, Inger looked earnestly into Su Yuan's eyes. "This punishment is strange. It could be classified as part of the Black Scales 100 tortures." Su Yuan, that Inger continued speaking to herself. "I have reported this punishment to Lady Luji. According to protocol, a reward will be bestowed upon the 3rd young master." Su Yuan's eyelids twitched. Luji, one of his father's staunch loyalists, held sway over the Black Scales. She was a bewitchingly beautiful, yet deadly woman. Clad in revealing attire, he recalled encountering her in the imperial capital, where her allure was undeniable, and her attire indeed quite scant. However, he had never anticipated that a punishment within the Black Scales could be rewarded. Exhaling softly, Su Yuan inquired, "What is the reward?" "Lady Luji stated she would present it to you personally upon your return to the imperial capital." Upon hearing this, unwelcome memories surged to the forefront of his mind. Su Yuan, noticing this, chuckled playfully. "Please convey to that old Annie Luji that this young master has no interest in her reward." Inger fell silent for a moment, but eventually nodded. "I will inform Lady Luji." Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of this. Where is that vixen now?" "She is in the northern courtyard. Take me to see her. I have matters to discuss." The two traveled in silence. That a quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the secret chamber in the northern courtyard. Channeling source energy into his eyes, Su Yuan could finally discern the dimly lit staircase around him. Inger did not follow him down. At the end of the narrow staircase lay a modest square chamber, and with the enhancement of source energy, Su Yuan faintly perceived a large bed positioned in the center of the room. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps seemed to ignite a flicker of hope within the occupant of the bed. Rustle, rustle. A faint rustling sound gradually emanated from the bed. Finally, Su Yuan paused beside the soft bed, standing silently for a moment before gently exhaling, his hand brushing against the tear-streaked cheek of the woman. To his surprise, she did not resist. Instead, she leaned against his touch like a drowning person clinging to a piece of driftwood, seeking solace in the only tangible sensation she could grasp. Chapter 60. The drowning person traversing the narrow staircase leading to the ground, engulfed by a deathly darkness. The two moved cautiously, their footsteps so soft that Su Yuan could distinctly hear the erratic breaths of the woman beside him. She clutched his wrist tightly, as if fearing that this minuscule connection might vanish at any moment. Su Yuan ascended silently. The enchanting allure once present in Su Jinshuan's eyes had dissipated, leaving only a trace of pity-inducing helplessness. In such a tranquil environment, how has Miss Su fared these past days? The man's voice, warm and smooth as jade, suddenly broke the silence in the long corridor. This time, he did not address her as Jin Xian. After a brief silence, her voice trembled slightly. Su Changtian, you are a devil. If you have the ability, just kill me. She no longer referred to him as third young master. The indirect familiarity had lost its effect. She was fearful, she loathed him, and she longed to end the life of this devilish man beside her. Su Yuan, unfazed, chuckled softly. If I am a devil, then why does Miss Su cling to me so tightly? Su Jinxian fell silent, but did not release her grip. Observing this, Su Yuan casually pulled his wrist from her grasp. As the sensation of his presence slipped away, Su Jinxian let out a panicked cry. Desperately groping for his existence, that Su Yuan stifled his footsteps, silently retreating to the side, channeling source energy into his eyes, and quietly observed the woman fumbling in the darkness of the corridor. Was her reaction exaggerated? Not at all. When he had undergone a similar experience, even accounting for the hours spent asleep, he had only managed to endure for a few hours. The initial moments felt novel and indifferent, the surrounding softness even providing a sense of comfort. Yet, as time wore on, the oppressive silence of darkness began to amplify the restlessness within to persist. One must distract oneself, recalling past memories that Su Yuan had done just that during his own experience, eventually succumbing to sleep due to exhaustion. But did he think that once asleep, all would be well? No, not at all. Waking up was merely the beginning of the ordeal. The silence, the soft confines, and the inability to move, akin to an endless descent into an abyss of solitude, constituted the true despair. These overwhelming negative emotions emerged even while Su Yuan had the psychological assurance that he could free himself at any moment. Su Jinxian, upon awakening, found herself without professional assistance to untie her as she struggled. She had no knowledge of how long she would be bound in this place. All that awaited her was a cycle of struggle until exhaustion led her to a confused slumber, only to awaken again, devoured by the silence that rendered time and space indistinguishable. After enduring 10 days, the fact that Su Jinxian had not succumbed to madness was a testament to Su Yuan's respect for her resilience. After groping in vain for a while longer, unable to locate his presence, Su Jinxian finally sank to the ground, hugging her knees in a shivering crouch. She did not plead for mercy. Instead, she stubbornly bit her lip, curling up with her legs hugged tightly against the wall. After a few moments of silent observation, Su Yuan rubbed his temples in exasperation. Witnessing her demeanor, he felt as though he had become the villain in this narrative, when it was she who had unjustly attacked him first. Had it not been for his innate resilience and the solidity of his soul, he would have already been reduced to nothing more than a mere pet at her feet. With a soft grunt, Su Jinxian immediately turned her gaze towards the source of the sound, her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with a hint of mist. However, devoid of any cultivation, her ethereal essence and the bizarre soul spores of the charmed demon body were all sealed, rendering her incapable of introspection, let alone perceiving her surroundings in the darkness. Observing her in such a state, Su Yuan ceased to muffle his footsteps. Whether she was merely acting or genuinely frightened mattered little. The confidential report from Jin Cheng had already granted him ample justification to take various actions against her. Slowly approaching Su Jinxian, he half-squatted beside her and said, "Miss Su, do cease your defiance, won't you?" As he spoke, he gently extended his hand, resting it softly on her curled-up knees. "Take my hand, and we shall ascend together." In Longhong Valley within the secret realm, it was now the third day since Qin Mo had entered this clandestine space, and the first day since he had fully recuperated, concealed within a cave. He peered cautiously outside that a blood-red and eerie mist enveloped the entire secret realm, with shadowy figures drifting within its depths. Accompanying this was the ominous sound of rumble, rumble, echoing through the air, the unmistakable cadence of footsteps. Raising his gaze, he discerned vague and colossal silhouettes aimlessly wandering through the sanguine fog. Old man, Qin Mo called out silently in his mind. Shortly, a deep voice, resonating as if emanating from a bass speaker, lazily responded, "What is it?" Qin Mo's internal voice was laced with irritation. It didn't mention there were these monsters here. What are these ghastly things? The middle-aged voice chuckled nonchalantly, devoid of urgency. No need for alarm. They are merely beasts transformed by the infused with magic crystals. These creatures will be quite beneficial for your cultivation. Qin Mo could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in his mind, beneficial? I would consider myself fortunate if I don't get trampled to death by these beasts. Ha, the middle-aged voice chuckled lightly. Do not rush. This secret realm was breached by, and there were likely some mortals residing here at the time. With your current strength, you should be capable of dealing with these aberrations. Moreover, if you wish to leverage my power to rescue your beloved, some risks must be taken. However, I must advise you that acting recklessly for the sake of a woman is a foolish endeavor. After a moment's pause, the middle-aged voice casually remarked, the person you saw driving that carriage was likely a third-tier grandmaster. The individual backing that young lord possesses considerable strength. Should you kill him, it would indeed ignite a fierce enmity. Qin Mo steadied his thoughts, exhaling deeply as he whispered, Miss Su rescued me. She is being coerced, and I cannot stand idly by. Furthermore, you saw for yourself that even if I do not eliminate that scion, he will certainly not spare me. The middle-aged voice sighed softly, chuckling lightly. If you had listened to my advice and obtained the grand yin-yang harmonization technique, you would not be in such a predicament that a single dose of the harmonization powder would have resolved everything. Qin Mo remained silent. Seeing this, the middle-aged voice ceased its teasing and said softly, I was merely jesting. Do not take offense. That young girl possesses a charmed demon body, and it is likely that she has already ensnared that young lord in her grasp, as long as her unusual state does not arouse the suspicion of the third-tier practitioners around him. She should be safe. Qin Mo exhaled slightly. Old man, you assert that these creatures are beasts altered by. What exactly are? You do not know what are? The middle-aged voice sounded surprised, but then sighed deeply. It seems that much has transpired over the past few millennia. Ah, those were different times. Old man, could you refrain from rambling? Qin Mo interrupted, exasperated. The middle-aged voice sounded somewhat aggrieved. I have been cooped up in this soul-nurturing ring for thousands of years without a soul to converse with, merely studying techniques. Now that I have imparted my knowledge to you, you cannot even spare a few words for this old man. Qin Mo. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged voice burst into laughter, then quickly composed himself, speaking in a serious tone. All right, no more jokes that are creatures hailing from the depths of the great wastes, and they are exceedingly dangerous. Had it not been for the surge of energy and the emergence of many exceptional individuals, might have annihilated our human race long ago. Qin Mo furrowed his brow. To the east of Dian lies the sea. To the north the barbarian tribes. To the northwest the vast desert. And to the southwest the ancient abyss. Only the south remains the most stable, as it is backed by the great wastes. From what he knew, the great waste was merely an inhospitable expanse devoid of life. Is the great waste truly that perilous? Otherwise, the middle-aged voice mused, young man, only a sage can create a space. The fact that this secret realm was breached by speaks volumes. You must surely comprehend the implications.